Chapter 1629. A resounding slap from afar with a swift strike of his internal energy. A resounding crack echoed through the air as he unleashed a palm strike from a distance, landing squarely on Qin Fu's face. The force sent Qin Fu tumbling to the ground. Without hesitation, Xuancheng stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Ruoyue, his gaze fixed menacingly on Qin Fu. Dare to lay a hand on my woman. You are courting death. Blood trickled from the corner of Qin Fu's mouth, a testament to the unexpected prowess of the man in the snow-white attire. He had not anticipated that a mere palm strike could draw blood from him. His right cheek now throbbed with a combination of numbness and pain, causing him to grimace in agony. Yet, he still managed to threaten, "How dare you strike me? Who do you think you are? You've crossed the line. Even if you beg, I will not treat this brat's illness. Let us see who will save him." "Beg you? You should take a look in the mirror. Do you truly believe you warrant such respect?" Ruoyue retorted, her presence commanding. "With just a girl like you, do you think you can heal him? Surely you jest." "I do not believe it." Qin Fu scoffed, his hand pressed against his face, glaring disdainfully at Ruoyue. Although he harbored some trepidation towards Xuancheng, he reminded himself that they were outsiders in Jiangzhou. Even a powerful dragon cannot dominate a local snake. He would have his revenge once he was on his home turf, so he momentarily endured the humiliation of that slap. Ruoyue approached Meng Zheng, crouching beside him to examine his condition while speaking. "Believe it or not, given your character, I doubt your medical skills are commendable. How audacious! I am a renowned physician in Jiangzhou. Who has not hailed me as a divine healer? And you, where do you come from, little girl? You are far too young to treat this lad." Qin Fu seethed with indignation at Ruoyue's contempt. At that moment, aside from Meng Zheng, a frail young man beside him, who had been assisting, clutched his stomach in discomfort. "Madam, do you truly possess the ability to heal us? Please, I beg you. Help us. My stomach is in excruciating pain. I have been suffering from diarrhea for days." "Your ailments? I thought only Meng Zheng was unwell. Why do you suffer as well?" Ruoyue inquired, puzzled, as she fixed her gaze on the young man. The young man quickly responded, "My name is Meng Zian, and I hail from the same village as Meng Zheng. Ever since he fell ill, I have been caring for him, and for some reason, I too have fallen ill." "What symptoms does he exhibit?" Ruoyue asked, turning her attention back to Meng Zheng, who appeared weak, frowning in discomfort, lacking the strength to speak. Meng Zian hurriedly explained. "He has been experiencing fever, abdominal pain, and severe vomiting and diarrhea. I have been feeling nauseous and have had diarrhea as well. He is on the brink of collapse, and I am barely able to stand." Lying on the ground, Meng Zheng weakly interjected, "Miss, are you a doctor? I implore you to save us. This suffering is unbearable. If you cannot treat us, I would rather starve than endure this torment." Ruoyue paused, contemplating diarrhea. "Did you consume anything unclean during your travels?" Meng Zian immediately replied, "Throughout our journey, we have encountered nothing palatable. However, 5 days ago, we caught some crabs by a pond and cooked them to stave off hunger. The water in that pond was exceedingly filthy, dark as ink. My lady, could it be that these crabs were unclean, which has caused us to suffer from prolonged diarrhea?" Chapter 1630. A bet to cure illness. Upon hearing the mention of crabs, Ruoyue swiftly identified the issue. "From your condition, it is highly probable that you consumed tainted crabs, which have compromised your spleen and stomach, leading to dysentery." "Dysentery?" The nearby villagers, upon hearing this, recoiled in fear. One person, trembling, remarked, "So it is dysentery. If that is the case, it can be contagious." No wonder Zian was fine at first, only to fall ill later. He must have contracted it from Meng Zheng. What shall we do? Indeed, how could Meng Zheng fall ill with dysentery? We've been sharing meals and lodging with him these days. Do you think we might be at risk of infection? A concerned villager inquired. "Everyone, please remain calm. Allow me to examine him first. If it truly is dysentery, we can address it. I am capable of treating it," Ruoyue hurriedly reassured them. Upon hearing this, Qin Fu let out a cold laugh, saying, "Huh? Little girl, I have long discerned that he suffers from dysentery. Do you really need to diagnose him further? With your limited skills, dare you to show off before me? I pride myself on meticulousness and caution in diagnosis. One must ascertain the correct ailment before prescribing treatment. Unlike some who hastily conclude based on mere observation, those with medical knowledge understand that many ailments may appear similar, yet differ greatly. A misdiagnosis could lead to fatal consequences. Thus, one must proceed with prudence." Ruoyue retorted, "Humph, such pretentiousness. Enough with your prattling. I shall observe your treatment today. If you manage to cure this boy, I will offer my head as a seat for you. Conversely, should you fail, I shall demand your husband kneel before me and apologize." Qin Fu declared arrogantly. Having just received a slap from Xuancheng, he was seething with indignation, seeking revenge. He devised this wager to humiliate Ruoyue, confident that she could not remedy such a challenging ailment as dysentery. Ruoyue raised an eyebrow coolly. "Why should I wager with you? Do you consider yourself worthy?" "You." Qin Fu, incensed, retorted, "You audacious girl. How dare you speak so defiantly? I see you are afraid. Just now, you boasted here, and fearing my exposure. You hesitate to bet against me, am I correct? Merely a bet, what is there to fear?" Ruoyue crossed her arms defiantly. "However, it shall not be a wager like yours. I doubt your medical prowess is as formidable as you claim. How about this? We each treat one patient. I shall tend to the more severely ill Meng Zhang, while you handle the less critical Meng Zian. We shall have 4 hours to see who can improve their patient's condition before the hour of you today. Whoever succeeds first shall be the victor. Regarding the wager, as you so boldly articulated, should I manage to alleviate the ailment of Meng Zhang, you shall sever your own head to serve as a stepping stool for this lady. Conversely, should I falter, then the discretion is entirely yours." Such audacity. You speak of discretion as if it were a choice for you to make. Should you lose, it will suffice for your husband to kneel before me and bow thrice. Do you dare? Qin Fu, of course, was undaunted in his challenge to Ruoyue, for he possessed a specific remedy for dysentery that could restore a patient within 2 hours. 4 hours would be ample time for this young man's condition to improve. Chapter 1631. An unusual method of healing. Though he was conceited, his confidence was not unfounded, for he possessed genuine skill. His medical expertise was indeed exceptional. He understood that all individuals cherish their pride, especially those pampered young masters. For this young master to kneel and bow would be the utmost humiliation. Ruoyue was taken aback. She had no intention of wagering with Xuancheng, for every circumstance carries its uncertainties. What if she were to lose? Xuancheng, however, declared, "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. You may commence your treatment." Her husband, Ruoyue, attempted to dissuade him. Xuancheng gently tousled her hair, smiling. "I have faith in you. Go forth with confidence, for I am certain you shall prevail." "Very well, in that case, I shall exert every effort, ensuring that you are not subjected to such humiliation." With a resolute nod, Ruoyue brimmed with confidence. She then approached Meng Zhang and addressed Qin Fu. "Let us begin. Shall we? Are you certain this is the patient you wish to treat? Should you lose, do not claim that I bullied you." Qin Fu scoffed. "I fear you may not be capable of treating a critically ill patient, hence I have assigned the less severe cases to you. Instead of engaging in idle banter, you should hasten your treatment. Do not let it be said that you cannot even manage a mild case." Ruoyue retorted with wit. After this exchange, she ignored Qin Fu and promptly began to examine Meng Zhang's symptoms. "Feng the medical kit," Ruoyue instructed. "Here you are, Your Highness." Once she obtained the kit, she retrieved a syringe to draw blood from Meng Zhang, intending to conduct a routine blood test first. Upon witnessing Ruoyue extracting Meng Zhang's blood, Qin Fu gasped in horror. "What manner of treatment is this? You dare to draw his blood? Is this how you conduct yourself? You are the one being reckless, lacking in knowledge, and spouting nonsense. We shall see the results soon enough," Ruoyue replied. With that, she placed the collected blood into the medical kit, and, when no one was watching, discreetly sent it to the medical system for analysis. Before long, the test results emerged, indicating elevated white blood cell and neutrophil counts. Coupled with her observations of Meng Zhang's symptoms, she concluded that he indeed suffered from dysentery. Once the cause was established, it would be straightforward to prescribe the appropriate remedy. "So it is indeed dysentery," Ruoyue exclaimed, quickly retrieving an antibacterial medication for dysentery from her spatial storage, which she then mixed with water to administer several tablets to Meng Zhang. Hearing her pronouncement, Qin Fu scoffed dismissively. He had already discerned that the young man was afflicted with dysentery. It was absurd that this girl took so long to ascertain it. After administering antibiotics to Meng Zhang, Ruoyue observed signs of dehydration, likely due to a deficiency of both water and electrolytes. She swiftly provided him with an oral rehydration solution to replenish his fluids and electrolytes. Upon completing these tasks, she turned to Feng and instructed, "Feng, please fetch the remaining congee we had earlier to feed Meng Zhang." Remember, dysentery is contagious. Afterward, all of Meng Zhang's utensils must be kept separate from ours, and they should be boiled in hot water for sterilization. As long as we ensure proper disinfection and refrain from sharing utensils while maintaining good hand hygiene, you shall not be at risk of infection. Hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. After finishing her duties, Ruoyue wiped the sweat from her brow, rose, and approached Xuancheng. My dear husband, we have traveled a long day. Let us set up camp here for the night. What do you think? Very well. I shall defer to your wishes. Xuancheng gazed affectionately at Ruoyue. Chapter 1632. A shared meal. Her earnestness in treating the illness was truly beautiful. To admit without shame, he was captivated by her. Witnessing Ruoyue's swift treatment, Qin Fu was taken aback. You merely drew a vial of blood, administered a few tablets, and offered him something to drink, and you consider that sufficient? What else would you have me do? Do you suggest I should complicate matters like you do, meticulously selecting herbs and brewing concoctions? My methods are advanced and do not necessitate such cumbersome processes. Ruoyue replied. Old man, you clearly lack the skill to heal and are merely fumbling about here. Should you fail and cause harm, I wonder how you will explain yourself. Qin Fu scoffed. The villagers, upon hearing this, cast doubtful glances at Ruoyue. To be honest, they too harbored disbelief, as her youth and peculiar methods seemed implausible. The notion that she could so easily cure Meng Zhang's ailment stretched their credulity. Yet, recognizing her good intentions, they felt reluctant to criticize her. Noticing the villagers' skepticism, Ruoyue remained unfazed, understanding that doubt towards the unfamiliar is a common human reaction. She addressed them earnestly. Please, trust me, I am genuinely treating Meng Zhang. Though my methods may seem rapid, it does not imply ineffectiveness. I would never jeopardize my husband's dignity. You need not worry. Feng chimed in, indeed. My lady possesses remarkable medical skills. It is precisely because of her expertise that she can achieve results swiftly, unlike some, whose mediocre abilities prolong even the simplest ailments, clearly revealing their incompetence while daring to criticize her efficiency. Upon hearing this, Qin Fu felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. He glared at Ruoyue with resentment, choosing to refrain from further argument for the moment, as he needed to sift through the medicine box on the donkey cart to select remedies for dysentery. Once selected, he would need to ignite a fire to brew the concoction, a rather tedious task. At that moment, Meng Zhang suddenly glanced at Ruoyue and addressed the villagers. I place my trust in this lady, for she carries a medicine box with her. Who but a doctor would carry such a thing? Moreover, her medical techniques are adept, and all her companions believe in her. What reason have I to doubt? With gratitude, he struggled to bow slightly to Ruoyue before lying back down on the hay. Upon witnessing the scene, Xuancheng immediately recognized that this young man possessed not only martial prowess, but also intellect. He must be a remarkable talent. The villagers, having heard Meng Zhang's words, finally felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Ruoyue leaned closer to Xuancheng and softly inquired, Husband, I find these disaster victims rather pitiable. Should we not offer some flour to make steamed buns to share with them? Very well, I shall defer to your wishes, Xuancheng replied with a gentle smile. Ruoyue promptly nodded and turned to the crowd, saying, Everyone, since we are fortunate enough to converge here, it is fate. We shall set up camp and take this opportunity to light a fire and prepare steamed buns. We have some flour, which should suffice for all to share. If you do not mind, would you care to join us in this meal once it is ready? Is that truly the case? The villagers, astonished, gazed at Ruoyue in disbelief. However, we have been in contact with Meng Zhang and his group. Might we risk cholera? I fear it could be transmitted to you both. Aware of the couple's kind-heartedness, they could not fathom passing such an affliction on to them. Ruoyue swiftly reassured them. Rest assured, if you do not exhibit the symptoms displayed by Meng Zhang and the others, you are likely unaffected. Cholera is most fearful of close contact, as it spreads easily in such conditions. Thus, it is imperative that each of us uses our own bowls and utensils, and we must refrain from sharing meals. Let us practice diligent hand-washing and maintain cleanliness to minimize the risk of infection. Thank you, madam. You are truly benevolent. The villagers expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Ruoyue continued. Very well, please take a moment to rest. Once we have prepared the steamed buns, we shall distribute them among you. As for Meng Zhang and Meng Zian, they should keep their distance for the time being. I will arrange for someone to attend to their needs. Ruoyue refrained from asking the villagers for assistance, fearing that some might be afflicted with cholera and inadvertently spread it to others. Hence, she preferred her own people to handle the cooking. "Thank you, madam." The villagers reiterated their appreciation. For them, the prospect of gnawing on tree bark and roots had been a considerable hardship. Now, they could scarcely believe they would have the opportunity to enjoy steamed buns. Their anticipation was palpable, their eyes glistening with hope. Before long, Feng'er and Xiaodai had prepared the steamed buns. They had kneaded a great deal of dough and steamed several large batches of fluffy buns. Additionally, they crafted some flatbreads and distributed them among the disaster victims. When the villagers received the fragrant, tender steamed buns, they were overwhelmed with joy, some even weeping tears of happiness. A few could hardly bear to eat, cradling the buns in their hands and gazing at them for an extended period. Only when their tears threatened to dampen the buns did they begin to choke back sobs as they took their first bites. Seeing the plight of the common folk brought tears to Ruoyue's eyes as well. Earlier, after Feng'er had fed Meng Zheng some porridge, his complexion began to improve noticeably. Coupled with the medicine she provided, 2 hours later, Meng Zheng's condition was gradually on the mend. Moreover, since taking her medicine, his spirits had lifted considerably. With a resurgence of vigor, he even attempted to eat a whole bun at once. In contrast, Meng Zian found himself gripped by renewed abdominal pain. Yet Qin Fu had yet to finish preparing the medicine. After a considerable wait, Qin Fu finally managed to hastily concoct the remedy. The conditions outside were less than favorable, with the need to prepare medicine and kindle a fire, which truly tested his endurance. Once the concoction was ready, he hastily summoned the apprentice to present it to Meng Zian, wiping the beads of perspiration from his brow, and announced, "This is the white-headed crow's broth, specifically for treating dysentery, infused with some peach blossoms, which is most effective against the ailment. Quickly, administer it to him." The apprentice, upon hearing this, promptly brought the medicine forth and administered it to Meng Zian. However, after consuming it, Meng Zian showed no signs of improvement, still clutching his abdomen in discomfort. "Oh, this is unbearable. My stomach still aches. Brother Meng Zheng, why has your pain subsided?" he curiously inquired, glancing toward Meng Zheng. It was noteworthy that since Meng Zheng had ingested the lady's medicine, he had not complained of a stomachache again. Could it be that the lady's remedy was indeed effective? Meng Zheng quickly replied, "Yes, my discomfort has significantly diminished, and the pain is gradually easing. After consuming this bun, I feel considerably more invigorated." "Zian, why has the medicine from Dr. Qin proven ineffective for you?" Qin Fu interjected sharply, "Ineffective? He has only just taken the medicine. It cannot be expected to work instantaneously. Just wait, its effects will manifest shortly." The remedy provided to Meng Zian was a specialized formula for dysentery, one he had employed numerous times before, reliably alleviating the pain within 2 hours. Thus, he felt confident in wagering against that young girl. After Qin Fu spoke, he noticed Ruoyue and the others indulging in fragrant buns, and he swallowed hard. He quickly instructed the apprentice to fetch some provisions and began to eat with water from the leather pouch. Once Ruoyue finished her bun, she administered another dose of medicine to Meng Zheng, followed by a rehydration solution. With the efficacy of these 2 treatments, she believed that his condition would improve within 2 hours. As the 2-hour mark approached, the agreed-upon time arrived. By then, Meng Zheng had already risen, pacing back and forth with vigor. Chapter 1634, Zian does not suffer from dysentery. Not only was he able to walk, but he also brimmed with vitality, his muscles showcasing his strength. As he ambled, he remarked, "Madam, your medical skills are truly exceptional. I feel no pain in my abdomen whatsoever. Is this a miraculous medicine you have provided? Why has it taken effect so swiftly? I now feel so comfortable." Yunru chuckled lightly, explaining that since the ancients had not previously employed antibiotics, the initial use would yield remarkable results. However, at that moment, Meng Zian was writhing on the ground, clutching his stomach in agony, groaning, My stomach hurts terribly, as if something is twisting within me. Help, help. Zian, what ails you?" Meng Zheng exclaimed, rushing to support Meng Zian, who was contorted with pain, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "I do not understand why, but after drinking Dr. Qin's medicine, I feel that my abdominal pain has not diminished. Rather, it has intensified." Qin Fu was taken aback, exclaiming, "How can this be? The white-headed crow's broth and peach blossom soup I administered are specifically for treating dysentery, as documented in medical texts. How could he still be in pain?" Ruoyue hurried over, instructing Meng Zheng. "Meng Zheng, Uncover his clothing, so I may examine his abdomen. Meng Zheng promptly revealed Meng Xian's slender abdomen. Qin Fu was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "You wretched girl, what use is it to examine his abdomen? Do you possess the ability to see through him with your mystical eyes? This is none of your concern. Emoli, pull this old man away," Ruoyue calmly instructed. Emoli hastily approached to restrain Qin Fu. Upon hearing Qin Fu's derogatory remarks, Xuancheng coldly advanced towards him, warning, "If you utter another foul word, I shall break your teeth." At this, Qin Fu's expression shifted to one of fear as he shrank back. The young man appeared to possess considerable martial prowess, prompting him to seal his lips and refrain from further indiscretions. Once Emoli had successfully removed Qin Fu, Ruoyue seized the opportunity to discreetly retrieve a compact, rechargeable device from her medical kit and directed it towards Meng Xian's abdomen. After a brief examination, her countenance grew serious as she swiftly returned the device to its place. This scene left Meng Xian gaping in astonishment. What kind of miraculous instrument was this? It emitted light and displayed numbers, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Ruoyue was unperturbed by the prospect of Meng Xian witnessing her device, for it was innocuous enough to attract no suspicion. Suddenly, she turned her gaze sharply towards Qin Fu, declaring, "Qin Fu, you incompetent physician, Meng Xian is clearly not suffering from dysentery, yet you have treated him as such. No wonder his pain has intensified." "What? Not dysentery? How could that be? Did you not just assert it was dysentery?" Qin Fu retorted angrily, waving his sleeve dismissively. "I merely conducted a blood test on Meng Xian to confirm his dysentery diagnosis, hence I administered treatment for it, which led to his improvement. I never claimed that Meng Xian was afflicted with the same ailment." "Huh, they share the same living quarters. If Meng Xian has not contracted dysentery from Meng Xian, then what could it possibly be?" Ascariasis. Ruoyue had already discerned the numerous roundworms in Meng Xian's abdomen using her device, which allowed her to conclude confidently that he was suffering from ascariasis. Chapter 1635. An incompetent physician remains an incompetent physician. What? Ascariasis. How can you be so certain? Qin Fu asked incredulously. "I know for certain because his symptoms are milder than Meng Xian's. He merely has a slight case, experiencing only occasional diarrhea and localized pain around the navel. Yet you, without thoroughly investigating the underlying cause, treated him for dysentery. Your prescriptions of white peony decoction and peach blossom soup are entirely inappropriate. They are remedies for dysentery. Furthermore, peach blossom is inherently cooling and should not be taken in excess. You administered far too much, depleting his vital energy and causing damage to his constitution. The accumulation of cold within his body has aggravated his internal organs, resulting in excruciating pain," Ruoyue expressed with indignation. "He cannot possibly have ascariasis. I refuse to believe it. He must have dysentery." Qin Fu insisted stubbornly. "If he were truly suffering from dysentery, then why have your medications proven ineffective? They have only exacerbated his internal distress, leading to intense suffering. I have long maintained that one must exercise caution in diagnosis, as many ailments may present similarly, yet their causes may diverge significantly. For instance, dysentery and ascariasis may exhibit comparable symptoms, but they are fundamentally different. If one does not exercise caution in their examination, they may misdiagnose an illness and administer the wrong treatment, ultimately causing harm. Presently, Meng Xian is suffering immensely from the medication you provided. I must attend to him immediately, or his life may be at stake." Ruoyue exclaimed as she hurriedly searched through the medicine chest for the antiparasitic remedy. She feigned rummaging through the chest, while in truth, she had already summoned the medicine from her medical space. Subsequently, she retrieved the antiparasitic and handed it to Meng Xian, instructing him on how to take it. The villagers, upon hearing Ruoyue declare that Qin Fu was a quack and had made a grievous error in diagnosis, stormed towards him in anger. "Qin Longjong, are you not a renowned healer? How could you misdiagnose him? It is clearly ascariasis, yet you mistook it for dysentery, almost costing Xian his life. No wonder he is in increasing pain after taking your medicine. It seems you are merely a figure of reputation without substance. Had we known, we would not have sought your assistance. If anything were to happen to Xian, we would not let you off easily." Qin Fu rushed back to examine Meng Xian's symptoms. Noticing white spots on his nails, blue flecks in his eyes, and small lesions in his mouth, alarmed, he slapped his thigh in realization. "I was careless. I assumed he had contracted dysentery from being with Meng Xian. I did not anticipate this to be ascariasis. The white spots on his nails, the lesions on his face, and the blue markings in his eyes, all are indicative of a parasitic infection. I am indeed capable of diagnosing ascariasis. It was merely a moment of oversight that led to my misjudgment as dysentery. This does not render me a quack. I simply made an error. Xuancheng smirked coldly. A quack is a quack, regardless of the excuses. Mo Li concurred. My young master speaks true. A truly skilled physician would never err in diagnosis, much like Our Lady. After Ruoyue administered the medication to Meng Xian, she turned to Qin Fu. Qin Longzhong, the time for our wager has arrived. I have cured Meng Zheng's dysentery. While you have worsened Meng Xian's condition, you have lost. Hearing this, Qin Fu ground his teeth in frustration. I merely made a mistake. If given another chance, I would certainly see clearly. I can also treat ascariasis. I can cure him. Ruoyue stood with her hands clasped behind her back. Life offers only one chance. Not a second. A loss is a loss. Do you wish to argue further? Chapter 1636. Acknowledging defeat. Upon realizing his defeat, Qin Fu's previously arrogant demeanor dissipated, leaving him as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Ruoyue approached him with a chilling voice. Qin Longzhong, we wagered that should you lose, you would sever your head to serve as my footstool. Now that you have lost, it is time to fulfill your end of the bargain. Qin Fu stammered, feeling the weight of her cold gaze, causing him to weaken and tremble. At that moment, Mo Li produced a dagger, presenting it to Ruoyue. Wang Fei. This dagger is forged from dark iron, capable of cutting through steel with ease. Perhaps he should use it to behead himself. I assure you, one swift strike will suffice. Leaving no trace behind, Ruoyue accepted the dagger, waving it lightly in her hand. Very well, Qin Longzhong, you made the wager and must honor it. Now, do it yourself. With that, she tossed the dagger at Qin Fu's feet. As the dagger was hurled down, Qin Fu was struck with panic, exclaiming, I cannot. A wager lost must be acknowledged. What? Do you now hesitate to accept your fate? Ruoyue sneered. It was then that Qin Fu realized the group before him was formidable. He was already trembling, his legs weak and his face drenched in cold sweat. Hastily, he clasped his hands together in a gesture of supplication, his demeanor undergoing a complete transformation. My lady, I acknowledge my error. I beseech you, grant me mercy this once. A true man must be adaptable, and in this moment, he certainly needed to change his course. Ruoyue's cold laughter echoed. So, you are afraid, after all? Just moments ago, in our bet, you were so resolute. I had thought you possessed courage. It seems you are but a coward. Meng Zheng added. He is indeed a coward. Upon losing, he reneges and pleads for mercy. If the lady had lost, who knows how he would have pressured her? Precisely. He is a bully who fears the strong. At that moment, Qin Fu inadvertently cast a glance at Xuancheng, only to find his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Instantly, he understood that this man was not merely an affluent young master, but rather someone of unfathomable depth. It dawned upon him that he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. With a grim expression, he looked at Ruoyue, pleading, Madam, I truly cannot bring myself to harm you. I still have patients to attend to. Let us consider our previous exchange a jest, and I implore you to let this go. A jest, you say? You are quite the orator, Ruoyue retorted, clapping her hands. Very well, I have no desire to witness a bloody scene. Here is my proposition. If you surrender all the silver you possess, I shall spare your life. What say you? Her intention had never been to behead him, but merely to intimidate. Upon hearing this, Qin Fu's face contorted with reluctance, for he carried half of his fortune on his person. Being exceedingly avaricious, he feared theft when venturing out. Hence, he kept some silver on him while storing the rest at home. Currently, he had 1,000 taels in silver notes, and parting with all of it to this woman felt like a grievous loss. With a sorrowful expression, he lamented, My lady, I do possess some silver notes, but they are meant for my journey. How about I give you 100 taels, and you let me go? Is your life worth merely 100 taels? Ruoyue queried lightly. Mo Li, search him thoroughly. Mo Li promptly stepped forward, seizing Qin Fu. He swiftly rummaged through Qin Fu's waist and unearthed a purse. Upon opening it, a stack of silver notes lay within. Gazing at the notes, Ruoyue was taken aback, exclaiming, My dear husband, look at how wealthy Qin the doctor truly is. One cannot judge a man by his appearance. Given Qin Fu's attire, he hardly seemed capable of possessing such wealth. Yet, Mo Li had indeed discovered it. Moreover, during these years of calamity, He seemed unperturbed by the threat of theft. Xuancheng remained composed, stating, "Li, continue searching. I suspect he has ample silver left to secure his life." Upon hearing this, Qin Fu collapsed onto the ground, lamenting, "My silver notes. Oh, my silver notes." Li paid no heed to him, rummaging through the man's garments. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Young master, this fellow is quite cunning. He has sewn a pocket in his collar, concealing banknotes within." "Stop it, you rascal!" Qin Fu retorted angrily. Unfazed, Li continued his search. Then, the crowd heard his astonished voice, "Wow! There are banknotes hidden in his hat, and even in his armpits, and more concealed within his trouser legs. Lo and behold, there's a pouch sewn into his pants, filled with silver. You better not strip me of all my banknotes. Leave me some." Qin Fu lamented, tears welling in his eyes. "Oh dear! There are even coins hidden in the soles of his shoes. Young master, I truly did not realize he had amassed such wealth. I counted, and there are nearly 1,000 taels. Is that enough to exchange for his head?" Li jested. Xuancheng smiled faintly. "If we have finished searching, that should suffice." Seeing this, Qin Fu was terrified and hurriedly fell to his knees before Xuancheng. "Young master, please spare my life. You can take half. Just leave me a portion. Please. This silver is my lifeblood. I cannot part with it." While he pleaded for mercy, his heart seethed with resentment. Just wait until he returned to his territory. He would surely take revenge on these people and reclaim his dignity, having traversed the battlefield for many years. Xuancheng could easily discern that Qin Fu was merely feigning submission. He scoffed, "You truly are adept at bending and stretching. Your betrayal comes quicker than turning a page. Just moments ago, you were disparaging my lady. Had you not insulted her, I might have shown you leniency. You dare to offend her. Either forfeit your life or exchange it for silver." With that, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Qin Fu, feeling the weight of his gaze, was instantly struck with fear. Though accustomed to grand spectacles, he had never encountered a man with such an imposing presence and palpable murderous intent. He realized he had crossed his lady today, and if he did not relinquish all the banknotes, he would certainly lose his life. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and relented. "Very well, take it all. Just spare me." With that, he hastily donned his shoes, attempting to escape to his donkey cart. "Wait a moment," Xuancheng interjected. "Li, return those coins to him. I find them unsightly." "Yes, young master," Li replied, disdainfully tossing the coins onto Qin Fu's cart. Terrified and trembling, Qin Fu wasted no time in climbing onto his cart, urging the apprentice to lead the donkey forward, fleeing in utter disgrace. This man was not to be trifled with. He dared not linger, lest he meet his demise. As Qin Fu fled, the crowd erupted in applause, chastising him for his fate. At that moment, Meng Zian noticed that his stomach pain was gradually subsiding. He felt much better, but urgently needed to find a restroom. Chapter 1638. Coming to express gratitude for salvation, Ruoyue turned to Xuancheng playfully, saying, "Husband, share the fortune. Look, may I distribute these banknotes among the villagers? Everyone could receive a little to purchase food." Xuancheng affectionately ruffled her hair, his gaze imbued with warmth. "Very well, I shall comply with your wishes." Ruoyue hastened to approach Li, preparing to distribute the silver notes among everyone. The crowd was utterly perplexed. The lady was so generous as to share her winnings. While they longed for the notes, they felt it was inappropriate to accept such a gift. At that moment, Meng Zheng suddenly interjected, "Madam, these silver notes are your winnings. We cannot accept rewards we did not earn. Moreover, we have already imposed upon you by consuming your steamed buns. It would be ungracious to take your silver notes as well. Please, do retract them." Meng Zian added, "Indeed, madam, you saved both me and Meng Zheng. We are already deeply grateful to you. One must learn to be content. We cannot take your silver notes." Upon hearing this, the others, despite their desire, felt too embarrassed to accept the offer. Ruoyue was taken aback by their refusal. It seemed these young men possessed commendable character. She suddenly turned to Meng Zian and asked, "Zian, is your stomach still in pain?" Meng Zian's face flushed, while the pain had subsided. He did feel a pressing need to find a restroom. Ruoyue chuckled lightly. "Your ailment manifests this way. You should hasten to find a restroom. Once you do, you shall feel better." "Yes, madam," Meng Zian replied, quickly making his way to a nearby farmhouse in search of relief. Meanwhile, Ruoyue continued to press the silver notes into the hands of the villagers, stating, "These notes are my winnings, and one should not hoard what one has won alone. Otherwise, misfortune may ensue. We must share these, for only then can fortune favor us in the future. You have little silver as it is, with these notes. You may purchase some food. Madam, we truly cannot accept, Meng Zheng insisted again. Ruoyue replied, do not speak. You may not wish for them. But they have families to support. They certainly need them. The villagers nodded eagerly, not out of greed, but due to their genuine hunger and dire need for silver notes. With elderly and children dependent upon them, they could endure hunger themselves. But what if the elderly or the children perished from starvation? At this moment, they were indeed eager for the silver notes. Hearing Ruoyue's words, Meng Zheng fell silent. Subsequently, Ruoyue and Mo Li proceeded to distribute the silver notes among the crowd. With over 30 individuals present, each person received merely 30 taels, which, in these times when rice was as precious as gold, would scarcely purchase a meager amount of food. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. Once the villagers received the notes, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Ruoyue, carefully tucking the notes away. Ruoyue then instructed Mo Li to find a garment for Meng Zheng to wear, so he would not wander bare-armed among the crowd, potentially embarrassing himself before the young women. Observing how effortlessly Ruoyue cured the ailments of Meng Zheng and Meng Zian, Xuancheng felt a profound admiration for her. She was even more remarkable than he had imagined. On a summer evening, as the sunset painted the sky in brilliant hues, casting a rosy glow upon the earth, it resembled a celestial realm. After enjoying their meal, Ruoyue and Xuancheng settled in the carriage to rest, planning to spend the night there before setting off early the next day. At that moment, Meng Zheng, accompanied by Meng Zian, approached them. As they approached, Meng Zheng was the first to clasp his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my lord and lady, for saving our lives. The pains in my and Zian's bellies have subsided, and I believe we shall be fully healed in a few days. We have come specifically to express our heartfelt thanks." Chapter 1639. A genius in battle. Ruoyue quickly waved her hand, insisting there was no need for thanks, as it was merely a small act of kindness. How can we not express our gratitude? While the lady is magnanimous, we cannot forget the kindness shown to us. I wonder if you are in need of additional hands. We wish to follow you, my lord and lady, Meng Zheng said, his face flushed with excitement. Xuancheng was taken aback. You wish to follow us? Meng Zheng nodded eagerly. Indeed. It was you who saved us. Had it not been for the lady's intervention, we might have lost our lives. You are our benefactors, and we must repay your kindness. Rest assured, our desire to follow you stems solely from a wish to repay the life debt. We seek no monetary reward. Yes, we will serve for free. Whether it is scaling a mountain of blades or descending into a cauldron of oil, we shall not hesitate to assist whenever you need us. Meng Zian chimed in, anxious not to be rejected. Xuancheng scrutinized the two of them. After donning Mo Li's attire, Meng Zheng appeared vibrant and full of energy. He was tall with a robust build, clearly someone accustomed to physical training. Meng Zian, though slightly shorter and leaner, exuded an air of honesty and sincerity. He then inquired, I do not require useless individuals. What skills do you possess? Upon hearing this, Meng Zheng's confidence surged. My lord, though I am an orphan, I grew up in the village school, learning to read from a young age. I have a profound interest in military strategy and have diligently studied military texts. I am well versed in the art of troop formations and military tactics. I dare say, in the realm of warfare, I would claim the second position, with no one bold enough to claim the first. Oh, you are that skilled? Xuancheng raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of skepticism in his eyes. Indeed, I have been immersed in military literature since childhood. Not only can I strategize troop movements, but I also possess martial skills to protect you and the lady. Allow me to demonstrate, Meng Zheng declared, brimming with confidence as he rushed to an open space to showcase his bare-handed combat techniques. As he fought, he even lifted and hurled a stone weighing over 200 pounds, demonstrating his considerable strength. Xuancheng observed that while his punches and kicks were fierce, they lacked finesse. He relied solely on brute force. An ordinary opponent would struggle against him, but a seasoned expert would easily outmaneuver him. However, with a solid foundation in martial arts, a bit of guidance could undoubtedly elevate his skills over time. After finishing his display, Meng Zheng approached, wiping the sweat from his brow. My lord, how did I perform? Surely, my skills surpass those of mere showy techniques? Xuancheng tapped the carriage lightly, concealing the expression in his eyes. He replied coolly, You mentioned your knowledge of troop formations and military strategy. Have you ever been on the battlefield? Meng Zheng awkwardly shook his head. No, I have not had the opportunity. Given the chance, I would undoubtedly rise to the rank of a great general. I have thoroughly memorized the military strategies of renowned masters and understand their application. I know how to engage in warfare. Xuancheng's gaze was cold and detached. It became evident that this was merely a fledgling, brimming with youthful arrogance, who could only engage in theoretical discussions about battle. He spoke gravely. Warfare is no trifling matter. It concerns the lives of countless soldiers and must not be approached lightly. You have never set foot on the battlefield and lack practical experience, yet you dare claim to be a warrior. I find this utterly astonishing. Chapter 1640. My apologies. My apologies. Your words are misguided, young sir. Although I have not experienced battle firsthand, I am well versed in the military doctrines of various schools and can adeptly apply strategies in response to military situations. Upon finishing this statement, Meng Zheng cast a defiant glance at Xuancheng, thinking to himself that the young master appeared akin to a scholar, a mere literati, unlikely to comprehend the art of warfare or possess martial prowess. However, that was of little consequence. Given time, once you come to know me, you shall surely revise your opinion. Previously, he had been lying on the ground and had not witnessed Xuancheng using the force of the wind to strike Qin Fu from afar, and thus he had always believed that Xuancheng lacked martial skills. Oh, Xuancheng chuckled lightly, then enlightened me on the principles of military strategy. Very well. Please listen closely. The essence of military strategy lies in psychological warfare. To conquer the heart is paramount, while besieging a city is secondary. The battle of the mind takes precedence over the clash of arms. To triumph over our adversaries, we must first dismantle their psychological defenses. And how do we achieve this psychological conquest? Xuancheng inquired further. Meng Zheng, brimming with confidence, replied, psychological conquest is achieved through means that instill in the enemy a sense of loyalty and submission. We must understand what they desire and what they fear, breaching their mental fortifications. Thus, we can achieve victory with half the effort. And what does it mean to march and deploy formations? Xuancheng continued his questioning. To march and deploy formations, of course, involves arranging troops according to the strategies outlined in military texts. We may choose to form square, circular, or even water and fire formations based on terrain and the strength of both sides. I am acquainted with dozens of such formations, but due to time constraints, I shall refrain from elaborating, as I doubt you would comprehend. Meng Zheng declared with self-satisfaction. Beside them, Emoli felt a twitch in his jaw. Had he heard correctly? This young man had the audacity to claim that their lord would not understand. Their lord was a battle-hardened warrior who had won numerous significant victories, possessing both strategic knowledge and practical experience. How could this young man dare to show off before him? Did he not understand the concept that there are always those more skilled than oneself? Xuancheng was not angered. Rather, he inquired further, what is your purpose in warfare? Do you harbor any dreams? My purpose is to showcase my abilities, to defend my homeland. I wish to dedicate all my military strategies to ensure that the state of Chu is not oppressed by foreign foes. My dream is to, like Prince Li, stand out and become a great general, a guardian of the state of Chu. Meng Zheng replied with fervor. Xuancheng nodded in appreciation. This was a dream shared by many soldiers. He too had once held such aspirations. However, after experiencing countless trials of life and death, his dreams had transformed. Now, his wish is for a world devoid of war, a desire for peace, where no soldiers fall in battle. Ruoyue, hearing Meng Zheng's words, playfully interjected. Do you know Prince Li? The individual before him, it seems, is utterly unaware that he stands in the presence of the illustrious Prince Li. Upon hearing her inquiry, Meng Zheng feared that they might underestimate him, and suddenly boasted, oh, I know him. Not only do I know him, but I am also a good friend of Prince Li. I once encountered His Highness in Jiangzhou, and he is my utmost admiration. He is exceedingly amiable and has even invited me for a meal. He holds me in high regard. Rest assured, my lord and lady, should you accept me, Prince Li would undoubtedly express his gratitude. Ruoyue exchanged a light-hearted smile with Xuancheng, and a glimmer of mischief danced in their eyes. Xuancheng clasped his hands in greeting. So, you are a friend of Prince Li. How fortunate. But tell me, do you know what he looks like? Chapter 1641. Why is the young master so fair? Meng Zheng pondered for a moment and replied, he possesses a commanding presence, exuding an aura of authority without overt display. He is quite robust, standing tall with a long beard and thick eyebrows, wielding a large blade. Reminiscent of Guangong from theatrical performances. What? Xuancheng was taken aback, while Mo Li and the others erupted into laughter, unable to maintain their composure at Meng Zheng's description of His Highness. Xuancheng gritted his teeth. Well, very well. My lord, what do you find so commendable? Meng Zheng inquired, puzzled. Xuancheng hesitated momentarily. I meant to say that Prince Li is quite handsome. Indeed, as a great general, he ought to have such a demeanor. How could one intimidate foes without a commanding presence? Surely not like you, my lord, with such delicate features? Meng Zheng replied innocently. At that moment, Ruoyue and Mo Li could no longer contain their laughter, stifling their giggles behind their hands. Xuancheng's face tightened as he heard those words, his brows furrowing deeply. Yet, oblivious to the humor he had incited, Meng Zheng continued to observe him with a puzzled expression. My lord, I must ask, how is it that your skin is so flawless? As a man, how is your complexion so pale, akin to fresh snow? My lord, are you unwell? Is it that you rarely see sunlight? My lord, if you accept me, I assure you I will teach you martial arts, enabling you to strengthen your physique and embody the essence of a formidable man. Cough, cough. Xuancheng could no longer suppress his cough, while the laughter from Mo Li and the others persisted, though they endeavored to stifle it. They were reluctant to mock the prince, yet the situation was undeniably amusing. Xuancheng shot a cold glare at Meng Zheng, who says I lack prowess. I am a man of pure valor. Just because my skin is fair, and all my family possesses such a complexion, a hereditary trait. Speak no further nonsense, or you shall not accompany me. Frustrated, Xuancheng stood tall and imposing with sharp features, the epitome of masculinity. Yet, the truth remained that his skin was indeed fair, a trait passed down through generations. Nonetheless, after a few days of military training under the sun, his complexion would darken to a gentle bronze. However, once he returned home for rest or during the winter months, devoid of sunlight, his skin would gradually revert to its original pallor. He possesses fair skin, yet this does not hinder him in battle, nor does it prevent him from treating the enemy's head as one would a mere vegetable. Upon hearing Xuancheng's words, Meng Zheng hastily replied, My lord, do you mean to say you are prepared to accept us? I did not say such a thing, Xuancheng retorted with a hint of pride. You shall accompany us for now. I shall assess your worth before making a decision. Meng Zheng understood that despite his words, Xuancheng's heart was undoubtedly inclined toward acceptance. He promptly responded, Very well, thank you, my lord. Rest assured, we shall perform admirably and ensure the safety of both you and your lady. His desire to follow the young master stemmed from two motives: to repay the life-saving grace he had received, and to provide for Xian, ensuring he would have enough to eat. In this year of famine, with nowhere else to turn, serving this wealthy young master seemed a promising choice. Though Meng Zheng aspired to forge a grand career in the military, he found it inconvenient to do so while caring for Xian. As fellow orphans and close brothers, he could not bear to abandon Xian. Thus, for the sake of his companion, he willingly accepted the role of a humble guard by the young master's side. Chapter 1642. Their acceptance, he had resolved that once he had repaid his benefactor and secured a stable future for Xian, he would return to military service and pursue his dreams of becoming a great general. At that moment, Xuancheng said, Meng Zheng, Meng Xian, since you wish to follow me, you shall first serve as my armed guards. Should opportunities arise in the future, I will gladly recommend you to the military. Is that true? You are acquainted with those in the military? That is splendid news. Meng Zheng exclaimed with excitement. Meng Xian, equally grateful, added, My lord, you truly are a benevolent person. Suddenly, Meng Zheng inquired, By the way, my lord, my lady, we are yet unaware of your esteemed names. May I ask your surnames and given names? After a moment's consideration, Xuancheng replied, My surname is Chu, and my wife's surname is Yun. We hail from the capital. He preferred not to divulge any more details. Meng Zheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the young master would decline to reveal his name, suggesting that his identity was shrouded in mystery. Respecting the young master's wishes, he refrained from pressing further, trusting that one day he would uncover the truth. Well then, since my husband has accepted you, you shall accompany us, Ruoyue declared. Fenger, go and prepare a carriage for them to rest upon. They can start working once they have fully recovered. Thank you, my lady, the two men said, bowing in gratitude. After the two departed, Xuancheng remarked to Ruoyue, Meng Zheng exhibits commendable martial skills and possesses a solid grasp of military texts. He is indeed a person of potential. However, he lacks practical experience and is prone to theoretical discussions, lacking adaptability. His youthful bravado leads him to boast excessively. Such a character must be tempered and refined before he can be of true use. Ruoyue smiled and replied, "Indeed. I did not expect him to have the audacity to claim he knows you. Is he not afraid of being unmasked? He may fear that I would reject him, which is why he made such a statement," Xuancheng explained. After resting for a night, the next morning, Ruoyue and her companions prepared to set out. At that moment, she noticed the villagers of Mengjia, all burdened with their belongings, heading toward the imperial city. She hurriedly intercepted them. "Dear sirs, are you headed to the imperial city?" "Indeed, our village has been submerged by floodwaters, leaving us with nowhere to turn. We have heard that in the imperial city there are many officials and nobles. Perhaps they will grant us a morsel of sustenance, thus sparing us from starvation." It appeared these common folk held such beliefs, thinking the imperial city was paved with gold. Ruoyue remarked, "The distance to the imperial city is vast. I fear you may perish from hunger before you even arrive. On our journey here, we encountered numerous starved corpses, all of whom had set out for the imperial city, only to succumb to starvation before reaching their destination. I implore you, do not follow in their footsteps. It would be wiser to remain in Jiangnan and await the arrival of the Imperial Commissioner for Disaster Relief than to venture to the Imperial City." Just yesterday, she had informed everyone of the Commissioner's arrival in Jiangnan, yet they still yearned to go to the Imperial City. One individual spoke up, "Madam, it is not that we desire to go to the Imperial City, but now that everyone knows the Commissioner is in Jiangnan, all are flocking to Jiangzhou and other areas. With so many people, by the time it is our turn, there may be nothing left for us, leaving us with naught but a fate of starvation. Thus, it would be prudent to take the opposite approach and venture to the imperial city. Perhaps the emperor will take pity on us." The notion that the emperor would care for them made Ruoyue chuckle softly. Chapter 1643, Provocation. If the emperor were inclined to assist them, they would not be in such a desperate plight. She surveyed her surroundings and noticed a sprawling mountain in the distance, then inquired, "Where are you from?" Meng Zheng promptly responded, "Madam of Chu, we are from this vicinity. Our village is called Mengjia Village, merely 10 miles from here. A few days ago, a flood swept through this area, inundating our village. We managed to escape, but out of attachment to our homeland, we have lingered nearby, hoping the waters would recede so we could return. However, the flood has shown no sign of retreat, and it seems more rain is forthcoming, which could submerge our village once more. Thus, we have abandoned the hope of returning home and plan to head to the imperial city." "I see. Is there truly not a morsel of food to be found nearby?" Ruoyue asked. "I see a large mountain across the way. Surely there must be game within its depths. Why do you not venture to hunt?" Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged fearful glances, even Meng Zheng's face momentarily betraying a hint of trepidation. At that moment, a villager spoke up, "Madam, that mountain over there is indeed the one belonging to Mengjia Village. There is game within, yet we dare not ascend to hunt." "Why not?" Xuancheng suddenly interjected. "Because there resides a fearsome, white-eyed tiger within that mountain. I have heard from the elders who once hunted there that this tiger is massive and fierce, with a greenish face and sharp fangs, resembling a demon. Any villager who dares to enter that mountain to hunt has met their end at the jaws of that tiger, and thus, over time, no one has had the courage to hunt there anymore. Indeed, my grandfather ventured into that mountain to hunt and was devoured by the tiger. My father witnessed it firsthand. Had he not fled quickly, I would not be here today. That tiger is too formidable. In the past, villagers banded together with weapons to avenge those who had been killed, hoping to slay the beast. Yet, instead of being vanquished, the tiger claimed the lives of several villagers. Since that time, we have never dared to venture into the mountains again. Now, after years of abandonment, the forest has grown denser, filled with thorns, making entry nearly impossible." Upon hearing these words, Xuancheng exchanged a glance with Ruoyue. He remarked, "With no one entering the mountains for so long, there must be not only that tiger but also many other prey within. If someone dares to hunt, they might capture plenty of game, and everyone could avoid hunger." "Oh, it is easy for young Master Chu to say, but none of us can match that fierce tiger." "Who would dare?" Another replied. "Indeed, venturing in would be tantamount to courting death. I certainly would not." Xuancheng then turned his gaze to Meng Zheng, a glint of mockery in his eyes. "Didn't you claim to be quite formidable? With your exceptional martial prowess and strength akin to an ox, along with your military strategy skills, why not lead us in hunting that tiger? We could all feast on tiger meat. Meng Zheng awkwardly pointed at himself, a hint of trepidation flickering in his eyes. I dare not. I've heard that the tiger weighs 1,000 pounds. A single swipe could reduce a man to mere paste. I do not wish to lead everyone to their doom. With a faint smile, Xuancheng responded, just yesterday, you boasted of your prowess. Yet today your courage seems to have dwindled. Meng Zheng, I once held you in high regard, but it appears you are merely a braggart. When faced with real danger, you falter. If you fear a mere tiger, how will you confront the battlefield? Chapter 1644. The need for refinement. Xuancheng greatly admired Meng Zheng's potential, but felt the need to spur him on, to cultivate his courage. Emily chimed in. Indeed, Meng Zheng, such cowardice belies your ambition to become a general. I fear you might soil your trousers before even reaching the battlefield. Who claims I am cowardly? I simply wish to avoid unnecessary sacrifice. Meng Zheng retorted, his face flushed. Xuancheng continued, if I am unafraid, how can you be? Should you manage to slay that tiger, I would wholeheartedly respect your abilities and recommend you for military service, allowing you to truly engage in battle. Otherwise, mere words will not suffice for my endorsement. Ruoyue recognized that Xuancheng was provoking Meng Zheng and added, let it be, my husband, that tiger is fearsome, and the mountains treacherous. Though Meng Zheng is our mightiest warrior, if he dares not go, we should refrain from attempting it ourselves. Not at all. If Meng Zheng is fearful, I am eager to try my hand at defeating that great tiger, Xuancheng jested. Who says I am afraid? Who dares claim I lack courage? Young master, if even a frail scholar like you is willing, what do I have to fear? Just wait here, and I shall return with the tiger. Meng Zheng, spurred by Xuancheng's taunts, felt a surge of determination to prove he was no coward, but rather a valiant soul. Seeing Meng Zheng finally willing to act, Xuancheng stated, no need, we shall accompany you. Since you have the courage, we have no reason to hesitate. Very well. If you insist on joining, wait for me at the mountain's base while I select a few brave villagers to accompany me, Meng Zheng replied. Let us discuss it further then, Xuancheng remarked nonchalantly. Soon, all those present began to gather sticks and other materials, following Xuancheng and his companions towards the mountain. Along the way, the villagers expressed their deep trepidation, recounting tales of the mountain's terror and the ferocity of the tigers, creating a chilling atmosphere. Nevertheless, Xuancheng and his party remained impassive, seemingly accustomed to such scenarios. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Meng Zheng hurried over to Xuancheng and Ruoyue, saying, My lord, my lady, please wait here while I lead the others into the mountain. No, we shall enter with you. Xuancheng replied calmly. What, my lord? Do not jest. You lack martial skills and are accompanied by your family. If you come along, I will be distracted by the need to protect you. It is far safer for you to remain here, Meng Zheng insisted, waving his hands dismissively. That is not an option. Although we may not possess martial prowess, we are many and can contribute our strength. The task of confronting the tiger is for the benefit of all. We must unite our efforts. How can we leave it to just a few of you? Xuancheng asserted. His intent in urging Meng Zheng to confront the tiger was twofold. Firstly, to test Meng Zheng's courage and resolve. Secondly, to instill in the villagers the principles of unity and self-reliance. From the very first glance at Meng Zheng, he recognized his innate military talent and potential, fostering a desire to recruit him. However, Meng Zheng, despite his abilities, was lacking in practical experience, relying solely on theoretical knowledge while exhibiting an excessive confidence. Such a haughty disposition could lead to calamity on the battlefield, fueled by his arrogance and unilateral decisions. Thus, Xuancheng aimed to temper his pride, teaching him to be humble and cautious, to understand that there are always greater forces beyond oneself. It was essential for Meng Zheng to learn that no matter how formidable one may be, a sense of reverence for the world is paramount. One must act with humility and prudence, never allowing a modicum of talent to engender complacency or the belief of being the greatest in the world. However, he would not voice these sentiments overtly. No one relishes having their flaws pointed out directly. The most astute approach is to guide Meng Zheng to recognize his own shortcomings, enabling him to amend them in a timely manner. This way, he would grow and become even more formidable. A rough gem requires careful refinement and polishing to transform into a precious stone. Upon hearing Xuancheng's words, although Meng Zheng was reluctant to allow them to take risks. He conceded, "Very well, we shall lead the way, and you can follow at a distance. If the situation turns dire, you must flee without concern for us." "Indeed. Let us forward." Xuancheng nodded in agreement. Soon, Meng Zheng selected several courageous villagers and led them up the mountain. As they approached the base, they discovered that the mountain had been left untouched for years, overrun with thorns. Without cutting away the thickets, passage was impossible. Fortunately, the villagers carried makeshift weapons. Armed with hoes, sickles, and hatchets, they began to clear the thorns, seeking an old path to guide everyone into the mountain. Despite their armaments, fear gripped them, sending shivers down their spines. Meng Zheng, as the leader, wielded a chopping knife and led the way, gazing into the dark and foreboding forest. A wave of trepidation surged within him. Despite his fear, he had boasted to the others, and retreat was not an option. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, an unsettling rustling sound suddenly echoed around them, causing their hearts to race. "What is that noise? Could it be a tiger?" Meng Zian asked, trembling with fear. "Allow me to see." Meng Zheng quickly glanced down and spotted a snake slithering swiftly across the ground. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Fear not. It is not a tiger, merely a snake. If we capture it, we can stew it for dinner." "Excellent. It has been ages since I last savored meat." "Snake meat will suffice," an excited villager exclaimed. Without hesitation, Meng Zheng moved forward, striking the snake's head with the blunt edge of his knife, rendering it unconscious. He then placed the snake into the burlap sack on Meng Zian's back and continued onward. The forest, long untouched by human presence, was teeming with pheasants and hares. Upon spotting these small creatures, the villagers could hardly contain their excitement and rushed to catch the rabbits, momentarily forgetting their fears. Ruoyue, supported by Xuancheng and protected by Xiao Dai, trailed behind at a distance. "Ah, look over there. What is that?" Ruoyue suddenly exclaimed, noticing a white object nearby, and instinctively shrank into Xuancheng's embrace. He held her close, peering in that direction, and discovered a set of white bones lying on the ground. "Do not fear. It is merely a skeleton," he comforted, gently patting her back. "A skeleton? Could it be the remains of a villager slain by a tiger?" Meng Zian trembled with fear at the thought. Chapter 1646. The fierce tiger approaches. Everyone hurried to the bones, which were gruesomely scattered, heads separated from body, upper half from lower half, creating a chilling sight. "Look, there is another one," someone suddenly pointed out, spotting another skeleton beneath a large tree not far away. "Over there too, there are 2 or 3 more," another voice called out. As they raised their eyes, several more skeletons came into view, sending shivers down their spines. With so many bones, they must all belong to the people of Mengjia village. They were surely slain by that tiger. "Oh no, there must be a tiger lurking nearby." Meng Zheng, since we have already caught so many rabbits, shall we not retreat? "Indeed, I do not wish to die in vain." "Do not fear. We have come this far. We must slay the tiger and avenge our villagers. Besides, if I can kill this tiger, we could hunt here in the future," Meng Zheng declared, summoning his courage. He glanced at Xuancheng, unwilling to appear cowardly in his eyes. "But so many villagers before us were no match for this tiger. And we lack martial skills. How can we fight it? Wait, do you hear that? It sounds like heavy footsteps approaching." Suddenly, Meng Zian froze in place, his expression rigid. "What sound?" someone curiously inquired. "Zian, we haven't heard anything. What do you hear?" Meng Zian hurriedly knelt on the ground, pressing his ear to the earth to listen intently. Xuancheng turned his gaze towards him, noticing that Meng Zian's ears were twitching rapidly, distinctly unlike an ordinary person's. Could it be that Meng Zian possessed extraordinary hearing? Despite his lack of internal energy, he had perceived the footsteps, while the villagers remained oblivious. This indicated that his auditory abilities were indeed exceptional. Such a talent, with a modicum of cultivation, could prove invaluable in future conflicts. At that moment, Meng Zian's demeanor grew increasingly grave. "I can hear it. There are indeed heavy footsteps approaching, accompanied by labored breathing. Meng Zheng, what should we do now?" Upon hearing this, Meng Zheng gripped his cleaver tightly, leaping in front of the others, his teeth clenched. "It must be a tiger. Do not fear. I shall lead the charge against it." No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar echoed from the distance, startling everyone into instinctive retreat, their hearts racing in terror. The tiger's roar grew louder, and from the nearby forest emerged a massive, fearsome white tiger, its presence commanding. The tiger, like a tempest, bounded towards them, leaping onto a large rock with grace. Its powerful physique and fierce gaze exuded an aura of dominance. Unmistakably a king among tigers. Once atop the stone, it fixed its sharp eyes on the crowd, baring its formidable fangs and unleashing a deafening roar. Instantly, the ground trembled, dust swirling violently, and the villagers felt as though their eardrums might shatter. This tiger must weigh 600 or 700 pounds. Mengzheng, we cannot fight it. We must flee. A timid villager recoiled in fear. Seeing the gigantic beast, Mengzheng trembled with trepidation, yet called out to the others. Let us all join forces and slay it. With that, he raised his cleaver and charged forward. Chapter 1647. Do you know martial arts? Simultaneously, the tiger leaped fiercely towards Mengzheng. Noticing the impending danger, Mengzheng swiftly dodged to the side, swinging his blade at the beast. However, the tiger's reflexes were astute. Before Mengzheng's weapon could reach it, the tiger lashed out, wrapping its tongue around him with brutal force. Its tongue was lined with sharp barbs, tearing through his clothing and leaving him bloodied. Brother Zheng, be careful, Meng Xian exclaimed in alarm. Mengzheng, wounded but resolute, leapt up, engaging in a desperate struggle with the tiger. Meanwhile, the villagers armed with tridents stood paralyzed with fear, trembling in place, hesitant to advance, some even beginning to retreat. Thus, it was only Mengzheng who dared to grapple with the fierce beast. In that moment, he fled beneath a grand tree, the tiger relentlessly pursuing him. Initially, Mengzheng was filled with trepidation, yet upon realizing that he alone dared to confront the fierce tiger, a flicker of heroic courage ignited within him. Recognizing that he was the only one bold enough to engage the beast, he resolved not to falter, vowing to protect his comrades. Gritting his teeth and drenched in sweat, he wrestled with the tiger, seeking an opening to strike. The tiger, perceiving Mengzheng's audacity to flee, suddenly reared up, letting out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, stirring up clouds of yellow dust. With a piercing howl, the tiger seemed enraged by Mengzheng's defiance, losing its patience as it bared its formidable jaws and lunged to bite. At that moment, Mengzheng's strength waned, he faltered slightly, and the tiger seized his arm with a vicious grip. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through him, eliciting a pained groan. The villagers stood in stunned silence, horrified at the thought of Mengzheng being devoured by the tiger. As the searing agony radiated from his arm, Mengzheng glanced up to see the tiger clamping down, ready to rend his flesh. He thought to himself that his fate was sealed. In that critical moment, a white blur surged forth like a tempest, and with a powerful strike, it struck the tiger's head. The impact sent the beast crashing into a nearby boulder, shattering it into fragments and sending dust swirling into the air. Mengzheng, believing his arm was surely broken, was astonished to realize that he had been rescued. When he regained his composure, he discovered that it was none other than young Master Chu who had come to his aid. Stunned, he stammered, "Young Master, you possess martial skills?" Without acknowledging him, Chu Xuancheng commanded, "Emoli, bring me the sword." "Yes, Master," Emoli responded, swiftly drawing Chu Xuancheng's sword and tossing it to him. With a graceful leap, Chu Xuancheng spun in midair and deftly caught the sword. At that moment, the tiger, having regained its bearings, recognized the challenge posed by Chu Xuancheng and glared at him with fury, leaping forward to attack. "You dare to be arrogant, beast!" Chu Xuancheng retorted sharply, soaring into the air. He vaulted onto the tiger's back, channeling his inner strength into a powerful gust that struck the beast with force. The tiger was once again knocked down by his formidable energy. Realizing the might of Chu Xuancheng, the tiger shrank back in fear, its legs trembling as if it might kneel. Seizing the moment, Chu Xuancheng ascended like a silver dragon, soaring above the tiger and thrusting his sword with precision. The blade pierced the tiger's forehead, and with a sickening sound, blood erupted forth. The tiger, grievously wounded, howled in agony, thrashing about wildly and knocking over several trees in its frenzied state, stirring up a cloud of dust. The onlookers hastily retreated, fearful of being trampled by the rampaging creature. At that moment, the tiger suddenly charged wildly into the crowd. Someone exclaimed, "This is bad. The tiger has gone mad. Everyone, run. Fear not, for I am here," Chu Xuancheng calmly declared, and with a sudden leap, he soared into the air. Raising his head, he gathered a tremendous amount of inner strength and unleashed a fierce gust of wind toward the tiger. There was a resounding crash, and a large pit was formed in the ground, into which the tiger was forcefully thrown. With grace, Xuancheng descended and swiftly landed upon the tiger's back, retrieving the sword embedded in its brow. He then placed his foot firmly on the tiger's head, casting a chilling glare upon the beast. "You wretched creature! Dare you harm anyone again?" At this point, the tiger was on the brink of death, lying helplessly in the pit, devoid of strength, its life ebbing away, leaving it no energy to resist. The onlookers were astonished to witness Xuancheng so dominantly standing upon the tiger's head, exuding an air of authority and power. It took him merely a few moves to subdue the beast, showcasing his remarkable prowess. Suddenly, someone clapped, and soon everyone joined in applause. "Master Chu is extraordinary. He has subdued a tiger." This tiger was no match for Master Chu. It seems he hardly exerted himself to defeat it. His martial skills are unparalleled. Meng Zheng, who initially thought him a mere weakling, was taken aback to realize that Xuancheng could slay a tiger with his bare hands. Ruoyue and Mo exchanged glances, filled with admiration for Xuancheng. Ruoyue gazed at him in awe. He was indeed formidable, having slain the tiger in a matter of moments while saving Meng Zheng. She felt immense pride in his strength. As usual, he became the center of attention. Meng Zheng, with his mouth agape, could hardly believe his eyes. Trembling, he approached Xuancheng, still in shock, and stammered, "My lord, I had no idea you possessed such martial prowess, far surpassing my own. I am utterly ashamed." He looked at Xuancheng with deep admiration, humbled by the realization that he had underestimated him, mistaking a phoenix for a mere chicken. Seeing Xuancheng standing triumphantly on the tiger's head had left him utterly dumbfounded. Xuancheng cast a casual glance at Meng Zheng and remarked, "You need not belittle yourself. Just moments ago, you were the only one here brave enough to confront the ferocious tiger. Your courage and audacity already exceed that of the common man, given time. You shall surely achieve great things. And no, master, your greatness has made me realize my own inadequacies in martial arts. I shall practice diligently from now on and learn from you." Meng Zheng stuttered. He felt a pang of guilt for having boasted in front of Xuancheng just the day before, believing him to be a mere scholar. Now, he understood that the world is vast and filled with those who are far more formidable than he. He would never dare to be arrogant again. Observing Meng Zheng's newfound humility, Xuancheng recognized the potential for growth and nodded approvingly at him. Bowing his head, he discovered that the tiger lay lifeless. He then remarked, "This tiger is dead. If you wish to consume its flesh, you should carry it away." "Thank you, young Master Chu. You are truly magnificent. You have helped us slay this ferocious beast, enabling us to venture into the mountains for hunting and sustain ourselves without the need to toil in the imperial city. Indeed, it has been 7 or 8 years since anyone has entered this remote area. The wildlife within abounds, sufficient for us to feast for quite some time. Yes, the villagers of Mengjia will surely survive this winter." Xuancheng nodded, assuring them, "Now that the tiger is dead, you need not worry any longer. You may remain here, setting up camp and subsisting on hunting for the time being. Once the flood recedes, you can return home." "Thank you, young master," the crowd responded gratefully. After dispatching the tiger, Xuancheng noticed an abundance of animals such as sika deer, leopards, and wolves in the forest. He remarked, "Emoli, it has been a while since I last hunted. I feel a bit rusty. Would you like to practice your skills, young master? There are plenty of game in this forest. We could hunt more to help fill the bellies of the common folk." Emoli replied eagerly, rubbing his hands together. Gazing at the plethora of prey, he felt a surge of excitement, eager to showcase his prowess. "Very well, fetch me a bow." "Yes," Emoli exclaimed, swiftly retrieving the bow and quiver from his back and presenting them to Xuancheng. Upon receiving the arrows, Xuancheng knocked one and aimed at 2 distant wolves, releasing the arrow with a swift whoosh. The arrow, imbued with formidable force, soared through the air and struck one wolf, only to continue its trajectory and hit the second. In an instant, both wolves collapsed to the ground. "Wow, a double strike. Your archery skills are truly remarkable, young master." Meng Zian clapped his hands in admiration. Meng Zheng, witnessing the scene, was rendered speechless, gazing upward in awe. Not only was young Master Chu a master of martial arts, but his archery was equally astounding. He felt a profound sense of inadequacy. After shooting one arrow, Xuancheng felt unsatisfied and knocked 3 more arrows onto the bowstring. He aimed at 3 closely positioned wolves nearby, his gaze sharp and penetrating, then drew the bowstring taut. With 3 swift whooshes, The arrows flew like swords and struck the 3 wolves simultaneously. The trio fell lifeless to the ground. Wow, young master, you have shot 3 arrows at once, hitting all 3 wolves. Your marksmanship is nothing short of extraordinary. Meng Zian applauded once more in admiration. You are truly formidable. Your archery skills are beyond my reach, Meng Zheng said, shyly rubbing his head. He resolved to follow young Master Chu diligently, eager to learn martial and archery skills. If he could master such exceptional marksmanship, he would undoubtedly excel on the battlefield. Chu Xuancheng paid them no mind, his demeanor aloof as he continued to advance, firing arrows with relentless precision. Chapter 1650. The young master's identity. Whatever creature he laid eyes upon was destined to fall. In no time at all, a multitude of animals lay sprawled upon the ground. The villagers hurriedly rushed to collect the spoils, their excitement palpable as they scrambled to gather what they could. They tossed their quarry into baskets or draped them over their shoulders, each face aglow with joy, nearly bursting with exhilaration. Young Master Chu's archery was nothing short of miraculous, having brought down an impressive number of game. How splendid! Tonight, we shall feast on meat. I long to sink my teeth into the fresh flesh, having gone too long without it. My yearning is profound. Our heartfelt gratitude goes to young Master Chu and his wife. Had it not been for them, we would not have rescued Meng Zheng, nor would we have the pleasure of a meat feast. Ruoyue observed Chu Xuancheng, who appeared as if he were truly in his element within the forest. With his refined demeanor and commanding presence, clad in flowing white garments, he exuded an extraordinary handsomeness that made her heart flutter with admiration. Her dear Xuanzai is simply too charming. While Chu Xuancheng led Mo Li and the others in hunting, Meng Zheng, alongside the villagers, dug several graves to lay the remains of the departed to rest, granting them peace. With the tiger slain, these lost souls could finally find solace. Without the threat of this beast, the villagers could venture into the mountains together to hunt. Ultimately, after a bountiful day, Chu Xuancheng and Mo Li decided to return down the mountain. The villagers, laden with game, had endured days of subsisting on tree bark and roots. Their joy was overwhelming, and tears of happiness flowed freely as they hailed Chu Xuancheng as a great hero. As they departed, Chu Xuancheng generously left behind some bows and arrows for the villagers to use in their hunts, ensuring they could sustain themselves in the interim. He urged the villagers to learn the importance of unity, to vanquish adversaries, and to cultivate self-reliance in order to overcome challenges. The villagers, heeding his counsel, resolved to temporarily settle nearby. After all, summer in the wilderness was not harsh, and they would return home once the floods receded. When Chu Xuancheng and his companions set off, the villagers spontaneously loaded their cart with a bounty of game. Initially reluctant to accept their generosity, Chu Xuancheng was moved by their enthusiasm and, considering the possibility of encountering disaster-stricken individuals along the way, chose not to refuse. They journeyed onward, steadfastly making their way to Jiangzhou. Meng Zheng and Meng Zian swiftly followed suit. After all, who wouldn't wish to accompany such a formidable figure as young Master Chu? Aware that they could ride, Mo Li arranged a horse for each of them, allowing them to trail behind the group. During their travels, Meng Zheng noticed Chu Xuancheng had drawn back the curtain of the cart, gazing at the passing scenery. He urged his horse forward, addressing Chu Xuancheng with a hint of trepidation. Young master, please pardon my boldness. I find myself puzzled. You do not seem like an ordinary merchant. May I inquire as to your true identity? He had long sensed that young Master Chu's background was extraordinary, yet had hesitated to ask until now. Unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, Chu Xuancheng regarded him with a placid expression. My family engages in trade between the imperial capital and Jiangzhou. There is nothing particularly remarkable about our status. But young master, Meng Zheng countered, you are merely a merchant, yet your martial prowess is formidable, and your archery skills are exceptional, qualities that set you apart from ordinary merchants. Moreover, why do you share the surname Chu? I have heard that His Highness the King of Li has the surname Chu, Meng Zheng said innocently, scratching his head. Chu Xuancheng lightly curved his lips, stating, he is of the Chu lineage. What relevance does that hold for me? There are countless individuals with the same surname in this world, so do not indulge in baseless conjectures. Moreover, I am not just any merchant. I am a rather extraordinary one. Chapter 1651. The Zhao King takes a concubine. Oh, very well then. Meng Zheng, sensing that the young master was unwilling to elaborate, awkwardly scratched his head. To this day, he remained unaware of the young master's true name. knowing only that he was engaged in trade. Xuancheng had no intention of revealing his identity to Meng Zheng at that moment, for he was on a discreet excursion and preferred to keep his identity concealed. At the Zhao King's residence. Today marked the occasion of the Zhao King welcoming Su Changxiao into the estate. The entire Zhao residence was adorned with festive decorations, bursting with joy and celebration. Outside, the sounds of drums and gongs filled the air, accompanied by the crackling of firecrackers as guests gathered in a lively throng. In stark contrast, the Liuxiang courtyard of the Zhao Queen was eerily quiet and desolate. Your Highness, you have not eaten for 2 days. For the sake of the baby in your womb, you must at least consume a little, Nanxing tenderly implored, holding a bowl of millet porridge while gazing at the Zhao Queen seated in the courtyard. The Zhao Queen looked at her dully and murmured, I have no desire to eat. I cannot stomach anything. But you are with child. If you do not eat, the baby requires nourishment. If this continues, I fear for your health, which may affect the well-being of the young master, Nanxing said, her heart aching. The Zhao Queen, feeling discomfort, gently touched her abdomen, lamenting, but I truly cannot eat. Even his father shows no concern for him. What use is my care? Your Highness, did you not hear the Li Queen's words about being strong? Did you not say that even if the king neglects you, you would take good care of yourself? Nanxing said, tears brimming in her eyes. She never imagined that the once food-loving queen could no longer consume anything. Now, the queen appeared so frail, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. The once bright, charming young queen had transformed into a dazed and listless figure, lacking vitality. As if she were an entirely different person. The Zhao Queen remarked, I wish to care for myself, yet I lack the strength and the spirit. Nanxing, listen, next door. The atmosphere is so lively. They are filled with laughter and cheer on this joyous occasion. I long to see it. Nanxing quickly replied, Your Highness, it would be best if you refrained from going. Soon, the king will be paying homage to the concubine, and I fear you may not be able to bear witness to it. What? He has already paid homage to me. Must he do so again for the concubine? The Zhao Queen asked with a hint of sarcasm. Nanxing nodded, indeed. Since Su Changxiao's father is Su Ming, her family holds significant influence, and moreover, this marriage has the emperor's approval, thus the king will pay homage to her. Additionally, all customary practices for taking a concubine will be adhered to, including the 3 matchmakers and 6 invitations, as well as the 8-bearer sedan chair. None will be overlooked. Then it will be quite similar to when he married me. The Zhao Queen said flatly. Upon finishing her words, she suddenly rose, a faint smile gracing her lips. Nanxing, I wish to adorn myself and extend my blessings to them in the front hall. Without waiting for Nanxing to object, she strode towards the inner chamber. She intended to change into a festive robe and don some elegant jewelry so as not to tarnish the Zhao King's wedding. Nanxing realized there was no stopping the queen and reluctantly allowed her to proceed. In the grand hall of the Zhao Wang mansion, vibrant red silks adorned the surroundings. Red lanterns hung high from the eaves, casting a warm glow. The wedding hall was festooned with lights and decorations, exuding an atmosphere of celebration. At that moment, music filled the air, and elegantly dressed guests turned their gazes towards the newlyweds standing at the center of the hall, smiling. Zhao Wang and Su Changxiao were clad in resplendent red wedding attire, holding a red silk ribbon tied with a large crimson flower, awaiting the ceremonial rites. The officiant's voice resonated. Groom and bride, prepare for the ceremony, bow to heaven and earth. Just then, Zhao Wang glanced at Su Changxiao, his expression somewhat dazed. He cast a fleeting glance towards the direction of Liuxiang courtyard, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. Ah, Zhao Wangfei, why have you come? As Zhao Wang and Su Changxiao were about to perform their vows, the voice of Yin Wangfei suddenly echoed from outside. The music abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned towards the entrance. There, in a striking purple gown, the exquisitely adorned Zhao Wangfei, assisted by Nanxing, entered the hall. Upon seeing Zhao Wangfei, Su Changxiao, startled, lifted her veil and instinctively sought refuge in Zhao Wang's embrace. Wangya, why is my sister here? Zhao Wang's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Wangfei, his eyes brimming with deep affection. He trembled slightly, saying, Wei Weier, what brings you here? It's quite windy outside. Why aren't you resting indoors? Zhao Wangfei approached them, her expression cold and distant. Yet, as she reached them, a gentle smile broke through. My husband is marrying. As his wife, I must come to offer my blessings. She then turned her gaze towards Zhao Wang. Wangya, on such a joyous occasion, why did you not inform me? As the Wangfei of the mansion, we are family. You are marrying. I should at least be invited for a toast to receive your blessings. Wouldn't you agree? Wayer, I feared it might affect your mood. Which is why I withheld the news, Zhao Wang replied, lowering his head. Indeed, he had not disclosed his marriage to Su Changxiao to Wayer. However, he knew that such a significant event would not have escaped her notice. He refrained from telling her directly, fearing she might struggle to accept it, hence his silence. Zhao Wangfei chuckled lightly. No matter, I am here now. By the way, you and Miss Su truly complement each other well. One is dashing and handsome, the other a celestial beauty. You are indeed a match made in heaven. She continued, allow me to raise a toast, wishing you both a harmonious union and an abundance of offspring. Having said this, she stepped forward to the incense table, retrieved a wine jug and cup, and poured herself a drink. Then, she raised her cup towards Zhao Wang, declaring, I drink this cup, and from henceforth, let no letters be exchanged, nor shall our bond be remembered. With that, she resolutely tilted her head back and consumed the entire drink, swaying slightly afterward. Wayer, Zhao Wang exclaimed, noticing her unsteady stance, his heart aching with concern as he instinctively moved to embrace her. However, Su Changxiao firmly held him back. Husband, I am frightened. I fear my sister may become angry. Do not be afraid. I am here, Zhao Wang quickly reassured Su Changxiao. Su Changxiao raised her head and looked towards the princess of Zhao, her voice trembling with fear. Sister, thank you for your blessings and for finally acknowledging my identity. Rest assured, I will certainly serve our husband well alongside you in the future. The princess of Zhao smiled faintly, pouring herself another glass of wine. Today is a joyous occasion. I should indulge in a few more cups to celebrate. Wayer, you are with child and should not drink. Please refrain from any more, the prince of Zhao urged, concern etched on his face. Yet the princess of Zhao let out a heart-wrenching laugh, tears streaming down her cheeks. Do not worry. It is merely a few small cups of light wine, which will not harm our child. I cherish our baby even more than you do. Just one last cup. I promise I won't overindulge. Chapter 1653. A new wedding gift. With tears in her eyes, she downed another glass in one gulp. After finishing, she gazed steadily at the Prince of Zhao. Su Changxiao's mother, the matriarch, observed the scene with trepidation, fearing the disruption of her daughter's wedding. She hurried over to the Princess of Zhao, her words laced with resentment. Since you have already partaken of wine, Princess, it would be best for you to retire and not disturb the newlywed spirits. The Princess of Zhao smiled through her tears. How could that be? I have come to extend my blessings. I would never disrupt their joy. I retorted, if it is truly blessings you offer, then kindly stand aside and witness the occasion. The emperor himself has granted the marriage, allowing Changxiao to wed the Prince of Zhao. Such a privilege is rare indeed. Wouldn't you agree, Your Highness? Indeed, the princess replied. Look at how splendidly the venue is adorned, radiating brilliance. The bride is stunning, and the groom is exceptionally handsome. I truly envy them. As she spoke, tears lingered in her eyes. Yet she struggled to maintain a smile. This bittersweet expression pierced the heart of the Prince of Zhao, causing him profound pain. His gaze remained fixated on her, neglecting Su Changxiao entirely. After her words, the Princess of Zhao unexpectedly took a box from Nanxing and addressed the prince. My lord, since today marks your auspicious day, it is only fitting that I present you with a wedding gift. Do you like it? She extended the brocade box to him. Trembling, the prince received the box, gently opening it to reveal a jade pendant adorned with a dragon motif, its surface smooth and translucent. Inscribed upon it were the characters Chu Yi, signifying his royal identity. This was the token he had once given Wayer when they first pledged their hearts to one another. He never anticipated she would return it to him. His heart shattered at the sight. In anguish, he looked at the Princess of Zhao, his lips parted yet unable to utter a word. At that moment, the princess waved her hand to the crowd, expressing, I feel somewhat superfluous here. Since the gift has been presented, I shall take my leave and not intrude further. With that, she turned to exit. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision, and she stumbled, collapsing to the ground. Princess, Nanxing rushed over, swiftly supporting the Princess of Zhao. Wayer, what is wrong? The Prince of Zhao hurried to her side, cradling her gently. Hearing their voices, the princess stirred, slowly regaining consciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, she discovered herself in the embrace of the Zhao Wang. With tears glistening in her eyes, she gazed at him sorrowfully, apologizing for her intrusion into their moment of joy. Please, let me go. I shall take my leave at once. With that, she forcefully pushed Zhao Wang away, rubbing her forehead as she stumbled toward the exit. Nanxing quickly turned to Zhao Wang, exclaiming, "Your Highness, the princess has been overwhelmed with sorrow. She has not eaten for 2 days, which is why she fainted." "What? How could she be so foolish?" Zhao Wang replied, then hastily followed her outside, his gaze fixated on the retreating figure of the princess, completely disregarding Su Changxiao. Seeing this, Su Changxiao darted forward, abruptly grasping Zhao Wang's arm. "Husband, are you not going to marry me? The auspicious hour is upon us." Mrs. Bai also interjected before Zhao Wang. "Indeed, Your Highness, today is the joyous occasion of your union with Changxiao. You cannot abandon her. Moreover, the princess seemed fine just moments ago. How could she have suddenly fainted? Is it possible she is feigning this to elicit your sympathy?" Chapter 1654. She is weary, mother. Please do not say such things. My sister is not that kind of person. Perhaps, Your Highness, you should check on her. We can discuss the wedding later, Su Changxiao said graciously, retreating to advance. Zhao Wang cast a glance at her, then at the swaying silhouette of the princess, resolutely averted his gaze. "Nanxing, go tend to the princess. Ensure she eats something. Do not let her go hungry." "Yes, Your Highness," Nanxing replied, her voice choked with emotion. After issuing his instructions, Zhao Wang turned to Su Changxiao and declared, "Changxiao, I shall not go back on my word. Come, let us proceed with the wedding." With that, he took Su Changxiao's hand and led her back to the wedding hall. "Darling, you are truly wonderful. I knew you were a man of your word," she responded tenderly, a glimmer of fierce determination flashing in her eyes. This Li Tianwei dared to disrupt their wedding, nearly preventing her from getting married. Just wait. She would ensure that Li Tianwei would pay for her actions. Meanwhile, while the front hall buzzed with the festivities of the wedding, Nanxing had already helped the princess back to the Liuxiang courtyard. Once the princess was seated, Nanxing asked, "Your Highness, the Wang Yi instructed me to take good care of you. Would you like something to eat? Shall I fetch some millet porridge?" "Yes, please do." The princess sighed heavily. Though she had no desire to eat, the thought of the life within her compelled her to force down a little sustenance. Before long, Nanxing returned with a bowl of warm porridge, offering it to the princess. "Your Highness, this porridge is still hot. Please drink it." "Thank you, Nanxing," the princess said sincerely, holding the bowl and looking gratefully at Nanxing. While the others were outside celebrating, seeking rewards, Nanxing alone remained steadfast by her side, which deeply moved her. Gently blowing on the porridge, she took a spoonful and placed it in her mouth. For reasons unknown, though the millet porridge smelled sweet and fragrant, she found it tasteless and difficult to swallow. Nevertheless, she forced herself to consume several more bites. Suddenly, the sounds of celebration and the resounding firecrackers from the wedding reached her ears. Instantly, her heart flipped and her throat constricted, causing her to expel the porridge she had just ingested. "Your Highness, what has caused you to vomit? Is there something wrong with the porridge?" Nanxing exclaimed, rushing to support the frail Princess Zhao. The princess weakly waved her hand. "No, it is not the porridge. The congee you prepared is fragrant and sweet. It is merely that my heart feels heavy, and I cannot swallow." "Oh, my lady, you are too pitiable. Even if you cannot eat much, you must have at least a little," Nanxing said, unable to contain her tears upon witnessing the princess's distress. After speaking, she hurried to clean up the mess. The princess rinsed her mouth, but after doing so, she found herself unable to consume the porridge any longer. Rubbing her temples, she lamented, "Nanxing, I am weary. I wish to take a nap." "Very well, Your Highness, allow me to assist you," Nanxing replied, helping the princess to lie down. "I will prepare some red date and lotus seed porridge for you to nourish you afterward." As the princess had not slept well in recent days, she quickly succumbed to slumber for several hours. When she awoke, she realized that night had fallen. The world outside was shrouded in darkness, so profound it obscured any glimmer of hope, and a pervasive sense of loneliness filled the air. "Nanxing, are you there?" she called out. "Your Highness, I am here." "You are awake?" Nanxing, who had been vigilantly waiting outside, rushed in upon hearing the princess's voice. "The night is so dark. Please light the candles," the princess urged. "Of course, Your Highness. I intended to light them earlier, but I feared I might disturb you," Nanxing responded, quickly retrieving a fire starter to ignite the candles. In moments, the room was illuminated. The princess glanced across the way and noticed the opposite room was ablaze with light, yet devoid of sound. The entire world felt eerily quiet, prompting her to inquire, "Have the guests all departed?" Why is there no sound from across the way? Nanxing hesitated before explaining. The prince is to consummate his marriage with the secondary consort, so the guests have discreetly taken their leave. The princess froze for a moment, then bitterly smiled. Tonight is their wedding night. It should not be disturbed. Nanxing, I suddenly have a craving for apples. Please fetch me some apples and a knife to peel them for me, if you would. Certainly, Your Highness, please wait a moment. Hearing the princess express a desire to eat, Nanxing rushed out joyfully. The princess rose and cast a glance at the opposite chamber. At this moment, was Prince Zhao already in bed with Xuancheng? Was he kissing her, caressing her? The thought of her beloved man being intimate with another woman pierced her heart like a dagger. The mere notion that Zhao would press his lips, which had once kissed her, against Xuancheng filled her with a deep, searing jealousy. Before long, Nanxing returned with the apples and knife. Your Highness, the apples are here. Allow me to peel them for you, she offered. There's no need. I shall peel them myself. I also have a desire for porridge. Could you please bring me a bowl from the kitchen? The princess smiled. Really? How splendid. Your Highness, you wish for both apples and porridge. This is truly wonderful. Nanxing exclaimed with tears of joy, setting down the knife and hurrying out to fetch the porridge. As Nanxing dashed away, the princess trembled as she grasped the small knife. She lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with tears as she cast a glance at the vibrant, festive room across the way. Once more, she gazed at the moon above. The flowers he had lovingly planted for her in the courtyard, the birds he had nurtured, the instrument he gifted her, and the empty bed behind her. Rising, she took a piece of paper and a brush, inscribing, "Before the flowers, tears are shed, love is boundless. Beneath the moon, the lute plays, resentment lingers." Idly watching the swallows, tears fall. Quietly facing the empty bed, the soul whispers. After finishing, she set down the brush and glanced at the deepening twilight outside. The one she cherished had turned his affections to another. In a world bereft of love for her, what purpose did her existence hold? Contemplating this, she aimed a small knife at her wrist and pressed it gently against her skin. As the blade grazed her, she felt no pain. A trickle of warm crimson blood spilled forth, winding and ready to drop. Suddenly, darkness engulfed her vision, her steps faltered, and her body began to collapse. In a hazy daze, she saw a pool of blood beneath her, her voice lost to weakness. She felt an icy chill engulfing her heart, her body, and the outside world, which had turned pitch black. Her existence felt unbearably lonely, her heart achingly empty. When Nanxing rushed in, jubilantly carrying a bowl of porridge, she was met with the sight of the Zhao princess lying on the ground, barely breathing. A large pool of blood stained the princess's wrist, prompting a sharp gasp from her, causing the porridge to spill onto the floor. "Princess, what has happened?" Nanxing hurried over, lifting Zhao princess in her arms, only to discover a knife discarded on the ground and a deep gash on the princess's wrist. Chapter 1656, A Grave Situation. Witnessing this scene, she screamed in anguish, "Someone! Quickly! The princess has taken her own life." "What? The princess has ended her life? I will immediately seek the prince." Upon hearing the commotion, the steward rushed to the main hall, heading for the prince's and the concubine's wedding chamber. In the wedding chamber, Zhao Wang had just lifted Su Changxiao's veil, staring blankly at her. Though it was their wedding night, his thoughts were consumed by Weir. Remembering Weir's swaying figure as she departed, his heart felt as if it were being cleaved by a knife. Observing Zhao Wang's expression, Su Changxiao felt a pang of sadness, lowering her head. "Husband, what occupies your thoughts? Are you thinking of your sister?" "No, I am not thinking of her," Zhao Wang replied awkwardly, lifting his gaze. Su Changxiao nestled into his embrace, her small hand caressing his chest, her voice soft as water. "Husband, tonight is our wedding night. I have finally become your wife. Could you not think of anyone else? But only of me?" "All right." Zhao Wang trembled in response. Su Changxiao then lifted her head, closed her eyes, and gently kissed his lips. As she leaned in, Zhao Wang flinched, instinctively turning his head to evade her kiss. The last time, he had been intoxicated when they consummated their marriage. Now, in his clarity, he wished to refrain from such intimacy, as his heart was consumed with thoughts of Weir. Feeling rejected by Zhao Wang's avoidance, Su Changxiao felt humiliated. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she implored, "Husband, do you truly despise me so? How could you refuse me? If you detest me to such an extent, why marry me at all? You might as well wish for my death." Upon concluding her words, she turned and attempted to collide with the pillar. "Come and laugh." The Zhao Wang grasped her firmly, urgency lacing his voice. That is not what I meant. You have misunderstood. I simply am not prepared yet. It matters not. I am aware that your heart belongs to my sister, and I am but an object of your pity. If that is the case, go and be with her. This night, allow me to keep the empty room to myself. It does not trouble me. Su Changshao wiped her tears away, feeling a deep ache. Come and laugh. Do not speak thus. This evening is our wedding night. I cannot allow you to remain alone in that empty chamber. I shall extinguish the lights now, and we will retire, the Zhao Wang declared, snuffing out the lamp on the table, before leaning over Su Changshao to begin unfastening her garments. He wished to avoid gazing at her face, hence the darkness. In the night, he could envision her as Ruoyue, thereby convincing himself to touch her. As Su Changshao felt him descend, memories of their last encounter flooded her mind, a moment that had ensnared her heart, akin to the clash of thunder and fire. Thus, she flipped over, seizing the initiative in a passive manner, embracing the Zhao Wang and offering her lips. My lord, dire news. Suddenly, the panicked voice of the steward broke through from outside. The princess has attempted to take her own life. What? Upon hearing this, the Zhao Wang forcefully pushed Su Changshao away, swiftly rising from the bed. Without donning his shoes or outer garments, he rushed out clad only in his inner attire. Steward, what did you say? Ruoyue has harmed herself? Where is she? What has happened to her? The steward trembled as he regarded him. The princess has indeed harmed herself. But whether she is well, I cannot say. I hastened to inform the lord upon hearing Nanqing's voice. Quick, fetch the royal physician. I must see the princess. The Zhao Wang exclaimed, hastening towards the exit. Chapter 1657. A poem of ill fate, my lord. Will you not care for me? At that moment, the unwilling voice of Su Changshao echoed behind him. The Zhao Wang cast a cold glance her way. Tonight, you shall sleep alone. I must attend to the princess. With that, he swiftly departed for the Liuxiang courtyard. Witnessing the Zhao Wang's anxious retreat, Su Changshao seethed, gritting her teeth in frustration, slamming her palm against the door. Her eyes ablaze with fury. What made her inferior to Li Tianwei? Why did the Zhao Wang refuse to favor her? She had exerted herself to this extent. Yet his thoughts lingered on that wretched woman. It was infuriating. When the Zhao Wang arrived at the Liuxiang courtyard, he found Nanqing kneeling on the ground, cradling the Zhao Wangfei in her arms, weeping in anguish. Blood streamed from the princess's wrist, pooling beneath her, while her eyes remained shut, leaving her state uncertain, whether unconscious or otherwise. Ruoyue, the Zhao Wang rushed over, lifting the Zhao Wangfei into his embrace. He shook her gently, then anxiously sought her breath. Thankfully, there was still a pulse. Steward, has the physician arrived? He bellowed. From outside came the steward's breathless reply. Yes, my lord, the physician has arrived. The royal physician resided within the Zhao Wang's estate, allowing for a swift arrival. As he dashed into the room, a strong metallic scent of blood assaulted his senses. He hurriedly grasped the medical kit and rushed forward. Your Highness, quickly assist the princess to the bed. I shall attend to her wounds first. Very well, replied Prince Zhao, as he swiftly lifted the princess into his arms and gently laid her upon the bed. In that moment, he noticed how remarkably light Ruoyue felt, a weight that belied her 7 to 8 months of pregnancy. It was evident that she had been losing weight at an alarming rate. Physician, please tend to Ruoyue's wounds promptly, urged Prince Zhao. Yes, rest assured, Your Highness, the physician replied, hastily taking her wrist to examine it. Fortunately, the cut is not deep. Had it been so, the situation could have been dire. With that, he quickly sprinkled some hemostatic powder on her wound and retrieved gauze from the kit to bandage her wrist. Upon hearing the physician's words, Prince Zhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the princess remained unconscious, still lost in her slumber. As Prince Zhao inadvertently looked up, his gaze fell upon a piece of Xian paper on the table, inscribed with several lines of poetry. He swiftly picked it up and read the verses. Before the flowers, I wipe my tears, boundless is my sorrow. Under the moonlight, I tune my lute, resentment lingers. Idly watching the two swallows, tears fall like rain. Silently facing the empty bed, my soul whispers away. A shiver ran through him. This was a poem of ill fate. She must have penned these lines while contemplating her own demise. The recollection of planting flowers for her, her tender gestures of wiping his sweat, and feeding him lotus cakes flooded his mind. He also remembered the moments spent beneath the locust tree, playing the lute, stirring the birds into flight. Yet, all those memories felt distant now. He had grievously wounded her, extinguishing her hope and driving her to despair. At that moment, the princess began to stir and awaken. Nanjing, witnessing this, exclaimed, "Your Highness, the princess has awakened. What a relief. Where you've awoken? Are you all right? Does your hand still hurt?" Prince Zhao rushed to her side, his left hand gently caressing her delicate face, while his right hand tightly clasped hers, his expression filled with anguish. The princess had not anticipated the princess' visit. She gazed at him, her eyes slightly dazed, her voice cold. "Isn't tonight your wedding night with the concubine? What brings you here?" Chapter 1658. I shall not go. Where? Forgive me. I came to see you. Why would you act so recklessly? Why harm yourself? Prince Zhao grasped her hand tightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The princess surveyed the room, noticing Nanjing, the steward, and the physician who was scribbling a prescription. Turning her gaze back to Prince Zhao, she asked, "Why do you wish to save me? Would it not be better for me to die? Why utter such foolishness? I love you. You cannot die. I want you to be with me forever," Prince Zhao declared, his voice filled with emotion. The princess shook her head faintly. Rather than live a life of torment, it would be better to be at peace. "No, I have realized my mistakes. I should not have married Xuancheng, nor should I have laid a finger on her, and I certainly should not have harmed you for her sake. You are my wife. I ought to cherish and pamper you above all else," Prince Zhao choked out. The princess replied with a hint of sarcasm, "Your Highness, it is too late. The mirror is shattered. Do you truly believe it can be mended? Even if it were repaired, it would bear countless scars, never to return to its former state. I understand, Wei. Do not worry. I shall take good care of you. I promise to cherish and love only you from now on, and I will no longer concern myself with Xuancheng. Will you forgive me? Let us return to the way we were and become a loving couple once more. Shall we?" The king of Zhao grasped the hand of his consort tightly, speaking with anguish. However, the consort turned her face away, offering no reply. At that moment, a voice from outside interrupted. It was Xiaohe. "Your Highness, the side consort is quite worried about the main consort and has sent a servant to inquire about her well-being. May I ask if the main consort is feeling any better? Go tell her that the main consort is fine for the time being and that she need not fret." The king of Zhao replied coolly. Xiaohe hesitated for a moment before continuing. "It is a relief to hear the main consort is well, as that will ease the side consort's concerns. However, Your Highness, the side consort mentioned experiencing severe abdominal pain for reasons unknown. She is in pain?" The king of Zhao replied coldly. "Yes, she does not know what has caused it. It came on suddenly," Xiaohe explained softly. "Your Highness, would you like to go and check on her?" "I shall not. Can you not see that I am here to accompany the main consort?" The king of Zhao snapped. "Physician, you shall go attend to her." His tone grew colder, his annoyance palpable. How could Xuancheng seek attention at a time like this, when Wei was in such a state? Why did her pain not strike earlier or later, but precisely at this moment? Xiaohe was startled into silence. "Yes, I shall return to check on the consort," she said. "Physician, please accompany me." The physician promptly gathered his medicine box and followed. At this juncture, the king of Zhao felt his previous words had been somewhat hasty and added, "Physician, do ensure you tend to the side consort properly. Xiaohe, take good care of her. I shall visit her tomorrow." "Yes, Your Highness," Xiaohe replied before she and the physician exited. The king's consort, upon hearing his words, turned her head in displeasure, unwilling to look at him. Once Xiaohe returned to the joyous chamber. She first left the physician outside before entering the inner room to relay the events that transpired at Luxian courtyard along with the king's words to Xuancheng. Upon hearing this, Xuancheng was infuriated and slapped Xiaohe across the face, exclaiming, "You worthless creature, you cannot even summon the king. Tonight is our wedding night. Must he remain away, stuck in Luxian courtyard? I beg your pardon, my lady, it is my failure in duty. Perhaps the main consort's injuries and weakened state compelled the king to stay and care for her," Xiaohe lamented. Chapter 1659. No return visit care for her? It is all this wretched woman's fault. If she wishes to die, why not do so sooner? Why must she attempt to take her life at this moment? Xuancheng seethed through gritted teeth. "I heard from the physician that fortunately, the main consort's wound was not deep, and the physician's timely intervention saved her. Thus, she is unharmed. She merely lost a considerable amount of blood and appears pale," Xiaohe explained. The physician also stated that with proper care for a couple of days, the main consort will recover. Xuancheng slammed her hand onto the table in frustration, asserting, "Not deep? Is that wretched woman trying to feign injury? Surely she has intentionally harmed herself to deceive the king. Oh, Li Tianwei, who would have thought your seemingly innocent demeanor hides such depth of cunning? Today, she spoke nonsense during our wedding ceremony, causing the prince to waver. Now, on our wedding night, she feigns suicide to deceive him. Just wait. I shall not let her off easily. Upon hearing Su Changxiao's words, Xiaohe trembled in fear. The lady is truly terrifying. She hastily replied, Your Highness, the physician is still waiting outside as per the prince's instructions. Shall I let him in to examine you? Tell him to go away. Inform him that this lady's discomfort has ceased, and he need not trouble himself. Su Changxiao replied coldly. Xiaohe quickly fled outside and informed the physician, Physician, our lady's discomfort has subsided. She has stated that she does not require your services at the moment, so you may return. The physician looked at Xiaohe in confusion. Had she not just reported severe pain? How could it have vanished in an instant? He replied, Very well, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. Should the lady experience any discomfort, do not hesitate to summon me. Thank you. Please take care, Xiaohe responded. 3 days later marked the day for Su Changxiao and Prince Zhao to return home. However, when Su Changxiao sought the prince's company for the visit, he declined. The prince looked at her apologetically. Wire has yet to recover. I must remain at home to care for her. Changxiao, why not return alone for now? If that does not suit you, wait a couple of days. Once Wire is fully well, I shall accompany you. Su Changxiao was taken aback. Had she not heard that her sister was recovering and had begun eating? Your Highness, if you do not accompany me, I shall be ridiculed. I have stated that you may wait a few days. Wire has begun to eat, yet she hardly consumes much. Her strength is still quite feeble. She carries my child. If I do not care for her properly, what sort of man would I be? A few days' delay in our visit is acceptable. The prince's tone turned cold as he observed Su Changxiao's unreasonable demeanor. A few days? Your Highness, it is an age-old custom to return home on the 3rd day after marriage. How can we delay? Moreover, my mother is aware of our visit and has prepared numerous delicacies, eagerly awaiting our return, Su Changxiao said with a hint of melancholy. Changxiao, listen to me. It is not that I do not wish to accompany you, but it is simply not feasible at the moment. Let us return in a couple of days. The prince's irritation became evident. Seeing his annoyance, Su Changxiao feigned a pitiful demeanor. Very well, you may stay to care for my sister. However, I cannot let my mother wait in vain. I shall return home first. Very well, I apologize for the inconvenience. Chapter 1660. A solo visit home. Upon exiting the Liuxiang courtyard, Su Changxiao, infuriated, struck the tree in the courtyard with her palm, exclaiming, Li Tianwei, that vixen. I had thought the prince no longer favored her. Yet, with one act of feigned death, his heart has returned to her. The prince has spent these days in her company, without a glance in my direction. Xiaohe, did you not mention that the prince intended to visit me? Why has he not come? Xiaohe and Donger stood behind her, trembling in fear and hesitant to speak. Donger quickly interjected. Surely the prince has heard that the lady's discomfort has subsided, which is why he has not come to see you. No, it must be that wretched Li Tianwei whispering something in his ear, which is why he hasn't come. I initially thought this woman was simple and easy to handle. Little did I expect her to be so troublesome. Su Changxiao's face was ashen, filled with resentment. My dear, will you be returning alone? Donger inquired. Of course. I must return. I have important matters to attend to, Su Changxiao replied coldly. Just wait. She will surely find a way to sow discord between the Zhao royal couple and steal the prince away. As for my return, it is prompted by a letter from the Empress, who has assigned me a task. In her letter, the Empress expressed her desire for vengeance against Xuancheng for exposing her relationship with the Lady of Wei, which led to that lady's beheading. The Empress intends for me to confront the princess during Xuancheng's absence from the capital. She declared that since he dared to harm her sister, she would retaliate against the princess, allowing Xuancheng to experience the anguish of losing a loved one. With Xuancheng currently away, it is the perfect opportunity for me to act. With this thought in mind, she hastily boarded the carriage and made her way to the Su residence. Upon arriving, Su Changxiao first paid her respects to her father, Su Ming, and her mother, Lady Bai. Noticing that the Zhao prince had not accompanied her, Su Ming's expression darkened immediately. What is the matter? Where's the Zhao prince? Why did he not come with you on your return? Su Changxiao's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Father, on the night of our wedding, the princess was heartbroken and attempted to take her own life. Though she was saved, she has yet to fully recover. So the prince is tending to her and could not accompany me back. Humph. This Zhao prince, prioritizing a woman who sought death over accompanying you on your return, truly disregards my position. Su Ming's voice was icy as he waved his sleeve, his face grim. What does it matter if he is a royal prince? Without my support, he will always remain just a nobleman, lacking the ambition to achieve greatness. The Su family wields immense power, intricately intertwined in the court, with half of the officials being our allies. As a loyal and brave duke, I have the emperor's trust, and the empress is my own sister. Given the Su family's advantageous position, the Zhao prince should be vying for our favor, yet he dares to treat Changshao with such indifference. He is truly a fool. Father, it is all right. The prince originally stated that once the princess recovers, he would accompany me back. However, I missed you and mother, so I came ahead. Very well. You may converse with your mother. I have some official duties to attend to, Su Ming said as he retreated to his study. Once he departed, Lady Bai hurriedly approached, grasping Su Changshao's hand. Changshao, what is the situation with the Zhao prince? Did you not say he was utterly devoted to you? Why is he now attending to the Zhao princess? Mother, the prince still harbors feelings for Li Tianwei. However, their relationship has already begun to fracture. As long as I subtly instigate, he will no longer trust her. Rest assured, I know how to handle this, Su Changshao replied confidently. Chapter 1661, Winning over Aunt Mei. Lady Bai nodded eagerly. You have always been clever. I know you will not be at a disadvantage. The Zhao prince is merely tending to the princess due to her pregnancy. Tell me, if the princess loses this child, will he still care for her? Su Changshao chuckled softly. Mother and I are of one mind. Li Tianwei always tries to seize the princess' attention with her child. I shall ensure she loses this child, and we shall see what she is left to contend with. Bai, with her sinister gaze narrowed, replied, Indeed. It would be best for her to perish along with the child. Only then can you ascend as the princess of Zhao. However, mother, I have divorced Prince Jin. I might be allowed to be a concubine, but I fear the emperor would never consent to my becoming the principal wife. Do not worry, for your father and your aunt are both at court. Rest assured, once Li Tianwei is dead, your father will certainly elevate you to the position of princess of Zhao. Just wait and see. Bai's cold laughter echoed. Very well, I shall act swiftly to secure my position as the princess. Su Changshao exclaimed, filled with excitement. She had not anticipated the vast extent of her father's influence. How rare it was for a woman, particularly one cast aside from the Jin princess household, to have the prospect of becoming a princess again. Surely, no other woman in the world could boast such honor. How fortunate she was to have a commendable father. After departing from Bai's presence, Su Changshao returned to her own quarters, the listening rain pavilion. Upon entering her chamber, she instructed Dong Go summon Aunt Mei to come here. Remember, do not let the Grand Princess discover this. Understood, Miss, Dong replied before hurrying to the Grand Princess's spring warm pavilion. At that moment, the Grand Princess was out shopping with her attendants, so Dong quickly brought Aunt Mei over. Auntie, you were summoned. Is there an urgent matter? Aunt Mei inquired as she stepped into the listening rain pavilion. Su Changshao cast a casual glance at Aunt Mei, noting her radiant complexion and exquisite makeup, as though she had regained 10 years of youth. Perhaps her prolonged association with Zhou Xing had rejuvenated her. Last time, I provided you with a substantial sum of money. I wonder if you have exhausted it? Su Changshao addressed directly. Aunt Mei was taken aback, her demeanor becoming somewhat awkward. Yes, it is all gone. I entrusted you with 5,000 taels of silver, and I did not expect you to deplete it so rapidly. Such a large sum could sustain an ordinary family for a century. How could you, alone, spend it so quickly? Su Changshao feigned ignorance. Aunt Mei averted her gaze, her hands clasped tightly together, a flicker of unease crossing her features. She then adopted a stern expression and replied, I merely handled the finances for the princess. What I do with my own money should not concern you. That is true. Once the money is given to you, I hold no authority to inquire further. But Annie, now that you find yourself without funds, how do you plan to sustain yourself? Do you not wish to earn more? Su Changshao feigned concern. Aunt Mei hesitated, and without much thought, responded, I do wish to earn more. Does the princess have further tasks for me? Upon hearing this, she realized Su Changshao's intentions. Initially, she had no desire to assist Su Changshao further, fearing discovery by the Grand Princess. However, recently Zhou Xing had been persistently requesting money for the substantial renovation of the mansion they had purchased in Jiangzhou. Given the scale of the property, considerable funds would be required for the repairs. Since the last incident where she was caught stealing jewelry from the Grand Princess, she had refrained from further theft, leaving her financially constrained and unable to provide Zhou Xing with the necessary funds for renovations. Chapter 1662. The Art of Witchcraft. She was in dire straits, desperately in need of money, when unexpectedly, Su Changxiao appeared, truly alleviating her immediate predicament. Noticing the avarice etched across Aunt May's face, Su Changxiao declared, "This time, I seek the life of the Princess Royal. I possess an item. You shall take it and discreetly place it beneath her pillow. Subsequently, I will feign a theft within the estate and lead a search of her chamber. Once I uncover that item, she shall meet her end without a trace, and none shall save her." Aunt May's heart jolted. What could be so formidable? "Donger, fetch the item," Su Changxiao instructed the nearby Donger. This was prepared at her behest after receiving the Empress's missive. Donger promptly retreated into the inner chamber and soon emerged with a cloth bundle cradled in her arms. She presented the bundle to Su Changxiao, who unwrapped the white cloth. To Aunt May's astonishment, she beheld a small white effigy, crafted from fabric, bristling with needles and smeared with human blood. Inscribed upon it were the emperor's name, Chu Yao, and his birth details. Aunt May gasped in terror, beads of cold sweat forming upon her brow. "Your Highness, do you intend to frame the Princess Royal and curse the emperor? This is witchcraft. Should the emperor discover this, my life would be forfeit as well. Fear not. This effigy was made by the princess herself, and you are not implicated. Rest assured, I shall shift all blame onto the Princess Royal, and my father will intercede with the emperor to ensure the release of all innocent souls from the Su household. The emperor seeks only the death of the princess. He will not hold you accountable," Su Changxiao coaxed persuasively. Aunt May trembled. "That cannot be. I am the wet nurse of the Princess Royal. In light of such an incident, the emperor would surely not spare me. My father is the Duke of Loyalty and Valor, and my aunt is the Empress. I assure you, I will protect you. This effigy will be discovered in the Su residence. If you suffer, we shall all be implicated. Do you think I would risk the lives of my entire household for your sake? Aunt, if you agree, I will grant you 5,000 taels of silver immediately. Upon the successful completion of this task, I shall provide you with another 5,000. What say you?" Su Changxiao spoke with a sinister edge. Upon hearing of such a substantial sum, Aunt May hesitated. With an additional 10,000 taels, she could finally live in comfort with Zhou Xing. This fortune would suffice for her to renovate her residence. Noticing her contemplation, Su Changxiao added, "If you find this insufficient, I can offer an extra 5,000 taels. Donger, fetch the banknotes." "Yes, Your Highness," Donger replied, retreating into the inner chamber once more, returning shortly with a tray laden with thick bundles of banknotes. "Aunt, here are 10 bundles of banknotes, each containing 1,000 taels, totaling 10,000 taels. Should you agree, you may take them at once." Su Changxiao enticed. Aunt May, upon seeing the substantial banknotes, swallowed hard. She was in dire need of funds, and Zhou Xing was pressing her fervently. The prospect of assisting Su Changxiao in this matter promised a new life of luxury with Zhou Xing, filling her with excitement. "Your Highness, are you certain this will not implicate me?" Aunt May inquired suspiciously once more. "Rest assured, I will never implicate you. If you encounter any trouble, the entire Su residence will be unable to escape. Thus, I shall ensure your safety." Su Changxiao pledged, placing a stack of silver notes into Aunt May's hands. Chapter 1663. The greedy Aunt May. She gently patted Aunt May's hand, attempting to curry favor. She understood that mere promises would not pique Aunt May's interest. Only by placing this tangible wealth into her hands would she evoke excitement and secure her agreement. As soon as Aunt May grasped the money, her heart raced with exhilaration. If she accomplished this task for Su Changxiao, all these silver notes would belong to her. Aside from this 10,000 taels, will I also receive an additional 5,000 taels upon successful completion? Aunt May inquired greedily. Su Changxiao internally chastised Aunt May for her avarice, yet maintained a smiling facade. "Of course, the 10,000 taels is merely a deposit. Upon completion, I shall grant you another 5,000. With this wealth, your later years will be worry-free. You shall no longer serve as a mere servant. You can live a life of privilege." Upon hearing of a life of privilege, Aunt May became even more animated. "Very well, if that is the case, I shall heed your words and undertake this final task for you. Once it is complete, I will find a place to live in anonymity and peace," Aunt May declared. "Remember, this matter must be kept under wraps. Only the heavens, the earth, you, and I should be aware. Otherwise, we shall all perish. Do you understand? Su Changxiao cautioned. You need not worry about my lips. Not even a pair of pliers could pry them open. Aunt May replied. The thought of being in the same boat as Su Changxiao quelled her fears. After all, Su Changxiao had promised to protect her, and she was certain of that. Should Su Changxiao abandon her, she would reveal everything, and if they were to perish, they would face it together. She believed Su Changxiao was not so foolish. Upon exiting the listening rain pavilion, Aunt May clutched the silver notes and a cloth pouch, furtively glancing around. Only after ensuring no one was watching did she hasten back to her room. Unbeknownst to her, 2 pairs of eyes had been fixated on her from a shadowy corner. Once back in her chamber, Aunt May placed the silver notes on the table. Gazing at the thick stacks before her, her eyes widened with delight. How splendid! With such a fortune, Zhou Xing would surely be ecstatic. Their future would be secured. She subsequently concealed the silver notes in her vanity box and tucked the small figurine close to her heart before stealthily making her way to the princess's quarters. Upon reaching the Chunwan pavilion, she discovered the others were absent, with only Qin lazily sweeping the courtyard. Qin, why are you alone here? Where's Ping Er? She inquired. Qin shot Aunt May a disgruntled glare. How would I know? The sun is high, and the princess is not home. Perhaps she has hidden away to slack off. Since offending the princess last time, she had been relegated to sweeping the outer courtyard and was no longer permitted inside. Forced to mingle with the others while unable to indulge in idleness like Ping Er and her companions. It truly was a miserable existence. Aunt May snapped. How dare you speak to me with such insolence? The area remains unkempt, does it not? Hurry and clean it diligently. Finish your task promptly. And do not indulge in idleness. Otherwise, you shall forfeit your dinner tonight. After Aunt May's scolding, she turned and strode into the inner courtyard. Qin glared at her departing figure, disdainfully spitting. Bah, that old hag. What audacity. Even the air protects me, and she dares to command me. Just wait until the air returns. You shall see. Upon entering the inner courtyard, Aunt May did not encounter Ping Er. As for Lian Xiao and Ru Feng, she was aware they had accompanied the Grand Princess on a shopping excursion. In theory, at this hour, Ping Er should be stationed outside the Grand Princess's chamber to prevent anyone from entering, yet she was nowhere to be found. Perhaps, as Qin had insinuated, Ping Er had seized the opportunity to slack off while the princess was away. This was fortuitous, making it easier for her to execute her plans. Surveying her surroundings once more and confirming that no one was present, she hurriedly entered the Grand Princess's room. Upon entering, she rushed to the foot of the Grand Princess's bed. After ensuring the coast was clear, she swiftly retrieved a small doll from her bosom and placed it beneath the princess's pillow. Having secured the doll, she patted her chest in reassurance and exited the room. Aunt, what are you doing in the princess's chamber? At that moment, Ping Er's voice rang out from the doorway. Startled, Aunt May felt as though her very spirit had fled. Looking up, she saw Ping Er entering. Quickly regaining her composure, she retorted, Ping Er, how dare you question me? I ought to ask you why the princess entrusted you with guarding her chamber, yet you are nowhere to be found. Where have you been slacking off? I went to the latrine. Am I not allowed to attend to nature's call? Ping Er shot back. And you? What were you doing sneaking into the princess's room? Were you planning to pilfer her jewelry again? How dare you accuse me? When have I ever stolen the princess's jewelry? You little vixen. If you dare speak such nonsense again, I shall tear your mouth apart. Aunt May's face darkened with fury. Ping Er scrutinized Aunt May coldly, noting her empty hands, which seemed to indicate she had not stolen anything. If one wishes for their actions to remain unknown, they must refrain from wrongdoing. Had I not arrived in time, who knows what could have transpired? With that, she forcefully pulled the door shut and resumed her post at the entrance. Seeing that Ping Er had mistakenly assumed she intended to steal, Aunt May breathed a sigh of relief. If Ping Er discovered that she had placed the doll beneath the Grand Princess's pillow, it would be quite troublesome. Now, with matters of importance at hand, she had no desire to quarrel with Ping Er, so she declared, I am the royal wet nurse of the princess, a position of great esteem. You have no right to interfere. Speak out of turn again, and I shall inform the princess, ensuring you face dire consequences. With a haughty snort, she sashayed away. Observing her departure, Ping Er cast a glance at the door, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. In the afternoon, as the Grand Princess returned home with Lian Xiao, they fortuitously encountered young Master Su Qi at the entrance of the Su residence, just back from the military camp. Clad in gleaming black armor, adorned with a silver helm and draped in a dark cloak, he wielded a sword in his hand. Beneath his lean and elegant exterior lay an air of defiance and an alluring charm. As soon as he dismounted and gracefully ascended the stone steps, his cloak billowing in the wind, the heart of the princess raced with excitement. Clad in armor, Su Qi was truly striking. She couldn't help but gaze at him, oblivious to her own footing on the steps. Suddenly, her foot slipped, and she tumbled down the stairs with a heavy thud, letting out a sharp scream. Just when she thought she would crash to the ground, a pair of hands reached out to catch her, and she found herself enveloped in a sturdy embrace. "How careless can you be while walking?" came Su Qi's impatient voice. The princess opened her eyes, meeting his breathtaking face, one that could incite envy among the heavens. It dawned on her that he had dashed over to catch her. At that moment, she lay at an angle in his arms, her head resting against his firm bicep. The coolness of his armor provided a refreshing contrast to the summer heat. With such proximity, her cheeks flushed crimson. "Why is your face so red? Are you burning up?" Su Qi inquired, his gaze piercing into her. The princess felt her face heat up further under his scrutiny, stammering, "Why, you're the one burning up. I merely lost focus and nearly fell. Next time, pay attention while walking. I wouldn't want to waste my money on a doctor for you," Su Qi retorted sharply, pulling her upright. Once she regained her footing, her heart began to settle. As Su Qi turned to leave, she called out, "Su Qi, don't go. Thank you for saving me. I wish to give you a gift as a token of my gratitude." The gift was something she had purchased while shopping. She had simply been waiting for the right moment to present it to him. "A gift? I'm afraid I don't require one. Besides, I didn't save you out of kindness. I simply didn't want you to fall at the entrance of the Su residence, embarrassing us in front of the onlookers," Su Qi replied with a haughty tone. His words stung, leaving the princess pale. She was accustomed to being proud and never bowed to others, yet in Su Qi's presence, she felt a loss of confidence. Biting her lip, she said, "I understand, but I still wish to thank you. I noticed your belt is somewhat worn, so I bought you a fine new one, hoping you will like it." With a touch of awkwardness, she quickly took a box from Lian Xiao and handed it to Su Qi. He coldly accepted the box, opening it to reveal a magnificent belt adorned with gold and jade. With a slight smirk, he remarked, "This belt is indeed beautiful, but it does not suit me. I prefer the one my mother made for me." He gestured to the somewhat old jade belt around his waist. "You see, this was crafted by my mother. Though it may be worn, it embodies her love for me. To me, it holds a special significance. Despite its age, I cherish it dearly. I kindly ask the princess not to disdain its antiquity." Saying this, he returned the brocade box to the grand princess. "As for the new one, I implore the princess to keep it. This heir only treasures items imbued with sentiment, and cannot accept such an extravagant gift from you." After coldly thrusting the box into the grand princess's hands, Su Qishao then strode into the Su residence with a solemn countenance. How could the grand princess dare to dismiss his belt as old? Does she understand the essence of familial bonds? Upon witnessing Su Qishao's indifferent silhouette, the grand princess momentarily froze. Lian Xiao hurriedly supported her. "Your Highness, do not be disheartened. The heir simply treasures the belt crafted by his mother, which is why he declined yours. Nay, he merely despises this belt for being purchased by me, rather than one made by my own hands," the grand princess lamented. Might the princess consider crafting a belt for the heir herself? Such a gesture would be heartfelt, and perchance he would appreciate it, suggested Lian Xiao. The grand princess shook her head. "Alas, my needlework is woefully inadequate. Anything I produce would surely be unsightly, and he would not favor it." Chapter 1666. The Traitor Within. How could that be? "Your Highness, if you require assistance, the maidservants can certainly teach you. With your innate talent, I am confident you would excel. Since the heir favors items made with care, you could stitch your affection for him into the belt. Thus, whenever he dons it, he will be reminded of you," Lian Xiao remarked with understanding. The grand princess bit her lip. "I do not harbor feelings for him. However, my sewing skills are poor. Perhaps I could create something to practice." Lian Xiao smiled, noting the grand princess's striking similarity to the heir, both fond of feigning indifference while secretly harboring affection. As the grand princess entered the Su residence with Lian Xiao, they were met by Ru Feng, who approached like a whirlwind. "Your Highness, you have returned. I have uncovered something of interest." "What is it?" The grand princess lowered her voice. Ru Feng promptly moved closer, whispering, "At your behest. I kept a watch on Aunt Mei, and today I indeed made a discovery. I observed her being summoned by someone from Su Changxiao's side, returning to her chamber with a large bundle. Then, she surreptitiously entered your quarters and left an item there." "What item?" The Grand Princess gasped. "Follow me, and you shall see," Rufeng replied, leading the way. Moreover, while I was monitoring Aunt May, I noticed Ping Er tailing her as well. She bore witness to these events. However, I refrained from alarming the snake, as we shall soon ascertain whether she is willing to share this information with you. If she is amenable, it would indicate her reliability, and she may be of use for the time being. The Grand Princess had previously mentioned testing Ping Er. Hence Rufeng's suggestion. Anyone serving in proximity to the Grand Princess must endure rigorous trials to prove their loyalty. The Grand Princess nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall put Ping Er to the test. In no time, the Grand Princess hurried back to Chunwan Pavilion. Upon arriving at the entrance, Ping Er rushed over anxiously. "Your Highness, trouble brews. I have something urgent to relay." "What is it?" the Grand Princess inquired. "Time is of the essence. I implore you, Princess, to accompany me into the chamber for a discussion." Ping Er cast a furtive glance around, anxious to avoid being discovered by Aunt May. The princess regarded Ping Er with a penetrating gaze, sensing her loyalty and concluding that she was not in league with Su Changxiao. "Very well, let us proceed," she replied. Ping Er promptly opened the door to the room, leading the way, while the princess ushered Rufeng and Lian Xiao inside. Once they had entered, Lian Xiao quickly shut the door. Aware that Rufeng and Lian Xiao were allies of the princess, Ping Er spoke. "Your Highness, I witnessed Aunt May entering Su Changxiao's courtyard, carrying a package. I then saw her sneaking towards your room. I pretended to go to the lavatory and hid nearby to observe. To my astonishment, I discovered that Aunt May had placed a doll beneath your pillow. You must see this." As she spoke, Ping Er lifted the princess's pillow, revealing a blood-stained cloth doll. The princess gasped in horror. The doll bore the name of Emperor Hongyuan and was embedded with numerous needles. Infuriated, she seized the doll and exclaimed, "Aunt May, this treacherous wretch. I have treated her well, yet she dares to conspire against me time and again." "Your Highness," Ping Er interjected hurriedly, "I suspect Aunt May is acting on Su Changxiao's orders, placing this doll under your pillow to frame you for cursing the emperor. I fear that as soon as you return to the manor, Su Changxiao will surely send people to search your room. We must incinerate this doll at once to prevent them from finding incriminating evidence." The princess looked at Ping Er, questioning, "But Ping Er, are you not from the Su household? Logically, you should align with Su Changxiao, much like Qin Qin. Why then do you lend your assistance to me?" With a tremor in her voice, Ping Er replied, "Your Highness, although I am from the Su household, I am not aligned with Su Changxiao. I serve the young master, and since you are the young master's consort, my loyalty lies with you. I have remained here, vigilant and undetected, awaiting your return to inform you of this matter." "What if someone comes to search before the princess returns?" Lian Xiao interjected. Ping Er shook her head. "That is unlikely. They will wait for the princess to return, gather everyone, and then fabricate a grand excuse to search your room and uncover this doll. If they intended to come early, I would have already removed the doll to prevent them from finding it. The reason I did not take it is to allow you to witness for yourself the malice of Aunt May." Unbeknownst to Ping Er, the princess had already discerned Aunt May's treachery, and Ping Er believed the princess remained oblivious. She hoped that seeing the situation beneath her pillow would incite the princess's anger and heighten her vigilance against deceitful individuals. The princess regarded Ping Er with admiration, saying, "You are quite astute, Ping Er. You have handled this matter excellently. Now, Rufeng, swiftly take this doll outside and burn it." "That is not permissible. The doll must not be burned." At that moment, a languid, enchanting male voice emanated from outside. Upon hearing the sound, the princess and her companions were startled. Turning around, she was relieved to see the flamboyantly dressed Su Qishao entering in a vivid red attire. "You, what brings you here? Did you hear everything?" the princess inquired, glancing at him. "Indeed, I heard it all," Su Qishao replied coldly. "Since you are aware, you must understand that the matter concerning this puppet is not trivial. If we do not burn it promptly, what shall we do if Su Changxiao discovers it?" The princess spoke anxiously. "Hand the puppet over to me. I shall repay the misdeed in kind." Su Qishao gritted his teeth. The princess then realized, scratching her head awkwardly, "I thought you were reluctant to burn it. Perhaps to protect Su Changxiao and conspire against me." Su Qishao looked at her speechlessly, stepping forward to tap her forehead lightly. "Are you lacking in wit? Although I may not hold you in high regard, you remain my nominal fiancée. Should you fall victim to this sorcery, I would be implicated as well." He then turned to Rufu, instructing, "Rufu, soon Su Changxiao will undoubtedly bring her people to search this place. When her courtyard is unguarded, Place the puppet beneath her pillow. I shall enact retribution, an eye for an eye. Understood, young master. Ruoyue swiftly took the puppet and darted away like the wind. The princess had not anticipated Su Chishao's cleverness in devising such a retaliatory plan. Indeed, this is the only way to relieve my grievances. Chapter 1668. The search for the thief. Suddenly, her eyes fell upon a plump statuette of the guanyin of fertility made from Wangwali wood resting on a shelf. She exclaimed, "Let us ensure that Su Changxiao finds nothing during her search. That would be rather dull. How about I place this guanyin beneath my pillow to give her a delightful surprise?" Lin Xiao quickly clapped her hands. "Excellent idea, Your Highness. I have also heard that placing a guanyin underneath one's pillow can indeed grant wishes and lead to pregnancy." "Who is wishing for a baby?" Lin Xiao. "Be quiet." The princess blushed deeply, hastening to retrieve the guanyin and place it beneath her own pillow. Upon hearing the mention of babies, Su Chishiao was momentarily taken aback. Aside from their encounter at the inn, he and the princess had not been intimate. Where would a baby come from? This girl truly had a vivid imagination. "Young master." "Your Highness, trouble is brewing. The eldest young lady has arrived with the master and madam. She claims there is a thief in our residence who dares to sneak in and steal. She intends to capture the miscreant." Outside, Su Qing's panicked voice rang out. Su Chishiao coldly opened the door, eyeing him. "What is there to panic about? Come, let us all go out and lead them into a trap." He instinctively grasped the princess's hand, guiding her outside. The princess felt his large hand enveloping her small one, sending a jolt of electricity through her. She was acutely aware that he was merely putting on an act before the others, yet she still relished this fleeting tenderness. As they stepped outside, they beheld Su Changxiao, flanked by Su Ming, Madame Bai, and a host of servants, storming in with an imposing presence. "What brings all of you here?" she scoffed. Su Chishiao sauntered to the front of the courtyard, letting out a languid cold snort. Su Changxiao fixed him with a frosty glare and intoned, "Seventh brother. A thief has just intruded into the estate and stolen a white jade bracelet from me. Witnesses claim to have seen the scoundrel fleeing in the direction of Chunwarm Pavilion. We are here to search for that thief." Su Chishiao smirked derisively. "What? Do you suspect the thief is hiding in Chunwarm Pavilion? Of course. Since he fled in that direction, it is certainly possible he could be concealed here. Seventh brother. I shall personally lead the search into Chunwarm Pavilion to ensure that thief is apprehended before he can harm the princess." Su Changxiao's gaze turned icy as she glared at Su Chishiao. Having said this, she strode towards the princess's chamber. "Hold on." Su Chishiao suddenly stepped forward, blocking Su Changxiao with a grim expression. "You think you can search at will? Do you take me for a fool?" Su Changxiao chuckled derisively. "Oh dear seventh brother. The matter of apprehending a thief is of utmost importance. We cannot afford any delays. If we tarry, what if he commits further harm?" Beside her, Su Ming echoed solemnly. "Qingchen, your sister makes a valid point. Since she has identified the thief, we must act immediately. If we wait too long, what if that rogue escapes?" "Father, do you truly believe her words? Just because she claims there is a thief, does that make it true? I have no knowledge of any thief. Could it be that she is using this incident to deliberately search our quarters?" Su Chishiao retorted coldly. "How is that possible? Your sister is not that kind of person. For the sake of the princess's safety, it is prudent to conduct a search. If you truly oppose your sister's search, then you should conduct one yourself. Only then will I feel at ease," Su Ming stated gravely. Su Chishiao turned to Su Ming. From his father's tone, it appeared he was oblivious to Su Changxiao's scheme. Could it be that he had been duped by her? At that moment, the princess interjected, "Father, we have remained in our room this entire time and have not seen the thief my elder sister mentioned." "Elder sister, who discovered that a thief had entered the estate. It was my maid, Donger. She witnessed the thief escaping from my room towards Chunwarm Pavilion. When I entered to investigate, I found that a white jade bracelet was missing. Princess, do you not trust my words? It is not a matter of disbelief, but rather that we did not see the thief enter. Therefore, you cannot search my chamber." The princess raised her chin haughtily. Su Changxiao's lips curled in a sinister smile. "Are you afraid that I might uncover something unsavory in your quarters? It is merely a search for a thief, yet you resist so vehemently. Are you feeling guilty? It is not guilt, but rather that this is my domain, and you lack the right to search." The princess retorted sharply. She was a royal princess, a flower of gold, and would not allow Su Changxiao to overstep her bounds. Su Changxiao fixed a cold stare on the princess. "Is that so? If you refuse to allow me to search, then I will search regardless. Everyone, Follow me into the chamber. We must unearth that thief. With that, she forcefully shoved the princess aside and led her companions into the princess's quarters. At the moment Su Changxiao pushed, Su Qixiao swiftly caught the princess, his gaze locking onto Su Changxiao with a predatory intensity. Very well. Su Changxiao, emboldened by her audacity, dared to confront the woman, fully aware that her actions would lead to dire consequences. Were it not for the deliberate invitation extended to her by Su Changxiao to search the premises, she would have never gained entry. At that moment, Aunt May arrived, stealthily approaching the princess, feigning confusion as she inquired, "Your Highness, what transpired?" The princess, with a frosty gaze, scrutinized her and queried, "Aunt, where have you been? I did not see you upon my return. Please do not be angry, Your Highness. I felt a bit fatigued and took a brief nap in my chamber." Only awakening to the commotion outside, Aunt May hastily explained. The princess regarded her with a knowing look. "If you were tired, why not indulge in a longer slumber? You may not have the luxury of rest again." Aunt May, alarmed by the implication of the princess's words, faltered, "What do you mean, Your Highness? I fail to comprehend." "No matter, if you do not understand. Come and witness a spectacle with us," the princess replied in a grave tone. With that, she and young Master Su hastened to follow Su Changxiao into her chamber. As Su Changxiao burst into the princess's quarters, she commanded her subordinates to commence a thorough search. Oblivious to the exchange between the princess and Aunt May, she reveled in the belief that she was on the verge of toppling the princess. Swiftly, she approached the princess's bed, noticing that the pillow was oddly elevated, as if concealing something beneath it. "Your Highness, why is your pillow so raised? What lies beneath?" The princess stepped forward, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Did you not come to apprehend a thief? Surely you do not believe that a mere pillow could conceal a criminal? That was not my intention. However, your pillow seems unusually lumpy, unlike its usual flatness. My curiosity compels me to uncover what secrets it harbors," Su Changxiao proclaimed, boldly lifting the princess's pillow in front of the onlookers. Upon unveiling it, her gaze fixated on the object beneath. Instead of the anticipated doll, she was met with the sight of a plump statue of Guanyin, the goddess of mercy. Her expression shifted in rapid succession from pale to ashen, and finally to a deep shade of anger, an array of colors reflecting her shock. "What is the meaning of this? Why is a statue of Guanyin hidden beneath your pillow?" Su Changxiao demanded, her eyes narrowing like daggers aimed at Aunt May. Aunt May, upon seeing the statue, instinctively recoiled. Recalling the princess's earlier words, a chill coursed through her, leaving her weak and trembling. It was evident that the princess was aware of her actions, leading to the transformation of the doll into the statue, and her cryptic remarks outside. Avoiding Su Changxiao's gaze, she hastily lowered her head, consumed by guilt. Observing Su Changxiao's distress, the princess sneered, "What troubles you, dear sister? You appear disheartened by the sight of Guanyin. Is it that my pillow did not yield the treasures you sought, hence your disappointment?" Fuming, Su Changxiao clenched her fists, her lips quivering as she stammered, "And no, that is not the case. I merely found the elevation of your pillow curious. The statue of Guanyin, you say? It is indeed a fine figure, perfectly suited to bless you with abundant offspring." As she spoke, she clenched her teeth with fierce determination and cast a resentful glance at Aunt May, wishing she could extinguish her life. Observing this, Su Qixiao, from a position of authority, directed a scornful look at Su Changxiao, questioning, "Did you not come to apprehend the thief? Why then do you focus solely on the princess's pillow?" Realizing her scheme had faltered, Su Changxiao cast a suspicious gaze towards the grand princess and Su Qixiao. Aunt May, having accepted her payment, felt compelled to assist her. Could it be that this couple had discovered the doll, thus opting to present the statue of the Guanyin of children? It seemed they had narrowly escaped peril. Very well. Today, she would let them off the hook, seeking another opportunity to frame them in the future. With this thought, she spoke coldly. "I just led a search with my men, and there were no thieves found here. Surely the rogue has fled and is not among you. Let us proceed to search elsewhere." "Excellent point," Su Qixiao replied. "Since this young master has already searched this spring-warm pavilion and found no thief, I shall now investigate other locations, such as your listening rain pavilion, to ascertain whether the rogue has sought refuge there." Su Qixiao ground his teeth in a frigid manner. Su Changxiao was taken aback. "You wish to search my premises?" The thief fled from the listening rain pavilion. How could he possibly return? "Not necessarily," Su Qixiao countered. "He may deem the most perilous location as the safest. You are permitted to search us. Why should we not be allowed to search you?" Su Qing, Do not delay. Take your men and conduct a search. Su Qishao commanded in a chilling tone. Yes, my lord. Su Qing responded, signaling to the household servants and guards brought by the Grand Princess. Immediately, a dozen or so guards followed him towards Su Changxiao's listening rain pavilion. Seeing this, Su Ming followed with a grave expression, already sensing that something was amiss. Su Changxiao and Aunt Mei also recognized the shift in the atmosphere, particularly Su Changxiao, who turned her eyes, gripping the handkerchief tightly, mentally cursing. Why does Su Qishao wish to search my room? Could it be that he has sent someone to place that doll within my quarters? If that is the case, what am I to do? Soon, they arrived at the listening rain pavilion. As they entered the courtyard, Su Changxiao stated, "Seventh brother, my room was searched moments ago, and there was no thief present. Thus, there is no need to search again. Let us instead investigate the neighboring listening snow pavilion belonging to Yuyao." She proceeded towards Su Yuyao's courtyard, increasingly convinced that she had fallen into a trap and resolutely determined that Su Qishao must not search her room. With a domineering motion, Su Qishao swiftly positioned himself in her path, blocking her advance. The individuals from your courtyard have all gone to watch the spectacle at mine. It is entirely possible that the thief took advantage of the laxity in your courtyard's management to slip back in. Unthinkable. That rogue is not so foolish. He has likely fled long ago and would not hide within the estate, allowing us to conduct a search. Su Changxiao hastily retorted. The princess of the Long family let out a cold laugh, then imperiously commanded, "Is there anyone? Just go in and search, and we shall have the answer. Come, search my quarters thoroughly, leaving no corner unchecked." Indeed, the princess exuded an air of authority as soon as she issued her command. Her guards surged forth like an ironclad force towards Su Changxiao's chamber. They kicked open the door and stormed inside, reminiscent of an invading army. Su Changxiao attempted to intervene, but it was too late, as the princess and Su Qishao had already darted in. Su Ming and Lady Bai, witnessing this, hastily followed suit. Upon entering, the princess cast a swift glance around the room before striding directly towards Su Changxiao's bed. She swept her hand across the pillow and, to her delight, noticed it had indeed risen, prompting her to sneer. "Why, dear sister, is your pillow also elevated? Are you concealing something unspeakable beneath it?" The moment Su Changxiao beheld the raised pillow, her countenance turned pale. How could this be? She was certain nothing lay hidden beneath the pillow. "This is your room. You must answer for it," the princess retorted coldly. Suddenly, Su Changxiao came to her senses and hurried to the bedside, exclaiming, "I remember now. There is a woman's undergarment concealed beneath. It is improper for me to present it before you all. Please, everyone, leave so I may retrieve it." As she spoke, she reached for the pillow, intending to carry both it and its concealed contents away. Unfortunately, she was a moment too late. The princess lifted the pillow faster and seized the hidden object. To everyone's astonishment, it was a blood-stained voodoo doll, leaving them agape in shock. What is the meaning of this? It is a cursed doll. The eldest miss has hidden it beneath her pillow. Who does she intend to curse? Who knows? Perhaps it is aimed at the princess or even the royal consort. This is witchcraft. If the authorities discover this, the eldest miss will face severe consequences. Upon hearing their murmurs, Su Ming grasped the situation. It was evident that Su Changxiao had sought to ensnare the princess, only to find herself outmaneuvered. To prevent matters from escalating, he bellowed at the onlookers, "All servants, withdraw immediately. Furthermore, today's events must remain confidential. Anyone who dares to utter a word shall face my wrath." "Yes, my lord." The servants of the Su household, witnessing Su Ming's sternness, retreated in fear. At that moment, the princess turned to Ru Feng and instructed, "Ru Feng, you two must escort the guards out." "Yes, your highness." Ru Feng complied, signaling the guards, who then exited like a receding tide. He also closed the door behind him. Now, only the princess, Su Qishao, Su Ming, Lady Bai, Aunt Mei, and Su Changxiao remained in the room. Once the extraneous individuals had departed, the princess glanced at the voodoo doll in her hand, her fury igniting. "Look, it bears the emperor's name and birth date inscribed upon it. Bold Su Changxiao, you dare to curse the emperor. Do you wish for death?" A cold sweat broke upon Su Changxiao, her body turning icy, her legs trembling with weakness. She murmured softly, "Impossible. How could this be here?" She had clearly instructed Aunt Mei to place it in the princess's chamber. How did it end up in her possession? She shot a furious glare at Aunt Mei, who had already turned pale, her head nearly buried to the ground. Su Ming, upon seeing the name on the doll, was equally taken aback and glared at Su Changxiao. What is the meaning of this? Have you offended someone and been set up? Yes, father, I have indeed been framed. This is not mine. I have no idea who placed it under my pillow. Realizing her predicament, Su Changxiao hastily attempted to defend herself. The princess snorted coldly, with so many eyes upon us. How can you deny it when this doll was found beneath your pillow? Do you harbor a grudge against the emperor for having punished you previously, leading you to employ witchcraft to curse him? Su Qixiao also interjected with a cold snort. If the emperor were to see this doll, do you not think he would be furious enough to order your execution? Perhaps it would be akin to the fate of the lady from the Wei Kingdom. The moment her head would roll, the princess added with a mocking smile. Hearing their exchange, Su Changxiao trembled in fear. Suddenly, she directed her ire at the princess and Su Qixiao. It is you. You have conspired to frame me, haven't you? How have we conspired against you? Pray tell, the princess replied coldly. Su Changxiao was momentarily speechless. She could not confess that she had initially plotted against them, only to be ensnared herself. To reveal that she had employed witchcraft would seal her fate. Su Ming and Bai Shi, seeing Su Changxiao at a loss for words, wore expressions of anxiety. Su Ming spoke. Qingchen, princess, it is possible that this doll was crafted by someone else to frame Changxiao. We are all family. Let us put this matter to rest. If we all remain silent, the emperor need never know. For my sake, can we not make a mountain out of a molehill? Su Qixiao scoffed. I'm sorry, father, but when Su Changxiao sent people to search our rooms, she had no thought of us being family. You are fully aware of her intentions to ruin the princess. How can you defend her? Do you not discern right from wrong? It is not that I cannot discern, but if this matter reaches the palace, our entire Su family, over 100 members, will be implicated. Su Ming retorted coldly. Bai Shi, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly interjected in defense of Su Qixiao. Qingchen, your father speaks the truth. We are all family. Your sister is undoubtedly a victim of foul play. For the sake of family, can you not overlook this? This matter is beyond my authority. The princess is present, and she should decide what to do with someone who dares to curse a member of the royal family. Su Qixiao raised an eyebrow. However, Qingchen, you must understand that should the emperor learn of this, you too would face consequences, Bai Shi warned. Chapter 1673. The invincible princess. At the same time, she cast a cold glance at the princess. Your Highness, we all know how much you care for Qingchen. We are his family. You would not wish to inform the emperor of this incident, would you? For if it were to implicate him, how would he view you? Upon hearing this, the Grand Princess immediately discerned that the Bai family sought to leverage the safety of Su Qixiao as a means of coercion. The depths of Bai's cunning were apparent, as she recognized Su Qixiao as the Grand Princess's Achilles heel. The Grand Princess cast a fleeting glance at Su Qixiao, her expression tinged with trepidation. Observing her momentary faltering, Su Qixiao promptly signaled her with a reassuring glance and declared, Princess, fear not. This matter shall not implicate me. The emperor is a wise sovereign. Whoever dares to cast a curse upon him shall meet their demise, and he will not wrongfully punish the innocent. Rest assured. Upon perceiving the determination in Su Qixiao's gaze, the Grand Princess comprehended his intent. Stepping forward, she forcefully slammed her palm onto the table, directing an intimidating finger at Su Changxiao, declaring, Su Changxiao dares to curse the emperor with a doll. The evidence is irrefutable. None shall plead for her. I shall promptly enter the palace and present this doll to the emperor. Anyone who dares to intercede on her behalf shall be considered an accomplice and dealt with accordingly. At these words, Su Changxiao's body went limp with despair. Su Ming and Bai both wore expressions of indignation, with Su Ming retorting, Princess. This incident transpired within the Su residence. If Changxiao is guilty, you too cannot escape judgment. I implore you to reconsider. I am the one who apprehended Su Changxiao, and the emperor would reward me, not blame me. The Grand Princess asserted with unwavering authority. Su Ming, choked with rage, found himself at a loss for words, unable to swallow the bitterness rising within him. The Grand Princess indeed intended to hand over the doll to the emperor, leading to Su Changxiao's execution. However, thoughts of Su Qixiao lingered in her mind. Should Su Changxiao be found guilty, the entire Su family might face repercussions. If the matter escalated and caused a stir throughout the realm, even Su Ming, a valiant noble, may not escape the emperor's wrath. The Su family risked annihilation, and she was unwilling to implicate Su Qixiao. Her earlier threats were merely a ruse to intimidate Xuancheng. Pondering this, she shifted her stance and proclaimed, "Although using witchcraft to curse the emperor is indeed a capital offense, should my elder sister kneel before me, bowing her head in submission, and strike her own face 50 times, I might consider sparing her life, incinerating this doll as if nothing had transpired." "You." Su Changxiao's face drained of color as she trembled with fury. "You dare to insult me so? You have gone too far." The Grand Princess suddenly leaned closer. "You were quite arrogant when you searched my chambers just now. What would you do if this doll were to be discovered there?" Su Changxiao glared at her with venomous hatred, fully aware that she would present the doll to the emperor, who would then execute the Grand Princess. Never did she anticipate falling prey to this foolish princess. Clearly, she was not as dim-witted as she appeared. There must be someone advising her, undoubtedly Ruoyue. Otherwise, her schemes would not have unraveled so easily. At that moment, Su Qixiao interjected, "Princess, do you no longer intend to present the doll to the emperor?" "Not at all. We are all family. As long as my elder sister satisfies me, I shall not hand it over," the Grand Princess replied, brushing off her robe with an air of superiority before taking her seat. Her demeanor was nothing short of commanding, exuding an unmatched aura of dominance and fervor. Su Changxiao glared at her resentfully, realizing that she could never kneel before this Grand Princess. Chapter 1674. Kneel and bow. She swiftly cast a glance at Su Ming, who, in resignation, nodded at her, signaling her to comply with the princess's demands. She understood that her father wished to preserve his position and to safeguard the Su family. She must make the ultimate sacrifice. Observing that Su Changxiao remained unmoved, the princess abruptly seized a teacup from the table, shattering it upon the floor in a fit of rage. "I count to 3. If you do not kneel, I shall immediately return to the palace." "I will kneel," Su Changxiao exclaimed involuntarily. With a gaze filled with profound hatred directed at the princess, she slowly descended to her knees. She knelt. In her heart, she vowed that the princess's humiliation today would not go unpunished. When the opportunity arose, she would repay her 100-fold, ensuring the princess would meet her demise without a grave. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she closed her eyes, tears of humiliation welling up, and gradually bowed her head before the princess. Standing nearby, Bai Shi was wrought with anger and despair, yet felt utterly powerless, succumbing to tears. "Mother, I am fine. Please do not worry," Su Changxiao reassured her, straightening up and, in a daze, raised her hand to strike her own face with great force. The resounding slap echoed through the room as she exerted all her strength, leaving one side of her face swollen. She realized that mere pretense would not suffice. She could not deceive the princess and had to strike herself genuinely. This act, however, brought a sense of satisfaction to the princess, who relished the thought of Su Changxiao's audacity to frame her and demean the princess consort at the Zhao estate. In that moment, she felt exhilarated. "Continue to strike. 50 slaps, and perhaps you will learn your lesson." The princess scoffed coldly. Su Changxiao shot her a venomous glare, wishing she could devour her whole. Yet, she had no choice but to raise her hand in humiliation and deliver a second and a third slap. The sound of slaps resounded in the room, crisp and piercing, causing Aunt May's heart to race with anxiety. She feared that her own transgressions would soon be exposed, uncertain of how the princess would deal with her later. Before long, Su Changxiao's face was left red and swollen. She gritted her teeth, nearly biting them in frustration. Blood began to stain her once delicate visage, and every touch sent waves of pain coursing through her. Finally, after enduring 50 slaps, she trembled to a halt. "Princess, are you satisfied now?" The princess coldly rose, seemingly appeased. "For now, I shall spare you. But should you dare to harbor ill intentions again or resort to such underhanded tactics, do not expect me to show mercy." With that, she turned to Su Qixiao. "Since she acknowledges her wrongdoing, shall we incinerate this puppet?" "Very well, I shall heed the princess's wishes," Su Qixiao replied, leading her away with a disdainful glance at Su Changxiao before exiting. Aunt May hurriedly followed suit. "Changxiao, are you all right?" At that moment, Bai Shi hastily knelt beside Su Changxiao, supporting her. With tear-filled eyes, Su Changxiao gazed at Bai Shi and weakly uttered, "Mother, I am fine. Please take me to the Zhao estate. I want the Lord to see how I have been humiliated." She yearned for revenge from Zhao Wang on her behalf. "Let us apply some medicine first before we go," Bai Shi urged with concern. "No more delays, take me there at once. If I am late, perhaps the swelling on my face will subside," And how then could I evoke the Duke's sympathy? I cast a glance at Su Ming, who, in a fit of anger, retorted, Chang Xiao, was it not you who first plotted against others today? You sought to ensnare the crown princess, only to find yourself ensnared instead, did you not? Chapter 1675. Interrogation of Aunt May. Yes, Father, I am sorry. It is my own ineptitude. I had indeed bribed Aunt May, yet I know not why she has betrayed me. At this juncture, Su Changshao suddenly comprehended. I understand now, from the very beginning. This was a trap. Perhaps the crown princess and Aunt May conspired together to ensnare me. I fell for that old wretch's scheme. Silence. Regardless of whether they conspired. It reflects your foolishness. This hex is a grave taboo among the common folk. Everyone is terrified of it, desperate to avoid it. Do you still dare to use such sorcery against her? Are you not afraid of implicating the Su family? This time, you brought this upon yourself. Even your father cannot aid you. Su Ming spat through clenched teeth. Father, I understand my mistakes. I have been humiliated by them. I beseech you to avenge me. Su Changshao implored. Avenge what? Have you forgotten that Qing Chun is also your brother? Do you wish to harm him as well? I do not wish to harm Qing Chun. I only seek revenge against the crown princess. Father, do you not see how badly she has tormented me? Do you not feel even a twinge of sympathy? Su Changshao cried, pointing at the wounds on her face. Su Ming glared at her, filled with exasperation. Enough. We shall discuss revenge later. You must not act impulsively again. Every decision must be meticulously planned, a strategy that guarantees success, leaving the opponent without a chance to recover. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Father. After Su Ming's admonishment, he stormed out in anger. His daughter was a constant source of worry. This time, she had nearly brought about his ruin, incensing him greatly. Upon returning to Chunwan Pavilion, the crown princess first cast the puppet into the flames until it was reduced to ashes, then summoned Aunt May into a chamber for interrogation alongside Su Qishao. Concurrently, she had dispatched Ru Feng to the streets to apprehend Zhou Xing and her paramour, Xiao Qiu. She intended to make Aunt May aware of Zhou Xing's true character. Within the inner chamber, the crown princess and Su Qishao sat on ornately carved chairs, their gazes icy as they fixed upon Aunt May. Aunt May, standing before them, was filled with trepidation as she addressed the crown princess. Your Highness, may I inquire why you have summoned this old servant? Aunt May, you have cared for me since my childhood, remaining by my side for over 2 decades. I have always held a deep affection for you. We have relied on one another, and thus I have treated you with great fondness. After the death of my mother, I regarded you as my own mother. Do you remember the joyful times we shared in the palace? The crown princess rose and approached Aunt May, her mind flooding with memories of Aunt May's nurturing, her eyes welling with tears. Aunt May was taken aback, nervously blinking. This old servant remembers everything. But I am curious as to why your Highness has brought these memories to light. The crown princess softly replied, I still remember those times we depended on each other. Perhaps you have long since forgotten. I recall a time when the queen consistently devised schemes against me, serving me spoiled leftovers to eat. The garments she gifted me concealed numerous needles within them. In the harsh winter, she denied us even a single piece of coal, leaving us to fend for ourselves. On numerous occasions, she poisoned my meals. Fortunately, dear aunt, your vigilance saved me, for you tested each dish with a silver hairpin to reveal the poison, allowing me to survive until today. I have always regarded you as my kin, and I silently vowed that as long as I have a morsel to eat, I would never neglect you. Should I one day attain a life of freedom, I shall ensure that you are the most esteemed person by my side. I will protect you, care for you, and ensure that you are well taken care of in your old age, never permitting anyone to bully or belittle you. Chapter 1676. Almost fainted upon hearing these words, Aunt May felt a tremor in her heart. She had not anticipated that the princess held her in such high regard. Yet she had repeatedly betrayed the princess, and a wave of remorse surged within her. Nearby, Su Qishao felt as if a bundle of dry hay had lodged in his throat. He had never imagined that the princess endured such hardship within the palace. He always believed she lived in luxury, with everything handed to her effortlessly. Little did he know that beneath the glamorous facade, her life was worse than that of a mere palace maid. Your Highness, I am but a servant. I never realized that I held such significance in your heart. Aunt May expressed with shame. The princess looked at her with disappointment. Indeed, I too did not foresee your betrayal. Aunt May's hands trembled uncontrollably. She could no longer maintain her facade and fell to her knees, exclaiming, I am sorry, Your Highness. Are you aware of all the wrongs I have committed against you? Forgive me, for I was blinded by my own greed. The truth cannot remain hidden forever. The last time you attempted to steal my jewelry, I began to suspect you. Fortunately, Yuer informed me, prompting me to have you monitored. Otherwise, I would have met my demise today. Aunt, you have treated me well over the years. But I have also been kind to you. Each treasure bestowed upon me by the Empress and Xuancheng has been shared with you. You have accumulated immense wealth, enough to squander for several lifetimes. Why, then, do you remain so greedy, seeking my very life? The princess shouted in fury. As she spoke, she struck the table with her palm, crying out in anguish, I never expected that the one who wished to harm me would be you. It would pain me regardless of who it was, but you, who I considered family, have treated me as an enemy. You have betrayed my trust, have you no remorse? The princess declared, her anger causing her head to spin, nearly leading her to collapse. Su Qishao swiftly supported her, urging, do not let anger consume you. Such a person is not worth your distress. The princess, her eyes reddened, gazed at Su Qishao with hurt. How can I not be angry when I have so few friends in this world, and even fewer who love me? After enduring so much, to finally find someone who loves me like a mother, only for her to wish for my demise. How can I not feel sorrow? Su Qishao felt a heaviness in his heart. Suddenly, he embraced the princess, gently patting her shoulder. We are both wanderers in this vast world. Fear not, for in time, someone will come to love you. I assure you. Is that truly so? The princess gazed at Su Qishao in disbelief, realizing that he too was devoid of love, just like herself. Su Qishao nodded gently, affirming the truth of his words. Someone had once told him that one day, love would find its way to them. It was merely delayed in its arrival. With patience, she would eventually appear. The princess froze momentarily. The one who imparted such wisdom to him must have been Yuer. The thought of his lingering affection for Yuer pierced her heart like a rusty saw, causing her profound anguish. She softly nodded, expressing her gratitude for his comfort, assuring him that she would remain strong. Yet, she lamented her overwhelming sadness and loneliness, fearing the loss of someone who cherished her. Upon hearing this, Aunt May was filled with regret, her legs trembling. I am sorry, Your Highness, it is all my fault. I should not have accepted Su Changxiao's banknote or placed that doll beneath your pillow. However, I had my own reasons. I beg your forgiveness. Chapter 1677. Witnessing the truth at that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside, accompanied by a voice like the wind. Your Highness, they have been brought here. I have arranged for them to be in the woodshed. Would you like to question them personally? Yes. Aunt, do you not have deep feelings for that man? I shall reveal his true nature to you now, the princess declared, lifting her chin and striding proudly towards the exit. Aunt May's heart raced in alarm. Did the princess know about Zhou Xing? What did her words imply? Had Zhou Xing deceived her? She needed to quickly ascertain the situation. Seeing this, Su Qishao also adjusted his robes and followed suit. When the princess and Aunt May reached the woodshed door, she suddenly halted, turning to Aunt May. I had Rufeng create a hole in the woodshed window. If you wish to discover Zhou Xing's true character, you may look for yourself. With that, she coldly turned away. Aunt May trembled as she approached, her mind in turmoil. As she reached the window, she heard the sound of a woman weeping. She quickly leaned forward to peer through the opening, only to witness Zhou Xing embracing a young woman heavily adorned with makeup. The woman was crying, and Zhou Xing held her, offering comfort. This sight caused Aunt May's blood to boil with fury, her body shaking, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. She heard the woman lament, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could I have been captured and brought to the Su residence? If the princess discovers that you conspired with Mei Xiang to steal her jewelry and sell it, she will surely kill you, and I will also be implicated." Zhou Xing frowned, clearly distressed. I never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. All those jewels were given to me by Mei Xiang. She claimed the princess had ample wealth and jewelry, urging me to sell them for money to help her purchase a house. Who could have foreseen that today? At the pawn shop, we would be caught red-handed by the princess's people? Truly unfortunate. It isn't just your misfortune. Perhaps that old hag Mei Xiang betrayed you. If it weren't for her, how would the princess's people know we intended to pawn the jewelry? This could very well be a trap designed to ensnare us. Zhou Xing pondered for a moment, replying, that shouldn't be the case. The items were stolen by her. If she dares to betray me, she will not escape unscathed either. Perhaps it was the eldest princess who discovered her thievery and subjected her to torture, which led her to betray me. What shall we do now? You instructed Mei Xiang to pilfer the princess's wealth. She will undoubtedly seek retribution against us. Xiao spoke in dread. What do you mean by instructed? I never directed her. When the princess inquires, let us maintain a unified stance, claiming the jewelry was a gift from Mei Xiang, of which we were entirely unaware. In the end, we shall shift all blame onto Mei Xiang. The princess will have no evidence against us. Zhou Xing replied with malice. Xiao, filled with indignation, retorted, it is all that old hag Mei Xiang's fault that you and I are ensnared. Had I known earlier, you should never have listened to that dong. Seducing Mei Xiang, now we are caught. Upon hearing this, Aunt Mei felt a surge of rage. Wasn't he dong a maidservant by Su Changxiao's side? Could it be that Zhou Xing's approach was orchestrated by Su Changxiao? It was a trap. She felt a wave of fury rising within her, nearly choking her with anger. Zhou Xing, noticing Xiao's fury, hastened to console her. Xiao, do not be upset. I took on this venture for you. You are the love of my life, and I sought to earn more for your sake, so you could enjoy a better life. Yet I never anticipated Mei Xiang would be so easily deceived. I believed palace denizens were of lofty character, not easily swayed. I did not foresee her gullibility, as she was quick to believe my affections were genuine. She ought to consider how a young man like me could ever be attracted to her aged self. Xiao snapped in anger. Only you could stomach that old face. Yet your sacrifices were not in vain. At least we have amassed considerable wealth. We now possess a house and land, thus elevating our status. Zhou Xing boasted. Indeed. Who could resist my extraordinary charm? That old woman not only bestowed upon me a fortune, but even aspired to bear my child. However, the thought of her aged and unattractive visage makes me want to retch. Each time in bed, I envision you, which allows me to endure. I have sacrificed so much for you. When we return, you must repay me handsomely. As Zhou Xing leaned in to kiss Xiao, she forcefully pushed him away, saying, Wait, do you not realize where we are? It is uncertain whether we can even return. Aunt Mei, overhearing their conversation, was consumed with rage, her face turning a deep shade of purple. With a loud crash, she kicked open the door to the woodshed and stormed in. Glaring at Zhou Xing and Xiao with fury, she pointed at them, trembling with rage. How dare you, Zhou Xing? I betrayed the princess for you, procuring all this wealth. You deceived me, you vile con artist. With that, she lunged at Zhou Xing. Initially taken aback, Zhou Xing then shoved her away. Disdain etched across his face. Get away, who has deceived you? That silver was given willingly by you, and I did not instruct you to steal. It is not my concern. At that moment, the eldest princess entered, her demeanor icy. She fixed her gaze upon Aunt Mei and spoke sternly. Aunt, do you see clearly now? This is the man for whom you risked your life to assist. You betrayed your own princess for such a man. Was it worth it? Princess, I am truly sorry. I now realize my mistakes. Aunt Mei gazed regretfully at the princess, her eyes filled with resentment towards Zhou Xing, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. She still could not believe it and asked, Zhou Lang, did you not profess your deep affection for me? Claiming you wished to marry me and have me bear you many children? Were you deceiving me all along? Zhou Xing shot her a disdainful glance, retorting, who has any affection for you? Have you looked in the mirror lately? And with a body like yours, do you truly think you could bear children? At this juncture, he hastily turned to the princess, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Princess, do not heed this old hag. I did not instruct her to pilfer your jewels. All these trinkets were willingly bestowed upon me by her. A woman of her age, unable to find a man, resorts to trading silver for favors. If it weren't for the allure of her silver and jewels, I would never have entertained her. Before arriving, I had no inkling that these treasures belonged to you. Had I known, even 1,000 boldnesses would not have compelled me to accept them. So, direct your ire at her, not at us. Upon hearing this, Aunt Mei felt a surge of blood rush to her head, and in a fit of rage, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto Zhou Xing's face, leaving him startled as he hastily wiped it away with his sleeve. Aunt, the princess exclaimed, rushing to support her, only to see her complexion pale and a significant amount of blood spill forth. Afterward, fortunately, Lien Xiao and her companions rushed to steady her, preventing her from collapsing to the ground. Aunt Mei's head rested against the princess's bosom, overwhelmed with regret and despair. She lamented her betrayal of the princess, realizing that had she remained loyal, she could have enjoyed a peaceful and prosperous old age by her side. Instead, in pursuit of fleeting pleasures, she had squandered her future and allowed herself to be manipulated, landing in this woeful predicament. Chapter 1679, 50 Strikes. Hatred consumed her. Hatred for her ignorance and foolishness. For dreaming in daylight. What could a 30-year-old man possibly see in a woman in her 40s? She recalled the hard-earned silver that Zhou Xing and Xiao Qiu had squandered on property, and her fury intensified as she glared at them. Turning to the princess, she pleaded, "Your Highness, I realize my mistakes. Might you, in light of my past service to you, grant me one request?" "Speak," the princess replied. Aunt May glared resentfully at Zhou Xing, gritting her teeth, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth as she spat with venom. "Princess, I beseech you to reclaim the money they swindled from me. I want to see them stripped of everything, plummeting from paradise to perdition. Furthermore, for daring to deceive my affections, I implore you to punish him with 50 strikes and have him arrested, so that he may suffer a fate worse than death." "Very well, I shall grant your wish," the princess declared, instructing Lin Xiao and Ping Er to support Aunt May. She then approached Zhou Xing and Xiao Qiu, her expression icy and her voice chilling. "You two had the audacity to incite Aunt May to steal my jewels and defraud me of my wealth. Guards, take them away. The man shall receive 50 strikes, and the woman 30. Once the punishment is administered, take them to the magistrate for further disposition." "Yes, Your Highness," the guards acknowledged, promptly seizing the two. "Spare us, Your Highness. It was not our fault. It was all Mei Xiang's doing. The princess should direct her wrath solely at her. Spare us." Zhou Xing exclaimed in terror. Alas, the cold-hearted guards had already dragged him and Xiao Qiu into the courtyard. Soon after, the sound of heavy slaps reverberated. The stout wooden planks came crashing down, causing both to wail in agony, akin to the cries of slaughtered pigs. In no time, the scene outside was drenched in blood, crimson splattering everywhere. Witnessing Zhou Xing being beaten to a pulp, Aunt May felt a slight solace in her heart. Leaning against the forsythia, she weakly gazed at the princess, expressing her remorse. "I have committed many transgressions, and I deserve punishment. Please, Your Highness, mete out your justice upon me." With that, she despairingly closed her eyes, aware that her fate was sealed. The princess cast a deep gaze upon her, inhaling deeply. "Aunt, though you have recognized your errors, I cannot trust a traitor again. Yet, in consideration of our past bond, I shall spare your life and refrain from punishment. I will have you sent to my estate, where you may recuperate in peace." She granted Aunt May a reprieve, a gesture of gratitude for their former friendship. Aunt May, moved by the princess's mercy, expressed her heartfelt thanks for being spared. The sins she committed warranted a death sentence, yet the princess chose to forgive her. Ironically, those she harmed were granted clemency, while those she aided sought her demise. That very day, after ordering Zhou Xing and Xiao Qiu to be beaten, the princess cast them into the dungeon. Their audacity to deceive the princess of her silver would lead them to a protracted imprisonment. As for Aunt May, the princess commanded Feng and Lin Xiao to escort her to the estate. However, that night, Lin Xiao returned to report that Aunt May, overwhelmed by pent-up liver fire, had coughed up blood excessively and perished in the estate. In her final moments, she cursed Su Changshao for plotting against her and accused Zhou Xing of deceit. Yet, she continuously confessed her sins to the princess, lamenting her betrayal, which had led to her tragic end. Upon receiving the news of Aunt May's death, the princess felt her strength wane, sinking into a seated position. Chapter 1680. A heavy heart she cast a faint, contemplative gaze at Lin Xiao, momentarily lost in thought. "Lin Xiao, do you believe I was wrong? Should I have allowed Aunt May to see Zhou Xing's true nature? Perhaps had I done so, she would not have died from rage. Your Highness, this is not your fault. Aunt May's fate is of her own making. You treated her with kindness. She could have spent her days in comfort by your side, but succumbed to her own greed, leading to this outcome. It was right to reveal the truth to her. Otherwise, she might have perished unaware of the deception." Lin Xiao replied. The princess sighed, acknowledging the complexity of human emotions. "While I understand her pursuit of love, she chose a man of ill repute, a gambling fiend. Had she introduced him to me, and he proven to be a good man, I would have permitted her to marry him without any hindrance. Your Highness, you are truly benevolent. As night descends, shall we prepare dinner?" Lin Xiao inquired. The princess shook her head in dismay. "No, it is of no matter. I lack the appetite tonight." Meanwhile, when Su Changshao was returned to Zhao Wangfu by the Su family, she bore the marks of a swollen face. Heading straight to the fragrant retreat in search of Zhao Wang, The events that transpired in the Su residence were exaggerated and relayed to King Zhao. Upon seeing Su Changxiao's face, the king was taken aback, a surge of fury swelling within him. What? The Grand Princess and young Master Su dare to slander you, and even compel you to inflict harm upon yourself? Su Changxiao wept sorrowfully. Yes, my lord. I am as bewildered as you. I merely returned home and was met with this calamity, subjected to their humiliation. My lord, you must avenge me. King Zhao trembled with rage, his fists clenched in anger. That tyrannical Grand Princess is undoubtedly acting out of spite for Princess Li. They are all of a vile ilk. None of them are virtuous. Changxiao, do not fear. I shall not let this matter rest. With that, he hastened to the Liuxiang courtyard, addressing the bedridden Princess Zhao. Wire. Changxiao has been grievously wronged by the Grand Princess. I will have Nanqing attend to you while I go to comfort her. I shall return promptly. Do not be upset. Princess Zhao cast him a fleeting glance, her demeanor cool. Go. It is of no concern to me. Do not inform me of your affairs in the future. I wish to remain uninformed. She had long ceased to feel anger. King Zhao stood momentarily stunned. Wire's indifference towards him was disheartening. Despite his constant vigil by her side in recent days, she had shown him no warmth, neither anger nor quarrel, her expression perpetually neutral. As if he held no significance in her heart. He sighed and instructed Nanqing, take good care of the princess. I shall return shortly. Yes, my lord, Nanqing replied. When Su Changxiao and King Zhao returned to the Wutong courtyard, she collapsed into his embrace, weeping, My lord, my face aches terribly. Might you stay with me tonight? I am in dire need of your presence. Hearing Su Changxiao's plea brought a flicker of joy to King Zhao's heart, for it signified his worth in her eyes. Yet, his thoughts remained tethered to Wire. Changxiao, the princess is troubled. After I attend to you, I must return to her. My lord, my face is in such a state. Are you truly unwilling to spend more time with me and prefer to return to the princess? Su Changxiao's eyes brimmed with tears. I married you hoping for your affection, love, and protection. I once believed you to be a man of honor, unlike Prince Jean and the others. Yet, I see now you are no different from them. What purpose does my existence serve? I might as well take a blade to end my life. Chapter 1681. The comfort of young Master Su as she reached for a knife. King Zhao swiftly embraced her. Changxiao, do not act impulsively. I am sorry. I should not have treated you this way. You are right. As your husband, it is my duty to care for you. Witnessing your suffering brings me both pain and anger. I would gladly slay the Grand Princess to avenge you. Please, do not do anything foolish. I shall remain here with you tonight, if that pleases you. Upon hearing King Zhao's words, Su Changxiao nodded in satisfaction. She realized that only through despair could she retain his attention. This approach was insufficient. She must devise a comprehensive strategy to dismantle Princess Zhao's standing in his heart, ensuring he would turn his disdain toward her. Su Residence, Spring Warm Pavilion. As night descended, a gentle breeze wafted through, bringing with it the intoxicating fragrance of blossoms that soothed the soul. The princess sat in the courtyard, gazing dreamily at the moon above. The moon shone brilliantly, surrounded by a multitude of sparkling stars. So many stars danced around the moon, yet the moon remained solitary. It suddenly struck her that Su Qishao resembled that resplendent moon, with numerous admirers orbiting him. And she, alas, was but the farthest star. He was stunningly beautiful, a master of martial arts, with countless admirers around him. Yet she found it difficult even to approach him. Despite having been married to him for several months, he had never once graced their new home, leaving her to endure the solitude of the empty chamber night after night, often sleepless until dawn. In the palace, though constrained by the emperor's power, she had never truly wanted for anything. Now, she realized that imperial authority was not omnipotent. Not everyone could attain what they desired. The anguish of yearning for the unattainable drove her to madness, suffocating her like a relentless torment. Why are you here, my lord? A voice broke through her reverie, filled with excitement from outside the courtyard, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. The princess was startled and quickly rose to her feet, discovering Su Qishao in a crimson robe, stepping into the moonlight. What brings you here? She could hardly believe her eyes. Su Qishao, carrying several bottles of wine, cast a casual glance in her direction. I heard you were feeling quite low due to the matter with Aunt May. So I came to keep you company over some wine. Wine? Yes, it can ease sorrow and lighten the heart. When faced with unhappiness, a bit of wine and a good sleep may just do the trick. Su Qishao was aware of the betrayal that had affected her spirits and had come specifically to console her. As he spoke, he placed the bottles on the stone table. I also learned you hadn't had dinner, so I had some food prepared for you. Eat first, then we shall drink. Her heart raced at the thought. Was Su Qishao showing concern for her? By then, he had settled down and gently uncorked one of the bottles. Instantly, an enchanting aroma wafted through the air. The princess stared curiously at the wine, taken by its delightful scent that seemed reminiscent of plum blossoms, crisp and sweet. Unlike any ordinary wine, this wine is brewed from the cold plums that grow on steep cliffs, along with the white snow upon them. It is further enriched with spring water from mountain peaks, northern corn, sorghum, and southern mulberries, strawberries, and kumquats. Hence, it has a sweetness and is not overly bitter. You couldn't enjoy that spicy pear blossom spring last time, so I brought you this sweet wine. Her heart fluttered with warmth. Su Qishao had taken her aversion to spicy wine into account and brought her something delightful instead. What is the name of this fragrant wine? She inquired. This is fruit wine, a concoction I personally crafted in the past. I named it Resolving Worries. Resolving Worries? What a lovely name. If only it could truly alleviate my troubles, she sighed wistfully. Fear not, it will, he assured her. At this moment, the attendant had already brought in the prepared dishes. After they had eaten a few bites to quell their hunger, Su Qishao poured 2 cups of wine, one for the princess and one for himself. Come, let us toast to this drink. You shall temporarily forget all your troubles today. A good night's sleep will remedy everything. Su Qishao consoled her. Thank you, the princess replied. Taking the cup, remembering the loss of her beloved Aunt May, her spirits were indeed low, prompting her to down the wine in one go. Upon tasting it, she was met with an exquisite aroma, crisp and sweet. Su Qishao's words rang true. The wine was not bitter, but rather delightful and refreshing. Consequently, she continued to drink, finishing 5 or 6 cups in quick succession, truly quenching her thirst. Noticing her excessive consumption, Su Qishao swiftly seized her cup, admonishing, "You should drink less. While this wine is not harsh, it is still intoxicating, and too much will lead to inebriation. But you said one must be drunk to forget the unhappy things, right? If I don't drink to excess, how can I alleviate my worries?" The princess retorted, directly clutching the wine jug and drinking from it. She was not only saddened by her aunt's passing, but also by her own fate. The man she admired sat right before her, yet he remained unattainable. She longed to become thoroughly intoxicated, thus she resolutely began to consume the wine without restraint. Su Qishao, observing her state, was suddenly reminded of Ruoyue. He pondered how she and Xuancheng were faring with the flood control. It had been so long since he last saw her, and he found himself missing her dearly. The absence of the woman he cherished weighed heavily upon him, even more than death itself, prompting him to join in the revelry and drink deeply. Soon, the two had consumed numerous flasks of wine, their empty vessels rolling across the floor in disarray. The princess and Su Qishao, now inebriated, began to spar playfully, their faces flushed, completely unaware of their blunders. Gradually, they became quite intoxicated, swaying as they walked, and their vision of each other appeared to blur. Seeing this, Lian Xiao and Ru Feng exchanged knowing glances. Ru Feng, what should we do now that the prince and princess are inebriated? Lian Xiao inquired. The two had been wed for some time, yet the prince had never been intimate with the princess. With both of them drunk tonight, should they seize this opportunity to fulfill the princess's desires? Ru Feng's eyes sparkled mischievously. To have them share a bed? If the prince finds out, he shall surely be furious, Lian Xiao thought to herself, though she hesitated to act on it. What is there to fear? We shall merely assist them to a bed to rest. What transpires thereafter is the prince's own affair. If he cannot exercise restraint, that is not our fault. Ru Feng asserted. Indeed, I see the princess alone every night, and my heart aches for her. Let us assist her this time, Lian Xiao agreed. Upon Ru Feng's nod, she beckoned to the guards and maids, and soon everyone helped to escort the two into the princess's chamber. After laying them on the bed, Ru Feng dismissed the others, gently closing the door behind them. Chapter 1683. Another misunderstanding inside the chamber. Su Qishao found himself overwhelmed with dizziness, feeling utterly unwell. In a state of confusion, he heard a gentle whisper beside his ear, "I am so thirsty. I long for water." Frowning, he turned to his side and beheld a figure of delicate beauty reclining there. He wished to discern the woman's face, yet it was obscured by a haze of blossoms, rendering it indistinct. At that moment, her arm, resembling the tender stem of a lotus, reached out to encircle his neck. The princess closed her eyes, Her complexion flushed. And in discomfort, she murmured, "It is so hot. I feel so unwell." As she spoke, she began to tug at the garment over her chest. Hearing her feline-like sighs, Su Qishao felt his heartstrings tugged. Driven by instinct, he leaned down and, unable to resist, gently descended upon her. The following day, as the princess stirred from her slumber, she discovered her arms were bare. Raising her head, she saw Su Qishao clad in crimson, seated coldly at her bedside. His eyes fixed on her as though she were an adversary. A red lipstick mark adorned his face, clearly a trace of her own lips. Stunned, she reached beneath the covers only to find herself completely unclothed. Fear coursed through her, draining her complexion of color as she stammered, "What is happening? Where are my clothes?" Su Qishao rose coldly, casting the scattered garments upon the bed, exclaiming, "You dare to feign innocence with me." The princess, bewildered, clutched the blanket tightly. "What am I pretending? Weren't we drinking last night? What transpired? Why are you in my chamber? Did you do something to me? Did I do something to you? This is your domain. I demand to know what you did to me. Why did I awaken disheveled in your bed?" Su Qishao retorted, his anger boiling within him. His heart ached with betrayal. He had sworn never to touch the princess again, yet here he was, ensnared in her web once more. It was clear she had taken advantage of his drunken state, orchestrating their intimate encounter. His fury threatened to consume him. Just then, Lian Xiao rushed in, urging, "Please, my lord, do not be angry. This does not concern the princess. Last night, both you and the princess were intoxicated. I, along with Ruofeng, assisted you both inside, thinking it harmless for a married couple to share a chamber." Lian Xiao blushed as she spoke, her words stammering. Su Qishao shot her a disdainful glance. "Are you covering for your mistress? Do you believe I would fall for your deceit? Chu Jieyu, you remain as shameless as ever, resorting to any means to achieve your goals. Let me make this clear. This is the final occurrence. Should it happen again, do not blame me for being heartless." With that, he cast a furious glare at the princess and stormed away, feeling wronged for having offered her comfort, only to be ensnared in her schemes. As Su Qishao departed in anger, the princess was left in torment, her heart aching as her complexion turned ghostly pale, her body trembling. When she finally donned her clothing and approached the mirror, she was horrified to see her neck marked with kisses. Memories flooded back to her. Last night, she and Su Qishao indulged in intoxication, igniting a fervent passion akin to dry tinder meeting a flame, resulting in the crimson marks that adorned her skin today. Frustrated, she cast a reproachful glance at Lian Xiao, inquiring, "What transpired between you and Ruoyue last night? Why did you both bring the heir to my bed?" It has led to yet another misunderstanding with Su Qishao. Chapter 1684. Arrival in Jiangzhou. The delicate rapport between the two had barely begun to thaw. Yet now it had soured once more. Lian Xiao hastily knelt, exclaiming, "I beg your pardon, your highness, it is entirely my fault. I believed you held a deep affection for the heir and yearned for his companionship. Thus I, along with Ruoyue, facilitated his entrance. Impudent. While I do harbor feelings for him, I am above resorting to such methods to win his affection. Your actions will only lead him to regard me with disdain. He will assume this was my design and come to loathe me, trampling my dignity into the dust. Last time, when I administered a potion to him, he has held a grudge ever since, turning me into a laughingstock throughout the city. If this were to happen again, he would surely despise me." The Grand Princess declared in exasperation, "Your Highness, I recognize my error. Please do not be angry. I implore you to strike or scold me to relieve your frustration." Lian Xiao cried, tears of regret streaming down her face. "Enough. Since the mistake has been made, blaming you is futile, regardless of my actions. He perceives me as a scheming and unscrupulous woman." The Grand Princess stood, her heart heavy, gazing out at the flourishing blossoms beyond the window, her eyes filled with sorrow. Meanwhile, Su Qishao, consumed by rage, stormed out of the Su residence and made his way to the city's eastern moat, lined with willows swaying gently in the breeze. The clear waters reflected the soft silhouettes of a few passers-by along the banks. He sat by the water's edge, silently observing his reflection. At that moment, he yearned to plunge into the moat. He had betrayed Xiaoyu once more and had shared a bed with the Grand Princess. His heart was a tumult of frustration and sorrow. He longed to turn back time to the previous night, vowing that had he the chance, he would not have sought to comfort the Grand Princess. This woman harbored such deep cunning. A mere hint of kindness from him incited her to overreach, seeking to exploit his affections. What a shameless woman she is. Suddenly, from the reflection in the water, he noticed a vivid red lip mark upon his cheek. It must have been left by the Grand Princess. Anger surged within him as he glanced around, hoping no one had witnessed this mark during his journey. He hastily splashed water onto his face, rubbing vigorously as despair gripped him. Chu Jiu, I shall never forgive you. 3 days later, Chu Xuancheng and Ruoyue had taken a shortcut, arriving early in Jiangzhou. Although they had reached their destination, the army tasked with delivering supplies had yet to arrive. They needed to await the troops before proceeding with their next course of action. The wise king had also arrived in Jiangnan, but he had taken provisions to the nearby Qingzhou. Prior to their departure, he had conferred with Chu Xuancheng, agreeing to split their efforts. He would attend to Qingzhou while Chu Xuancheng focused on Jiangzhou, with both cities having suffered the most severe devastation. As the grain transport army had yet to arrive, Chu Xuancheng resolved to pay a visit to a certain individual, Jiang Ning, the current prefect of Jiangzhou and father of Jiangmuyu. Jiang Ning was one of the most loyal ministers of the late emperor, having once held the esteemed position of Minister of Justice. However, after questioning the cause of Emperor Hongyuan's death in court, he was demoted to the humble office of Jiangzhou's prefect, despite his current lowly rank. Chu Xuancheng was aware that Jiang Ning maintained a formidable network of influential old friends and devoted disciples within the court. Having once been a prominent official, his connections were vast and his subordinates numerous, scattered throughout the political landscape. Securing Jiang Ning's allegiance would undoubtedly enhance his own power. Moreover, he had learned that Jiang Ning had served with integrity throughout his career, living a life of simplicity and genuinely caring for the well-being of the common people, a true virtuous official. It was indeed a pity that such a talent was not valued by the court and was subjected to undue suppression. Chapter 1685. Such indifference. Soon, Chu Xuancheng, accompanied by Ruoyue, arrived at the gates of Jiang Ning's residence. The doors were firmly shut, prompting Li to knock. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man opened the door and cast a puzzled glance at Chu Xuancheng and his companions. Noticing their distinguished demeanor, he surmised that they were either wealthy or of nobility, and promptly inquired, "How may I assist you, esteemed guests?" Li replied, "May I ask if Lord Jiang is at home? My master has prepared a generous gift and wishes to pay his respects." The old man, still perplexed, asked, "And who might your master be?" Li glanced around to ensure that Meng Zheng and the others were at a distance and could not overhear, then replied, "His Royal Highness, the Prince of Li." Upon hearing this, the old man was taken aback. He quickly examined Chu Xuancheng anew, recognizing his extraordinary appearance and noble bearing, which marked him as a figure of distinction. Realizing it was indeed his Royal Highness, he dared not show any lack of respect. "Your Highness, please enter. I shall immediately inform my master of your arrival." He then led the way, ushering Chu Xuancheng and his companions inside. Only Ruoyue, Li, Lu Ruan, Feng and Xiao Dai accompanied him, while the rest remained outside to await their return. Once they were seated in the main hall and refreshments of fruits and pastries were served, the old man wiped the sweat from his brow and hurried to summon Jiang Ning. In Jiang Ning's study, upon hearing the steward's report, he was momentarily taken aback. The Prince of Li had come to see him in person. Previously, the prince had written to him inquiring after his well-being, to which he had replied. Though he tactfully avoided discussing any personal matters, only touching upon the conditions of Jiangzhou as populace and climate, he had not anticipated that the prince would persistently visit his home. A shiver ran through him. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, "Please ask His Royal Highness to wait a moment. I will meet him once I have concluded my official duties." "Yes, my lord," the steward responded before hastily returning to the main hall to inform them, "Please hold for a moment, Your Highness. My master will join you shortly after attending to his paperwork." "Your Highness, this is the finest Junshan silver needle tea, a treasured collection of my master. Please enjoy." "Very well, I appreciate your thoughtfulness," Chu Xuancheng replied with a slight nod, lifting the tea to his nose to inhale its fragrant aroma. The tea exuded a delightful, refreshing scent, indeed proving to be excellent Junshan silver needle. It was evident that the steward had put great care into this offering. Yet, after half an hour had passed, Jiang Ning still had not arrived. Yet he remained unperturbed, quietly savoring tea with Ruoyue. However, Li could no longer contain his impatience. He cast an irritable glance at the steward. "Steward, it has been half an hour. Has your master not yet finished processing his documents?" The steward, flustered, replied, "I have just urged him, but he mentioned it would take a little longer. I beseech His Highness to wait a while longer. He could not fathom why his master was treating the prince with such negligence. In the past, whenever guests arrived, his master would set aside all affairs to attend to them immediately, especially when it involved a prince commanding a formidable army. Yet today, he was inexplicably disregarding the esteemed Li Wang. This Li Wang was no trifling matter, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. Emily felt increasingly anxious. Was Minister Jiang truly engrossed in urgent affairs, to the extent that he had no time to meet His Highness? His master's noble status warranted far better treatment. Emily, since Minister Jiang has pressing matters, it is no bother for me to wait a while longer. Xuancheng replied calmly. After speaking, he poured a cup of warm water for Ruoyue. You are, as you are with child. It is best to consume less tea and drink this warm water instead. All right. Ruoyue smiled as she accepted the cup. Chapter 1686. For the sake of the common people, since Xuancheng was not anxious, she too refrained from displaying impatience. However, as another hour passed, Jiang Ning had still not arrived. This time, not only was Mo Li anxious, but even Lu Ruiyan grew restless. Your Highness, it has been so long. How can Minister Jiang still not be here? Surely he must have resolved any urgent documents by now? Lu Ruiyan remarked. Mo Li exclaimed. Could it be that he will not come at all, leaving us in the lurch? Xuancheng raised a hand, urging calm. Minister Jiang is a man of his word. If he has requested me to wait, he will certainly arrive. He had faith that Jiang Ning would not break his promise. All he needed to do was wait patiently. But Your Highness, can you not see? Minister Jiang is deliberately making things difficult for you. Mo Li responded with indignation. Mo Li, do not speak thus. Minister Jiang is esteemed and virtuous. He is not of such character. Xuancheng countered. A person destined for great accomplishments must endure even the slightest of trials. Jiang Ning is a man of thought. His actions surely bear deeper significance. Outside, Jiang Ning sighed upon overhearing their conversation. Rumors depicted Li Wang as aloof and icy. Yet he was surprised by the prince's remarkable patience. His earlier absence had been a deliberate test of Li Wang's endurance and gentlemanly demeanor. Indeed, this Li Wang possessed the grace of the late emperor. He could both endure and exhibit noble character. Such a person was capable of achieving great things. However, times had changed, and he had been worn down by the oppression of Emperor Hongyuan. He dared not meddle in royal matters. After clearing his throat softly, he stepped inside. Bowing to Xuancheng. I apologize, Your Highness. I was delayed by pressing matters and kept you waiting. Upon seeing Jiang Ning enter, Xuancheng rose slightly. It is of no consequence, Minister Jiang. Your affairs are demanding. I can wait a little longer. Truth be told, I have come to discuss an important matter with you. Jiang Ning understood what he intended to convey. He swiftly glanced around and commanded, I wish to engage in casual conversation with the prince. All of you may withdraw. Xuancheng also gazed tenderly at Ruoyue and said, You should accompany Mo Li and the others to enjoy the scenery. The landscapes of Jiangnan are exquisite, particularly the serene and elegant surroundings of Lord Jiang's residence, which are not to be missed. Very well, Your Highness, Ruoyue acknowledged, aware that he wished to discuss important matters with Jiang Ning, and thus exited with Mo Li and the others. Once everyone had departed, Xuancheng turned his serious gaze towards Jiang Ning, stating, Lord Jiang, being astute, you must have surmised my purpose for this visit. Jiang Ning feigned ignorance, replying, This humble official is rather dull. I implore Your Highness to elucidate. Xuancheng stood tall, his demeanor commanding as he looked into the distance, saying, I have previously written to you several times, yet my words have seemingly vanished into the void. It was only on the last occasion that I managed to converse with you. My purpose today is not for my own sake, but for the welfare of the common people. The welfare of the common people? Jiang Ning inquired, puzzled. I wish to ask you first. Upon witnessing the once thriving state of Chu reduced to its current state, seeing the tragic corpses of the starved and the homeless, do you not feel a pang of sorrow? Xuancheng questioned. Jiang Ning was reminded of the bodies that littered the streets after the floods, and his eyes reddened. He choked on his words. Seeing the people suffer so greatly, how could I not feel heartache? I would willingly endure their suffering to spare them from being displaced and dying on the streets. Chapter 1687. For the people seeing the genuine emotion in his eyes, Xuancheng nodded. It seemed Jiang Ning was indeed a compassionate official, as his investigations had revealed. He raised an eyebrow and remarked, Since Emperor Hongyuan ascended the throne over the past decade, The state of Chu has weakened under his governance, plagued by continuous calamities. Take this recent natural disaster as an example. The people are already in dire straits, yet he indulges in alchemy and pleasure, living in extravagance. The officials in the court are solely concerned with forming cliques and engaging in intrigue. They show no regard for the people's suffering. While the emperor is preoccupied with executing loyal ministers of the former emperor, officials are busy plundering the populace. And the princes are consumed by their quest for wealth and status, resorting to fratricide for the throne. Such conduct has incited my profound anger. I wish to prevent the legacy of the Chu family, painstakingly built over generations, from being obliterated. Hence, I have sought your counsel. Your Highness, please temper your anger. I am fully aware of these matters. However, I am merely a low-ranking official, powerless to effect change. I beg your forgiveness for my ineptitude, Jiang Ning replied, trembling with trepidation and inner turmoil. Chu Xuancheng responded, I understand your predicament. I did not intend to intrude upon you, but the situation is now critical. Our state of Chu faces not only internal strife, but external threats as well. To the north, the Tiansheng kingdom covets us greedily. To the east, the Donglin kingdom approaches with fervor, and tribes such as the Xianbei, northern desert, southern barbarians, and western savages eye us with avarice. They have long harassed our borders, committing heinous acts of arson, murder, and pillage. Recently, I received word that the barbarian troops of the Tiansheng kingdom have slaughtered a village on our border. Yet the emperor conceals this from us, allowing the villagers to be massacred and the village to be plundered. He fears that if I lead troops into battle, it would bolster my strength, thus deliberately hiding this information. Upon reflecting upon this matter, I am filled with an overwhelming fury. How can Emperor Han Yuan, with such conduct, safeguard our nation? This news reached me only recently, prompting my decision to seek out Jiangning in hopes of consolidating my power. Emperor Han Yuan has made several attempts on my life, while the Empress has repeatedly sought to poison both myself and Ruoyue. If I do not act now, I will face a fate of familial discord and utter ruin. Jiangning, upon hearing this revelation, was immediately consumed by indignation. Yet, he cautiously remarked, Your Highness, please temper your wrath. Perhaps the emperor fears that mobilizing troops would deplete national resources and plunge the common people into hardship. Furthermore, with the flood crisis unresolved, he may prefer to avoid further disturbances, hence his current restraint. Chu Xuancheng scoffed lightly. Do you truly believe what you have just uttered? Jiangning appeared taken aback, clearly sharing doubts about his own assertions. Chu Xuancheng lifted his gaze, exuding an aura of authority and commanding presence, a charisma that compelled submission. He declared, The emperor's actions are solely focused on internal strife, disregarding the plight of the populace. As the legitimate son of the late emperor and a prince of this realm, it pains me deeply to witness the state of Chu in such disarray. During my journey from the imperial capital, I have witnessed countless sufferings. Local officials exploit the common folk, while those who embezzle disaster relief funds, like Lady Wei, treat the populace with utter contempt, and yet none dare to intervene. For they are all allies of the emperor. I aspire to alter this dire situation, to bring peace to the realm, to defend against external threats, and to restore our national dignity. In the past, my motives were driven by a desire for vengeance against those who wronged my parents. Today, my resolve is for the people. I have stated before that should Emperor Han Yuan ensure the prosperity and well-being of Chu, allowing the common folk to live in peace, I would gladly relinquish my grievances. Yet, the recent actions of Emperor Han Yuan have grown increasingly intolerable. Just yesterday, I received intelligence indicating that he has become infatuated with elixirs, his temperament turning volatile and paranoid. Palace attendants who err even slightly risk execution. Simultaneously, he plots the assassination of figures such as Zhang Fuyin and Tian Zhang while absent from the capital. The empress has even ordered Su Changshao to use sorcery to ensnare the crown princess. But fortunately, the crown princess had preemptively prepared, thus avoiding their treachery. These individuals are ruthless, driven by insatiable ambition. They murdered my parents and now seek to eradicate any remaining opposition. How can I remain passive, allowing myself to be slaughtered? I shall never permit the fate of the Chu dynasty to fall into the hands of such malevolent beings. At this juncture, I respectfully clasped my hands towards Jiangning. Fully aware of his indignation and empathy for the plight of the people, I recognize him as a pillar of the nation, a steadfast support, who is deeply concerned for the welfare of the populace, which is why I sought his audience. For the sake of the common people, I implore him to lend me his strength." Upon hearing my plea, Jiangning's countenance paled significantly. He let out a heavy sigh, his expression laden with difficulty. "I understand your Highness's profound commitment to the people and your unwillingness to see the legacy of the late emperor destroyed by malevolent forces. However, I am but a humble inspector, long removed from such affairs, and I fear I cannot assist your Highness. I must respectfully suggest that you seek assistance elsewhere." Xuancheng replied, "I anticipated you would respond thusly. Do you harbor some unspoken concerns?" He could discern that Jiangning yearned to ally with him, but was paralyzed by fear. Jiangning's forehead glistened with cold sweat. His body trembled slightly as he said, "To speak candidly, your Highness, in my youth, driven by fervor, I spoke out for the late emperor and was subsequently exiled by Emperor Hunyuan. Tragically, 2 of my 3 sons fell victim to heinous acts, leading to a relentless series of misfortunes for my family and a tumultuous career. It was only later that I learned my 2 sons were assassinated on the orders of Emperor Hunyuan. Fortunately, Muyu, being frail and sickly, was raised in the countryside and thus escaped that fate. However, I sensed that the emperor would not spare Muyu either. Therefore, I took the initiative to submit a letter of apology to the emperor, pledging my allegiance, which ultimately spared Muyu's life. Otherwise, how could he have achieved the highest honors and entered the Hanlin Academy? I never intended for Muyu to embark on an official career, but he possesses a noble heart, unwilling to witness the suffering of the common people. He vowed to study diligently, aspiring to serve the country as a benevolent official. His stubborn nature left me with no choice but to allow him to take the examinations. I believed he would fail, yet he astonished us all by achieving the top rank. Now, in the prime of his success, if the emperor were to discover our connection, Muyu would undoubtedly meet a tragic end. Your Highness, I bear the responsibility of my aging parents and my children, the lives of over a dozen family members resting upon my shoulders. I truly cannot afford to entangle myself further in these matters. I hope you understand. I have heard that Emperor Hunyuan never intended for Muyu to attain the highest honor. However, Muyu's eloquence and profound knowledge far surpassed his peers during the court debates, earning the praise of all the examiners. It was only under pressure that Emperor Hunyuan reluctantly named him as the top scholar. Although Muyu now holds this title, he has not won the emperor's favor. He is under constant surveillance and scrutiny, navigating each step with trepidation. The risk of allying with Li Wang is too great. With so many loved ones to protect, how could he possibly expose them to danger? Even though he recognizes that Xuancheng is a prodigious talent with grand aspirations, he cannot afford to associate with him. Chapter 1689. A return visit. Upon hearing Jiangning's words, Xuancheng placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and said, "I deeply empathize with your suffering, my lord. I understand your concerns. Yet tell me, can you truly accept the tragic fate of your children without seeking retribution? You believe you can align yourself with him and that he will spare you? Such naivety is perilous. Are you not aware that he has been actively pursuing the former emperor's loyalists, seeking to eliminate any potential threats? His nature is one of suspicion, fearing that the old officials may harbor ulterior motives, and thus he aims to eradicate them one by one. Do you think he will overlook your past public inquiries regarding whether he was responsible for the deaths of my parents?" At this juncture, Xuancheng continued, "What kind of person is Chu Yao? I know him better than you do. He is inherently ruthless and harbors grudges, unafraid even to slay his own brother. Let alone you. A wise bird selects the right tree to perch upon, and a good minister chooses the right master to serve. One must discern the virtuous among the individuals they associate with. Do not wait until the moment his sword is drawn against you to realize your folly." Jiangning was not unaware of these truths. However, he feared that Xuancheng would not be able to contend with Emperor Hunyuan, and thus he found himself in a state of trepidation, seeking survival in the crevices of uncertainty. He remarked, "Your Highness possesses extraordinary talent and is a prodigy beyond compare. Dedicated to the nation and its people, I truly admire you. However, I have long ceased to involve myself in matters of state, and I dare not stir further troubles. I beg your pardon." With a heavy heart, he declined Xuancheng's overture. Understanding the man's concerns, Xuancheng did not press him further and replied, "You are indeed a talent for governance, and I have always valued such individuals. If you do not consent today, it is of no consequence. I shall visit you again." With that, he exited the room. "I bid you farewell, your Highness," Jiangning said, hastily bowing as he saw him off. Upon leaving the Jiang residence, Yun Ruoyue noticed the solemn expression on Chu Xuancheng's face and inquired if Jiang Ning had refused him. Gently, Chu Xuancheng stroked her head and reassured her. It is of no concern. He currently lacks support and finds himself in a difficult situation. When Emperor Hongyuan applies further pressure, he will inevitably gravitate towards me. Yun Ruoyue nodded. Indeed, I can see that Lord Jiang is not easily swayed. He neither covets power, nor is he enamored with wealth or beauty. Such a person can only be moved by benevolence. Yet, there exists no bond of goodwill between him and you. Chu Xuancheng responded. Even if there were, it would pertain to the past affections shared between my late father and Jiang Ning, which are likely long faded. Nevertheless, the absence of goodwill does not matter. As long as your Highness is sincere, I believe you will surely touch his heart, Yun Ruoyue said confidently. Chu Xuancheng nodded. Indeed, I shall not give up. 2 days later, he returned to the Jiang residence, bearing lavish gifts, accompanied by Yun Ruoyue. This time, Jiang Ning was prompt in receiving him. Yet he continued to politely decline his advances. Knowing that Chu Xuancheng was engaged in conversation with Jiang Ning in the study, Yun Ruoyue and her companions, Feng'er and Xiaodai, wandered through the elegant courtyard of the Jiang family. It must be said, the Jiang courtyard was a place of exquisite beauty and tranquility, ideal for reflection and serenity. While they admired the flowers in the courtyard, Yun Ruoyue suddenly heard a series of violent coughs. The sound originated from a room opposite her own. Compelling her curiosity to lead her closer, she discovered that the door to the room was wide open. Inside, a frail old woman lay on the bed, attended by a maidservant who was administering medicine to her. Chapter 1690. I can cure your illness. As the old woman sipped the medicine, she coughed painfully, her rasping cough resembling the buzzing of a bee, eliciting concern from Yun Ruoyue. Nearby, Feng'er remarked, Your Highness, I overheard a servant mention that the old matriarch of the Jiang family is in poor health and has been recuperating here. Could that be her coughing? Old matriarch Jiang? Feng'er, let us go and see, Yun Ruoyue replied, momentarily taken aback. It was only proper for her to pay her respects to the elderly matriarch during her visit. Quickly, Yun Ruoyue, accompanied by Feng'er and Xiaodai, entered the chamber. Who are you? The maidservant exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment as they stepped inside. Feng'er hurriedly responded. May I inquire if this is the old matriarch of the Jiang family? This is Her Highness, the Princess Consort of Li, come to pay her respects. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady hurriedly sat up in alarm, realizing it was Princess Li. I offer my respects to you, Your Highness, she said, aware of the royal couple's visit. She was taken aback that such a noble figure would come to see her. There is no need for such formality, esteemed elder, Yun Ruoyue quickly interjected, moving forward to support Lady Jiang. I overheard your severe coughing outside. What ails you, dear lady? I have been plagued by a chronic cough that brings up blood, with constant bleeding from my nose and gums, as well as blood in my urine and stools. This affliction has tormented me for over a year, and I remain unaware of its nature. The physicians who have visited me claim it to be a perplexing ailment, suggesting I may not survive this winter. Lady Jiang coughed violently as she spoke, hastily covering her mouth with a handkerchief. When she finished, the once white cloth was stained crimson, startling Yun Ruoyue. Observing Lady Jiang closely, Yun Ruoyue noted her pale complexion, fatigue, and emaciation, indicative of malnutrition. Her gaze swept across the nearby table, where 2 plates of leftover pickled vegetables and plain congee lay. Madam, may I inquire if these dishes are your sustenance? She asked. A nearby maid quickly replied, Indeed, Your Highness, our master's salary is often withheld by the governor, leaving us with little means. To conserve resources, the lady subsists solely on congee and pickled vegetables. Last year, she could manage a bowl of congee and a plate of pickles at each meal, but since her illness worsened, her appetite has diminished, and she struggles to consume even half a bowl. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by this revelation. She had not anticipated that a dignitary such as the magistrate would fall into such dire straits. No wonder Jiang Muyu wore faded garments. It was evident that the governor of Jiangzhou had been withholding Jiang Ning's salary. Angrily, she exclaimed, On what grounds does the governor withhold Jiang's salary? Is he not able to report this to a higher authority? Lady Jiang sighed. They are all cut from the same cloth, loyal disciples of the Duke of Zhongyong, and raising a complaint would prove futile. Yun Ruoyue was stunned. Su Ming? Were these individuals aligned with Su Ming, who had the emperor's ear? If this were the case, then lodging a complaint would indeed be pointless, leaving Jiang Ning to suffer in silence. She promptly resumed her examination of the elderly lady and then declared, "Madam, I have discerned the nature of your ailment, and I possess the means to treat it." "Really? Can it be that the princess is skilled in medicine?" Lady Jiang gazed at Ruoyue in disbelief. Having spent years confined indoors, she was unaware of the young woman's medical expertise. To her, Ruoyue was merely a girl of 16 or 17. How could she possibly cure an illness? At that moment, Feng chimed in with a smile. "Rest assured, madam. Our princess not only possesses medical knowledge, but is also exceptionally talented. If she claims she can heal you, she certainly can." "Is that so?" Lady Jiang asked anxiously. Still skeptical, Ruoyue then said, "Madam, you are suffering from scurvy, a condition resulting from a deficiency of vitamins. The affliction stems from a prolonged deficiency in nutrition, resulting solely from the consumption of pickled vegetables and plain porridge." "What is scurvy?" The venerable Lady Jiang was utterly perplexed, having never heard of such an ailment. Ruoyue explained, "This illness is rare, so it is quite normal for the lady to be unfamiliar with it. Upon examining her condition, I can ascertain that it has progressed to a severe stage. If treatment is not administered promptly, it may pose a grave threat to her life. However, rest assured, I possess the necessary medicine here. If you take my remedies and adhere to my dietary instructions, your condition will show improvement within half a month." With that, she focused her consciousness and entered her medical space, retrieving 2 bottles of vitamins from her fabric pouch. As the ancients were unaware of vitamins, she referred to them simply as medicine. Lady Jiang gazed at the 2 bottles in Ruoyue's hands, astonished. "Is this truly medicine? Why does it differ so greatly from what the physicians prescribe?" She had never encountered such transparent bottles and was unaware of the material from which they were crafted. Ruoyue quickly reassured her, "This is medicine that has been extracted and processed. If you place your trust in me, dear lady, take 2 capsules daily. It is imperative to consume fresh vegetables and fruits daily, as well to replenish your vitamins. Furthermore, you must refrain from eating pickled vegetables, as they are devoid of nutrition and may exacerbate your condition." As she spoke, she handed the bottles to a nearby maid. The maid gazed at the bottle in wonder, promptly pouring out 2 capsules of vitamins and presenting them to the lady. "Madam, please take these 2 capsules." "Very well," the lady replied. Though she harbored doubts about Ruoyue's medical prowess, she did not wish to dismiss her goodwill and accepted the medicine. After all, she was already on the brink of death, and it was worth a try. At that moment, Ruoyue addressed the maid again. "Remember, you must ensure the lady takes 2 capsules of medicine daily, and she must not consume any pickled vegetables. She should eat an abundance of fresh produce. If you lack the funds to purchase vegetables, I have some here." As she began to reach into her pouch, the maid quickly waved her hand. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I cannot accept your silver. My master has instructed that we shall not receive money from anyone. Moreover, my lady can afford vegetables. Her illness stems from her previous excessive frugality. Rest assured, I will prepare fresh vegetables for her daily and will follow your instructions for her care." Feeling a sense of trust in the princess's words, she resolved to adhere to her guidance in tending to the lady. Observing the maid's intelligence, Ruoyue smiled. "Excellent. Remember, during this period, the lady must absolutely avoid soft-shelled seafood, as it may conflict with my medicine and harm her. Simply provide her with meat, vegetables, and fruits." "Thank you, Princess Li. I understand," the maid replied. After dispensing the medicine, Ruoyue departed with Feng and the others. Once they had left, Lady Jiang regarded the bottle with uncertainty, pondering the efficacy of the medicine. Chapter 1692, The Profligate Youth. Nevertheless, given her dire circumstances, she resolved to try it, for there was little to lose. Upon returning to the front courtyard, Ruoyue discovered that Xuancheng had already come out. He took her by the hand and, after bidding farewell to Jiangning, exited the Jiang residence. In the carriage returning to the inn, Ruoyue recounted to Xuancheng the matter of treating old Madame Jiang. Upon hearing this, Xuancheng raised an eyebrow with a smile, remarking that old Madame Jiang was indeed fortunate to have encountered her. Ruoyue replied, "I merely happened upon her, possessing some medicine to offer assistance. However, I did not anticipate that the governor of Jiangzhou would be so mean-spirited, deliberately withholding Lord Jiang's salary, causing the Jiang family to struggle in dire straits." Xuancheng retorted coldly, "The governor of Jiangzhou, Su Cheng, is a distant relative of Su Ming. I shall seek him out and ascertain the nature of this individual." At that moment, the carriage turned into a narrow alley. Suddenly, a voice from ahead called out, "Young master, A carriage approaches from the opposite direction. This path is too narrow to accommodate 2 carriages. We must wait momentarily. No matter, Xuancheng replied nonchalantly. Just then, the carriage ahead came to a halt, and an arrogant voice bellowed, "Whose carriage is this? Hurry and make way for this young master. If you obstruct my path, you shall answer to me." Upon hearing this voice, both Ruoyue and Xuancheng lifted the curtain of their carriage to look ahead. They saw a wealthy young dandy descending from the opposite carriage, flanked by a group of haughty attendants. Though the dandy possessed an admirable appearance, his swaggering demeanor was utterly detestable. Emily had never been reprimanded in such a manner. He glared coldly at the dandy and replied in a deep voice, "Is this road yours? Do you expect us to yield simply because you say so? Ah, what a foul-mouthed brat. How dare you act so brazenly on my territory? Do you even know who I am?" The dandy retorted arrogantly. Emily raised his gaze coldly, responding with mockery, "I do not know. But in a small temple like this, the demons are many, and in a place as modest as Jiangzhou, there must be an abundance of toads. You dare to insult me as a toad?" The dandy, infuriated, shouted towards his carriage, "Xuancheng, bring me the whip." "Yes, my lord," came the response. And a strikingly beautiful woman clad in pink leaped down from the carriage. Though she was stunningly attractive, her excessive makeup and the overpowering scent she emanated caused Xuancheng to frown. As soon as the woman named Xuancheng landed, she hurriedly handed a whip to the dandy, exclaiming, "My lord, these blind fools dare to insult you. You must whip them fiercely, even to death." The dandy immediately seized the whip and aimed a vicious strike at Emily. However, just as the whip was about to strike, Emily suddenly raised his hand, skillfully catching the whip with a swift motion. With a fierce tug, he sent the dandy tumbling into a nearby puddle, splashing dirty water everywhere. "Ah, my face!" The dandy fell face first into the puddle, and in his fury, he lifted his head, shaking off the water in indignation. The onlookers could only stare in astonishment at his mud-smeared visage, rendering him utterly disheveled, devoid of any semblance of a refined young master. Chapter 1693. The son of the governor, upon witnessing the scene, Xuancheng, filled with indignation, marched towards Xuancheng's carriage, with her hands firmly placed on her hips. She glared at the carriage, exclaiming boldly, "Do you have any idea who my husband is? How dare you treat him this way? Do you wish to court death? Oh, who is your husband? I am genuinely intrigued to hear his esteemed name," came a chilling and prolonged voice from within the carriage. "My husband is..." Xuancheng lifted her gaze and was immediately captivated by the strikingly handsome figure clad in white within the carriage. Upon seeing Xuancheng, she was momentarily rendered speechless. Good heavens! Such breathtaking beauty exists in this world. A single glance revealed an extraordinary presence, truly a sight to behold. Though he was merely dressed as a merchant, an air of unyielding authority and a cold, menacing aura emanated from him, instantly diminishing her own bravado. Xuancheng had never encountered such a remarkably handsome, yet aloof man. She stood there, entranced, her voice barely above a whisper. "My husband is the son of the governor, Suzai. Now that you are aware of his identity, are you frightened?" "Frightened? There is no one in this world that I fear," Xuancheng replied coldly. "Suzai is it? I see. You truly are not afraid of him? Do you not fear the governor? He is my father-in-law. You must be from out of town, unaware that the Su family reigns supreme in Jiangzhou. My father-in-law is not only the governor, but also a cousin of the esteemed Lord Su Ming. I perceive you as nothing more than ordinary merchants, daring to oppose the Su family. Are you tired of living?" Xuancheng spoke haughtily. "Haha." As soon as Xuancheng finished her proclamation, Emily and Lu Ruiyan could no longer contain their laughter. Emily sneered, "So? You are a cousin of the Su Ming family? I was beginning to think you were someone of significance. Even Su Ming must pay his respects when he sees our esteemed young master. How dare a mere Jiangzhou governor act so brazenly before him?" The two behind, Meng Zheng and Meng Zian, were taken aback. Hearing Emily's words, they realized that young Master Chu's status was indeed higher than that of Su Ming. Just who was he? Their curiosity was piqued. At that moment, Suzai had already wiped the mud from his face. Upon hearing Emily's remarks, he quickly turned to Xuancheng. Seeing the latter's expression of arrogance and dominance, he was momentarily struck with fear. Could he truly be a person of great stature? However, upon observing Xuancheng's attire, which was distinctly that of a merchant, he dismissed the thought. The individuals accompanying him also donned the garb of common traders, not resembling any prominent figures. With a scoff, he retorted, "Huh? You claim your young master is more formidable than the illustrious Lord Zhongyong? Were it not for my own intelligence, I might have believed you. To boldly masquerade as a person of significance while being nothing more than lowly merchants. Do you possess the audacity of a wild beast? You doubt it. Xuancheng's voice, laced with an unmistakable authority, resonated. I do not believe it. Pretty boy, if you have the courage, reveal your true name. I am eager to discover just what kind of character you truly are, Suzai scoffed disdainfully. Pretty boy? Upon hearing those words, Xuancheng's eyes instantly turned icy. He suddenly raised his hand and unleashed a fierce gust of wind towards Suzai's face. This gale, imbued with the power to devastate the heavens and the earth, struck Suzai with a resounding slap, sending him crashing to the ground. Chapter 1694. It's a light punishment to strike you. Caught off guard. Suzai was knocked down, his face landing squarely in the very puddle he had just encountered. After a brief moment of struggle in the water, he scrambled to his feet, pointing an unsteady finger at Xuancheng. You, how dare you strike this young master? Daring to insult me. Even striking you is a light punishment, Xuancheng replied in a deep voice, for he despised being called a pretty boy above all else. You seek death? Someone, bring them all to me. Have them beaten to death. Suzai shouted furiously to his servants, trembling with rage. Upon hearing this, the servants hastily grabbed their clubs and charged towards Mo Li. Mo Li chuckled coldly at the audacity of these rabble before him. As they rushed forward, he leapt into the air, engaging them barehanded without even drawing his sword. Lu Ruoyue, standing nearby with a piece of grass in her mouth, inquired, Brother, do you need assistance? No need. These mere knaves are hardly a match for me. Mo Li replied, executing a sweeping kick that knocked down several of them. He then vaulted into the air again, delivering a series of powerful kicks that sent the remaining servants sprawling to the ground. The servants, upon hitting the ground, cried out in pain, their bodies aching as if struck by stones, unable to rise. Witnessing this, Suzai's face twisted with rage and humiliation. He could hardly believe that his numerous servants were bested by a single individual. It was utterly disgraceful. At that moment, a playful laughter erupted from within the carriage. Seeing the servants laid out like turtles, Ruoyue could no longer contain her amusement. Xuancheng, who had been focused solely on the handsome man earlier, finally noticed the lovely woman seated beside him. She observed that the lady was clad in a flowing white garment, her face partially obscured by a white veil, and her abdomen slightly rounded. She was momentarily taken aback, wondering if this might be a large woman. Could this hefty figure be the handsome man's wife? Good heavens! If that were the case, it would be a true waste and an insult to such beauty. What are you laughing at? What is so amusing? Xuancheng, seething with jealousy at the thought of the plump woman monopolizing such a handsome man, stormed over to glare at Ruoyue, taken by surprise at being singled out for a mere chuckle, raised an eyebrow. I laughed at your servants. They were utterly defeated. Do you not find that amusing? You dare mock my people. What right do you have to laugh at others? What are you even worth? Xuancheng retorted, hands placed defiantly on her hips. With a dismissive huff, Ruoyue replied, Whatever I am, it is certainly superior to you. Spring Daughter cast a disdainful gaze upon her, her face contorted with revulsion. I see you are veiled. Is it because your appearance is so unsightly that you dare not show your face? Furthermore, your belly is so large. Could it be that your corpulence has rendered you too ashamed to be seen? With that, she erupted into laughter. My dear husband, come take a look at this hideous creature who dares to mock us. Who granted her the audacity? Suzai, his countenance darkened with anger, shot a cold glance at Ruoyue. With a look of disgust, he turned away. You are right, Spring Daughter. This woman must be both fat and ugly to wear a veil. Chapter 1695. The most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou, my dear husband. How do you think she compares to me? Spring Daughter asked, proudly lifting her chin and tidying her hair, casting a confident look towards the crowd. Suzai, having lost face earlier, was determined to redeem himself. Spring Daughter, you are indeed the foremost beauty of Jiangzhou. How could such a frightful creature even compare? She is not worthy to carry your shoes. Some people truly lack discernment, seeking women far inferior to my esteemed self. The foremost beauty? Mo Li and the others exchanged incredulous glances, taking in the heavily made-up Spring Daughter before bending over and retching. Mo Li feigned vomiting for a moment before exclaiming, This kind of fair dares to call herself the first beauty? I truly wish to see the face of the princess to cleanse my eyes. What are you retching about? Do you mean to say I am not beautiful? Spring daughter retorted angrily. Even if I am not the fairest, I am still 100 times more beautiful than you. You corpulent matron. Suzai interjected, Spring daughter, do not bother with these unsophisticated people. You are renowned as a beauty across 10 miles. There is a saying, those who cannot attain often resort to jealousy. These lowly commoners, like them, can only seek out women who are both fat and ugly. Their envy stems from their inability to possess a beauty like you. Envy us. Emily was taken aback. What celestial beings had they not encountered to be jealous of such a painted doll as Spring daughter? At that moment, Xuancheng coldly interjected, Emily, cease this idle chatter. Instruct them to clear the way. Clear the way for us. On what grounds? Suzai scoffed. This path belongs to my family. If anyone should yield, it is you who must make way for me. This path belongs to your family. Xuancheng replied coldly. Is this road not part of the nation? When did it become private property? With his arms crossed and a sinister smile on his face, Suzai retorted, Of course. My father is the governor of Jiangzhou. He holds the utmost authority here. Not only this path, but all of Jiangzhou belongs to my family. If you know what is good for you, you will depart promptly. Otherwise, when my father arrives, do not blame him for being ungracious. Xuancheng stared at Suzai in disbelief, astonished at such brazen arrogance. No wonder the common folk were so oppressed. Anger surged within him, and he suddenly turned to Meng Zheng. Meng Zheng, you possess immense strength. I admire your prowess. I now offer you an opportunity to showcase your skills. Smash his carriage and run it over. Yes, my lord. Meng Zheng, unable to contain himself any longer, responded with fervor upon receiving his master's praise. After he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped up with a fierce shout, raising his legs like iron pincers and delivering a powerful kick towards the carriage. With a resounding crash, the carriage was utterly shattered, splintered into countless pieces. Debris scattered everywhere, and the opulent carriage was instantly rendered unrecognizable, causing the two horses to rear up and whinny in alarm. My carriage! Suzai's face twisted with rage. The onlookers marveled at Meng Zheng's strength. With a single kick, he had obliterated the opponent's carriage. Truly formidable. After kicking the carriage, Meng Zheng also severed the reins of the startled horses. Freed from their restraints, they bolted forward in a frenzy. My prize steed! Suzai shouted in fury. For it was an extravagant purchase he had made at great expense. Just like that, it had been set loose. Chapter 1696. Lu Rian wept in anger upon hearing this. Xuancheng noted that a mere carriage was being drawn by a valuable steed, underscoring Suzai's extravagance and wealth. A mere official's son possessed such riches, certainly amassed through the exploitation of the common people. Such a parasite must be eradicated. The resentment in his heart would not dissipate. The state of Chu was perilously teetering. After shattering the carriage, Meng Zheng advanced, lifting the carriage body and forcefully tossing it into a corner. He then cleared the obstacles from the path and respectfully addressed Xuancheng. Young master, the obstacles have been removed. We may proceed. Well done. Let us depart. Xuancheng praised. Meng Zheng and Mo Li quickly took their seats on the carriage, and the driver confidently set off. The fallen servants, witnessing the approaching carriage, scrambled to the side in fear of being crushed like startled birds. Suzai and Chun Yang watched in fury, their anger palpable. Suzai, clutching his swollen face, pointed at the carriage procession like a lost dog. Through gritted teeth, he seethed, Wait. I will not let you get away with this. Chun Yang, let us hurry back to the manor and inform father. We must have him send someone to capture them and throw them into the dungeon. Indeed, these lowly merchants dare to oppose the government. Once they are apprehended, we shall make them taste the consequences of offending the magistrate. Chun Yang echoed, her expression filled with indignation. As the driver continued onward, Lu Rian could no longer restrain herself and rode forward. Tilting her head, she gazed curiously at Xuancheng in the carriage. Young master, why is it that all those women we encountered along the way were utterly smitten by you? Just look at Chun Yang. The moment she saw you, she could hardly walk straight and nearly drooled. It's truly enviable. Beside her, Emily interjected. That is simply because the young master is exceedingly handsome, which captivates all women. Lu Rian rubbed her hands together and turned to Xuancheng. Young master, a friend of mine wishes to know how one can attain such striking looks as yours. What is your secret to maintaining such beauty? Xuancheng looked at her in bemusement. That friend of yours is you, isn't it? As for maintenance, I have never needed to do anything. Alas, I am naturally gifted with beauty that requires no embellishment. Upon hearing these words, Lu Rian trembled with anger. This prince was insufferable. How could he be so handsome without even maintaining himself? It infuriated her. What about me? You're rather handsome as well, if only you had a different head. Xuancheng remarked with his sharp tongue. You are too much. Lu Rian was on the verge of tears. Xuancheng quickly comforted her. Do not be upset. Although you may not be handsome, you are also lacking in wealth. Wow. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian broke down in tears. Sir, you are bullying me. Who is bullying you? I merely speak the truth, he replied. Do not be disheartened. If you put in some effort, perhaps those around you will become more handsome as well. Xuancheng consoled. Lu Rian, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming urge to explode, while the others erupted in laughter. Soon, the group halted before an inn named Xiao Inn, one of the largest in Jiangzhou. As the carriage arrived, Xuancheng was the first to leap down and extended his hand to Yunri. Where? Come, this prince will assist you. He recalled the incident when Yunri nearly fell from the carriage. Thus he personally helped her down. Thank you, my lord, Yunri smiled. My lord, why do you call me that? Xuancheng's face flushed with heat at her sweet words. Indeed, he found the term quite endearing. As Yunri descended from the carriage and took his hand, she explained. I found it amusing when that Chun Yang addressed her husband as my lord, so I thought I would mimic her. What do you think? Is it pleasing to hear? Very much so. You may call me that again, for I have not had my fill of it. Xuancheng replied with delight. Yunri shot him a shy glare. There are so many people here, I shall refrain. I was merely jesting. With that, she hurried inside, her cheeks flushed, while Xuancheng followed with a smile. Lu Rian trailed behind them, casting a deep glance skyward, then sighed. Why is there an overwhelming scent of romance everywhere, while I alone exude the fragrance of a single dog? As she spoke, she pulled out a palm-sized copper mirror from her pocket and began to tidy her appearance. Upon seeing her reflection, she sighed again, pondering why she could not possess the prince's striking looks. Why did none of the maidens swoon over her? Why had she not secured a wife? Gazing once more into the mirror, she realized that she was not unattractive. In fact, she was striking enough to provoke envy and resentment. Why, then, did no woman express interest in her? Lost in thought, she began to pity her reflection, lamenting the plight of the handsome man who lacked a companion. Alas, this is not my fault. It is merely the fault of those women who lack vision. Missing out on me is their loss. Lu Rian, what are you doing? A grown man, endlessly preening before a mirror, so pretentious. A cold voice sliced through her thoughts. She quickly tucked away the mirror and turned to see a girl in military attire, Xiao Dai, arms crossed, and gazing at her with a frosty expression. Upon seeing her, Lu Rian's coarse features flushed red. Xiao Dai, may I pose a question? What do you think of me? What do I think of you? Well, you are just as you are, she replied dismissively. Lacking in martial prowess and possessing a less-than-ideal physique, standing a towering 8 feet in height and equally broad. One redeeming quality remains, a hearty appetite and a robust figure, as unreservedly articulated by Xiao Dai. You, Xiao Dai, were you not the one who embroidered a silk handkerchief for me and prepared steamed buns? I had thought you harbored affections for me, Lu Rian lamented, placing a hand over his heart, which felt as though pierced by a sword. Xiao Dai gazed at him with incredulity. I have made it abundantly clear that the handkerchief was not my handiwork. It was embroidered by the renowned heir of Yihong Lu. It was a gift to me, and you insisted upon claiming it as your own. I truly find myself at a loss. As for those buns, I inadvertently employed my internal energy while kneading the dough, resulting in their excessive hardness. We both found them unchewable, akin to stones, which is why I gifted them to you. Do not read too much into it. What? I had believed that bun was crafted by your own hands. I preserved it for so long, only for it to become a weapon in a quarrel. He exclaimed, we share no such bond. What reason have I to make steamed buns for you? Xiao Dai replied, her large eyes blinking in confusion. Yet, did you not gaze at me with those tender eyes the last time? Lu Rian pressed on, unwilling to relent. When did I ever look at you in such a manner? Xiao Dai replied, her expression one of disbelief. Indeed, the last time at Yihong Lu when the prince sought the princess and young master Su Qi, and we were waiting outside. You fixed your gaze upon me, your eyes brimming with gentleness, radiating warmth, and you even smiled at me, Lu Rian recounted. That time, Xiao Dai pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. That was not a smile for you. I merely noticed a delightful little cat in the corner and smiled at it, not at you. What? Lu Ruoyue nearly erupted in frustration, almost expelling his meal from the previous day. He felt an overwhelming urge to leap into the river. Yet, he persisted with his inquiries. Xiao Dai, allow me one final question. Who do you think is more handsome, the prince or I? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Dai jested. Why, it is undoubtedly the prince. He is dashing and charming. Look at your weathered visage. Can it even be associated with handsomeness? Xiao Dai, you have gone too far. You have wounded my heart. Lu Ruoyue exclaimed in exasperation, dramatically placing the pink handkerchief into her hands with a flourish. I return this to you. I shall take my leave. And with that, he sorrowfully exited. He resolved to seek out Mo Li and the others for a night of revelry, for he was heartbroken. Xiao Dai held the handkerchief, perplexed by his sudden anger. What had befallen him? She had merely spoken the truth. Nearby, Mo Li, having overheard the exchange, hastened to catch up with Lu Ruoyue, grasping his arm and delivering a jibe. Ah, Ruoyue, do not despair. A glance in the mirror will reveal the truth behind many matters. Lu Ruoyue, he bellowed in ire, executing a sweeping kick toward Mo Li. Mo Li nimbly evaded and darted behind Lu Ruoyue, resting a hand on his shoulder. Come now, brother, do not take offense, it was but a jest. We are all wanderers in this world, and tonight we shall keep you company, vowing to drink until we are inebriated. Lu Ruoyue let out a soft hum, acknowledging the situation. At that moment, Meng Zheng and Meng Zian entered the vicinity. As soon as Meng Zheng stepped in, he noticed Mo Li. He was perplexed as to why the young master held Mo Li in such high regard, for he had previously observed that Mo Li's martial skills were rather average. Being inherently competitive, he approached Mo Li with a courteous demeanor, saying, Guardian Mo, I have heard that you are the most capable expert by the young master's side. Might I have the honor of sparring with you? Spar? Mo Li looked at Meng Zheng in confusion, taken aback that this young man wished to engage him. Meng Zheng nodded, affirming, Indeed, I have practiced martial arts since childhood, and I take great pleasure in finding opponents to refine my skills. May I have the privilege of a friendly bout with you? Mo Li cast a glance at Meng Zheng, noting his youthful naivety and eagerness. Realizing that Meng Zheng's abilities could be easily diminished, he tactfully declined. I would be keen to spar with you, but alas, I currently have no time. I must join my brothers for a drink. Perhaps another day. The evening is still young, and dinner is yet to come, Meng Zheng stated bluntly. Is it that you look down upon me? Upon hearing this, Mo Li retorted, Do you truly wish to engage in a match? Yes. Let us forego weapons and engage in a friendly spar, only to a point. If you will, Meng Zheng replied. His intention was to gauge Mo Li's true strength. If Mo Li proved superior, he would concede. Seeing Meng Zheng's resolute attitude, Mo Li agreed. Very well, since you are so eager, I shall oblige you. Come forth. As he spoke, he unsheathed the sword from his waist and tossed it into Lu Ruoyue's hands. Meng Zheng rolled up his sleeves and assumed an offensive stance, ready to strike. At that juncture, Xuancheng and Ruoyue emerged from within. Upon hearing of the impending spar, Xuancheng was curious to ascertain Meng Zheng's prowess. He gently positioned Ruoyue behind him, advising, Wearer, do not approach, lest you be inadvertently harmed. Stand here, and I shall protect you. Very well, my dear. Ruoyue playfully winked at him. Her response made Xuancheng's heart flutter, akin to a cat's paw gently pricking him. After scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was watching, he swiftly cupped Ruoyue's face and planted a kiss on her lips before nonchalantly stepping back. What are you doing? Be careful not to let anyone see, Ruoyue exclaimed, her cheeks flushed like the evening sky at dusk. Fear not. What of it if they do witness? It is only natural for a husband to kiss his wife. It is entirely proper. Xuancheng remarked with an air of calm confidence. At this point, Meng Zheng and Mo Li were prepared. They faced each other in the courtyard, unarmed, and commenced their duel. Meng Zheng possessed immense strength, and his punches carried a formidable force as they surged toward Mo Li. Fortunately, Mo Li deftly evaded the blows. Had it been anyone else, they would have been sent flying by Meng Zheng's sheer power. After dodging, Mo Li realized just how potent Meng Zheng's strength was, akin to a fierce tiger, exuding a powerful aura. Understanding that Meng Zheng excelled in close combat, Mo Li decided to keep his distance, maneuvering behind Meng Zheng to launch his counterattack. It was at this moment that Meng Zheng realized he wished to strike Mo Li, yet found himself unable to do so. Mo Li constantly evaded him, launching surprise attacks from behind, and before long, Meng Zheng had been struck several times. Observing the vastness of their surroundings, which was conducive to long-range combat, Meng Zheng's mind turned, and he cunningly lured Mo Li towards a narrow alley. While Mo Li excelled in ranged attacks, Meng Zheng was proficient in close combat. By enticing Mo Li into the constricted space, he hoped to eliminate Mo Li's chances of escape and create an opportunity to counterattack. Thus, he feigned weakness, retreating towards the alley. Seeing Meng Zheng's continuous retreat, Mo Li seized the moment, charging forward with a fierce momentum, ultimately cornering him within the alley. Once Mo Li was within the confines of the alley, Meng Zheng swiftly executed a feint. He pretended to strike to the left, and as Mo Li dodged to the right, Meng Zheng landed a solid punch directly to Mo Li's chest. Seizing the advantage of the terrain, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon Mo Li, who was now taking several hits. Mo Li quickly attempted to retaliate, only to discover that Meng Zheng possessed exceptional strength, coupled with a penchant for feints and unconventional angles of attack. In close quarters, a single blow from Meng Zheng could shatter his internal organs. The confined space worked against Mo Li, and he realized that prolonging the fight would deplete his stamina. Thus, he retreated, countering Meng Zheng while striving to reach an open area. Meng Zheng, fully aware that once they reached an open space he would be at a disadvantage, did not relent. Like a serpent, he coiled around Mo Li, continuing their fierce exchange. Observing their martial prowess, Xuancheng nodded in approval. Both Meng Zheng and Mo Li possessed distinct advantages. They were both astute, adept at exploiting each other's weaknesses to secure victory. However, Meng Zheng relied solely on brute strength, lacking formal martial training, resulting in a chaotic fighting style devoid of inner energy. During their earlier exchange, Mo Li had refrained from using his inner strength. Had he done so, Meng Zheng would have stood no chance. At this juncture, Mo Li noticed that Meng Zheng was growing increasingly formidable and difficult to handle. In a bid to conclude the battle swiftly, he summoned his inner energy and struck a powerful palm towards Meng Zheng. Unfamiliar with inner energy, Meng Zheng was momentarily caught off guard and fell victim to Mo Li's strike. He soon realized that while Mo Li's physical strength was less than his own, his inner energy vastly surpassed Meng Zheng's, rendering him no match for Mo Li. Mo Li followed up with several more strikes, each infused with inner energy, forcing Meng Zheng to retreat further. After enduring multiple blows, Meng Zheng gritted his teeth in pain, ultimately collapsing to the ground after a final powerful strike from Mo Li. Observing Meng Zheng's defeat, Mo Li immediately ceased his assault and reached out to him, asking, "Are you all right?" Meng Zheng, clutching his chest, bore an expression of embarrassment as he responded, "I am fine. Indeed, Brother Mo's martial skills are extraordinary. I concede defeat. I am no match for you, and I humbly acknowledge your superiority." Mo Li smiled lightly, noting the shift from being a mere bodyguard to being referred to as Brother Mo. It seemed the lad understood the nuances of retreat and advance. At that moment, Xuancheng approached and remarked, "Meng Zheng, do not consider this a loss, for you lack the mastery of inner energy. You possess an innate strength, and if you were to harness inner power, over time, your martial skills would undoubtedly flourish. Your forte lies in close combat, whereas Mo Li excels in ranged attacks. Your mind is agile and adaptable. However, lacking inner strength has hindered your ability to best Mo Li. Should you seek to learn from Mo Li and practice the art of internal cultivation, your martial prowess would surely advance significantly." Upon hearing these words, Meng Zheng felt as though he had received a profound revelation. He promptly bowed to Xuancheng, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for your guidance. You are indeed correct. I possess no inner strength and rely solely on brute force in combat, which has proven to be exceedingly arduous. My lord, may I learn the techniques of internal cultivation from you?" "Certainly. I shall ask Mo Li to instruct you and provide you with a few books on internal practice. You have commendable talent, a knack for adaptability, and an understanding of military strategy. With the mastery of internal power and training on the battlefield, you are destined to become a remarkable figure, renowned throughout the world," replied Xuancheng. "Is that truly so?" "Thank you, my lord," Meng Zheng exclaimed, quickly turning to Mo Li with admiration. "Brother Mo, your inner power is truly impressive. Might I request your guidance?" Mo Li responded cheerfully, "Of course. Since we all serve under the same master, we are like family. As long as you are willing to learn, I shall be eager to teach." "Thank you, Brother Mo, you are a truly kind-hearted person." Meng Zheng beamed with delight. revealing a broad smile that made him appear rather endearing. Emily patted his shoulder, and in that moment, they became good brothers. Tonight, Ruoyue has experienced heartbreak. Mengzhong, Xian, would you join us in comforting her over a drink? Absolutely, we would be glad to. The two replied joyfully. Xuancheng interjected. Ruoyue has suffered a heartbreak? But has she ever been in love? How could she possibly experience heartbreak? Emily scratched his head awkwardly. It seems so. Allow me to rephrase. Ruoyue did not suffer heartbreak. She confessed to Xiao Dai and was rejected. Perhaps it is more accurate to say she was dismissed. Yes, dismissed. Emily, if you remain silent, no one will consider you mute. Be quiet, came the sharp voice of Lu Ruoyue, filled with exasperation. She truly wished to silence Emily. Soon, Yin Ruoyue had ordered the dishes, and the group divided into two tables, one for the men and one for the women. The men's table was situated in the courtyard, while the women's table was inside the house. With no outsiders present, Yin Ruoyue could finally remove her veil to dine. Once seated, Yin Ruoyue quietly asked Xiao Dai, Xiao Dai, Ruoyue mentioned that she likes you. What led you to reject her? Although she may seem a bit peculiar, her nature is kind, her martial skills are commendable, and she is quite impressive. Madam, I will be frank with you. I do not like her because she is too effeminate. She constantly carries a handkerchief, gestures with delicate fingers, and gazes at herself in the mirror, which I find utterly intolerable. Xiao Dai replied with a look of disdain. At this point, Feng Er interjected. But you two spend your days wielding swords and engaging in battles. Your demeanor is very masculine, while hers is more feminine. You two are quite complementary. Who is complementary with her? I prefer a true man. Xiao Dai retorted. By the way, Feng Er, I sense that Mo Li is quite fond of you. Why do you never acknowledge him? Xiao Dai asked curiously. Upon hearing those words, Feng Er nearly choked on her food. After coughing twice, her face flushed as she retorted. Who could possibly fancy someone like him? A pervert who enjoys peeping at others while they bathe. Yin Ruoyue gently patted Feng Er's back and said, Feng Er, it's been quite some time since that incident. You should forgive Mo Li. From what I know of him, he is certainly not that kind of person. It must have been a misunderstanding. If you miss out on such a fine man, you will surely regret it. Indeed, Feng Er, I find Mo Li to possess a commendable masculine charm. If you are not interested, why not let him pursue me instead? Xiao Dai chimed in. You cannot. Feng Er exclaimed in alarm. What? Both Xiao Dai and Yin Ruoyue turned their gazes toward Feng Er. Feng Er, feeling embarrassed, stammered. I didn't mean it that way. I don't like Mo Li. Xiao Dai, if you fancy him, go ahead and pursue him. You need not worry about me. You are such a wonderful person, and I believe he would like you in return. Though she spoke those words, a pang of bitterness surged within her heart, as though it were constricted by a bundle of hay. Xiao Dai, however, laughed and said, I was merely teasing you. How could I ever fall for a man my dear friend has set her sights on? Rest assured, I have no intentions toward Mo Li, madam. Do you have any sobering medicine? Mo Li's voice rang out. Ruoyue is drunk and is currently clinging to the young master in a drunken stupor. You must go and check on them. What? Yin Ruoyue was taken aback and hastily donned her veil. Ruoyue has been longing for a woman and mistook the young master for one, thus clinging to him. Mo Li exclaimed anxiously. Upon hearing this, Feng Er and the others could not suppress their laughter. What a ludicrous scene it was. As Yin Ruoyue hurried into the courtyard, she was met with a rather shocking sight. There stood Lu Ruoyue, thoroughly intoxicated, tightly embracing Xuancheng, attempting to kiss him while exclaiming, Oh, beauty, your skin is so tender and smooth. I am quite fond of you. Come, give me a kiss. Lu Ruoyue, I command you to release me at once. Xuancheng said, his face darkening as he turned his head to evade her lips. If he did not dodge, he would certainly be kissed. Release me? Not a chance. Beauty, I adore you. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten. I wish to take you as my wife. I feel so lonely sleeping alone every night. Will you warm my bed? Lu Ruoyue said, her cheeks flushed, her eyes squinting in drunken delight as she gazed at Xuancheng. Lu Ruoyue, you had better shut your mouth. Xuancheng said, his face turning an ashen hue as he helplessly closed his eyes. He coldly grasped Lu Ruoyue's wrist, attempting to shake off this persistent attachment. Little did he know, she was unwilling to let go of her newfound affection. Using all her strength, she clung to Xuancheng, who, not wanting to hurt her, had no choice but to endure her embrace. Seeing this spectacle, Yin Ruoyue and Xiao Dai could no longer contain themselves and burst into uproarious laughter. As soon as Xuancheng saw her approaching, he hastily exclaimed, You have arrived just in time. Quickly fetch the hangover remedy for him to consume, lest he descend into further drunken antics. All right, let me search for it. Ruoyue stifled a laugh and hurried to find the medicine within her space. Meanwhile, Ruoyue had nestled her head affectionately into Xuancheng's embrace, swaying gently against him. Her face flushed with intoxication. Oh, beauty, why is your chest so firm? It feels like stone. So hard and flat, truly, she remarked, disdainfully patting his chest. Xuancheng's expression darkened considerably. At that moment, Emily interjected, if the chest is not flat, how can one stabilize the world? Xuancheng glared furiously at Ruoyue. Warning, Ruoyue, cease your nonsense. If you continue to speak recklessly, I shall knock your teeth out. Ruoyue gazed at him with a pitiful look. Dear one, why are you so fierce? Could you not be a bit gentler with me? I love you. Will you marry me? Let's wed, shall we? Then you can bear me a few children, all right? The audacity of her words made Xuancheng double over in anger, nearly expelling the alcohol he had just consumed. Emily and the others were already laughing uncontrollably. In a fit of exasperation, Xuancheng shoved Ruoyue away, declaring, let go of me. If you do not release your grip, I shall sever your hand. Had it been anyone else, he would have already dealt with them. Yet, Ruoyue clung to him. Eyes closed, greedily inhaling the fragrance of his hair. I won't let go. I simply won't. My dear, I like you. Come on, let us have children right away. Now, give me a kiss. With that, Ruoyue puckered her lips and leaned in for a kiss. How repugnant. Get away. At that moment, Xuancheng could no longer contain himself. With a swift motion, he struck Ruoyue, sending her flying. As she soared through the air, a mix of fear and clarity washed over her. Realizing she was about to crash into a large tree, she quickly flipped mid-air, landing safely on the ground. The group breathed a collective sigh of relief upon seeing she was unharmed. Afterward, Xuancheng disdainfully brushed off his hands, muttering, spring has yet to arrive. Yet why is this cat already in heat? Darling, are you all right? Ruoyue, suppressing her laughter, hurried over to hand him the hangover remedy. Here, I found the antidote. You should give it to Ruoyue. At that moment, Ruoyue began to regain her senses. Realizing her earlier actions, she felt utterly mortified. After a cry of shame, she leaped onto the roof of the opposite house, stumbling over the tiles, half-drunkenly mumbling, what did I just do? Did I mistake the gentleman for a woman? Oh heavens! As she lamented atop the roof, Xuancheng cast a cold glance her way. Ruoyue, the hangover remedy has arrived. Come down and take it. Upon hearing his voice, Ruoyue became even more alert. Chapter 1703, The Prince's Princess Carrie. The thought of her earlier drunken behavior towards Xuancheng drove her to the brink of madness. She had dared to embrace a man and call him beauty, even suggesting they bear children together. He must have been yearning for companionship so intensely that the influence of alcohol led him to this delusion. His face flushed with embarrassment. He realized he could not face anyone. He continued to sway, pretending to be inebriated, which made his predicament somewhat less humiliating. He dared not confront Xuancheng and shouted from above in a drunken frenzy, I won't come down. I want a woman. If you don't provide me with a woman, I shall never descend. Emily shrugged helplessly, stating, we don't have any women ourselves. How could we give you one? Old Lou, please come down quickly, don't fall. The roof was perilously high, and witnessing Ruoyue swaying drunkenly made everyone anxious, fearing he might tumble down. Ruoyue continued to shout and recklessly dash across the rooftop, insisting, I won't come down. Without a woman today, I shall not sleep. Suddenly, there was the sound of tiles shattering. Everyone turned to see that Ruoyue had somehow made his way to the edge of the roof. The cracking noise had emanated from the tiles beneath his feet. Another round of tile shattering followed. With a gasp, Ruoyue lost his footing and screamed as he plummeted from the rooftop. In that instant, he felt a piercing headache and a weakness that made him forget to employ his lightness skills. Just as he was about to crash to the ground in a disastrous manner, Xuancheng flew over swiftly, catching him just before he hit the ground. Upon catching him, Xuancheng let out a heavy grunt. Ruoyue, you are exceedingly heavy. You ought to consider a diet. Ruoyue had expected to crash spectacularly, but, upon opening his eyes, he found himself cradled in the arms of a prince, who was holding him in a princess carry. At that moment, nestled in the prince's embrace, he could even catch a whiff of the prince's delightful fragrance and behold the exquisite features of his handsome face. Ruoyue felt a surge of anxiety and embarrassment. Fearing that others would discern that he had regained his senses, To alleviate the awkwardness, he feigned drunkenness, saying, "Thank you. Beautiful. Are you out of your mind?" Upon hearing this, Xuancheng, irate, let him go, and with a thud, Ruoyue fell heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. "Ouch, that hurts. You are quite heavy-handed." "Beautiful." Xuancheng, feeling exasperated, clapped his hands and tossed a hangover remedy to Mo, instructing, "Mo, make him take this and help him inside to rest. I do not wish to see him any longer." "Understood, my lord," Mo replied, hastening to assist Ruoyue. However, as he lifted Ruoyue, the latter suddenly burped and, unable to hold back, began to vomit all over him. "Oh my goodness, how disgusting." Mo immediately pushed Ruoyue away, nearly bursting with fury. He had intended to help Ruoyue, only to end up drenched in his vomit. Ruoyue had not meant to vomit on Mo. But when one feels the urge to expel, there is little control to be had. He looked apologetically at Mo, realizing the trouble he had caused. Simultaneously, he regretted mistaking the prince for a woman earlier. It was truly mortifying. Fortunately, he could dissolve the awkwardness with intoxication. Otherwise, he would have truly leaped into the moat. Chapter 1704. Painting the floral adornment for her at the break of dawn the following day, Ruoyue was awakened by the gentle kiss of Xuancheng. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with his enchanting peach blossom eyes, framed by 2 rows of long, dark lashes. The depth of his gaze caused her cheeks to flush instantly. "Why are you awake so early?" "Today, I must meet with Xuancheng. So I rose early to command preparations," Xuancheng replied, his eyes brimming with tender affection as he regarded Ruoyue. "Has the grain convoy not yet arrived?" she inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. "It should arrive in a few days," he reassured her. "The distance from the imperial city to Jiangzhou is considerable, and with the floods ravaging the area, their march is hindered. However, fortunately, there has not been heavy rainfall recently, which will aid their progress. As for the Xianwang, he has taken a detour through Qingzhou, where the roads are more accessible. With fewer personnel, he is expected to arrive earlier. I see that the floods within the city have receded significantly. I sincerely hope the heavens refrain from unleashing further storms. Otherwise, the entirety of Jiangzhou will be overwhelmed." Ruoyue expressed her worries. "Do not fret. I have dispatched personnel to investigate the disaster and assess the terrain. Once the army arrives, I shall commence disaster relief and manage the flood situation," Xuancheng assured her. Hearing his words, Ruoyue felt a wave of relief wash over her. After she had completed her morning routine and settled before her vanity, Xuancheng suddenly turned to her. "I chanced upon a floral adornment technique in a book yesterday. Would you allow me to paint one for you? Can you truly create a floral adornment?" Ruoyue asked, taken aback, for such artistry demanded considerable skill. Xuancheng sat beside her, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Have you forgotten? I possess the talent for painting." Realizing her oversight, she responded, "Of course. A person skilled in painting would surely be capable of creating a floral adornment. Please, do paint for me." "Very well, but first, kindly close your eyes." "All right." Ruoyue complied. With that, Xuancheng took up a brush, dipped it into the rouge box, and began to meticulously paint her adornment. He worked with utmost seriousness, while she quietly closed her eyes. Observing her tranquil demeanor filled him with an overwhelming sense of peace. He smiled softly. This moment was both romantic and beautiful. Before long, Xuancheng set down the brush and said, You may open your eyes." Hastily, Ruoyue opened her eyes and gazed into the mirror, discovering that he had painted a snow lotus upon her forehead. The petals of the snow lotus were white, adorned with delicate yellow stamens, exuding an ethereal purity. "Is this a snow lotus?" she asked, uncertainty lacing her voice. Xuancheng nodded. "Indeed, it is the snow-capped lotus, symbolizing pure love." Ruoyue shyly lowered her gaze. "Most people opt for plum blossoms when creating floral adornments. Why did you choose the snow lotus?" "Because the snow lotus resembles you, noble, resilient, and unwavering. Even when it grows atop treacherous snowy peaks, it endures the biting cold, the relentless winds and rains, blossoming into the most exquisite flower in the world." Xuancheng spoke tenderly. "Can you also paint my brows? Please, do assist me with that as well," Ruoyue shyly requested. "Certainly, I possess the ability to paint. Did I not create a piece for you last time? This time, I shall depict your eyebrows resembling distant mountains, capturing the essence of verdant hills." Upon completing his task, Xuancheng gently placed his hands on Ruoyue's shoulders, inquiring, "What do you think of my work?" Ruoyue hurriedly glanced into the mirror, observing that the eyebrows he painted resembled a slender crescent moon, truly embodying the beauty of distant mountains. She gazed at him with satisfaction, marveling that a man of his stature could possess such superior skills in eyebrow artistry, leaving her in admiration. "It is my honor to adorn my beloved's brows," Xuancheng replied with a hearty laugh. As he beheld Ruoyue, her eyebrows like distant mountains, her eyes akin to blossoming peach flowers, and her hair flowing like ethereal clouds, she radiated an aura of fresh elegance, reminiscent of a transcendent crescent moon. His affection for her knew no bounds. After breakfast, Xuancheng instructed Meng Zheng and Meng Zian to remain at the inn while he and the others proceeded directly to the governor's office in Jiangzhou. Xuancheng resided within the official residence of the governor, overseeing the political affairs of the entire Jiangzhou. Naturally, Xuancheng intended to meet with him to uncover his true nature. Upon arriving at the governor's office, Xuancheng was struck by the grandeur of the building, which exuded magnificence and opulence, nearly rivaling his own Li Wangfu. At the entrance stood two imposing stone lions, flanked by a row of armed guards, whose stern demeanor deterred any approach. For a mere governor, such lavishness and a greater number of guards than his rank indicated the considerable influence Xuancheng wielded in Jiangzhou. Meanwhile, the destitute outside perished from hunger and illness, yet Xuancheng had failed to open the granaries for relief, revealing his utter disregard for human life. As they approached the entrance, a guard coldly declared, "How dare you? Who are you to trespass upon the governor's domain?" Emoli stepped forward, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. "Esteemed guard, my master, Lord Chu, seeks an audience with the governor regarding a business proposition. He comes bearing generous gifts and wishes to pay his respects. Might you inform the governor that a wealthy merchant from the imperial city wishes to collaborate with him?" Upon finishing his words, Emoli produced a silver ingot from his sleeve and placed it into the guard's hand. The guard's eyes gleamed upon seeing the silver, and he scrutinized Xuancheng and his entourage, noting their appearance resembling that of affluent merchants. Additionally, he observed the numerous gift boxes on the carriage, and thus replied, "Very well, please wait here while I inform the governor." Having accepted Emoli's silver, the guard hurriedly entered the governor's office to relay the message to Xuancheng. At that moment, Xuancheng sat languidly in a spacious chair, rubbing his forehead in discomfort, sighing repeatedly. "Dr. Qin, I have been plagued by excruciating headaches, palpitations, and difficulty sleeping, not to mention the persistent nausea and ringing in my ears. What could possibly be the matter?" Qin Fu stood beside Xuancheng, observing the governor's corpulent figure, his belly surpassing even that of a pregnant woman, his chin resembling a triple layer, and he could not help but sigh in resignation. The illness of the governor is indeed a consequence of his obesity, a malady often associated with affluence. How should he address this? If he were to bluntly state that the governor's condition arises from his excess weight, given the governor's notoriously irritable disposition, it would surely provoke his ire. After careful consideration, he remarked, "Your Excellency is afflicted with an ailment of the affluent." "Ailment of the affluent? What does that imply? Is it possible that my prosperous status could lead to illness?" questioned Xuancheng, his expression one of confusion. Qin Fu, feeling the weight of the moment, forced a smile and continued, "Your Excellency must be overwhelmed with official duties, laboring tirelessly for the populace, which has disrupted your dietary and daily routines, consequently leading to this condition." Upon hearing Qin Fu's words, Xuancheng nodded with satisfaction. "Indeed, I have been deeply troubled by the recent flooding in Jiangzhou. My concern for the people has robbed me of my appetite, and I have endured considerable hardship." He then inquired, "Dr. Qin, how might I remedy this affliction?" Internally, Qin Fu cast a disdainful glance at Xuancheng. This governor was quite adept at feigning benevolence while the common folk outside starved and withered. Yet he himself had grown as corpulent as a pig. To claim he was suffering for the people was a farce. His true labor lay in amassing wealth. While Qin Fu considered himself somewhat greedy, he could not compare to Xuancheng's avarice. The doctor typically charged a fair price for his services, but this corrupt official was extracting the very lives of the commoners. Were it not for his intention to swindle a fee from this rogue, he would have refused to treat him. He replied, "In my humble opinion, Your Excellency may have indulged excessively in food and drink, and perhaps overindulged in other pleasures, leading to stagnation in the spleen and stomach, a deficiency of yang energy, and a stasis of qi and blood. to remedy your condition. A regimen of light fare is advisable, abstaining from alcohol and other indulgences. I shall also prescribe some restorative concoctions. With a few months of diligent care, your health may very well improve." Xuancheng was incensed by this accusation. "How dare you slander me? You insinuate that I indulge excessively in food and drink. Do you take me for someone of such character? I regard the people as my own children and have been laboring tirelessly since the onset of this calamity, dedicating myself entirely to their welfare. I am a man of integrity, devoid of any excess. Your insinuations paint me as a corrupt official who feasts while the populace suffers. If this were to spread, it would tarnish my reputation." Qin Fu trembled at Xuancheng's outburst, hastily retracting his words. "Please, Your Excellency, forgive my oversight. I misjudged your intentions. You are indeed dedicated to your people, and it is this very commitment that has taken a toll on your health. Your integrity is commendable, and I shall promptly provide you with some remedies." Xuancheng, feeling a sense of pride, responded, "You truly understand me. I have indeed been feeling fatigued. A clear sign of my excessive dedication to the welfare of the people. I shall heed your advice and take the necessary time for recovery." Upon hearing this, Qin Fu wiped the sweat from his brow. This corrupt official could not tolerate the truth, and thus he decided to remain silent, fearing for his own safety. He would simply concoct a few remedies and extract a fee, content with his deception. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the corrupt official, yet wore a mask of sycophantic admiration as he gazed at Xuancheng, giving him a thumbs up and beaming with a smile as radiant as a chrysanthemum. "Your Excellency is diligent in governance and benevolent towards the people, possessing a far-reaching vision. After this encounter, I am indeed deeply impressed." Upon hearing these words, Xuancheng smugly stroked his small mustache. "Your Excellency, there is someone outside seeking an audience with you," came the voice of the guard from outside. "Who wishes to see me?" Xuancheng replied lazily. "It is said to be a wealthy merchant from the imperial city, surnamed Chu. This young Master Chu is quite extravagant and has brought numerous gifts to pay his respects and propose a business collaboration," the guard reported as he entered. "Numerous gifts? Is that true? Quickly, bring them in," Xuancheng exclaimed with excitement. "I may not manage alone. It seems he has brought several carts full of gifts. We should send more hands to assist in carrying them," the guard said, scratching his head. "What? Several carts of gifts? This person is indeed sincere. I shall personally go to welcome him." The thought of such an abundance of gifts made Xuancheng's eyes sparkle with delight as he eagerly stepped outside. Chapter 1707, Mistaken Identity. Another visitor bearing gifts. How wonderful. Xuancheng had never anticipated that his meeting with Xuancheng would unfold in such a manner. Initially, he stood at the entrance of the mansion with his arms crossed, exuding an air of cold detachment. However, the grand doors soon swung open, revealing a rotund middle-aged man with an exuberant demeanor, rushing towards him with open arms. As Xuancheng observed the hefty figure barreling towards him, even he, who was known for his unflappable composure, instinctively sidestepped, attempting to evade the oncoming collision. Yet, the man's gaze barely lingered on his face before darting past him to fixate on Ruoyue, whom he embraced with enthusiasm. "Is this the esteemed young Master Chu, the merchant seeking to pay his respects? What a pleasure!" Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback, and as she attempted to clarify, Xuancheng turned his attention to Xuancheng, wearing a satisfied expression as he remarked, "Ah, indeed, young Master Chu, even your guard possesses a striking and elegant appearance. The imperial city truly is a place of exceptional talent. Even the guards are distinguished." Upon hearing this, the corners of Xuancheng's mouth twitched in irritation. Ruoyue and the others stifled their laughter, unable to contain themselves. Ruoyue quickly interjected, "Your Excellency Su, I am not young Master Chu. This gentleman is our young Master Chu, the merchant from the imperial city. I am merely his guard." Xuancheng's smile abruptly faded as he turned to look at Xuancheng, then back at Ruoyue. It dawned on him that this handsome young man was indeed the wealthy merchant. What is this? Shouldn't a wealthy merchant be somewhat portly? He swiftly composed himself, placing his hands on Xuancheng's shoulders, awkwardly stating, "Ah, so you are young Master Chu. No wonder you exude such grandeur. You are truly a dragon among men." As he spoke, he glanced aside, noticing several carts parked nearby, laden with numerous gift boxes, and his excitement surged. "Young Master Chu, having journeyed such a long distance, you must be weary from travel. Please, come in and let us converse within the mansion." Xuancheng politely remarked, "My lord, You are too courteous. I have come to visit with the intention of engaging in business in Jiangzhou and wish to discuss a collaboration with you. I understand that our partnership would be mutually beneficial. Rest assured, this Jiangzhou is under my jurisdiction and everything is at my discretion. As long as we find common ground, everything can be negotiated. Xuancheng smiled charmingly, instantly discerning that the merchant from the imperial city sought his protection. As long as the price was right, he could certainly offer them shelter. Yet, upon facing Xuancheng's advances, a flicker of disdain crossed Xuancheng's eyes, though it vanished swiftly. He gestured towards the gift boxes atop the carriage, stating, "These are the specialties of the imperial city, meticulously prepared as a token of respect for you, my lord. I hope you will graciously accept them." Feigning surprise, Xuancheng replied, "Oh, young Master Chu, you need not be so extravagant in your gifts. Why prepare so many? Come, someone, help carry these inside." "Yes, my lord." The guards promptly rushed over to assist Mo Li with the gift boxes. "Come, young Master Chu, please enter," Xuancheng said, personally leading the way. He always held a favorable disposition towards those who sought to bribe him, treating them as esteemed guests. Soon, Xuancheng ushered everyone inside. Once within, he hastily instructed the steward, "A distinguished guest has arrived at my residence. Please inform the kitchen to prepare an abundance of delicacies. I must properly entertain our visitors." Chapter 1708. The wealthy god of fortune. At that moment, the servants had already brought in the gift boxes, stacking them high on the table. Xuancheng gazed at these boxes, his eyes gleaming with excitement, nearly drooling in anticipation. Xuancheng, seeing through Xuancheng's avarice, commanded, "Mo Li, open the boxes and present the gifts to the lord." "Yes, young master," Mo Li replied, and proceeded to unveil the boxes on the table. As the lids were lifted, rows of gold ingots, millennia-old ginseng, Tianshan snow lotus, and ancient reishi mushrooms were revealed. Particularly striking were the 30 boxes of gold ingots, gleaming brilliantly, likely amounting to over 10,000 taels. Xuancheng trembled in awe, his flesh quivering at the sight. This truly is a wealthy merchant. Such generosity is unparalleled. He had never received such an extravagant offering at once. The total value must be worth over 100,000 taels of silver. Typically, gifts from others amounted to no more than 10,000 taels. Yet young Master Chu presented such a grand sum. How lavish! His demeanor shifted to one of even greater sycophancy as he exclaimed, "Young Master Chu, this gift is far too generous. I have yet to inquire your name or the nature of your business. To bestow such wealth suggests that your enterprise must be substantial." Xuancheng replied with an air of nonchalance, "You need only know my surname, Chu. As for my business, I dabble in ceramics, private salt, tea, money shops, and taverns. Once our cooperation is established, I shall send someone to liaise with you. I must return to the imperial city to attend to urgent matters." Upon hearing this, Xuancheng realized that this individual was not to be taken lightly. The ventures he engaged in were vital to the livelihood of the populace, indicating that his connections in the imperial city were undoubtedly strong. Perhaps he is a royal relative who wishes to conceal his identity, which is why he refrains from revealing his name. He immediately responded, "I understand. Rest assured, young Master Chu, our collaboration shall remain confidential. No one will be privy to it." Xuancheng replied, "As long as you cooperate with me, I will share the profits from my business in Jiangzhou with you on a 50-50 basis. What do you think?" 50-50. Xuancheng was so excited that he gestured with his fingers to indicate the amount. Such a generous offer. Typically, one would receive only a fraction, perhaps 1 or 2/10. Yet young Master Chu is willing to share half. He promptly agreed. "Very well, I shall partner with you. It is settled. By the way, young Master Chu, where are you staying during your visit to Jiangzhou?" "We are residing at the Qixiao Inn," Xuancheng replied nonchalantly. "Ah, the Qixiao Inn? Surely it cannot compare to my official residence. Why not have you and your wife, along with your companions, stay at my estate? Once our collaboration is finalized, you may return to the imperial city," Xuancheng proposed. He was astute, recognizing that this young Master Chu was extraordinarily affluent and generous. He could not let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. He intended to accommodate him in order to extract additional wealth from him. "Staying at your residence may not be very convenient," Xuancheng remarked. Xuancheng quickly shook his head, insisting, "What inconvenience could there be? My residence is quite spacious, with numerous empty guest rooms available. It would be most suitable for you to stay here. Rest assured, I will ensure you are well fed and entertained during your stay, for as long as you desire." He was determined not to let this wealthy benefactor escape. Xuancheng finally nodded. Very well, since you are so hospitable. We shall graciously accept your offer. Thus, we shall impose upon you. Chapter 1709. The profligate returns no imposition at all. It is my honor to host young Master Chu at my estate, Xuancheng said with a greedy expression. At that moment, Xuancheng appeared to him as a walking treasury, and he could not bear the thought of letting him go. Father, do we have guests? A boisterous voice called out from outside. Upon hearing this, Xuancheng raised his gaze coldly. In hurried fashion, Su Zai, adorned in a brocade robe, and Xuancheng, dressed in extravagant attire, entered the room. When they spotted Xuancheng and Ruoyue, who was veiled, they were momentarily taken aback. Father, why are they here? Su Zai exclaimed, recalling how his carriage had been smashed by Xuancheng's men, and anger flared within him as he glared at him. No wonder those carriages had seemed so familiar outside. They belonged to this dandy. Xuancheng approached Su Zai, saying, Zai, this gentleman is an esteemed guest from the imperial city, here to collaborate with me on business. Do you know them? Su Zai clenched his teeth, responding, know them? Father, didn't I mention to you last time? They were the ones who assaulted us in the street and vandalized our carriage. What? Young Master Chu, what is the meaning of this? Xuancheng asked, astonished, his gaze fixed on Xuancheng in disbelief. Xuancheng raised an eyebrow coldly, replying, last time. It was Su Gongzi who acted arrogantly and blocked the way. I did not intend to create difficulties. Master Su, if you believe I am at fault, I shall promptly depart and transfer my business to Qingzhou. Alas, wait a moment, Master Chu, I do not think you have erred. I understand my son's temperament. It is undoubtedly his arrogance that has offended you. He is inexperienced and has been spoiled by his mother. As a magnanimous person, please do not hold his folly against him. Would you consider remaining in Jiangzhou to conduct business and collaborate with me? Xuancheng was reluctant for Xuancheng to move his business to Qingzhou. As the governor, there was his sworn enemy. Such a benefactor, if not retained in Jiangzhou but allowed to flourish in Qingzhou, would surely incite his ire. Thus, despite his son's grievances, he resolved to endure. Since you say so, I shall temporarily remain in Jiangzhou, replied Xuancheng. At that moment, Xuancheng caught sight of Xuancheng and, to his astonishment, cast him flirtatious glances while fawning over him. She tidied her appearance and gazed intently at him, fluttering her eyelashes several times, which incited Ruoyue's ire. How shameless of Xuancheng to publicly entice her husband while her own spouse stood nearby. At that juncture, Su Zai pulled Xuancheng aside, saying, Father, come out. I have something to discuss with you. Once outside, he expressed his indignation. Father, that dandy is bullying me, and you intend to let it go? Did you not promise that if you caught him, you would imprison him to avenge me? Xuancheng sighed. Son, this is a different situation. You must understand that Master Chu is quite wealthy, a true man of fortune from the imperial city. When we first met, he generously gifted me 10,000 taels of gold, along with many precious treasures. He is indeed a benefactor. If we allow him to slip away, my losses would be substantial. What? He bestowed upon you such wealth? Upon hearing this, Su Zai's anger dissipated somewhat. Of course, you may verify it yourself. Those treasures are still piled in my chamber. Moreover, he wishes to partner with me in business, engaging in all sorts of ventures. He claimed that as long as I facilitate his endeavors, we would share the profits equally. Before long, our family will have an abundance of silver. At this point, Xuancheng cautioned, Son, he is a significant financier. I can tell he is not an ordinary person. He may even be of royal lineage. So be careful not to offend him. What if he leaves Jiangzhou to seek out the governor of Qingzhou? For now, you must endure and win him over. I suspect he carries a substantial amount of silver with him, and I intend to extract every last coin while establishing a long-term business relationship. Therefore, we cannot afford to antagonize him. Upon hearing Xuancheng's reasoning, Su Zai conceded, very well, for the sake of silver, I shall temporarily spare him. When he runs out of money, we shall plunder him and have him imprisoned to exact my revenge. Persuaded by Xuancheng, Su Zai decided to refrain from troubling Xuancheng for the time being. As noon approached, Xuancheng hastily invited Xuancheng and his company to the dining hall to commence their meal. The two tables were laid out with an abundant array of dishes, featuring an assortment of poultry and seafood, creating a lavish spectacle. The male guests were seated outside, while the female guests occupied the inner quarters. Ruoyue and Feng'er were dining privately in a separate room, allowing her to remove her veil. From her vantage point, She could observe the activities beyond the window lattice. Suddenly, she noticed that Xuancheng was seated next to Xuancheng. More precisely, Xuancheng was positioned to the left of Su Zai, having approached him to pour wine. At that moment, both sides of Su Zai were unoccupied, yet Xuancheng chose to sit on his left, placing herself in close proximity to Xuancheng. Moreover, she leaned in a manner that intentionally drew her closer to him, frequently stealing glances and serving him dishes while pouring wine. Witnessing Xuancheng's obsequious demeanor, Ruoyue coldly shook her head. Feng'er promptly inquired, "Your Highness, what troubles you?" With a hint of irritation in her tone, Ruoyue replied, "Look at Xuancheng. She's practically pressing herself against the prince. Her husband is right there beside her. How can she be so brazen? Doesn't she fear inciting Su Zai's ire?" Feng'er hastily glanced outside and indeed saw Xuancheng dutifully pouring wine for the prince, her smile sultry and her eyes casting flirtatious glances. Meanwhile, the prince remained indifferent, merely consuming the food and drink before him, entirely ignoring Xuancheng, not even sparing her a glance. Su Zai and Xuancheng, on the other hand, were engrossed in their drinks, feigning ignorance of the scene unfolding. Ruoyue remarked, "Do not be vexed, my lady. I have heard that Xuancheng is one of Su Zai's concubines, previously a courtesan from the flower district. Her beauty has earned her the title of the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou, and thus she was taken as a concubine into the Su household. No wonder she carries herself so frivolously, adorned in heavy makeup." Little Dai chimed in, "My lady, pay her no mind. The prince would never take an interest in such a woman." Ruoyue responded, "I understand. I shall not stoop to her level. Now let us eat." As Feng'er savored the dishes, she remarked, "That table is filled with gentlemen, and she is the only woman approaching them. How brazen." Little Dai suggested, "Perhaps Su Zai requires a wine companion, hence Xuancheng was sent to entertain him." Upon hearing Little Dai's words, Ruoyue realized that Su Zai appeared to be signaling Xuancheng, urging her to pour wine for Xuancheng. It seemed that for the sake of wealth, Su Zai was truly willing to go to any lengths. At that moment, after several rounds of drinks, Xuancheng rose, clapping his hands and calling out, "Bring forth all the exquisite delicacies prepared for young Master Chu." As his words echoed, a procession of maidservants entered, each carrying platters of rare delicacies. Xuancheng lifted his gaze to find that the dishes before him rivaled those served at imperial banquets. Xuancheng, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "Young Master Chu, my greatest passion is food. When it comes to culinary pursuits, I dare say no one can rival me. Allow me to introduce these dishes. This one is 8 treasures shark fin, known to nourish the skin and prolong life. And this dish is stir-fried phoenix tongue. Do you know what the ingredient for the phoenix tongue is?" Xuancheng furrowed his brow, aware of the answer, yet unwilling to divulge it. The common folk outside have been reduced to a state of utter exhaustion from hunger, with corpses strewn about, yet this avaricious official indulges in extravagance. He feigns ignorance, inquiring, "What is this phoenix tongue? I have never tasted it before." Xuancheng chuckles with delight, proclaiming, "Allow me to enlighten you. This delicacy is reserved for emperors and empresses. As a high-ranking official, I am fortunate to partake in such a rare treasure. The tongue of this phoenix is from an exceedingly precious bird known as the rice flower sparrow, a creature so rare that it is often referred to as heavenly ginseng. Capturing even a single one requires immense effort, and to gather enough tongues for a dish, one would need to spend several thousand taels of silver. I, however, have no interest in the meat of this bird. I only relish its tongue. Thus, I have the tongues harvested while the birds are still alive, discarding the bodies, for only then do they remain fresh and delectable. The rarity of this delicacy means that even the wealthy cannot procure it, but as a governor, I have individuals who go to great lengths to honor me with such gifts. So know this, only I enjoy this exquisite flavor. Young Master Chu, you are fortunate to share this moment with me today." Xuancheng had initially hesitated to serve such a precious ingredient to Xuancheng, but in the pursuit of wealth, he deemed it necessary to make some sacrifices. Xuancheng replied, "Oh, so it is truly so valuable. I appreciate your generosity." Such a dish was something he would never dream of tasting, for it embodied the lives of countless birds and the toil of humanity. A gruesome testament to the cruelty involved. The thought of severing the tongues from living birds was horrifying. He could hardly fathom the depths of Xuancheng's cruelty. It made him wish to cut out the official's tongue in return. At that moment, Su Zai, seated nearby, picked up a piece of phoenix tongue and, upon tasting it, spat it out onto the floor, exclaiming, "Father, this tongue is oversalted and unpalatable." "What?" Xuancheng inquired, eager to taste it himself. He took a piece into his mouth and chewed, proclaiming, "I find it not salty at all. However, if you believe it to be so, remove this plate and prepare a fresh one." Immediately, servants approached to clear the plate of phoenix tongue, even taking away the dish in front of Ruoyue and her companions. This scene left them dumbfounded and filled with indignation. Xuancheng clenched his fists in fury, glaring at Xuancheng with a desire to wrench his head off. At this juncture, Xuancheng, brimming with self-satisfaction, remarked, "Young Master Chu, behold this dish. Made from deer tendons, primarily using the tendons of the plum blossom deer, complemented by wild goji berries and mountain chicken broth. It is a nourishing delicacy that strengthens bones and replenishes vitality. After consuming this, you will undoubtedly feel invigorated, ready to engage with multiple partners throughout the night." Xuancheng felt 3 dark lines form on his forehead. He had no need for such sustenance. Subsequently, an array of exquisite dishes was presented. While Suzai daintily picked through the offerings, discarding anything that did not meet his approval, which only served to diminish Xuancheng's appetite further. The opulence of the wealthy starkly contrasts with the suffering of the impoverished. As the stench of excess wafts through the halls while the streets lay littered with the bones of the frozen dead. He is a prince, entitled to the lavish feasts befitting his station, yet he has never indulged in such wastefulness. The thought of the starving commoners outside incites a fierce anger within him, a desire to end the life of the gluttonous Xuancheng. This meal, devoid of flavor, left him with a sense of distaste, akin to chewing wax. After dining, Xuancheng, his countenance grim, returned with Ruoyue to the lodgings that Xuancheng had prepared for them. Upon closing the door, his fists clenched in fury. Indeed, Xuancheng was a corrupt official, and the prince longed to see him dead. "My husband, we cannot act against him just yet. Have you forgotten our purpose in coming to Su's residence?" Ruoyue hastily soothed him. "I am aware. The grain transport army has yet to arrive. Yet, countless citizens lie starving outside, while Xuancheng refuses to open the granaries for relief. Once I ascertain the location of his stores, I shall compel him to provide immediate aid." Xuancheng ground his teeth in frustration. He had come to Su's estate specifically to investigate whether there was grain stored away. Before arriving, he had assumed that, given the severity of the disaster, the governor would promptly release supplies. To his dismay, Xuancheng had done nothing of the sort. Instead, he exploited the calamity for personal gain, deceitfully claiming that the granaries were empty and thus providing no rice porridge to the destitute. Not trusting Xuancheng's lies, he was determined to uncover the truth. "Very well," Ruoyue said, "when night falls, you shall investigate. I have a feeling that a greedy official like Xuancheng must have hoarded a significant amount of grain. Such individuals prefer to let the food spoil rather than share even a morsel with the populace." Xuancheng approached their luggage, retrieving a specially conferred sword from the wooden box. He coldly assessed its sharpness. This sword granted him the authority to act decisively, and should Xuancheng refuse to comply, the prince would take his life. Ruoyue expressed her concern. "Given that you presented Xuancheng with so much gold today, might he not conceal it? Rest assured, I have people watching him closely. I am aware of where this gold is hidden. It is intended for disaster relief. And when the day comes for Xuancheng's assets to be seized, that gold shall be reclaimed. He will not be able to digest it." Xuancheng replied coldly, returning the sword to its place. That night, clad in attire suitable for stealth, Xuancheng adroitly slipped out of the room. With a nimble leap, he ascended to the roof of Su's estate. He scoured the premises for a considerable time, yet found nothing. He meticulously examined every corner of the estate, even Xuancheng's courtyard, but the granary remained elusive. Despite this setback, he did not despair. He was confident that with a clever ruse, he would eventually uncover its whereabouts. The following morning, Ruoyue ventured into the back garden of Su's estate, accompanied by Feng'er and Xiao Dai. Having heard Xuancheng boast of the beauty and grandeur of his gardens, she was eager to explore. Ostensibly there to admire the scenery, she was, in truth, on a quest to locate the hidden granary. The fact that even Xuancheng had failed to find it suggested it was well concealed and not easily discovered. Meanwhile, Xuancheng remained in his room, perusing confidential reports from the imperial city. Though he was in Jiangzhou, his network of informants ensured that he was privy to every whisper and movement within the capital. Chapter 1713. He does not require the supplementary soup at that moment. A series of knocks resounded from outside. "Young Master Chu, are you inside?" "It is me, Xuancheng. I have come on behalf of my husband to deliver something to you." Upon hearing that affected voice, Chu Xuancheng's expression darkened instantly. With a weary sigh, he rubbed his temples, rose, and opened the door. As the door swung open, he was met with the sight of Xuancheng clad in an exceedingly low-cut pink gauze dress, her fair bosom exposed, causing him to recoil in shock. He quickly averted his gaze, wishing fervently to blind himself. "How revolting! Young master, what is the matter?" Xuancheng inquired, holding a bowl of bird's nest soup. And upon noticing the absence of anyone else in the room, she stepped inside hastily. She had already seen Ruoyue wandering in the back garden, which provided her the perfect opportunity to engage him. Chu Xuancheng shielded his face with his hand and replied coldly, "Nothing, just got sand in my eyes." "What? Sand in your eyes? Do you want me to blow it out for you? Come, let me help you." As she spoke, Xuancheng approached him like an octopus, intent on blowing into his eyes. "Impudent! What are you doing? Get away from me!" Startled by her advance, Chu Xuancheng forcefully pushed her away. With a loud thud, she fell to the ground, the hard floor nearly causing her pain beyond measure. "Ah, that hurts. Young master, I merely wish to assist you in removing the sand. Why must you be so harsh? It really hurts. Could you help me up?" Xuancheng said, attempting to squeeze her ample chest while extending her fair arm toward him. "Who is you? Is there a third person here?" Chu Xuancheng asked sarcastically. "You are you, of course, young master." Xuancheng pouted in annoyance. Was this Chu Xuancheng truly a paragon of virtue? She was the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou, 100 times more stunning than his plump wife. Yet he couldn't even spare her a glance. "You are you, and stop with the you nonsense. It sounds unnatural." Chu Xuancheng retorted coldly. "It is not that it sounds unnatural, but rather that it is utterly distasteful." "Very well, young master, I shall refrain from using you. Have your eyes recovered?" Seeing that Chu Xuancheng refused to assist her, she begrudgingly rose to her feet. "They are fine. If you are unhurt, then please leave. Do not disturb my rest." "Young master, I have come to deliver you lamb kidney soup. Look, this is premium lamb kidney, a nourishing delicacy, most suitable for men. I personally simmered it. Would you care to taste?" Xuancheng said, moving toward the bowl and lifting the lid, stirring the soup with a spoon. Upon hearing the words lamb kidney soup, Chu Xuancheng's anger flared, and he glared at Xuancheng. "You brought me this kind of soup? Are you out of your mind? Do I look like the type of man who needs to drink lamb kidney soup?" Xuancheng gazed at him in confusion. "What is wrong, young master? Is this not a nourishing soup? My father-in-law and husband drink it daily. It is quite precious, which is why I brought it to you. You would do well to inquire who drinks such things. Now take it away at once. I have no need for it, and you should leave immediately." Chu Xuancheng gritted his teeth in frustration. Xuancheng, not one to be easily dismissed, felt her cheeks flush at his words. She stammered, revealing that the young master did not require these nourishing soups. "It was a misunderstanding on my part, as I assumed everyone was like my husband, suffering from kidney deficiency." Chu Xuancheng, visibly irritated, rubbed his temples, closing his eyes with a look of disdain. "You should leave quickly. If my wife sees you, she will be upset." In chapter 1714, had this been at the Li Wangfu, he would have ordered Spring Daughter to be thrown out long ago. However, upon hearing the term my wife, Spring Daughter sarcastically remarked, "Your wife? Young master, do you truly love your wife?" "Of course, why do you ask?" Chu Xuancheng responded coolly, fixing her with a piercing gaze. Spring Daughter, consumed by jealousy, retorted, "I see her as a hefty woman. She is so large and constantly hides behind a veil. Yet you still profess your love for her? Young master, is your judgment clouded? How could you be fond of someone so overweight? She is far from my beauty." At this, Chu Xuancheng scoffed. "So, a heavier woman is unworthy of love? Regardless of her size, beauty, or stature, I admire her." Spring Daughter was rendered speechless by his rebuttal. Deep down, she believed he must be lying, perhaps harboring disdain for his wife, while feigning righteousness. She refused to accept that any man could fancy a woman of such ample proportions. Just then, a voice echoed from the entrance. What a commotion! It was Ruoyue. Upon seeing her enter, Chu Xuancheng hurried over, grasping her hand affectionately. You have arrived. Have you grown weary from your stroll? Come in and rest." "I merely wandered about. I am not tired." "Oh, why is Madame Spring here?" Ruoyue inquired, glancing at Spring Daughter. Noticing how low Spring Daughter was pulling her collar, a flicker of indignation ignited within her. Spring Daughter, caught off guard by the clever eyes peering from beneath the veil, blinked nervously. I was sent by my husband to deliver nourishing soup to young Master Chu. Nourishing soup? I appreciate your kindness, but my husband does not require it. Please take it back, Ruoyue replied. With a jealous glare, Spring Daughter shot her a look, interpreting the dismissal as a veiled compliment to her husband's prowess. She could hardly believe that young Master Chu had such a peculiar taste, willing to accept offerings from a woman of substantial size. Blushing, she awkwardly departed, soup in hand. As Spring Daughter fled, Ruoyue swiftly shut the door, removed her veil, and raised her head with a teasing smile. Oh, young Master Chu, you are quite fortunate. I stepped out for just a moment, and already a beauty has come to your door, delivering soup. Why do you not uphold your marital duties wherever you go? Inviting trouble instead? Xuancheng embraced her from behind, resting his smooth chin on her right shoulder, his voice low and husky. You err. You misunderstand. I hardly even glimpsed her. She knocked and entered on her own accord to deliver soup. I barely acknowledged her presence. I find that hard to believe. She is said to be the most beautiful woman in Xuanzhou, and you were alone together in a room. I doubt nothing occurred. Ruoyue feigned annoyance. Upon hearing this, Xuancheng was immediately alarmed. He quickly raised his hand and vowed, You err. I swear to you, I have done nothing with her. If I have wronged you in any way, may the heavens punish me by never allowing me to have you again. What do you say? Ruoyue, of course, believed him. She turned around, arching her brow, and playfully glanced at him, suddenly teasingly saying, If you want me to believe you, then you must meow like a cat. Meow like a cat? Xuancheng pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Why must I meow like a cat? Because I adore cats. Moreover, your voice is so melodious. I bet your meow would be utterly charming. I never had the chance to make you do it before, but now is the perfect opportunity. Meow for me, and if I'm satisfied, I will trust you. Ruoyue laughed. A look of difficulty crossed Xuancheng's face. I am a man. How can I meow like a cat? It would tarnish my masculine dignity. Seeing his reluctance, Ruoyue feigned anger and turned her back. Fine, if you don't want to, then so be it. I won't force you. Meow? Just as she was fuming, a soft and endearing meow suddenly emanated from behind her, causing her heart to melt. She joyfully turned around and playfully rubbed his handsome face. Wow, that was too adorable. I haven't had enough. Do it again, please? No, I want to do it again. After a moment of silence, Xuancheng replied, Unless you kiss me. Upon hearing his gentle voice, Ruoyue felt her heart melt. When she looked at him again, she noticed he had lowered his head, his handsome face flushed with a charming hue. It was then she realized he could indeed be shy, and his bashful demeanor was utterly delightful. Unable to resist, she leaned in, wrapped her arms around his neck, and initiated a kiss on his lips. Seeing Ruoyue take the initiative, Xuancheng's throat went dry. He cupped her delicate face, shifting from passive to active, and forcefully returned her kiss. Then, he enveloped her in his embrace from behind, closing his eyes as he tenderly kissed her earlobe, cheeks, and neck. Ruoyue felt his warmth, and her body trembled slightly. After their intimate moments, Xuancheng felt a pang of hunger, so he called for the servants of the Su residence to bring in some food. During the meal, Xuancheng stared at the dishes on the table with his big, innocent eyes, looking pitifully at Ruoyue. You err. I'm a bit tired. I don't want to eat by myself. Will you feed me? You want me to feed you? Don't you have hands? Ruoyue gazed at Xuancheng in disbelief. How could this fellow be acting so coy and endearing? But honestly, such a handsome man, when he pouts, is truly enchanting. It left her utterly smitten. Xuancheng blinked his lustrous eyes and said, I do have hands, but I exerted too much energy for you earlier. So now, I have no strength left and can only rely on you to feed me. Ruoyue's face flushed. This man was surely lying. How could someone so energetic claim to lack the strength to eat? Yet, she knew that if she refused, he would surely act petulantly. Reluctantly, she replied, All right then. I will feed you. My dear wife, you are truly wonderful. I love you. Xuancheng, filled with joy, embraced Ruoyue and affectionately ruffled her hair, his smile radiating warmth. Observing his excitement, Ruoyue felt a touch of discomfort. After all, she had merely offered him a meal, yet he appeared so elated. She then picked up a green bean and brought it to his lips, saying, Here, eat this. Thank you, my lady, Xuancheng replied with a beaming smile, opening his mouth to savor the bean, clearly relishing the moment. Outside, Imo Li and Lu Ruyan, who had been on guard, overheard their exchange and were so disgusted that they clutched their stomachs and retched. Was this truly the renowned god of war? He actually requested the princess to feed him? The two singletons shed tears of envy at the sight. After finishing her meal, Ruoyue decided to take a stroll, for her pregnancy had reached a significant stage, necessitating more exercise to facilitate labor. Chapter 1716. The Conspiracy of Su Zai. Once she and Feng Er departed, Xuancheng instructed the servants of the Su residence to prepare water for his bath. Su Cheng treated him like a deity, eager to curry favor. Thus the servants scrambled to fulfill his commands, fearful of offending such a distinguished guest. Meanwhile, as Xuancheng indulged in his bath, Chen Yang awaited Su Zai in her abode. She had waited long, and it was not until nightfall that Su Zai, intoxicated, finally returned. Upon his arrival, Chen Yang hurried to support him, exclaiming, "My lord, why have you returned so late? You asked me to seduce young Master Chu, yet I failed today." Failed? Su Zai, incensed and suddenly sober, retorted, "You are the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. You have never failed before. How could you possibly fail this time?" Chen Yang, with a resigned sigh, replied, "I employed every tactic at my disposal, yet he remained indifferent. He professed his love solely for his plump wife." Hardly casting a glance my way, approaching him proved arduous. How can I proceed? Su Zai, grinding his teeth in frustration, declared, "He is a prime target. I care not. You must devise a plan to ensnare him. Today, I lost 10,000 taels at the gambling house, leaving me in debt for 50,000. If I do not repay it, no one will gamble with me again, will they? Moreover, without funds, how can I cultivate friendships or frequent the brothels? Though I am the governor's son, making acquaintances in the outside world requires money. I cannot perpetually rely on my father's status for free meals. Such behavior would only lead to disdain and scorn from others." Chen Yang, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? My lord, you lost 10,000 taels in a single day? Do you still possess any silver?" "Not a single coin remains," he lamented. "That 10,000 taels was a gift from my father this morning. Young Master Chu gave him such a large sum, yet he only provided me with a mere 10,000. He is exceedingly stingy. Were it not for his parsimony, I would not have sent you to seduce him for a chance to extort." Su Zai fumed. Chen Yang quickly interjected, "Do not be angry. Your father acts this way for your own good. He wishes for you to spend less, which is why he only allotted you a mere 10,000 taels. However, in just one day, you have squandered it all. If my father-in-law were to find out, he would undoubtedly explode with fury. That is why I instructed you to seduce that plump sheep. Once you successfully ensnare him and he becomes your possession, I shall immediately storm in with my men and demand compensation for my losses. I have inquired and learned that he is quite wealthy. Merely the gift he presented to my father was worth over 100,000 taels of silver. He must have a considerable fortune. We shall extort him thoroughly this time. If he refuses to comply, I shall have him thrown into prison." Su Zai said with a sinister grin, "Didn't my father-in-law mention wanting to engage in business with him? What if we extort him and he refuses to do business with my father-in-law?" Chen and I asked anxiously. "Those are matters for the future. I focus solely on the present." Disregarding the intangible, did he not bring silver to Jiangzhou for business? I suspect he has at least 1,000,000 taels on him. Chen and I, exert yourself once more to find him. Once you succeed in your deception, we shall be prosperous," Su Zai declared with excitement. Chen and I felt a pang of discomfort at his words. Su Zai's vision was myopic. He only regarded immediate gains without considering future ramifications. Chapter 1717. It turns out to be a disease of wealth. She detested being treated as a pawn by Su Zai, exploited for her beauty to entice this one and deceive that one. All she desired was to be his wife and live a tranquil life. Unfortunately, Su Zai held her background in contempt and only wished for her to be a concubine, never elevating her to the status of a legitimate wife. She understood that Su Zai was leveraging her body for his own gain, yet what could she do? As a woman in these chaotic times, survival was already a challenge. In seeking refuge, she had to endure the humiliation of serving Su Zai. Thankfully, this time she was to entice the ethereal young Master Chu, which made her willing to comply. Had it been one of those fat, elderly men from before, she would have been utterly unwilling. At that moment, a voice from outside interrupted, "Young Master, we have seen that Lady Chu has gone for a stroll in the back garden, and young Master Chu is currently bathing." Hearing this report, Su Zai immediately slapped his thigh in delight. How fortunate! That plump sheep is bathing. Truly a stroke of luck that requires little effort. Chen and I, hurry and find him. You must succeed for me. But there are guards at his door. Without his consent, I cannot enter, Xuancheng said, her face filled with concern. She had already been rebuffed during her previous visit at noon. Returning at this late hour might lead to further rejection. Suzai crossed his legs and, with a glint of malice in his eyes, replied, "Fear not. I shall send someone to divert his guards, allowing you to enter." "Well, all right then," Xuancheng replied softly. After all, she admired young Master Chu and wished to become his woman. Since Suzai was willing to create conditions for her, why not seize the opportunity? Meanwhile, Ruoyue was wandering in the back garden of the Su residence when she unexpectedly encountered a middle-aged man carrying a medicine box. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Qin Fu. He was indeed here. The last time she heard Qin Fu speak, he mentioned coming to treat the governor. Could it be that Xuancheng is truly ill? At the same time, Qin Fu also spotted Ruoyue. Upon seeing her, he rolled up his sleeves, his excitement causing his beard to bristle as he pointed at her. "You wretched girl, what are you doing here? And I might ask you, Dr. Qin, what brings you to this place?" Ruoyue responded, eager to glean information from Qin Fu about the affliction plaguing the governor. Qin Fu straightened up, a smug expression adorning his face as he stroked his beard. "My esteemed medical skills have summoned me here at the behest of the governor himself." "Is that so? But it is rather peculiar that he would invite both you and me. Perhaps he harbors doubts about your expertise and sought my counsel as well?" Ruoyue suggested. "Preposterous. I can discern at a glance that the governor is afflicted with the ailments of the affluent. His recent symptoms, intense headaches, palpitations, and difficulty sleeping, stem from his excessive indulgence in food, wine, and women, leaving him quite depleted. Yet, when I advised him to adopt a lighter diet and abstain from wine and women, he dismissed my counsel and reprimanded me harshly. Little girl, I advise you not to waste your efforts. If he disregards my words, he will certainly disregard yours as well. You shall inevitably fail," Qin Fu proclaimed, pride radiating from him as he stroked his beard. Not necessarily. If the governor does not heed your advice, he may yet listen to mine," Ruoyue mused, surprised to learn that Xuancheng suffered from the ailments of the wealthy. Observing him devour meat with such vigor just yesterday, he hardly seemed ill. It appeared that his appetite triumphed over his malady. It was her first encounter with someone so unwell, yet so gluttonous, truly a pig. Qin Fu scoffed. "You wretched girl. We shall see. Do not fault me for not warning you. The governor possesses a foul temper. Should you speak the truth to him and provoke his ire, you might find yourself imprisoned. Thank you for your caution, but rest assured, I shall be fine," Ruoyue replied nonchalantly, puzzled by Qin Fu's animosity, yet his willingness to offer her advice. Seeing her not only unperturbed, but grateful for his warning, Qin Fu added, "Do not overestimate your own abilities. Do not be too headstrong, lest you provoke the governor and endanger the innocent child within you." With that, Qin Fu coldly flicked his sleeve and departed with an air of arrogance. Had it not been for her pregnancy, he would not have bothered to caution her. Xuancheng was devious and malicious. Those who could not navigate his treachery often met with dire consequences. He was neither wholly benevolent nor entirely malevolent, hence his warning. Ruoyue then realized that Qin Fu had discerned her condition, unlike Xuancheng, who had only ever assumed she was merely plump. Qin Fu had also recognized Xuancheng's affliction. It seemed he was not an incompetent physician after all and possessed some skill. As for the ailments of the affluent, they typically encompassed hypertension, hyperlipidemia, diabetes, and obesity, conditions arising from excessive drinking and poor dietary habits. Ailments of the affluent? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Ruoyue's mind as she devised a method to procure food for the common folk from Xuancheng. With this newfound plan, she hastened towards the guest room, eager to share her idea with Chu Xuancheng. Meanwhile, Xuanyang and Suzai had arrived at the entrance of Chu Xuancheng's residence. They observed that only the guard named Mo Li was stationed at the door, which prompted a sigh of relief. Suzai quickly instructed a masked servant, Lier, swiftly divert that guard. Xuanyang, once Lier had drawn the guard away, would rush into the room of the corpulent lamb. "Yes, young master," Lier replied, promptly vanishing into the shadows of the night. Gritting his teeth, he made a sudden leap, scaling the high wall, and hurled a stone towards Mo Li. After casting the stone, he employed a mediocre skill and lightness, struggling to soar into the distance. A resounding thud echoed as the stone struck its target. "Who goes there?" Mo Li exclaimed upon hearing the sound, and he immediately pursued into the night. With agility, he leapt onto the wall. spotting a masked figure in dark attire fleeing before him. "Dare you probe into our affairs? You seek death." He swiftly followed suit. Inside, Xuancheng, who was bathing, also heard the commotion. He raised an eyebrow coldly, a chilling aura of menace emanating from him. At that moment, he discerned the sound of someone attempting to pry open the door latch. Instantly, he focused his energy, remaining silent as he sat in the bathtub, coldly composed. Meanwhile, Xuancheng had reached the guest room, intending to push the door open, only to find it secured. She retrieved a small knife she had prepared earlier and began to pry at the door. Fortunately, the latch yielded easily, and with a simple twist, she managed to open it. Chapter 17:19, A Nosebleed. Upon hearing the latch give way, Xuancheng sprang upright from the bathtub, hastily grabbing a white silk robe nearby to drape over himself, swiftly tying the belt around his waist. With a graceful leap, he emerged from the bathtub, splashing water in all directions. "Who dares to intrude upon my chamber?" Xuancheng declared coldly as he steadied himself. At that moment, Xuancheng had opened the door, entering with a spring in her step. "Do not be alarmed. It is I, Xuancheng. You have pried open my door with what intent?" Xuancheng's brows knitted in icy disapproval. As he spoke, he beheld Xuancheng entering, attired in a low-cut dress, resembling a blooming flower. Upon her entrance, she cast a glance towards Xuancheng, and in an instant, she was rendered speechless. The scene before her was utterly enchanting. Xuancheng was clad only in a white silk robe, dampened by water, revealing glimpses of his skin beneath. Most striking was the fact that the garment was unbuttoned at the front, exposing his muscular chest. Below, his long, powerful legs extended gracefully. Gazing at his chiseled torso and the defined muscles leading downwards, Xuancheng was overtaken by excitement, causing 2 streams of blood to flow from her nose. She suddenly dashed towards Xuancheng, throwing herself into his embrace and reaching out to caress his well-defined chest muscles. In her astonishment, she exclaimed, "Goodness! These muscles are so firm, and this physique is utterly alluring." As she spoke, 2 streams of blood began to trickle from her nose into her mouth. Outrageous! Xuancheng, infuriated by the audacity of this woman who dared to leap upon him and touch his body, swiftly raised his hand and struck at Xuancheng. In an instant, she was sent flying by his formidable internal energy. With a loud thud, she crashed into a large tree and slid down its trunk. Xuancheng. At that moment, Su Zai, who had been lurking in the shadows, rushed forward upon witnessing Xuancheng's plight. He embraced her, only to see blood streaming from her nose and mouth. His eyes narrowed in hatred as he glared at Xuancheng. "How dare you strike her? What is the meaning of this?" Meanwhile, Ruoyue and the others, who had just reached the entrance of the courtyard, beheld this shocking scene. They observed Xuancheng soaring through the air like a projectile, ultimately colliding with the tree. The seamless execution of these actions revealed the terrifying power of the assailant. Raising her gaze once more, Ruoyue saw Xuancheng emerge from the room, coldly donning an additional garment. As he stepped out, his furious glare fell upon Xuancheng and Su Zai. "In the dead of night, you 2 dare to intrude upon my residence. What is your intention?" Su Zai, lifting Xuancheng, glared back at Xuancheng with gritted teeth. "You, a mere merchant, dare to strike my woman. Do you seek death? It is you who seeks death. Should you dare trespass upon my domain again, you shall not be so fortunate." Xuancheng retorted with fury. Su Zai trembled with rage. "What? This is my family's territory. I have yet to demand you leave, and you audaciously tell us to go? Who do you think you are? This is the government office. Your father is the magistrate, and for now, this may be your domain. But once he is no longer in power, you will have to pack your bags and depart." Xuancheng replied mercilessly. You insufferable pretty boy. My father kindly took you in, allowing you to stay in my home, and you dare speak thus? This is outrageous. I shall inform my father immediately and have you all expelled." Su Zai exclaimed, hopping in frustration. With a cold raise of his brow, Xuancheng remained unfazed. "By all means, do so. Kindness, you say? I suspect there are ulterior motives behind that so-called kindness. If it were not for coveting his wealth, would Su Cheng be so benevolent? A man as greedy as him would not allow you to leave until he has amassed sufficient riches." Upon hearing this, Su Zai hesitated to inform his father. If his father learned that he had instigated Xuancheng to seduce this lucrative target, it would surely incite his wrath. Realizing this, he said to Xuancheng, "You wait. This young master will not let you off easily. Xuancheng, we shall depart." With that, He helped Xuancheng to her feet and stormed away in anger, while Xuancheng, battered and bruised, not only bled from her nose, but also from the corner of her mouth. Fortunately, Xuancheng had only exerted 1/10 of his power, allowing her to escape with her life. Had he unleashed his full strength, she would have been reduced to mere fragments. At that moment, Emily had returned. Upon seeing Su Zai and Xuancheng in a disheveled state, he hurriedly asked, "My lord, are you unharmed?" "I am fine," Xuancheng replied, quickly making his way to Ruoyue. "Yuer, I hope I did not frighten you just now." Ruoyue shook her head. "No? But why are Su Zai and Xuancheng here? What transpired?" "We shall discuss it inside," Xuancheng said, taking Ruoyue's hand and leading her through the door. Emily promptly followed and closed the door behind them. Once inside, Xuancheng began to recount, "Just moments ago, while I was bathing, I heard a sudden noise of stones striking the door, prompting Emily to swiftly pursue the source. As soon as he left, Xuancheng attempted to pry open my door. Once she succeeded, I sent her flying with a single strike. Coincidentally, Su Zai suddenly emerged, which led me to suspect they conspired together, first creating a ruckus to divert Emily, then having Xuancheng enter to entice me." Emily nodded in agreement. "Your Highness, while I was in pursuit, I noticed a figure dressed in black. The stones were undoubtedly thrown by this individual. Halfway through the chase, I saw the figure dart into Su Zai's courtyard, after which he vanished. Concerned for your safety, I refrained from continuing the pursuit and returned promptly. It appears this entire affair is a scheme orchestrated by Su Zai. I wonder what his motives are," Xuancheng pondered. "I have dispatched inquiries regarding Su Zai and discovered that he spends money recklessly and has amassed significant gambling debts. I suspect he aims to entice me with a concubine, hoping to extort a sum from me once she succeeds in her seduction." Emily quickly concurred. Indeed, that must be the case. No wonder that concubine previously brought nourishing soup to the prince. They must have harbored such intentions all along. Upon overhearing their conversation, Ruoyue grasped the entire situation. She smiled at Xuancheng. "My lord, I initially thought Xuancheng was attracted to you, but it seems she is merely after your wealth." Xuancheng chuckled softly. "If she were indeed enamored with me, would you not feel a twinge of jealousy?" Ruoyue raised an eyebrow. "I would not be so petty as to feel jealousy over you. I am far too discerning for such trivialities." As chapter 1721 unfolds, Xuancheng furrowed his brow, realizing that if she were to discover the reason behind Xuancheng's nosebleed, her composure might very well falter. At that moment, he regarded Ruoyue and declared, "My lady, this evening I intend for you to witness an intriguing spectacle. Tonight, we shall uncover whether Xuancheng's estate possesses any provisions. Have you devised a plan?" Ruoyue inquired eagerly. Xuancheng nodded. "Emily, you shall make the necessary arrangements. Shortly, I will take the princess with me to inspect it personally." "Yes, your highness. I shall depart at once," Emily responded with a bow before exiting. Once Emily had left, and the room was devoid of others, Xuancheng suddenly embraced Ruoyue with an assertive fervor, drawing her into his arms. He leaned in, lifting her chin with a playful yet fervent gaze, his voice low and resonant. "You just claimed you would not feel jealousy over me?" Upon hearing his deep voice, Ruoyue's face flushed crimson. "Why should I feel jealous? With this time, I might as well seek out a couple of handsome gentlemen for a chat," Ruoyue declared. "You dare," Xuancheng responded. Then, with a possessive fervor, he pressed his lips against Ruoyue's. After a tender and lingering kiss, he cradled her delicate face. "Warning, if you dare to seek those handsome gentlemen for conversation, I shall kiss you daily, leaving you no opportunity to engage with them." Ruoyue's cheeks flushed even more intensely. "Xuancheng, be quiet. If you continue speaking like that, I shall ignore you. Why must you, having me as your prince, still think of other men? I have not thought of them. It was you who exchanged flirtatious glances with that Xuancheng. She barged in earlier while you were bathing. Surely, she did not witness anything inappropriate?" Ruoyue narrowed her eyes, inching closer to Xuancheng. Naturally, Xuancheng dared not confess that Xuancheng had glimpsed his chiseled torso. He hastily replied, "Of course not. Your husband's body is a treasure. How could I allow her to see it?" Yet, Ruoyue remained skeptical. She reached for his garments, discovering that his inner clothes were soaked. "Why are your undergarments wet?" she inquired, abruptly tugging at his outer garment, which fell away to reveal his damp inner attire clinging to his physique. The garment was partially open, exposing his wild and alluring chest. Unable to restrain herself, she exclaimed, Did Xuancheng catch sight of this body? No wonder you were so enraged, casting her aside. Under normal circumstances, he would not act violently. He must have been provoked by her. Xuancheng quickly interjected. How could that be? I had already noticed her outside, emerging from the bath and dressing promptly. However, due to time constraints, I did not manage to change my undergarments. I shall do so now. With that, he hurriedly retreated behind a screen to change. If Ruoyue were to discover that Xuancheng had touched him, she would undoubtedly be furious. Once he had changed, a commotion erupted outside. Fire! Everyone, come out quickly. Be cautious, the house is ablaze. Many rooms in the Su residence were interconnected, making it easy for one room's fire to spread to others. Upon hearing the alarm, Ruoyue rushed over. My lord, it's terrible. There's a fire. We must flee. I know. Fear not. The fire shall not reach us here. Xuancheng, having donned his attire and secured his belt, walked over and grasped Ruoyue's hand. My dear, did I not mention that I would take you to witness a splendid performance? Let us go now. All right. Ruoyue sensed that the performance he referred to was related to the sudden fire, and she followed him outside. Xuancheng led Ruoyue out of the chamber, and a cacophony of drums and gongs filled the air, with smoke wafting in from a distance. Fire! Fire! Everyone, hurry to extinguish it. At that moment, the sounds of alarm echoed throughout the entire Su residence. At this moment, the servants of the Su residence hurried out of the rooms, carrying buckets and basins of water, rushing towards the source of the smoke in preparation to extinguish the fire. Outside, chaos reigned, with cries of alarm and shouts echoing everywhere. Seizing the moment, Xuancheng swiftly took Ruoyue by the hand and made their way towards Xuancheng's courtyard. Before long, they arrived outside Xuancheng's courtyard. Just then, a plump man in white undergarments emerged, dragging a disheveled woman with him. Upon closer inspection, Ruoyue realized that it was none other than Xuancheng and his favored concubine. Judging by their tousled attire, it seemed their intimate moment had been interrupted. As soon as Xuancheng burst out, he glared at the steward and shouted in exasperation, "Steward, what on earth is happening? Where's the fire? How could this happen?" Moments ago, he had been preparing to enjoy a private rendezvous with his concubine, Yunyu, only to be awakened by the commotion of the fire outside. The steward, looking anxious, replied, "My lord, look around you. The air is thick with smoke, and it appears that fires have broken out in various locations. What shall we do?" Hearing this, Xuancheng was alarmed and quickly turned to look towards the northeast corner of the estate, where he saw a large plume of smoke rising. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he commanded, "Steward, gather a few trusted men and accompany me to the dungeon." "Yes, my lord. We cannot afford any mishaps in the dungeon," the steward replied, hastily running off to summon assistance. A dungeon? Xuancheng and Ruoyue exchanged glances upon hearing this. Ruoyue whispered, "How could there be a dungeon within the estate? It is not within the estate, but adjacent to it. I previously dispatched someone to investigate the layout of the estate and discovered that there exists an abandoned dungeon nearby. It was once used to detain prisoners, but it has fallen into disrepair and has not been utilized for many years," Xuancheng explained. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. It seemed that Xuancheng's most valuable secrets were concealed within that dungeon. "You err. We must follow him and see what lies within the dungeon." "All right," Ruoyue nodded eagerly. At that moment, the steward returned, accompanied by several formidable men. Upon their arrival, he addressed Xuancheng, "My lord, everyone is here. You should proceed to the dungeon." "Very well, you lot. Come with me to inspect the dungeon. Steward, you must hurry and lead the others to extinguish the fire. If it is not put out swiftly, I shall hold you accountable," Xuancheng instructed. Yes, my lord. I shall do so immediately," the steward replied, trembling with fear. "My lord, I shall assist in extinguishing the fire as well," the concubine added, equally frightened. "All of you, go quickly, and do not disturb me while I attend to important matters," Xuancheng ordered, waving his hand at the group of men. With that, he led the way. Chapter 1723. Secrets of the Dungeon. The trusted men hurriedly followed, while Xuancheng took Ruoyue and leaped onto the rooftop, employing his lightness skill to keep pace. From a distance, he observed Xuancheng leading his companions out of the Su residence. In the northeastern corner, adjacent to the estate, stood an abandoned dungeon, with 2 servants stationed at the entrance to guard it. Upon the arrival of Xuancheng, they promptly straightened their postures and paid their respects. As Xuancheng approached, he surveyed his surroundings and, Upon confirming that the dungeon was not ablaze, he exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the dungeon remained unscathed. Thus, he felt reassured. The steward assured him, "Rest assured, my lord, we have been vigilantly guarding the dungeon, and there is no fire here." Xuancheng inquired about the key to the cell doors. "Have you safeguarded it well?" These two stewards were his most trusted aides, and he had entrusted them with a copy of the key, fearing that in the event of a flood or disaster, they could promptly unlock the dungeon and salvage its contents. "Yes, my lord, we have diligently secured the key," one steward replied. "Moreover, this place is a restricted area of the estate, and the dungeon has historically housed death row inmates. Ordinary folk would not dare to approach, ensuring the safety of the contents within." After speaking, one steward produced a ring of keys from his waist and waved it before Xuancheng. Upon seeing the keys, Xuancheng felt a surge of relief. "Excellent work. Continue your watch. Should any disturbance arise, report to me immediately. I must return to the estate to attend to the fire. I take my leave," he declared, hastening away with several aides towards the estate. As soon as he departed, Xuancheng discreetly retrieved 2 small stones, which he promptly hurled at the 2 stewards. With 2 sharp thuds, both stewards were struck and collapsed to the ground in an instant. "Wow, your acupoint striking technique is remarkable. With merely a stone, they fell." Observing Xuancheng's prowess, Ruoyue couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "It's nothing extraordinary, merely a matter of practice," he replied nonchalantly. With that, he swiftly approached the incapacitated stewards and delivered a few kicks to ensure they remained unresponsive before unfastening the string of keys from one steward's waist. Securing the keys, he beckoned to Ruoyue. "Come, let us explore what lies within this dungeon." "All right," she agreed, hurrying to join him. Taking her hand, he guided her to the entrance of the dungeon. The grand door was secured with a formidable lock. After searching through the keys, he selected the largest one. Inserting it into the keyhole, he heard a satisfying click as the lock yielded. What fortune! It required no effort at all. "Let us enter, Ruoyue," he exclaimed with delight. Once inside the dungeon, Xuancheng produced a fire starter and ignited the oil lamps lining the corridor. Suddenly, the dungeon was illuminated, revealing its contents. They were met with dim, damp cells, thick with dust, the floors overrun with tangled weeds, and the remnants of old bloodstains emitting a foul odor. Xuancheng quickly covered Ruoyue's nose with his sleeve. "Don't breathe it in. Aside from the cells, there is nothing else here. Let us venture deeper," he urged. As they proceeded further, they discovered a corridor that bent sharply ahead. As they turned a corner, they discovered that the walls of the underground passage were lined with meticulously cleaned prison cells. Upon a cursory glance, they were taken aback to find each cell filled with bulging burlap sacks, stacked high like small mountains. "Husband, what are these?" Ruoyue exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. Fortunately, the cell doors were unlocked, allowing Xuancheng to step inside and untie the sacks. As he opened one, he was greeted by an abundance of golden rice grains. Shocked, he hastily unfastened the remaining sacks, only to find them filled with the same precious grain. Both he and Ruoyue were astounded to uncover such a vast store of rice hidden away. The sight of the grains was as exhilarating as discovering gold. For during times of famine, rice held a value akin to that of the precious metal. "My lord, I never anticipated that this dungeon concealed rice. It appears to be Xuancheng's granary. He hoarded such a substantial amount while deceiving the populace into believing there was none. How greedy he is. Even if the Su family were to let it spoil, they could never consume it all, yet he refuses to distribute even a morsel to the people." Ruoyue's heart was a tumultuous mix of emotions as she gazed at the rice. Xuancheng truly deserves condemnation. Simultaneously, these grains symbolized hope. The people would soon find salvation. Xuancheng could hardly believe his eyes as he roughly counted, realizing there were over 5,000 sacks. Such a quantity of rice would sustain Xuancheng's family for 10 lifetimes. No wonder he had failed to locate the granary within the official residence. It was concealed here. Clenching his fists in fury, he thought, how audacious of Xuancheng to hoard such an abundance without opening the granary to relieve the suffering. "Upon my return, I shall brandish the imperial sword at his throat and compel him to provide aid. My lord, Jiangzhou is Xuancheng's territory, and our forces are insufficient. We have not yet gathered all evidence of his corruption. If you press him so directly, or worse, eliminate him, it may incite discontent among the Su faction and stir turmoil both within the court and beyond. Rather than confront him head-on, We should devise a more tempered approach that compels him to open the granary without resorting to violence. Once we have irrefutable evidence of his corruption, we can justly bring him to justice. Ruoyue urged urgently. What strategy do you propose? Xuancheng inquired, his gaze fixed on her. Ruoyue replied. I encountered Qin Fu in the back garden earlier, the avaricious doctor we met last time. He mentioned that Xuancheng has fallen ill with the disease of affluence and forbade him from revealing it. I have a plan. We can leverage Xuancheng's ailment to persuade him to conserve the rice and utilize it entirely for disaster relief. If we can resolve this through dialogue, why resort to violence? Oh, what plan do you have in mind? Xuancheng asked, curiosity piqued. Ruoyue playfully winked and leaned closer, whispering her idea into his ear. After listening intently, Xuancheng nodded in agreement. Excellent. I too believe your method is feasible. Let us proceed as you suggest. Given the limited manpower at our disposal, it would indeed be unwise to confront Xuancheng directly, lest it jeopardize your safety. Soon, Xuancheng conducted another inspection of the dungeon, confirming that it was entirely filled with rice. After securing the sacks, he and Ruoyue exited the prison. Upon leaving, he locked the door and handed the key to the steward, creating the illusion that no one had entered. Chapter 1725. A thief in the manor. Meanwhile, when Xuancheng hurried back to the yamen, he encountered the butler rushing towards him. He immediately inquired, Butler, what news? Has the fire been extinguished? The butler, with a furrowed brow, replied, Sir, I went to check, and there was no fire in our yamen at all. It was merely a few piles of damp straw that had been ignited, causing such a large plume of smoke. It seems someone deliberately set wet straw ablaze in the four corners of the yamen, creating this commotion. What? Then why were people shouting that there was a fire? Xuancheng exclaimed, exasperated. It is possible that someone saw the smoke and assumed a fire had broken out, prompting them to alert everyone. Little did they know it was merely a prank, the butler analyzed. Xuancheng narrowed his eyes, a sinister glint appearing. Who dares to play tricks in my yamen? Sir, our household has always been peaceful, but ever since that young Master Chu and his companions arrived, such incidents have occurred. Do you think they might be involved? The butler suggested, squinting. Young Master Chu? Xuancheng's eyes flickered with suspicion upon hearing the name. Master, I have been searching for you, came a serene yet detached voice from the nearby path. Xuancheng turned to see Xuancheng, clad in white, supporting Ruoyue, who wore a veil, approaching with urgency. A smile spread across his face. What brings young Master Chu to seek me at this late hour? I heard there was a fire outside, and came to alert you to ensure your safety. Are you unscathed, sir? Xuancheng replied calmly. I am well. Thank you for your concern. I trust you and your wife were not frightened? Xuancheng asked, his gaze scrutinizing Xuancheng for any signs of guilt. However, Xuancheng's demeanor remained composed, devoid of any hint of unease. Shaking his head, Xuancheng reassured, rest assured, we are fine. Yet, it raises the question of why there would be a fire around the yamen. Sir, could it be that a thief has infiltrated the premises? Xuancheng's gaze hardened, his suspicion intensifying. It was not a fire, but rather a deliberate prank involving the ignition of wet straw to fabricate a false alarm. This must be the work of someone with ulterior motives. The yamen had been perfectly fine until the arrival of Xuancheng and company. With a subtle smile, Xuancheng refrained from giving a definitive response. Sir, trouble arises. I spotted a masked thief in dark clothing sneaking into your quarters to steal something. Came a panicked voice from a nearby servant. What? You say there is a thief in the manor, attempting to steal my belongings? Xuancheng fumed. Xuancheng chimed in. Sir, this reminds me of something as well. A masked figure clad in black infiltrated my courtyard earlier. Upon being discovered by my guards, the intruder hastily fled. Do you suppose they could be the same individual? What? A thief has also breached your courtyard? Xuancheng was momentarily taken aback. It seems that this incident bears no relation to young Master Chu. He too is a victim. At that moment, a trembling servant spoke in fear. Master, I witnessed the rogue emerge from your chamber before making his escape towards. What? Speak quickly. Xuancheng urged anxiously. He dashed into the young master's courtyard and ultimately vanished there, the servant stammered. What? Xuancheng's face contorted with fury. Xuancheng added, to be frank, my lord, my guards also spotted the black-clad figure disappearing into the estate of your young master. I refrained from informing you earlier out of consideration for his reputation. Upon hearing this, Xuancheng gritted his teeth and exclaimed, this scoundrel, it must be him. He has undoubtedly accumulated insurmountable gambling debts and sought to pilfer my funds as well as yours to settle them, hence the masked thief's infiltration. Those damp materials were certainly his doing, intended to lure us away so that he could thieve undetected. Your wisdom is commendable, my lord, Xuancheng remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Since Su Zai had dispatched the black-clad figure to divert Mo Li, he would turn the tables and frame this arson incident upon him. Young Master Chu, since this matter has also disturbed you, accompany me to locate my son, and I shall provide you with a satisfactory explanation. I will also ensure that the black-clad thief is apprehended. He dares to disrupt your peace and steal my belongings. He is courting death. As Su Cheng spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and marched ahead in indignation, with Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue trailing behind. Before long, Su Cheng led Chu Xuancheng and the others to Su Zai's courtyard. At that moment, Su Zai was conversing with Chun Yang in his chamber. Though Chun Yang had suffered an injury from a slap by Chu Xuancheng, it was merely a superficial wound that would heal with a few days of rest. As she was taking her medicine, a sudden commanding voice echoed from outside. Surround the courtyard. Not even a mosquito shall escape. Everyone else, search thoroughly. We must uncover that black-clad rogue. The chilling proclamation startled both individuals. My lord, what is happening? We have not wronged young Master Chu. Surely, my father would not seek retribution on your behalf, Chun Yang said in a frightened whisper. A flicker of anger crossed Su Zai's eyes. Impossible. He is my father. How could he possibly take offense for an outsider? Remain here and rest. I shall investigate, Su Zai declared, swiftly exiting. Upon stepping outside, he beheld Su Cheng leading a throng of torch-bearing individuals who stood imposingly in the courtyard. Father, what is the meaning of this? Why have you brought people to search my courtyard? What has transpired? Su Zai inquired as he approached, attempting to appease. Rascal, what mischief have you been up to? Speak frankly, Su Cheng retorted with ire. Su Zai appeared genuinely perplexed. Father, what could I have possibly done? I was merely in my chamber with Chun Yang. We have not ventured anywhere. Do not wrongfully accuse me. Wrongfully accuse you? Moments ago, I heard reports of a fire, prompting my investigation. After I departed, the steward reported that he witnessed a figure clad in black rush into my chamber to pilfer my belongings. When the steward pursued, the intruder inexplicably darted into your courtyard. Furthermore, young Master Chu mentioned that a similar figure had previously invaded his premises in an attempt to steal. Upon being discovered, that black-clad individual also fled into your estate. You scoundrel! Did you instruct someone to feign arson to lure us away and facilitate a theft? Su Cheng exclaimed in fury. Upon hearing this, Su Zai was utterly bewildered. He had indeed enlisted Li Er to masquerade as a thief and divert Chu Gongzi's guards. But his intentions were not to steal. Rather, he aimed to orchestrate a rendezvous between Chun Yang and Chu Gongzi. Chapter 1727. The wisdom of the princess consort. He hastily interjected. Father, this is unfounded. I have been in the room with Chun Yang the entire time. We have not ventured anywhere. I did not pilfer your belongings, nor did I take anything from him. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xuancheng. At that moment, the steward emerged, grasping Li Er and a bundle of items. Master, do have a look. We discovered this night attire in Li Er's chamber, along with this collection of antiques and silver. The steward quickly approached, unwrapping the package to reveal the ancient artifacts and silver within. Upon seeing those antiques, Su Cheng nearly erupted in rage, exclaiming, Scoundrel! These are all the artifacts displayed in my room. He has stolen them all. This misdeed was indeed orchestrated by you. You must be tired of living. When Su Zai beheld the antiques, shock washed over his face. He looked up and pleaded, Father, I did not instruct Li Er to steal your artifacts. I am wronged. Li Er, confess, did you pilfer these behind my back? Li Er, equally perplexed, responded, Young master, I did not steal. I heard of a fire outside and rushed to assist in extinguishing it. I did not steal anything from you, and I am unaware of where these items came from. However, he did acknowledge that the night attire was indeed his, though he dared not admit it. At that moment, Su Cheng, infuriated, rolled up his sleeves and advanced towards Su Zai. Scoundrel, even now you dare to quibble, Su Cheng declared, raising his hand to strike him. With both witness and evidence present, if you continue to deny it, I shall strike you down. Your lack of learning and your gambling vice are one thing, but to stoop so low as to employ the stratagem of the tiger to lead the hounds astray and steal from me is intolerable. Kneel before me at once. Su Zai staggered from the blow, nearly dazed. Suddenly, He turned to Xuancheng and pointed accusingly. Father, it must be he who sent someone to infiltrate Li Er's room and plant these items. He is framing me. You must believe your son. Do not trust this outsider. His intentions are nefarious. Rascal, even at this juncture, you dare to slander my esteemed guest. Seize Li Er at once. He dares to steal from me. Let him receive 50 lashes as a warning. Xuancheng bellowed. Now, Xuancheng was his benefactor, and he could not afford to offend him. Observing the predicament of Su Zai and Li Er, Xuancheng addressed Xuancheng. Sir, since the matter has been clarified, this is a family affair. We shall take our leave now. Xuancheng smiled ingratiatingly at him. Young Master Chu, I have embarrassed you today. This matter is entirely my son's fault. I have already reprimanded him, and I hope you, my lord, can be magnanimous and not hold it against him. Tomorrow, I shall prepare a feast. Let us indulge in good food and drink. Very well, I shall see you tomorrow, Xuancheng replied, leading Ruoyue away. After their departure, a wretched cry akin to that of a pig being slaughtered echoed from behind. Upon returning to the courtyard, Li emerged from the shadows, carrying a bundle. He approached Xuancheng and said, Young master, the task has been accomplished. Good, let us discuss it inside, Xuancheng replied. As the trio entered his chamber, Li placed the bundle on the table. Upon opening it, a black nighttime attire and numerous letters were revealed. Upon seeing the attire, Ruoyue inquired, Li, the one who sneaked into Xuancheng's room to steal antiques and subsequently placed them in Li Er's room. It wouldn't be you, would it? Your insight is commendable, princess. Li responded. So it is indeed you. And the one who set fire to the straw outside, that was also your doing? Ruoyue pressed on. Not at all. That was Lu Ruyan's handiwork. I only handle tasks that require a level of skill beyond the ordinary, Li asserted confidently. Ruoyue chuckled lightly. What are these letters? These are documents I discovered in Xuancheng's study, detailing his acceptance of bribes and correspondence with officials of various ranks. Your Highness, these letters contain substantial evidence of Xuancheng's corruption, Li explained. Xuancheng's eyes narrowed coldly upon seeing the letters. Very well, gather them up. Li, continue to collect more evidence of Xuancheng's crimes. When the time is right, I shall execute him. After this declaration, Xuancheng personally stored the letters, while Li stepped outside. As Li exited, Ruoyue unexpectedly followed him and said, Li, I need you to find Meng Zheng and ask him to assist me with a task. What task, princess? Li inquired respectfully. Ruoyue leaned closer and whispered. It is as follows. After hearing her request, Li nodded repeatedly and set off to find Meng Zheng at the inn that very night. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the dungeon, when the two servants groggily awoke, they realized it was well past midnight. Their heads were heavy, and they stood up shakily. Confusion etched on their faces. How did we end up sleeping on the ground? Servant A asked. I do not know. You should check to see if the key is still with you, Servant B replied. The key is still here, but it is strange. I feel as though I was struck and then lost consciousness, Servant A remarked. This situation is unusual. Quickly, let us check if the provisions in the dungeon are still intact, Servant B urged anxiously. Upon hearing this, Servant A hurried towards the dungeon. Unlocking the door with the key, they entered the dungeon and meticulously surveyed the area. Eventually, they found that the provisions were all neatly stacked, with not a single bag missing, which brought them a sense of relief. However, the reason behind their fainting remained a mystery to them. After the household servant A finished his inspection, he sighed with relief, expressing gratitude that the grain had not been lost. He then inquired, Should we report this matter to the master? No need, replied household servant B. Since the grain is safe, it's best to avoid unnecessary trouble and the risk of being scolded by the master. Household servant A nodded in agreement. The following noon, when Xuancheng invited Xuancheng to dine, he appeared distressed, sighing repeatedly as if he were unwell. Observing this, Ruoyue set down her chopsticks and donned her veil. She stepped from the inner room to the outer chamber and asked Xuancheng, What troubles you, my lord? Are you feeling unwell? With a heavy sigh, Xuancheng rubbed his temples and lamented, I don't know what's wrong, but I have been feeling dizzy, suffering from headaches, fatigue, and palpitations, along with chest tightness and weakness. The pain is relentless throughout the day. It's quite unbearable. Dizziness and headaches? My lord, are you aware of what ailment this may indicate? Ruoyue inquired. She could immediately discern that Xuancheng was suffering from hypertension and hyperlipidemia, but feigned ignorance. Xuancheng paused, stating, I have consulted a physician who attributed my condition to my excessive toil for the people. I do not know the specific name of the illness, but it is indeed a result of my dedication to the populace. Xuancheng, valuing his pride, would never admit to Ruoyue that he was afflicted with a wealthy man's disease. Ruoyue chose not to expose him. She circled around Xuancheng, suddenly calculating with her fingers, and exclaimed in shock, "Heavens! My lord, your forehead is dark, your eyes are yellow, your face is puffy, and there seems to be malevolent energy stirring within you. You do not appear ill. Rather, it seems you are possessed." "Possessed? Surely not. You are not a fortune-teller. How could you claim I am possessed?" Xuancheng replied, a hint of fear in his voice. The mention of malevolent spirits was indeed terrifying. Ruoyue responded earnestly, "To be candid, my father was once a fortune-teller, and I learned the art from him. I can read faces, discern fortunes, and predict calamities. What you are displaying is an extremely ominous sign. If this misfortune is not promptly resolved, it could lead to a disaster of bloodshed." "What? A disaster of bloodshed? I do not believe it," Xuancheng retorted, rising abruptly in anger. "Madam Chu, how can you speak so recklessly? I am willing to overlook this in light of young Master Chu, but you must never utter such words again." He could not fathom that a mere woman could possess the capability of fortune-telling. Seeing that Xuancheng was skeptical, Ruoyue remained unfazed. Ancient people were often superstitious and deeply believed in the supernatural. Thus, she employed this tactic to deceive Xuancheng. He was disbelieving now due to her appearance. But when a genuine fortune-teller arrived, he would surely come to believe. She quickly added, "My lord, my father truly possesses the ability to predict fortunes and discern the yin and yang. If you do not believe me, you may summon a fortune-teller from outside and compare their words with mine. I do not mean to exaggerate. I implore you to heed my warnings, lest you find yourself regretting it later." Upon hearing Ruoyue's words, Xuancheng's expression grew tense. He hastily commanded, "Steward, go and fetch a fortune-teller for me at once. I wish to see if Madame Chu truly has the gift of face reading." "Yes, my lord," the steward responded. Upon the steward's conclusion, he hastily dashed out to seek assistance. In his fervent haste, he encountered a fortune-teller clad in a Taoist robe, wielding a cloth sail, adorned with a long beard, and holding a bundle of bamboo slips. Elated, he exclaimed, "Good sir, do you possess the art of divination?" The fortune-teller squinted his eyes, retorting, "Am I not a fortune-teller? How could I not understand such matters? By my calculations, you are the third in your family, with one wife and one concubine and 2 sons, am I correct?" The steward, taken aback, gasped in astonishment, "Indeed, you speak the truth. You are truly remarkable. Please, accompany me to the manor and read the fortunes of my master." As he spoke, he tugged at the fortune-teller to follow him. The fortune-teller, while running, cautioned, "Esteemed official, do take care. I am blind and cannot see the path." To which the steward replied excitedly, "Being blind is even better. A blind man's predictions are often more accurate." This blind man, despite his lack of sight, could discern such truths, indicating his genuine skill. The fortune-teller cast a cold glance at the steward, knowing well that he possessed no such abilities. All this information had been relayed to him by the princess in advance. Soon, the steward ushered the fortune-teller into the manor. From afar, Xuancheng observed a blind man, adorned with a cloth sail and a Taoist hat, being led inside. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the man's stature and height resembled that of Meng Zheng. As the blind man approached, he recognized him to indeed be Meng Zheng, who had further disguised himself with a false beard, presenting himself as a mature gentleman in his 40s. The sight of Meng Zheng's pretentious demeanor nearly made him chuckle. He pondered what the princess and Mo Li had conversed about at the door the previous night. This was the matter at hand. "My lord, the fortune-teller has arrived," announced the steward, brimming with pride. "By fortunate chance, as I exited the manor, I encountered this esteemed gentleman and invited him in." Upon entering, the steward observed a fortune-teller with vacant eyes, extending his hands before him, trembling as he made his way in. Noticing the man's attire and his squinting eyes, he began to believe in his authenticity as a fortune-teller. Chapter 1730. The hungry ghosts he promptly addressed, "Esteemed fortune-teller, you have arrived at an opportune moment. Please, unveil the secrets regarding my condition." "Yes, my lord," replied the fortune-teller, squinting as he approached Xuancheng's direction. Upon reaching Xuancheng, he extended his left hand and began to calculate. Suddenly, he gasped, "My lord, there are numerous malevolent spirits crawling behind you. It is truly terrifying. What? There are ghosts behind me? Xuancheng, upon hearing this, was so startled that he fell from his chair with a thud. The fortune teller, now with a fearful expression, trembled as he waved his hands. My lord, this is a dire omen, exceedingly ominous. I dare not disclose the secrets of fate. I must take my leave. He turned to depart. Stop, Xuancheng bellowed. Since you have spoken, clarify your words. From where do these ghosts originate? The fortune teller, realizing he had no choice, replied. My lord, have you been experiencing dizziness, headaches, palpitations, fatigue, nausea, and restlessness of late? How do you know? You are indeed extraordinary. I have indeed been plagued by such symptoms, Xuancheng replied, his face ashen. That was deduced by me. I have also calculated that. For the first half of your life, my lord, fortune smiled upon you, with a multitude of wives and concubines surrounding you, and offspring aplenty. However, as for the latter half of your life, ominous signs loom ahead. Yet, secrets of heaven must not be revealed, and I dare not speak further. The fortune teller said, Speak plainly. If you do not clarify today, I shall hold you accountable for severe transgressions. Xuancheng declared angrily. The fortune teller had no choice but to say, Very well, since fate has intertwined our paths, I shall share a fragment of heaven's secrets with you. My lord, your brow is darkened, malevolent spirits lurk within your eyes, and you bear the weight of vengeful ghosts upon your back. These malevolent entities and specters are the souls of the starving citizens wronged by fate. The people of Jiangzhou claim that you possess a granary, yet refuse to aid them in their time of need, allowing them to perish from hunger. Thus, they harbor great resentment towards you. After their demise, they transformed into vengeful spirits, hiding within your gaze and clinging to your back, seeking to exact retribution upon you. You are tormented by these famished ghosts, which is the cause of your ailments. If you fail to dispel this ominous portent, it may soon threaten your very life. What? Xuancheng trembled in fear, drenched in cold sweat upon hearing this. Ruoyue then turned to him, suddenly pointing, Yes, my lord, I too have seen it. There are several disheveled ghosts of the starving clinging to your back, their mouths agape, tongues lolling, with blood-red eyes as if they are gnawing at your flesh. There are also numerous small demons darting about your eyes, each bearing a grotesque visage, bearing their fangs, and feasting upon your eyeballs. It is utterly terrifying. As she spoke, Ruoyue rushed to seek refuge in Xuancheng's embrace. Do not be afraid, my lady, Xuancheng quickly reassured her. Hearing Ruoyue's words, Xuancheng's legs turned to jelly, causing him to collapse into a chair. What is happening? How can I be plagued by the ghosts of the starving? Their demise is their own affair. What does it have to do with me? This matter is indeed tragic for you, my lord. Yet what can be expected of one who is the guardian of the people? As a governor, when the citizens suffer from hunger, they see no one to rescue them. They believe you indulge in luxury while they perish before your eyes. They hold you responsible for their deaths, and thus, upon their passing, they transformed into vengeful spirits seeking your life. Ruoyue continued. Chapter 1731. Frightening with ghosts, the fortune teller added, According to my calculations, if my lord does not swiftly avert this disaster, within a month, you shall be consumed by these vengeful souls, afflicted by illness, and meet your demise. You speak nonsense. You are all spouting ridiculous tales. I do not believe your ghostly words. Depart, all of you, from my sight. Xuancheng roared in fury, his body trembling violently. The fortune teller replied, If my lord wishes for me to leave, I shall depart immediately. However, I must remind you, if you wish to appease these vengeful souls, you must open the granary at once and distribute food to the people. Otherwise, as more citizens perish unjustly, the number of vengeful souls clinging to you will multiply, and your impending calamity will hasten. More grievously, it could endanger your wife and children. Indeed, should my lord meet an untimely end, those wronged spirits may seek vengeance upon your family, as they would find no one else to blame. Conversely, should you engage in benevolent acts and provide relief, you will dissipate the wrath of these souls. In due course, these wronged souls will inevitably reincarnate, no longer entangling themselves with the living, remarked Ruoyue, delivering a poignant blow. Xuancheng, filled with a tumult of emotions, anger, fear, surprise, and dread, shouted frantically, I do not believe in such cursed spirits. Leave at once. Get out. The thought of parting with his grain for disaster relief tugged at his heartstrings. He could not bear the loss, for it felt akin to relinquishing his very life. Yet, If he refused to assist, the common folk would perish in greater numbers, hastening his own demise. He found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Soon, Mengzheng departed, while Ruoyue and Xuancheng returned to their chambers. Xuancheng, regarding Ruoyue, said, "You err. I did not anticipate that Xuancheng would be so incredulous. It appears that I must take matters into my own hands. If I brandish the imperial sword, he will have no choice but to open the granary. However, such intimidation might lead to a shortage of manpower and could result in bloodshed, creating further troubles for them. Let us wait a moment. I always knew he would not be easily frightened. But rest assured, if we orchestrate a performance tonight, he may yet change his mind." Ruoyue asserted with conviction. She sensed that Xuancheng had indeed been intimidated and would eventually yield, yet a catalyst was still required to spur him into action. "A performance? What kind of performance?" inquired Xuancheng. "We shall masquerade as ghosts to frighten him." Ruoyue laughed. As night fell, Xuancheng led Ruoyue to the outskirts of Xuancheng's courtyard to witness the spectacle. At that moment, Mo Li, Lu Ruyan, and several other guards were prepared. Lying in wait, they donned ghostly attire, draping themselves in white robes, their faces painted with terrifying makeup and their mouths adorned with paper tongues. They resembled disheveled phantoms as they approached Xuancheng's chamber. Inside, Xuancheng lay alone in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace. He had hoped for a restful slumber, yet his mind was plagued by the words exchanged between Madame Chu and the fortune-teller earlier that day. The mention of famished spirits haunting him had chilled him to the bone, rendering him sleepless and drenched in cold sweat. The night was silent, the room shrouded in darkness, and the atmosphere was oppressive. Suddenly, an eerie wind swept through the air, followed by the heavy sound of footsteps and ghostly sighs echoing from outside. Upon hearing these sounds, Xuancheng was instantly paralyzed with fear, clutching his blanket tightly as tremors coursed through him. Just then, with a resounding bang, the door was flung open by the wind. In rushed 5 or 6 disheveled specters clad in white. Chapter 1732. Save this official. They extended their arms, chanting mournfully, "Xuancheng, you wretched official, return our lives to us. You possess a granary yet refuse to open it for disaster relief, leading us to starve to death. We shall feast upon your flesh and drink your blood, dragging you down to hell. Wretched official, perish and accompany us to the underworld." As they spoke, the malevolent spirits glided closer. Through the moonlight, Xuancheng beheld the specters approaching and let out a terrified scream. "Ghosts! There are ghosts! Help! Ghosts!" Alas, no one came to his aid. Because the sole doorkeeper had been rendered unconscious by Mo Li, the malevolent spirits drew ever closer to Xuancheng. He trembled in fear, his visage awash with terror, as if his soul had fled. The phantoms flitted ominously before him, instilling a sense of dread. In a panic, he recoiled onto the bed, crying out in desperation, "Do not approach. Stay away." Suddenly, one of the apparitions floated onto his bed, its eyes wide and its gaping maw poised to strike. "Ah!" Xuancheng shrieked at the sight of that gaping mouth, his vision blurred, and he fainted from sheer fright. Observing Xuancheng's unconscious form, Mo Li promptly checked his breath and found him still alive, albeit in a state of shock. It was unexpected that this cowardly official, who appeared bold by day, could be so easily frightened into unconsciousness by such a minor scare. Upon feeling Xuancheng's garments, Mo Li noted they were drenched in cold sweat, revealing the extent of his terror. With Xuancheng incapacitated, he hastily retrieved the prepared fake blood and splashed it over Xuancheng and the bed. Once this was accomplished, they slipped out of the room, leaving Xuancheng's courtyard behind. The following morning, as Ruoyue and Xuancheng were finishing their morning routines, a flurry of panicked footsteps echoed from the courtyard. "Madame Chu, you must save me. You must help me." Xuancheng stumbled in, disheveled and bloodied, trembling as if gripped by a profound terror. "Lord Su, what has happened?" Ruoyue asked, observing that he was clad only in a blood-stained white undergarment. His face and head were smeared with blood, rendering him a pitiable sight, as though he had lost his senses. It seemed he had just awakened and rushed to find her. As Xuancheng approached her, he implored, "Madame Chu, I deeply regret not heeding your advice. Last night, I saw ghosts, many starving spirits. They sought to devour my flesh and drink my blood. Please, save me. I do not wish to die." Ruoyue quickly regarded him, noting, "Lord, the starving ghosts on your back have multiplied since yesterday. Surely, more citizens have perished from hunger outside last night, and they have come to claim your life. What shall I do? He pleaded, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. Please think of a way to help me avert this calamity. Ruoyue responded. As I have said, to dispel this misfortune, you must perform good deeds. If you possess silver, use it to buy food for the people. If you have grain, open your granaries to aid the needy. Only by showing kindness to the populace and accumulating virtue will the vengeful spirits leave you. Additionally, you must refrain from killing and adopt a vegetarian diet for 3 months. Only then will your affliction begin to heal. Upon hearing this, Xuancheng nodded fervently. Yes, yes. I will follow your guidance. I shall open the granaries to provide relief. I will accumulate virtue and ensure the people do not starve. I want to live. Chapter 1733. Opening the granaries for relief. At this moment, he understood that the grains paled in significance compared to his life. Money could be sought again. Food could be hoarded once more, but he had only one life, and he had no desire to perish. Upon hearing Xuancheng's words, Ruoyue nodded appreciatively. You are correct, my lord. One should accumulate virtuous deeds to ward off vengeful spirits, thus alleviating one's ailments. If you remain skeptical, perhaps you might first try distributing some porridge to see if it yields any results. Very well, I shall heed your advice and send someone to prepare porridge at once. Xuancheng exclaimed, hastily departing. Once he was gone, Xuancheng regarded Ruoyue with admiration. You are truly remarkable. You have frightened him into compliance with but a few words. Ruoyue replied. Now that Xuancheng has agreed to distribute porridge, we must continue to deceive him to encourage further generosity. He suffers from hypertension and hyperlipidemia, and I happen to possess the remedy. We shall find a way to bribe his cook to incorporate this medicine into his meals. Once he consumes it, he will surely feel better, leading him to believe that the porridge is beneficial, and he will continue to distribute it. Upon hearing this, Xuancheng gave Ruoyue a thumbs up, exclaiming, My dear wife, you are indeed impressive. I am in awe of your ingenuity. This little princess of his was like a treasure trove, brimming with innovative ideas awaiting discovery. Xuancheng, having been thoroughly frightened the previous night, indeed did not go back on his word. Upon returning to the courtyard, he promptly instructed the steward to fetch rice from the granary. I shall open the storehouses to provide relief. Soon, Xuancheng's confidants carried out 500 bags of rice from the granary. Afterward, Xuancheng commanded everyone to help husk the rice. Once the rice was milled into white grains, he personally took the lead alongside the cooks to prepare porridge. Simultaneously, he sent out word that he would be distributing porridge today as an act of charity. The starving populace, nearly on the brink of collapse, could scarcely believe that the governor would actually distribute porridge, as he had a reputation for being miserly. Yet skepticism did not deter them. They dragged their frail bodies to the government office to investigate. Upon arrival, they were astonished to find an abundance of porridge laid out before them. As soon as they caught sight of the white porridge, they surged forward. Xuancheng quickly intervened. Today, I am opening the granary to distribute porridge. Everyone shall receive their share. Please be patient and line up orderly. Hearing this, the people promptly formed a queue, each stepping forward to receive their portion. Witnessing this scene, Xuancheng and Ruoyue finally felt at ease. Meanwhile, Xuancheng had expended considerable resources to bribe Xuancheng's cook, ensuring that the medicine Ruoyue had provided was included in Xuancheng's meals. By nightfall, Xuancheng astonishingly found that his headache had diminished, and he experienced a peaceful night without nightmares or hauntings. The following morning, he hurriedly made his way to Ruoyue's quarters, exclaiming, Madam, your method truly works. I feel my head is not as painful, and no spirits troubled me last night. This is the result of your good deeds. Some vengeful spirits have been moved and departed. However, performing just this one act of kindness is insufficient. You must continue to do good and distribute more porridge. The more you distribute, the better your health will become. If you doubt it, simply try again, Ruoyue advised. As long as Xuancheng distributed porridge that day, she would administer his medicine. If he failed to do so, she would withhold it. Xuancheng nodded eagerly, rushing off to distribute porridge once more. After 5 consecutive days of administering congee and another 5 days of a vegetarian diet, he found his health had significantly improved. However, on this particular day, Suzai remarked, Father, perhaps your illness has resolved on its own, unrelated to Lady Chu. I refuse to believe in the existence of vengeful spirits. The common folk perish from starvation independently of you. They would not seek you out for retribution, so do not fall for their tricks. Xuancheng, already reluctant to part with his supplies, began to harbor doubts about Ruoyue's intentions upon hearing Su Zai's words. After pondering throughout the night, he fortuitously refrained from dispensing kanji the next day. Observing his decision to cease after only 5 days, Ruoyue promptly halted his medication. Conditions such as hypertension, hyperlipidemia, and obesity necessitate continuous treatment, particularly with antihypertensive drugs, which must be taken daily to prevent relapse. With Xuancheng neglecting to provide kanji, she withheld his medication. Consequently, that evening, Xuancheng's headache returned with a vengeance, and he perceived numerous malevolent spirits invading his chamber. These apparitions were, of course, mere masquerades by Mo Li and others. The following morning, in sheer panic, he rushed into Ruoyue's courtyard, exclaiming, "Lady Chu, I refrained from dispensing kanji for a single day, and my headache returned along with those spirits." Ruoyue replied, "I have long stated that your affliction stems from being tormented by starving ghosts. To preserve your life, you must sincerely assist the common people. Should you lack sincerity or hold on to your supplies, your days will be numbered. When that time comes, even an abundance of grain will not save you." Xuancheng's heart seized with fear upon her words. He quickly responded, "Madam, I recognize my error. I shall continue to dispense kanji today, even if it means exhausting all the rice in my granary, in hopes of saving my life." With Xuancheng's commitment to resume providing kanji, Ruoyue agreed to reinstate his medication. Almost immediately, his headache began to subside, and he no longer suffered from nightmares that night. After 10 consecutive days of dispensing kanji, he had depleted the supplies in his dungeon, and his health had stabilized significantly. Coupled with his daily vegetarian meals, he had lost some weight, leading to a natural improvement in his condition. Upon witnessing that Xuancheng's hidden grain had been fully distributed, saving numerous lives in the process, Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng resolved to depart from Su Mansion. A letter from Feng Qingyang announced that the grain convoy would arrive in Jiangzhou the following day, signifying that Chu Xuancheng would reclaim his identity and officially commence disaster relief efforts. The next morning, Chu Xuancheng, accompanied by Ruoyue and others, bid farewell to Xuancheng. Upon realizing they intended to leave, Xuancheng was momentarily taken aback. "Young Master Chu, you are departing so soon? Will you not stay a while longer at my residence? I have yet to extract any wealth from you." He had been preoccupied with disaster relief and medical treatment, leaving no time to swindle Chu Xuancheng. Chu Xuancheng smiled and said, "My lord, I apologize, but I have urgent matters that compel my departure. I shall return in a few days with a remarkable surprise for you." "What? A remarkable surprise?" Xuancheng's face lit up with joy at this revelation. "How wonderful! Young Master Chu must be preparing a gift for him, surely bringing an abundance of treasures." He immediately smiled ingratiatingly and said, "Very well, I shall await your esteemed presence. Young Master, attendants, please ensure that young Master Chu is escorted properly." The next morning, upon rising together, Chu Xuancheng and Ruoyue received word from Mo Li that the grain convoy had arrived outside Jiangzhou City. In just an hour, Feng Qingyang would lead the troops to pay respects to Chu Xuancheng at the inn. Aware that their arrival was imminent, Chu Xuancheng and Ruoyue donned the attire of a prince and princess consort. Chapter 1735. Restoration of Identity. Once their identities were restored, Ruoyue no longer needed to wear a veil. Her princess consort attire was a serene shade of stone blue, adorned with embroidered soaring zhai birds and four-clawed dragons. Atop her head, she wore a crown embedded with 8 eastern pearls, 5 rubies, 5 malachites, and a turquoise, all crowned with 2 layers of gold filigree. The ensemble exuded an air of nobility and grandeur. Chu Xuancheng's princely attire mirrored hers, save for an additional embroidered silk belt featuring a python pattern, embellished with a cat's eye stone, 2 eastern pearls, and 3 rubies. Once he fastened the belt and donned the princely golden crown, he radiated an aura of majestic authority, exuding an icy demeanor that kept others at bay. Upon witnessing their transformation, Fenger could not help but marvel inwardly, recognizing the royal couple's regal presence, akin to a pair of celestial beings fashioned by the heavens. At that moment, the rhythmic and powerful sound of hooves echoed from outside. Mo Li, hearing the commotion, hurried out of the inn, exclaiming, "They have arrived, they are here." "Who has arrived, Brother Mo?" Meng Zheng and Meng Zian stood nearby, their expressions filled with confusion. They sensed something unusual about Mo Li today, as though an important event was about to unfold. With a teasing smile, Mo Li replied, "You will find out shortly." As soon as he finished speaking, A long and formidable procession appeared on the distant street. Leading the way were 10 rows of armored soldiers, their heads adorned with silver helmets, brandishing deep red banners emblazoned with the character for Li. Following them were 10 detachments of armed cavalry, their expressions stern and resolute, instilling fear and discouraging any approach. Behind the cavalry were several luxurious carriages, followed by carts laden with grain and wooden boxes, all escorted by cavalry, with additional horsemen bringing up the rear. Meng Zheng rushed outside and, upon glimpsing the impressive procession, marveled at their commanding presence and synchronized steps. Although the soldiers bore the marks of hardship, they appeared formidable and resolute, unmistakably seasoned regulars. Good heavens, whose army is this? Their might and authority are astounding, he exclaimed. Meng Zheng, did you not see the character Li on the banner? Could this possibly be the army of His Royal Highness, the Prince of Li? Meng Zian suggested. Meng Zheng paused in realization. Wasn't it said that His Royal Highness was appointed as a special envoy to oversee flood control in Jiangzhou? This must be his army. It's truly impressive. I long to meet him. With a playful smirk, Li remarked, did you not claim that His Royal Highness was your close friend? Why the sudden desire to meet him? Meng Zheng's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. Well, actually, Li. At that moment, a voice interrupted him. Urgently, Meng Zheng noticed that the carriage in the middle of the procession had come to a halt, and a man dressed in a white brocade robe, wielding a palm-sized folding fan, descended. As soon as he alighted, he embraced Li with fervor. Li promptly patted his shoulder, saying, Lao Feng, you have worked hard. Was your journey smooth? The path from the imperial city to Jiangzhou is fraught with rugged mountains and treacherous terrain. We have traversed mountains and rivers. The journey was not without challenges. However, the Xiansu army is steadfast. Regardless of the arduous conditions, they persevered. Thus, we managed to arrive in Jiangzhou within the designated time. But where are the prince and princess? Feng Qingyang inquired, weary from travel. They have been prepared for some time, waiting for you within. Come, let us proceed to pay our respects to the prince, Li replied, leading the way ahead. At that moment, Zhou Er and several generals of the Xiansu army also approached. Seeing this scene and hearing their exchange, Meng Zheng and Meng Zian gaped in astonishment. Their mouths agape as if they could swallow 2 eggs whole. Brother Meng Zheng, what did that man named Lao Feng just say? Meng Zian, anxious and seeking clarity, looked at Meng Zheng. Meng Zheng, equally astonished by the halted procession and the influx of generals into the inn, responded, where are the prince and princess? What? Could it be that young Master Chu and Madam Chu are indeed His Highness Li Wang and Her Highness Li Wangfei? Meng Zian asked incredulously. Surely not. Meng Zheng, upon hearing this, was so astonished that his eyes nearly popped out. He hurriedly dashed inside, exclaiming, Come, let us see for ourselves. When Meng Zheng and Meng Zian reached Chu Xuanchen's chamber, they found Feng Qingyang and the armored generals kneeling on one knee, paying their respects to Chu Xuancheng and Ruoyue. This humble one pays homage to the prince and princess. Rise, Chu Xuancheng said, personally standing to assist Feng Qingyang and the others. Meng Zheng and Meng Zian, witnessing this scene, were struck dumb. Suddenly, with a thud, Meng Zheng slipped and fell to the ground. What is happening? Chu Xuancheng cast a cold glance outside, spotting Meng Zheng as he awkwardly rose, patting his backside in embarrassment. Young Master Chu, you are indeed His Highness Li Wang? Meng Zheng stammered, his gaze wide with astonishment as it swept over Chu Xuancheng. He beheld the golden crown atop his head, the noble prince's attire he wore, exuding an air of dignity and aloofness, which left him utterly awestruck. Turning his gaze to Ruoyue beside him, he noticed she had removed her veil. The unveiled visage was one of breathtaking beauty, akin to a celestial being. This was no plump figure. She was a radiant, expectant beauty. In utter disbelief, his expression shifted through a spectrum of colors. If I am not Li Wang, then who am I? Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Meng Zheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face reddening with shame. Good heavens, so young Master Chu is indeed Li Wang. I had previously boasted of being his close friend. In that moment, having been exposed for his boastful claims, he found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament, unable to advance or retreat. Noticing Meng Zheng's discomfort, Chu Xuancheng approached him, gently patting his shoulder. You previously remarked that I resemble Guan Yu from the scripts. Do you still hold that opinion? No, not at all, Meng Zheng quickly replied. The prince's light-hearted jest alleviated the tension. Now you and I are friends. I have matters of great importance to discuss with military advisor Feng and the others, and I have arranged a sumptuous feast to welcome them. Xuancheng continued, Meng Zheng. Xian, please step outside and assist in attending to our guests. Yes, Your Highness, Meng Zheng responded promptly, witnessing the graciousness of the Li Prince, who bore no grudge for his earlier deceit and embraced him as a friend. Meng Zheng's embarrassment dissipated, replaced by profound gratitude. How foolish he had been. He should have realized that this young Master Chu was extraordinary. Chapter 1737. The god of war. No wonder his martial prowess was so formidable. Effortlessly vanquishing tigers, he was none other than the illustrious Li Prince, Xuancheng. This was his idol, the god of war, and by sheer coincidence, he had encountered him. His heart swelled with emotion, excitement, and joy. Once Meng Zheng and the others had exited, Xuancheng said, Take your seats and recount the events of your journey. Did you encounter any perils along the way? Your Highness, indeed we faced some petty thieves who attempted to seize our provisions. Fortunately, your wisdom led you to bring along 2,000 Xian-Su troops for protection. With their imposing presence, those ruffians dared not approach our supply carts, let alone attempt to steal our grain. Feng Qingyang reported respectfully. Su Wei added, however, the roads were treacherous, with rugged mountain paths. We, the vanguard, pulled the supply carts over challenging terrain, which was no small feat thankfully. The Xian-Su troops are all strong and capable, willing to endure hardships, thus ensuring the safe delivery of our provisions to Jiangzhou. I commend you for your efforts. With this grain and the disaster relief funds, the people of Jiangzhou shall find salvation, Xuancheng declared. We thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Our hardships are insignificant. For the sake of the people, every challenge we faced was worth it, Su Wei replied. Hearing that the army's obstacles were not bandits, but rather the rough terrain, Ruoyue suddenly addressed Xuancheng. Your Highness, there is a saying in our region, to seek wealth, one must first repair the roads. I believe the primary reason for the impoverishment of the populace lies in the lack of accessible roads and the perilous mountain paths. If funds become available in the future, prioritizing road construction would greatly benefit the common folk, facilitating trade. Only with trade can the people enjoy prosperous lives. Xuancheng regarded Ruoyue with astonishment. He had not anticipated her to be so sagacious. He had indeed contemplated the issue of road repairs, but not with the depth and foresight she exhibited. Meanwhile, Mo Li and the others were left puzzled upon hearing her mention in our region. Could it be that the princess was not from the same place as they were? Xuancheng admired Ruoyue, saying, You possess exceptional insight, princess. When I have the opportunity, I shall petition the emperor for funds to undertake road construction, beyond improving roads for the prosperity of the people. Do you have any further insights, princess? Ruoyue rose and proclaimed, To enrich the populace, it is imperative to facilitate free commerce and trade between nations. We must open the channels of trade amongst countries. Furthermore, we should gather the dispersed villagers into communities, imparting advanced production techniques to enhance efficiency. Additionally, training the populace in labor skills will empower them with the means to sustain themselves. We must also disseminate progressive agricultural methods to augment crop yields. For instance, during the harsh winter months, we can employ greenhouse cultivation techniques to produce fresh vegetables, to ensure national prosperity and a strong citizenry. We must elevate the cultural and educational standards of our people, encourage production, and enhance medical practices. In summary, there is much to accomplish, and it cannot all be articulated at once. Progress must be made step by step. The assembly appeared bewildered by Ruoyue's discourse. Terms such as production techniques and production efficiency were familiar when considered separately, yet together they seemed incomprehensible, akin to deciphering a foreign tongue. Xuancheng, however, grasped the essence of Ruoyue's message, albeit many of the terms were unfamiliar to him. Could it be that she was sharing governance wisdom from their advanced world? Chapter 1738. A welcoming bow. He recognized that her world thrived in peace, with its citizens enjoying prosperous lives free from conflict. And he yearned for his own nation to mirror such prosperity. Is it true that we can grow vegetables in winter, Your Highness? Mo Li inquired, rubbing his head. Ruoyue nodded. Indeed, as long as one understands the methods of cultivation, it is not a challenging endeavor. When time permits, I shall teach you. The princess possesses such knowledge. She must share it with us. I too wish to savor verdant vegetables in the heart of winter. I desire to see the yield of our crops doubled, so that no one goes hungry, Feng Qingyang remarked, fanning himself. Ruoyue reassured him, rest assured. With the right methods, yields can not only double but potentially increase tenfold. Really? If that is the case, it would be splendid, Emily exclaimed. After Ruoyue elucidated the concept of production techniques, Emily added, Your Highness, the grain transport army has already arrived in Jiangzhou. I shall promptly inform the officials there to prepare for your reception at the governor's office tomorrow. Make sure to notify Xuancheng first, Xuancheng instructed. At the governor's office, Xuancheng was in high spirits, buoyed by the thought of the generous gifts that young Master Chu would bestow upon him. Just then, the steward's voice interrupted. Master, there is a courier outside bearing official documents. He states that the emissary, Prince Li, has arrived in Jiangzhou and requests that you and the officials greet the prince at the governor's office tomorrow morning. What? The emissary has arrived? Upon hearing the term emissary, Xuancheng felt a twinge of apprehension, for the emissary was there to oversee him, and it was the decisive and incorruptible Prince Li. Merely hearing his name sent a shiver down his spine. Prince Li was known for his strict and impartial governance, and he was also a formidable rival of his cousin, Su Ming, which soured his mood further. However, recalling the benevolent actions he had taken recently, such as opening granaries and providing porridge to the needy, he felt a surge of courage. Early the next morning, Xuancheng gathered the officials of Jiangzhou, both great and small, at the entrance of the government office along the long street, awaiting the arrival of the Prince Li. As the prince was a royal member of the imperial family and a special envoy representing the emperor, it was imperative for Xuancheng to lead the officials in kneeling to receive him. Attention, everyone! The prince's carriage has arrived. Please prepare to welcome him, he announced. Just then, the sound of scouts echoed down the street. Upon hearing this, Xuancheng quickly urged the crowd, the prince is coming. Hurry, prepare to greet him. With that, he hastily pulled the nearby officials to their knees. The street was soon shrouded in a sea of black as all the officials knelt. At that moment, a formidable procession appeared in the distance, a sight to behold. The entourage was grand and imposing. At the forefront rode a troop of valiant cavalry, followed by infantry bearing banners. Behind them rolled a magnificent stone-blue carriage adorned with a flag emblazoned with the character for Li, recognizing it as the prince's carriage. Xuancheng promptly led the officials in a respectful greeting, exclaiming, We pay our respects to His Highness the Prince. I, Xuancheng, along with the officials of Jiangzhou, humbly welcome your esteemed presence. Please rise, everyone, came the reply. At this moment, the curtain of the azure carriage was lifted, revealing Xuancheng, who descended with an air of cold dignity. He cast a cursory glance over the crowd, exuding an aura of authority and nobility. Xuancheng felt a sense of familiarity upon hearing his voice. Curiously, he raised his head to glimpse the visage of the Prince Li. To his astonishment, he beheld the exceptionally noble countenance of Xuancheng. Shocked, he stumbled backward, exclaiming, You are young Master Chu. How have you become the Prince Li? Impudent governor. This is His Highness the Prince Li. How dare you show such disrespect? Mo Li admonished, brandishing a long sword intricately carved with a 5-clawed golden dragon, the very symbol of the emperor's authority. In that instant, realization dawned upon Xuancheng. This young Master Chu was none other than Prince Li, Xuancheng. No wonder he possessed such grace and bore the surname Chu. They were indeed one and the same. This revelation was a monumental surprise prepared by young Master Chu. A surprise of grand proportions. Recalling the substantial bribes he had previously accepted from Prince Li, a chill ran down his spine, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Meanwhile, Feng Er and Zhou Er assisted Ruoyue down from the carriage. Upon seeing her royal consort attire, Xuancheng felt utterly deceived. The princess consort had disguised herself as Madame Chu, previously urging him to open the granaries for disaster relief, leading him to distribute all the grain to the impoverished. She had claimed that as long as he performed good deeds, his headache would cease, yet once she departed, his head throbbed anew. The fact that he had distributed porridge but still suffered from pain indicated he had been duped. Contemplating this, a desire to eliminate the woman surged within him. Yet, despite his resentment, he was compelled to don a sycophantic smile and hurriedly approached, saying, It was my oversight, my lapse in decorum. I beg for your forgiveness, Your Highness. The prince arrived, weary from his journey. I have prepared a welcoming banquet at the estate to greet His Highness. Additionally, I have arranged splendid accommodations for both the prince and the princess consort. Please, allow me to escort you into the residence to rest. Xuancheng nodded subtly, and Xuancheng, with an obsequious demeanor, led the way. The other officials hurriedly followed, a throng of them making their way towards the estate. Meanwhile, Su Zai and Chun and I, upon hearing that Prince Li and his consort would enter the residence, swiftly gathered to await their arrival in the courtyard. Soon, they spotted a procession approaching. Su Cheng gestured invitingly towards a man clad in luxurious attire, bowing and scraping as he accompanied him. Su Zai hastily knelt, lowering his head in respect. "Greetings, Your Highness." "Greetings, Your Highness, consort." "Rise," Xuancheng replied indifferently. Su Zai quickly helped Chun and I to her feet, and they exchanged curious glances at Xuancheng. As Su Zai beheld the man surrounded by an aura akin to that of countless stars clustering around the moon, he was taken aback. "What is this? Father, why is this dandy here?" Su Zai stared incredulously at Xuancheng, his face a mask of shock. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng, enraged, stepped forward and delivered a sharp blow to Su Zai's head. "What dandy? This is His Royal Highness, Prince Li. Wretched child, if you speak out of turn again, beware that I shall discipline you." "What? His Royal Highness?" Su Zai turned quickly to Xuancheng. Noticing the golden crown adorning his head and the ceremonial robes exclusive to princes, he was instantly thunderstruck. To think that this young Master Chu was none other than His Royal Highness. How could he have previously sent Chun and I to seduce him, intent on extorting him? He was doomed. Chun and I, upon hearing Su Cheng's words, felt as if a thunderbolt had struck her. So, this young Master Chu was indeed the illustrious Prince Li. As she contemplated, an infatuated gleam sparkled in her eyes. No wonder she had always sensed that young Master Chu possessed a distinguished air, unlike ordinary folk. His true identity was astonishingly noble. At that moment, he appeared resplendent, radiating brilliance, causing her heart to race. Suddenly, she noticed a pregnant woman approaching behind Prince Li, who turned to gently support her. The woman's head was bowed, obscuring her face from Chun Ni's view. When the woman lifted her head, Chun and I gasped in shock. "Ah, my husband. She is not a plump woman, merely with child. And look at her face." Chun and I anxiously glanced at Su Zai, who also recognized Ruoyue's visage, freezing in place as if struck by lightning. Her beauty was indeed breathtaking, surpassing all others, rendering the so-called most beautiful woman of Jiangzhou utterly insignificant by comparison. Chun and I felt drenched in cold water, her face flushing deeply. The princess consort before her possessed an unparalleled elegance and grace, and she had previously insulted her as a mere fat woman. She cast another glance at the consort, realizing that her self-proclaimed beauty was nothing compared to that of the princess consort, whose ebony hair, porcelain skin, slender waist, and esteemed lineage rendered her own attributes trivial by comparison. The consort of the Glass King is both resplendent and noble, rendering her utterly eclipsed. In an instant, she felt a profound embarrassment at the thought of facing others. It is no wonder she attempted to entice His Highness the Glass King. He paid her no heed, for he possesses such a delicate wife. How could he possibly regard her? She had indeed overestimated herself, bringing humiliation upon her own head. Upon hearing Chun Yang's remarks, Su Cheng, filled with vexation, retorted, "What nonsense about a fatty? You all need to hush at once. This is an esteemed guest. Hurry and lead the way, and bring forth the refreshments." "Yes, master, I understand," replied the daughter-in-law, Chun Yang, who hastily retreated into the flower hall. Soon enough, Su Cheng ushered the group into the floral chamber of the estate. He invited Xuancheng and Ruoyue to take their seats in the central position before gesturing toward the officials behind him, saying, "Your Highness, allow me to introduce some of my colleagues. This is my deputy, Chen Shi, the governor of Jiangzhou." The man named Chun Shi then approached, bowing to Xuancheng. As Xuancheng glanced up at Chen Shi, he noted that the man, in his 50s, was slender and dressed simply. He appeared modest and prudent, exhibiting none of the avarice that characterized Su Cheng. "Governor Chun," he remarked, "I observe that you appear rather haggard. Have you been losing sleep over the matter of flood control? Are your efforts weighing heavily upon you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Cheng interjected, "Your Highness may not be aware, but Governor Chun is renowned in Jiangzhou for his integrity. He governs with great probity and selflessness, tirelessly serving the nation and its people. Since the floods began, he has been at the forefront of the relief efforts, working tirelessly alongside the citizens to combat the deluge and fortify the levees, often to the point of neglecting his own meals. Moreover, he lives frugally, favoring vegetables, and often shares his meat with the populace, which accounts for his gaunt appearance. Upon hearing Xuancheng's words, an official clad in green attire rolled his eyes in disbelief. "Oh, Governor Chen's favorite food is vegetables?" Xuancheng inquired. Seizing upon this intriguing detail, Xuancheng eagerly affirmed, "Indeed, Governor Chen is wholly devoted to the people, never engaging in bribery or corruption. His home is bare, and he lives modestly, cherishing vegetables above all. The common folk, grateful for his kindness, frequently bring him produce, and he, in turn, regularly assists them with their affairs. He is a true paragon of virtue among officials." Chapter 1741. The peculiar official upon hearing this, Xuancheng remained silent, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. From Xuancheng's account, he quickly deduced that he and she were in cahoots. During his time in the imperial city, he often dispatched individuals to investigate the backgrounds of various officials. His agents had already provided him with intelligence on Jiangzhou's officials, leaving him well informed about most of them. It was clear that She was a flagrant corrupt official, masquerading as a man of integrity. His purported fondness for vegetables and the frequent gifts of produce from the populace concealed a more sinister truth. For instance, when someone presented him with a basket of cabbages, it merely appeared to be cabbages on the surface, while treasures such as gold, silver, gemstones, antiques, and jade were hidden beneath. Those who bribed him merely cloaked their gifts under the guise of delivering vegetables. Uninformed commoners often witnessed the delivery of vegetables to him, genuinely mistaking him for an honest official, oblivious to the fact that this is merely a ruse for his clandestine bribery. He and Xuancheng have colluded, forming a cabal of corruption, successfully deceiving the populace beneath them, yet failing to fool him. He feigned belief in Xuancheng's words, exclaiming, "Lord Chen is compassionate towards the hardships of the people, devoted entirely to their welfare. All present should learn from him." "Indeed, Your Highness," the assembly responded in unison. At that moment, Xuancheng pointed to an official clad in green, stating, "Your Highness, this is the circuit Judge Yang Shixuan." The official in green stepped forward, trembling and stammering, I am Yang Shixuan, paying my respects to Your Highness." The room erupted in laughter at his awkwardness. Flushed with embarrassment, Yang Shixuan glared at the crowd, indignantly demanding, "Why do you mock me?" Xuancheng, with a look of disdain, retorted, "Enough, Lord Yang. You can hardly articulate your words. Do not offend His Highness's ears. Please withdraw." He then turned to Xuancheng, apologizing, "My lord, this Lord Yang is quite like this, always stuttering. I beg you not to take offense." "No matter, I find Lord Yang rather amusing," replied Xuancheng. At that moment, Xuancheng gestured towards another rather thin official who was dozing in a chair, declaring, "Your Highness, this is the chief of prisons, Yuanxian, who oversees the criminal affairs of Jiangzhou." Yuanxian, startled from his slumber upon hearing his name, bolted upright, exclaiming, Who calls for me?" Xuancheng, incensed by his demeanor, chastised, "Lord you reek of alcohol. Have you been drinking again? Do you understand the significance of this occasion? How dare you present yourself in such a drunken state before His Highness?" Upon hearing Xuancheng's accusation, Xuancheng discerned a potent scent of liquor wafting from Yuanxian's direction, and his countenance darkened. Observing his displeasure, Xuancheng regarded Yuanxian with a triumphant expression. Yuanxian, caught off guard by Xuancheng, straightened up, though his long-standing inebriation left him weak and unstable. Fortunately, Yang Shixuan steadied him. Once upright, he yawned and, swaying slightly, slurred, "I am Yuanxian, paying my respects to Your Highness." Xuancheng glared coldly at him, remarking, "Very well, Lord Yu, if you are still inebriated, I suggest you return to sober up before reappearing. Do you hear me, Yuanxian? Withdraw at once. Guards, escort Lord Yu away. Do not allow him to offend the eyes of His Highness." Xuancheng commanded, pushing Yuanxian away with disdain. Yuanxian, without uttering a word, squinted and staggered towards the exit, clearly inebriated. Xuancheng had not anticipated such a character among the officials. It was inconceivable how such a man could hold the position of chief of prisons. Under his oversight, one could only fear wrongful judgments leading to grievous miscarriages of justice. He remained unaware of the trivialities concerning these minor figures. One must send someone to investigate thoroughly at a later time. It is apparent that when Xian has been dragged away, Xuancheng, busy wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, remarked, "Your Highness, this Yuanxian is nothing but a notorious drunkard. Not only does he frequently arrive late and leave early, but he also lacks ambition and remains utterly unremarkable." Such a person truly brings shame upon our officials. Given the opportunity, I shall certainly report him to the emperor, advocating for his dismissal and suggesting he return home to cultivate sweet potatoes. Xuancheng, uninterested in these individuals, was preoccupied with thoughts of another. He inquired, Lord Su, why has the governor of Jiangzhou, Zhang Shifan, yet to arrive? Su Cheng was taken aback. Your Highness refers to Lord Zhang? He has been exceedingly busy lately, perhaps overly burdened with matters of flood control, which may account for his tardiness. At that moment, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed from outside. An imposing man donned in a blue official robe, appearing to be in his early 40s, strode in with a robust physique. Upon entering, his keen, hawk-like eyes scanned the assembly before settling imperiously upon Xuancheng. He lifted his head high and, with an air of superiority, greeted Zhang Shifan. Governor of Jiangzhou, pays his respects to the princely. There's no need for formalities, Xuancheng replied coolly. Casting a sharp glance at Zhang Shifan and noting his haughty demeanor, which darkened his expression, he had conducted inquiries and discovered that Zhang Shifan and Su Cheng were allies. As a first-rank military official wielding significant power over Jiangzhou's military and political affairs, his influence surpassed even that of Su Cheng. It was evident that his prideful nature made him insufferable. Today, his deliberate tardiness was undoubtedly intended to assert his dominance over the esteemed envoy. Why have you arrived late, Lord Zhang? Xuancheng asked, his voice inscrutable and elusive. Zhang Shifan immediately clasped his hands and, with an air of indifference, replied, This official did not rest well last night and is feeling somewhat unwell today, hence my delay. Noting Zhang Shifan's self-reference as this official rather than your humble servant. Xuancheng's gaze turned icy, yet he refrained from expressing his displeasure. Zhang Shifan, who reigned supreme in Jiangzhou with an army of 50,000 elite troops, likely perceived Xuancheng's mere 2,000 Xiansu troops as insufficient competition, emboldening his arrogance. The Princess Consort possesses remarkable medical skills. Should you reveal the nature of your ailment, I can have her attend to you, Xuancheng offered. Zhang Shifan, with his head held high, replied dismissively, No need. Your Highness, this official merely suffers from a chronic ailment. A bit of rest will suffice, and there is no need to trouble the princess. Witnessing Zhang Shifan's blatant disrespect towards Xuancheng, Su Cheng was drenched in cold sweat and hastily intervened to ease the tension. Your Highness, since Lord Zhang has arrived, might I suggest we proceed to the dining hall to partake in the meal I have prepared for you? Xuancheng nodded. Very well, let us all proceed to dine. At the dining table, Su Cheng and Zhang Shifan sat with Xuancheng. Su Cheng dined with trepidation, while Zhang Shifan maintained an air of arrogance throughout the meal. Suddenly, he pointed at Mo Li, who stood behind Xuancheng. You must be the Captain Mo, correct? I find myself somewhat parched. Could you pour me a cup of tea? Chapter 1743. The one who dares command the prince upon witnessing Zhang Shifan audaciously instruct his general to serve him tea. Xuancheng coldly remarked, Lord Zhang, consuming tea during meals is detrimental to one's stomach. You may have your servant fetch you a glass of water instead. Zhang Shifan, however, wore a defiant expression, retorting, What? Your Highness, is it unacceptable for my people to serve me a cup of tea? How could someone of the prince's stature be expected to serve Lord Zhang? Stammered Yang Shishun, standing nearby. Zhang Shifan shot a menacing glare at Yang Shishun, warning, You, who can barely articulate your words, would do well to remain silent. At this, Yang Shishun begrudgingly closed his mouth, though a simmering resentment brewed in his eyes. After delivering his remark, Zhang Shifan disdainfully scoffed at Xuancheng. So, the prince's men cannot even attend to me? He was emboldened by his command of 50,000 elite soldiers and his considerable influence in Jiangzhou, harboring no fear of Xuancheng while seeking to suppress him further. As a disciple of Su Ming, he was intent on avenging his mentor. A wave of murderous intent surged within Xuancheng, though his exterior remained tumultuous. Emoli, since Lord Zhang requires it, you may serve him a cup of tea. Yes, Your Highness, Emoli replied, his gaze sharp as a dagger directed at Zhang Shifan. He strode over and coldly poured a cup of tea for him. After receiving the tea, Zhang Shifan took a delicate sip and remarked, You have my gratitude, Lieutenant Mo. It was no trouble, Emoli gritted through clenched teeth. Zhang Shifan had reduced him to a mere servant. Yet, with the prince enduring such indignity, he felt compelled to suppress his anger. As the meal progressed, Xuancheng seethed with rage, But considering Zhang Shifan's intricate web of power in Jiangzhou, he chose to bide his time rather than provoke a confrontation. After dining, he and Yunruoyue retreated to the chambers Xuancheng had arranged for them. This time, the accommodations were even larger, more opulent, and replete with tranquility and elegance. Upon entering the room, Xuancheng slammed his palm onto the table in frustration. How dare that Zhang Shifan act so arrogantly in my presence? There is no need for your highness to be vexed by such a person. As the saying goes, a cup brimming over spills, a full moon wanes, self-satisfaction leads to downfall. Arrogance breeds foolishness. Zhang Shifan wields his power in Jiangzhou, forming factions for personal gain. With 50,000 elite soldiers at his command and an alliance with Xuancheng and others. We are newcomers in an unfamiliar territory, accompanied by only 2,000 Xiansu soldiers to protect our supplies and disaster relief funds. The disparity in strength is vast, making direct confrontation inadvisable. However, do not let it trouble you. Individuals as proud and arrogant as he will inevitably face a more severe fall from grace in time. Ruoyue counseled. Xuancheng gazed deeply at her, gently smoothing the hair by her temple. You are truly wise, my moon. You speak with great insight. It is precisely because I am enduring him that I have yet to take action. But the situation in Jiangzhou, where they hold unchecked power, rife with corruption and exploiting the common folk, is unbearable. I long to eradicate them. Suddenly, Ruoyue grasped Xuancheng's hand, aligning his 5 fingers together into a clenched fist. Husband, I have heard it said that when fingers unite, forming a fist and drawing close to the body, it is to strike with greater force. Our current forbearance serves only to prepare for a future eruption. When the evidence of their crimes is firmly grasped and the moment is ripe, we shall draw our sword in defiance. At that time, who could stand against the might of our blade? Xuancheng chuckled lightly, cradling Ruoyue in his embrace. He bestowed a gentle kiss upon her forehead and remarked, with a wife such as you, what more could a king desire? Chapter 1744. The Return of the Gold, my lord. Master Su requests an audience with you. Came the voice of Mo Li from outside. Let him in, replied Xuancheng, releasing Ruoyue and assisting her into a chair. As the door swung open, Xuancheng entered, accompanied by a group of servants bearing gifts, trembling with trepidation. Upon entering, he fell to his knees before Xuancheng, his voice choked with emotion. My lord, I must confess that I was blind to your greatness and failed to recognize you as His Highness, the King of Li. I deeply regret my prior actions and have come to return these gifts. Raising an eyebrow, Xuancheng glanced at the ornate boxes filled with gold ingots. I declared these gifts to be yours. Why would you wish to return them? Xuancheng immediately shook his head in alarm. No, I could not possibly accept gifts from your highness. I was unaware of your identity before. Please forgive my transgressions. By rights, he should have been the one to present gifts to the king of Li, hoping to curry favor, yet he had reversed the roles. As Xuancheng surveyed the boxes, he noticed several unfamiliar blue silk boxes among them. Approaching, he opened one to reveal an array of ancient jade artifacts, each a rare treasure. These gems were not among the gifts I previously bestowed upon you. What is the meaning of this? He inquired. Xuancheng quickly ingratiated himself, saying, My lord, these are gifts I have prepared for you. I meticulously selected them. I hope you will graciously accept them. Impudence! How dare you violate the law and attempt to bribe me? Do you take me for a corrupt official? Xuancheng's anger flared, his demeanor radiating an aura of menace. Xuancheng was momentarily taken aback. Does your highness not appreciate the gifts I have prepared? Believing that everyone harbors a love for wealth, he had assumed that the king of Li would similarly be swayed by such offerings. To his astonishment, the king refused. Could it be that he truly embodied the integrity and righteousness spoken of in hushed tones? With a cold snort, Xuancheng replied, I have never accepted bribes. Master Su, rather than scheming so laboriously, you would do better to convert these treasures into provisions for the people. That would earn you the reputation of a good official in my eyes. Yes, my lord, I understand. I shall exchange these treasures for grain to distribute to the populace. Xuancheng hastily responded, his face paling at the sight of Xuancheng's grim expression. He had not anticipated that his scheme would backfire, resulting in the loss of a granary along with so many treasures. Xuancheng had already gathered evidence of his bribery. Should he mention it to the emperor, Xuancheng's official status would be jeopardized. Master Su, time is of the essence. Gather all the officials, this afternoon. We shall convene to discuss disaster relief and water management, Chu Xuancheng commanded, eager to finally address pressing matters. Yes, my lord, I shall attend to it immediately, Su Cheng replied. After Su Cheng finished speaking, he hesitated and glanced at Ruoyue. But your highness, did you not say that as long as I do good deeds, my head would not ache? Yet despite my exhausting the grain supplies, the pain persists. Ruoyue replied, on the day your head throbbed, did you distribute porridge? No, Su Cheng admitted. I haven't distributed porridge these past few days because I have run out of grain. That is precisely the issue, she stated. You have not engaged in good deeds, so how could you expect your head to feel well? To alleviate your pain, you must commit to doing good daily, monthly, and yearly. Even if you lack grain, you still possess family assets that you could sell to aid the people. But what if I sell all my assets? Su Cheng exclaimed in disbelief. What will I do then? If your assets are depleted and you truly lack funds, then you must personally assist the common folk, help repair roads, labor alongside them, and aid in planting crops. Moreover, you must refrain from accepting bribes, for corruption is wicked. The souls of the wronged will come after you should they learn of your greed. To avoid your head's torment, you must commit your life to goodness and refrain from any wrongdoing. Ruoyue added with a hint of exasperation. What? Does that mean my life is over? Su Cheng lamented, a look of despair crossing his face, as if he wished to hang himself from a straw. Ruoyue replied, it is unfortunate. But you brought this upon yourself by causing the death of so many commoners. Their vengeful spirits have been watching you. The moment you entertain any corrupt thoughts, they will seek you out. Su Cheng lifted his gaze. Your Highness, I have been experiencing dizziness and tinnitus these past few days, and the pain in my head is akin to being pricked by needles, robbing me of sleep and appetite. If I heed your advice, will my head cease to ache? I cannot guarantee it, but you may try and see if it proves effective. I believe it will work. It has before, and I am certain it will again. I shall summon the officials at once to attend to the prince's matters, Su Cheng said as he hurriedly exited. Once he had departed, Ruoyue exchanged a knowing smile with Chu Xuancheng. You are truly astute, Chu Xuancheng remarked. I never imagined you could remedy Su Cheng with such succinct words. Ruoyue raised the medicine bottle in her hand. It is not my words that hold power, but rather this anti-hypertensive medication. I believe Su Cheng suffers from secondary hypertension. Such patients must take antihypertensives consistently, lest they face complications. I will instruct the cook to monitor him. He shall receive his medication only if he performs good deeds. Should he commit wrongs, he will be denied his medicine. She intended to use this medication as a means to ensure Su Cheng's commitment to virtuous actions. Chu Xuancheng glanced at the gift boxes, initially thinking he would only reclaim them on the day of Su's family's downfall. To his surprise, the timid Su Cheng had voluntarily returned the gifts, thus ensuring that Su Cheng's demise would be gradual. Soon, Su Cheng had summoned all the officials to the front hall, where they stood waiting to pay their respects before Chu Xuancheng's arrival. Only Zhang Shifan arrogantly occupied the main seat, leisurely sipping tea. Noticing this, Su Cheng cautiously approached. Minister Zhang, you are seated in the main chair prepared for the prince. Might I trouble you to move to the adjacent seat? How is it that I, as the governor of Jiangzhou, cannot take the principal seat? I have rendered immense services to the court. What qualifications does this novice, Chu Xuancheng, possess to occupy such a position? Zhang Shifan scoffed. My intention is not to undermine your authority, but he is, after all, a prince, Su Cheng replied with difficulty. Moreover, he is not entirely inexperienced. He has secured numerous significant victories. Caught between the lofty status of a noble prince and the formidable military and political power of an official, Su Cheng found himself in a precarious situation, unable to offend either side. Zhang Shifan dismissed him with a cold huff. And what of his victories? I have fought far more battles in my lifetime, and in terms of merit, I have no less claim than he. Thus, my position here is undoubtedly justified. However, esteemed Minister Su, if you would concede the principal seat to Minister Zhang, it would not trouble me. My purpose in Jiangzhou is to alleviate the suffering of the people, and I see no need to quibble over such trifles. Chu Xuancheng interjected, his voice icy. As soon as he spoke, Chu Xuancheng, clad in princely attire, entered with Mo Li and the others. The assembly hastily bowed in respect, greeting the prince. Observing the deference shown, Zhang Shifan reluctantly rose, tilting his head slightly in acknowledgement. Is this what it means to be calculating? Humph, the audacity of this young man. Arriving at my domain without humility, daring to flaunt his princely airs. He is merely a fallen noble, not worthy of my regard. Please, No need for such formalities. Be seated, Xuancheng stated, taking his place in the secondary seat. The onlookers noted his refusal to contest the position with Zhang Shifan and immediately perceived a commendable breadth of character in the prince, who seemed far more gracious than his counterpart. Once settled, Xuancheng addressed the assembly directly. Gentlemen, the recent floods in Jiangnan are unprecedented. A calamity that occurs once in a century. The emperor, deeply pained by the suffering of the people, has sent me, alongside the virtuous Wang, as an imperial envoy to assist in disaster relief. During my journey, I witnessed the devastation wrought by the floods, countless villages submerged, homes obliterated. I saw the despair of the populace, families torn apart and displaced, starving and destitute, their plight truly heart-wrenching. Having safely arrived in Jiangzhou, I intend to commence relief efforts immediately. Xuancheng recalled Ruoyue's counsel to engage in more charitable deeds to alleviate his burdensome thoughts. He swiftly responded, Your Highness, on behalf of the people of Jiangzhou, we express our profound gratitude for the Emperor's compassion. Please, command us as you see fit. We shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to the relief efforts. The others were moved by Xuancheng's poignant words, nodding in agreement, ready to contribute to the welfare of the populace. Excellent. I have received word that 2 days ago, a torrential downpour struck, wreaking havoc in the most remote areas of Anping and Yixing counties, where the devastation is most severe, yet no aid has been dispatched. Reports indicate that 300 villagers perished in the deluge, with 200 more missing. Additionally, the remaining inhabitants are trapped in their villages, deprived of clothing, food, and water, facing dire circumstances and in urgent need of assistance. This time, I have come, under imperial command, to deliver disaster relief grain. Now, who among you is willing to take on this mission? To accompany the supplies to these 2 counties and aid the suffering? Xuancheng inquired. Xuancheng, eager to perform a noble deed and alleviate his own affliction, stepped forward resolutely. My lord, I am willing to accept the task, to take the officials and the grain to rescue the people in these 2 counties. Excellent, Su Darren. Your dedication to the welfare of the people is commendable. Su Wei, you shall lead 50 soldiers of the Xiansu army to accompany Su Darren. Remember, you must rescue every single citizen without exception and find a suitable place to ensure their safety, Xuancheng instructed. Understood, my lord, Su Wei replied. Xuancheng nodded in agreement. Xuancheng cast a glance at Xuancheng, hoping that his intentions were genuine. It was precisely because he harbored doubts that he chose to send Su Wei along. After addressing the 2 counties most severely affected, Xuancheng continued. Aside from Anping County and Yixing County, there are several other counties in the prefecture, including Jiangzhou City itself, that have also suffered greatly from the floods. By imperial decree, I have brought grain and disaster relief funds to assist in the recovery efforts, and tomorrow I shall distribute these resources to the afflicted populace. Who among you is willing to lend your support? I am willing, responded the governor, Chen Shi, stepping forward first and bowing respectfully. I am also willing, stammered Tong Pan. Yang Shishuan, we are all willing, please assign us tasks, echoed the other officials. In matters of disaster relief, they dared not shirk their responsibilities at this moment. Everyone sought to earn merit and display their worth before Xuancheng for the emperor's consideration. Xuancheng surveyed them and said, Very well. Since you all are eager to take the lead, I shall call upon Feng Qingyang, the military advisor, to assign you your tasks. The crowd nodded in agreement. At that moment, Xuancheng's expression grew serious. Gentlemen, the matters I previously mentioned are relatively straightforward. However, this final issue concerns the entire Jiangzhou city. My lord, are you referring to the impending floodwaters from the upstream Jiajing River that are set to reach Jiangzhou? Chunxi inquired. Indeed, I have been dispatching personnel to monitor the upstream flood situation. I have discovered that the floodwaters are surging rapidly and ferociously, and within 10 days, they will reach Jiangzhou. Being situated downstream in a low-lying basin, the rivers and 3 major reservoirs in Jiangzhou have already surpassed the warning levels. If we do not reinforce the levees and strengthen the riverbanks, once the upstream surge converges, or if we face another 2 bouts of heavy rainfall, the entire Jiangzhou could be submerged. As Xuancheng articulated this, the officials began to murmur in fear and concern. You are right, my lord. This is indeed our gravest concern. The tributaries upstream are tangled and blocked, impeding the flow of water. If the flood peaks from those tributaries arrive simultaneously, it will overwhelm our drainage capacity downstream. At that point, If the levees are breached, the entirety of Jiangzhou City will be at risk of inundation. Indeed, with such a volume of floodwater upstream, we are perpetually in danger of being submerged. This is terrifying. We must devise a solution to this predicament. Xuancheng declared. Jiangzhou City is in imminent peril. Do any among you possess a viable strategy to address this issue? Upon hearing this, Xuancheng hastily replied, Your Highness, we could dispatch individuals to construct levees and reinforce the riverbanks in hopes of withstanding the impending flood. This notion had indeed crossed my mind, Xuancheng responded. Yet merely erecting levees and fortifying the riverbanks may prove insufficient. The deluge from upstream is formidable, compounded by the current rainy season and frequent torrential downpours. Should a storm strike, I fear those modest levees would be utterly incapable of halting the raging waters. Alas, if even the levees cannot hold, then Jiangzhou City is in grave peril, Xuancheng exclaimed in trepidation. After a moment, he continued, Your Highness, what if we were to increase our manpower, constructing the levees to be both tall and thick, thereby blocking the floodwaters? We could leave a small opening for a gradual release of excess water. What do you think? Xuancheng replied coldly, Minister Su, as I traversed the Jia River on my way here, I observed the water level rising alarmingly, the floods surging dangerously. To withstand such a torrent, we would require levees exceeding 10 zhang in height. However, constructing such extensive fortifications necessitates time, and time is of the essence. 10 days will scarcely suffice. It is likely that before your levees are completed, the flood will have arrived. Therefore, this approach is impractical. Do any of you possess alternative strategies? At that moment, Yang Shixuan suggested, Your Highness, if we cannot block the waters, we may need to consider diversion. Oh, how might we achieve such diversion? Xuancheng inquired. Just as Yang Shixuan was about to respond, a dismissive voice interjected, Your Highness, you are well capable of making decisions. There is no need to consult us. Simply decide, and we shall follow your lead. The speaker was Zhang Shifan, who stood with an air of arrogance, casting a warning glare at Yang Shixuan, compelling him to silence. Xuancheng turned his gaze towards Zhang Shifan, his tone icy. What is it, Minister Zhang? Do you believe this to be solely my responsibility? With a sneer, Zhang Shifan replied, Certainly not. It is merely that we, your humble subordinates, are at a loss for effective measures to combat the flood. As a distinguished imperial envoy, you are the primary authority on flood management. I am certain you have devised a comprehensive plan, so I shall refrain from further commentary. He scoffed inwardly, knowing that should the flood be successfully managed, the greatest acclaim would accrue to Xuancheng, and he would not allow that to happen. As Zhang Shifan spoke, his followers nodded in agreement, voicing their inability to conceive a solution. Your Highness, I apologize, but I truly cannot think of a remedy. You possess both courage and wisdom, far surpassing our capabilities. I am confident you will devise an excellent strategy for flood control. Indeed, Your Highness, had we possessed a solution, we would have already thwarted the flood. This matter of flood management rests solely upon you. As these officials continued to evade responsibility, a palpable aura of menace began to emanate from Xuancheng. They were utterly uncooperative, and as a military leader, his strengths lay in combat and strategy, not in the intricacies of flood management. Zhang Shifan was clearly intent on putting him in a difficult position. At that moment, Zhang Shifan smugly remarked, Your Highness, I am aware that your expertise lies in warfare, not in flood management. However, do you not have a plethora of talented individuals surrounding you? How is it that not a single expert in flood control exists among them? Thus seeking our counsel? If such expertise is lacking, I would advise you to return to the capital and enjoy your comforts, for this place is ill-suited for you. Indeed, the other officials burst into mocking laughter, who claimed that there were no capable individuals around the prince. At that moment, a crisp and cold female voice pierced through the officials' mirth. Startled, they turned to see Yunre entering with an air of authority, her demeanor both commanding and icy. She exuded an undeniable sharpness, her presence radiating intensity. Upon her arrival, Xuancheng felt a surge of reassurance, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He knew she would possess a solution. He should have consulted her directly instead of relying on this incompetent group. Zhang Shifan sneered, Oh, what does the Princess of Li mean by this? Do you possess the ability to control water? After all, managing a mere flood should be trivial. Ruoyue replied coolly. Controlling water is merely a matter of combining blockage and drainage. However, given the urgency of the situation, We have no time for blockage. We must focus on drainage. Oh, do elaborate on how you propose to achieve this drainage, Zhang Shifan retorted. Drainage is quite simple, but I fear that you may not comprehend my explanation, she countered. Speak freely. I have traversed the battlefield for decades and cannot possibly be ignorant of such a trivial strategy, Zhang Shifan insisted. Very well, my method involves excavating ponds, numerous ponds. Ruoyue declared. What? Excavating ponds? Princess of Li, please refrain from jesting. Do you truly believe that merely digging ponds can withstand a flood? This is absurd, childish. He exclaimed in anger. Ruoyue regarded him with a hint of derision. I warned you that you wouldn't understand, yet you insisted I continue. My strategy for flood control is indeed to excavate ponds. Time is of the essence. I urge you to gather manpower immediately so we can commence digging ponds downstream of the dike. Very well, I shall heed my princess's counsel, Xuancheng said. Turning to Zhang Shifan. Lord Zhang, you command numerous elite soldiers. Might I borrow 5,000 to assist us in this endeavor? Zhang Shifan scoffed. I'm afraid my soldiers are dedicated to the defense of our homeland, not to indulge in your folly. I cannot endorse the princess's plan, nor do I have anyone to spare. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. With that, he disdainfully flicked his sleeve and strode away with an air of superiority. Witnessing his departure, a glint of cold fury flickered in Xuancheng's eyes. An aura of palpable menace surrounding him. My prince, I too shall take my leave, said an official, hastily retreating alongside those who had previously aligned themselves with Zhang Shifan. Xuancheng found himself in a quandary, unable to move forward or retreat. A few officials lingered, among them Yang Shishun, who said, My prince, should the princess's method prove viable, I am willing to assist in your efforts. Xuancheng regarded Yang Shishun with surprise at his willingness to remain. I too am at your service, my prince, added Qin Shi. Xuancheng cast a measured glance at Qin Shi, who was clearly aligned with Xuancheng and Zhang Shifan, yet had chosen to stay. It appears he intends to infiltrate and gain his trust to extract information. He feigned ignorance and said, Very well, with your assistance. From this moment onward, gather the necessary personnel, and tomorrow morning, we shall proceed together to excavate the pond. Yes, your highness, the officials replied before retreating. Xuancheng then turned to Ruoyue. Dear Yuer, what exactly is this method of pond excavation? I have never encountered it before. Ruoyue explained. This excavation is essentially for constructing a water reservoir, known as a regulation pond, a technique unique to our region, absent here. This method is quite advanced and indeed effective in controlling floods. Regulation pond? It sounds extraordinary. It must be capable of managing and storing water. I believe it will be effective, Xuancheng remarked. He had complete faith in any idea proposed by Yuer. Yes, that is indeed the essence. If it were not effective, I would not dare to boast about it. Starting tomorrow, you must command the laborers to dig ponds at the tributaries downstream of the Jia River. There are numerous tributaries. Each should have a large pond constructed, interconnected with the river. These ponds will retain the floodwaters surging from upstream and disperse them, preventing inundation in Jiangzhou. Additionally, you will need to establish a dam by the pond, linking it to the irrigation channels. During the flood season, when the water levels rise, we shall open the sluice gates to channel the water into the river. In the dry season, we can close the gates, allowing rainwater to accumulate in the ponds, providing the populace with water for irrigation and enabling fish farming, thereby promoting aquaculture. Upon hearing this, Xuancheng gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, This truly is a win-win solution, capable of both flood prevention and agricultural irrigation. Yuer, you are remarkable. Ruoyue playfully winked. Of course. After all, your wife consumes more than you do. At this point, she couldn't help but chuckle, considering that in modern years, she was several years his senior. Was she not akin to an old cow consuming tender grass? You consume more than I do. I find that hard to believe, Xuancheng retorted. Chapter 1750. Land acquisition obstacles. Considering my past life, I must have consumed more than you. Ruoyue teased, winking again. That does seem plausible. Xuancheng found himself at a loss for words. All right, I want to jest further. Time is of the essence, and excavating the ponds requires considerable manpower. Since Zhang Shifan is unwilling to provide laborers, we can employ the common folk with silver to excavate the ponds. This way, we enable the populace to sustain themselves, earning food through labor, providing them with meaningful work to prevent them from becoming refugees due to the floods. Moreover, It will stimulate their enthusiasm and reinforce their sense of collective honor. Collective honor? Xuancheng inquired. Ruoyue nodded, affirming, indeed. During times of great calamity, if the state mobilizes the collective spirit of the populace, it fosters cohesion and patriotism. For instance, encouraging the public to contribute funds instills a sense of involvement and altruism, as if it were their efforts that alleviated the disaster and improved the nation. Only by mobilizing the enthusiasm of the populace, fostering a united front to rescue the nation, can the common people develop a sense of belonging to their country. In this way, when citizens perceive that it is through their own efforts that the nation flourishes, their love for the country will deepen. Thus, I shall dispatch individuals to the streets to post announcements, widely inviting the populace to participate in the excavation of ponds, remarked Xuancheng. At the break of dawn the following day, Xuancheng sent out messengers to disseminate the notices, recruiting laborers. The terms outlined in the announcement were generous. Workers would be provided with meals and receive a daily wage of 10 won. Upon hearing that they would not only be fed but also compensated, the people, who were already facing food shortages, eagerly rushed to register, overwhelming the sign-up station. In no time, 5,000 individuals were enlisted. Simultaneously, Xuancheng summoned all officials, instructing them to acquire land for the pond excavation. To excavate the pond, it was imperative to first secure the land through monetary compensation. Only after this could the digging commence. The officials promptly set about acquiring land, striving to select parcels of inferior quality. With sufficient funds and a fair price offered, many citizens were willing to part with their relatively worthless plots to the government. Consequently, the officials successfully acquired several parcels, and thereafter, Xuancheng commanded the workers to commence the excavation. At this juncture, Emoli suddenly reported, "Your Highness, we have encountered obstacles while acquiring land in the western part of the city." "What sort of obstacles?" Xuancheng inquired coldly. Emoli explained, "The parcels we wish to acquire happen to belong to the Zhang family. We offered a reasonable price, yet Zhang Shifan refused to sell, claiming that it is ancestral land containing his family's tombs. No amount of money will persuade him to part with it. Furthermore, he has rallied the local landlords, creating unrest in the fields. Currently, most landlords oppose our land acquisition, and this could lead to trouble. Zhang Shifan is indeed audacious. In his opposition to me, he disregards the welfare of the people. I shall confront him personally. Lords Chun and Yang, I ask you to accompany me. I require your witness," stated Xuancheng. Chun Shi hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Yang Shishuan quickly followed suit. Upon arriving in the western part of the city, Xuancheng noticed that Jiang Ning and the inebriate Yu Wenxian had already arrived. The two appeared to be in discussion with Zhang Shifan, seemingly attempting to persuade him. Xuancheng had not anticipated Jiang Ning's presence. He had failed to attend the earlier meeting on water management due to illness. It was unexpected for him to appear here today. As he approached, Jiang Ning proactively nodded in greeting, to which Xuancheng reciprocated. "The prince has arrived. Look over here," someone exclaimed upon noticing Xuancheng and his entourage approaching. Curious workers, armed with hoes and ready to excavate the pond, gathered around. "Your servant pays respects to the prince." Jiang Ning and Yu Wenxian hurriedly approached, bowing to Xuancheng. "Please, no formalities, gentlemen. What is the situation here?" Xuancheng inquired, glancing towards the land, where he observed a throng of people gathered. Led by Zhang Shifan, several elegantly dressed landlords followed closely behind him, submissively acquiescing to his presence. Behind them stood their house servants, armed with iron swords and clubs. Jiang Ning stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, according to your plan, we ought to excavate a reservoir here. However, this excavation will encroach upon the fertile lands of Lord Zhang and several other landlords, which they vehemently oppose." Zhang Shifan scoffed. "Li Wang, your timing is impeccable. It is not that I am unwilling, but rather, you are encroaching upon my finest farmland. My ancestral grave lies within this prime land. How could I allow you to desecrate my family's south resting place? That would render me an unfilial son." The other landlords chimed in, "Indeed, Your Highness. This entire area comprises the most fertile lands. To commandeer it for a reservoir would be a gross waste. We are unaware of the purpose of this pond. If Li Wang treats it as a mere jest and seeks to appropriate our livelihoods, we cannot acquiesce. Your Highness, perhaps you might consider an alternative location. These farmlands are our very lifeblood, and we shall not permit you to seize them," they insisted. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenxian interjected, "Esteemed gentlemen, Allow me a moment to speak. Above this farmland flows the largest tributary of the river, and this is the only suitable location for the pond. This reservoir is crucial for everyone's safety and cannot be relocated at whim. But you cannot simply seize our farmland without our consent. One landlord protested. Xuancheng scanned the crowd and suddenly inquired, what constitutes seizing? Am I not offering a price commensurate with the market? Offering a price? Zhang Shifan retorted. This land is among the most fertile in Jiangzhou. You propose to purchase an acre for 30 taels of silver? That is tantamount to coercion. Zhang Shifan scoffed. Is it that you deem 30 taels insufficient? On other lands, I have offered 20 taels per acre. Here, I am offering 30, yet you still find it lacking? Xuancheng replied coldly. It is not that I find it insufficient, but rather that your offer is far too low. The disparity between good land and poor land is vast. It cannot be acquired for merely an additional 10 taels. Do you intend to dismiss us as beggars? I shall double my offer to 60 taels per acre. How does that sound? Xuancheng proposed. 60 taels? The nearby landlords gasped in disbelief. This Li Wang is exceedingly extravagant. This land is worth only 30 taels, and yet he proposes to double it. They yearned to agree immediately, but the cold, piercing gaze of Zhang Shifan caused them to lower their heads in fear, silencing them. Zhang Shifan scoffed. Li Wang, do you think I am in need of money? Do you believe that by merely doubling your offer, you can sway me? Very well, I shall triple my offer. How does that strike you? Xuancheng countered. Triple? The workers around them stared in disbelief. The landlords, tempted to prostrate themselves before Li Wang in agreement, recognized the staggering sum of 90 taels per acre. They were poised to profit immensely. However, Zhang Shifan remained unmoved, casting a disdainful glance at Xuancheng and the Prince of Li. It seems you truly take me for a man of avarice. Let me be frank. The earth beneath us conceals my family's ancestral grave. No amount of silver would entice me to part with it. I advise you to relinquish this futile endeavor and seek land elsewhere. So you are toying with me? Xuancheng replied coldly, with a touch of sarcasm. You suggest seeking land elsewhere? I doubt that any other territory would be available without your esteemed consent, Master Zhang. Zhang Shifan's capacity to create turmoil here undoubtedly extended to other locales as well. The landlords and wealthy gentry were his allies, making a change of location equally troublesome. Zhang Shifan chuckled derisively. That is a matter for the Prince of Li, not for me. In any case, this parcel of land is untouchable by you. Any who dare encroach upon it shall find themselves at odds with me. As his words echoed, Yang Shixuan and the others shuddered in fear. All present lowered their heads, too intimidated to confront Zhang Shifan. Suddenly, Xuancheng interjected, Master Zhang, are you certain this land entirely belongs to your family? Zhang Shifan paused, taken aback. What do you mean? If it is not mine, whose could it possibly be? I have heard that you have exploited your official position to seize this land. Xuancheng retorted sharply. For instance, the parcel to the east clearly belongs to the Tian family, yet you have appropriated it by force. Additionally, all the other lands are the rightful property of ordinary citizens, all seized by you, ultimately becoming your own. How do you explain that? Zhang Shifan's expression hardened. Disbelief etched on his face. You speak nonsense. These lands belong to the Zhang family, and it is no concern of others. They have been passed down through generations. Whether or not you have seized them will soon be revealed through the testimonies of those wronged. Li, bring forth the original owners of these lands, commanded Xuancheng. Yes, my lord, Li replied, then coldly gestured into the distance. A dozen members of the Xiansu army approached, leading several ragged villagers. As the villagers approached, they trembled before Zhang Shifan, too fearful to come closer, instead standing behind Xuancheng. Upon seeing them, Zhang Shifan's countenance darkened like the bottom of a pot. Prince of Li, I do not recognize these people. Do not presume that you can slander me with a mere gathering of individuals, whether it is slander or not. Master Zhang knows in his heart. Tian-san, step forward and recount how Master Zhang has unlawfully taken your land. Xuancheng urged. At his prompting, a middle-aged man with a limp hobbled forward, his eyes blazing with anger as he glared at Zhang Shifan. Your Highness, it is this corrupt official who sent his steward to seize my family's fertile fields. He has left us with no land to cultivate, no roots to depend upon, turning my family into refugees. When I bravely confronted him at the gates of his estate, his men brutally beat me, breaking my leg, thus leaving me a cripple. Chapter 1753. The villager's testimony. You lie. I do not know you at all. You claim this land is yours, But do you possess any evidence? You have none. If you dare to wrongfully accuse me, I will not let this go unpunished, Zhang Shifan threatened. At that moment, Tian San hastily retrieved a crumpled land deed from his pocket and presented it to Lord Xuancheng. Your Highness, this is the deed to my family's land. Years ago, Zhang Shifan's steward coerced me into surrendering it, but I claimed it was lost and did not relinquish it to him. Yet, they cared little for the deed itself. They are the tyrants of Jiangzhou. He asserts that this land belongs to him, regardless of the deed's existence, and he will claim it nonetheless. Thus, possessing the deed is of no use to us. We cannot reclaim our land. At this juncture, others chimed in. Your Highness, as an imperial envoy and a venerable official, you must advocate for us. Our lands have also been seized by Zhang Shifan, and many lives have been lost due to their tyranny. Your Highness, you must bear witness to the suffering of the people. Not only has our land been appropriated by Zhang Shifan, but it has also fallen into the hands of these landlords. They collude with him. Most of their extensive holdings are acquired through usurpation. The common folk, in their desperation to reclaim their land, confronted them, only to be met with violence. Many injured or killed, bloodshed rampant. Their audacity knows no bounds, and they blatantly disregard the law. My family's land has not only been taken by the wealthy landlord Wang, he has also seized the deed. Although I currently lack the deed, these lands have been cultivated by my ancestors for generations. If your Highness doubts my words, you may send someone to inquire among the villagers who will attest to my claims. Upon hearing these testimonies, the landlords grew visibly anxious. They quickly glanced at Zhang Shifan, who offered them a reassuring nod, signaling them not to fear. At that moment, Xuancheng addressed Zhang. Master Zhang, if only one or two individuals were to accuse you, I might entertain the notion of foul play. However, with so many testifying against you, what defense can you possibly muster? Zhang Shifan's demeanor faltered. He was taken aback that these villagers dared to speak against him. Previously, he strode through this realm with impunity, and the mere sight of him sent the villagers scurrying away in fear. They would never have dared to accuse him. It seemed that Xuancheng had invested considerable effort to uncover their plight. Meanwhile, the multitude of workers gathered to witness the unfolding drama turned their furious gazes toward Zhang Shifan upon hearing the villagers' accounts. Their disdain for corrupt officials was profound, and upon learning that Zhang had conspired with the landlords to seize the villagers' lands, they erupted in outrage. This is intolerable. These corrupt officials are already affluent, yet seek to monopolize the villagers' land. Not only do they usurp land, but they also drive people to their deaths. They protect one another, leaving the common folk without recourse, effectively inciting rebellion. Were it not for the presence of the imperial envoy, these villagers would have no avenue to voice their grievances and would have to suffer in silence. We hope the envoy will advocate for the villagers and restore their lands. This corrupt official's behavior is disgraceful. He is unworthy of his position. Upon hearing these remarks, Zhang Shifan, enraged and humiliated, barked, "Silence! Who dares to speak out of turn? Beware my wrath. Does Master Zhang intend to slay the common folk before my very eyes? Have you so little regard for the law that you dismiss even my presence? Are you not afraid that I shall document these transgressions and swiftly present them to the emperor?" Xuancheng responded, unhurriedly. Chapter 1754. To kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Upon hearing Xuancheng's words, Zhang Shifan cast a wary glare in his direction. The sight of the workers cursing at him, their anger boiling over, left his face ashen. Xuancheng had deliberately exposed this matter in front of the workers, clearly intending to exploit the public's fury against him. Now, having become the target of scorn, he feared that Xuancheng might truly file a formal complaint. And so he clenched his teeth, a plan forming in his mind. He shot a resentful glare at Xuancheng and gritted his teeth, saying, "I am a high-ranking official of the court, occupied daily with military affairs. How could I concern myself with such matters? If there has been an error in seizing their land, it may very well be due to my steward's negligence, and has nothing to do with me." Seeing Zhang Shifan finally concede, Xuancheng replied, "In that case, what does Lord Zhang propose we do?" Zhang Shifan glared furiously at Xuancheng, his rage boiling over, a murderous glint flickering in his eyes. He enunciated each word carefully. "Someone, go to Zhang's residence and summon Steward Liu. If he has indeed carelessly seized the villagers' land, I will order him to rectify the matter and return it on the spot. Is that acceptable, Princely? Lord Zhang, your fairness is commendable." But merely returning the land is insufficient for a steward who has forcibly seized farmland and caused deaths. By law, he must be executed. Xuancheng declared. Indeed, that steward deserves death. The workers echoed. Zhang Shifan's face twisted in rage, resembling an enraged lion. Very well, rest assured, Prince. I shall ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution. With public outrage ignited and ample evidence at hand, he had no choice but to sacrifice that steward. At that moment, Xuancheng turned his furious gaze upon the landlords. Apart from the steward who deserves death, you, who dared to forcibly seize the common people's land and cause fatalities, also deserve to die. The landlords, upon hearing this, were struck with terror, cold sweat pouring down their brows as they trembled. They quickly turned to Zhang Shifan, hoping for his intercession, but he paid them no heed. They then realized Zhang Shifan was no longer reliable. Fearful, their legs weakened. They fell to their knees, pleading, Your Highness, spare our lives. We were wrong. We shall not dare to do so again. An aura of sovereign authority emanated from Xuancheng. These landlords had forcibly taken the people's land, leading to numerous deaths. Committing heinous crimes, he would enforce the law to punish them severely. Imoli, take your men and seize their properties. Reclaim all the land they have wrongfully occupied and return it to the people. Yes, Your Highness, Imoli responded with a respectful gesture. Chenshi, drag these bullies to the marketplace and publicly announce their crimes before executing them immediately. Xuancheng ordered angrily. Chenshi's heart trembled upon hearing this. Why did the prince call upon him for the execution? Did he suspect him, using him as an example? It seemed this prince was merciless and formidable, instilling great fear. Anxiously, he replied, Yes, Your Highness. He then signaled to the officials behind him. Quickly, seize these greedy bullies and escort them to the market for execution. Immediately, a dozen officials rushed to apprehend the landlords, who were already paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Upon witnessing Xuancheng's handling of the landlords, the villagers and laborers erupted in jubilant cheers. The prince is wise. Truly, he is a benevolent lord. It is splendid that these landlords are finally to be executed. Our lands may soon be reclaimed. They exclaimed. Indeed, after enduring years of suffering, we can finally reclaim what is rightfully ours. Thank you, Prince. Chapter 1755. Thunderous measures. As the villagers expressed their gratitude, they knelt before Xuancheng in reverence. Observing their tattered garments and emaciated forms, Xuancheng felt a surge of emotion, his eyes welling with tears. He quickly approached them, urging them to rise. Please, stand. As long as I remain in Jiangzhou, I shall champion your cause. Yang Shishuan, go to the streets and post a notice, warning those bullies that if they have ever usurped the land or possessions of the common people, they must return them forthwith. Not only must they restore the arable land, but they must also compensate for the harvests they have wrongfully seized over the years, returning the equivalent in silver to the people. If they comply within 5 days, I shall overlook their transgressions. However, should anyone refuse to return what they have taken, let them be hunted down and executed. Yes, my lord, Yang Shishuan replied promptly. He cast a careful glance at Xuancheng. Initially, he had perceived him as a villain akin to Zhang Shifan and others, yet upon this encounter, he realized that Xuancheng was, in fact, a genuine official dedicated to the welfare of the people. A flicker of admiration stirred within him. Nodding in acknowledgement, he hurried away to post the notice. Nearby, Jiang Ning observed and nodded in approval at Xuancheng's actions. Upon hearing the prince's resolute approach, several landlords who had escaped capture were gripped by fear. They trembled, falling to their knees before Xuancheng, exclaiming, My lord, we confess. We have wrongfully occupied some of the villagers' lands. We recognize our errors and will return the lands to the villagers. Please spare our lives. Xuancheng cast a cold glance at them, noting the effectiveness of his display of power. I have stated that as long as you are willing to return what you have taken and admit your wrongdoings, I shall not hold it against you. Yes, thank you for your mercy, my lord. Master Zhang, trouble approaches. Upon hearing that you intended to punish him, Steward Liu has hanged himself in fear of retribution, cried a servant rushing towards Zhang Shifan. Zhang Shifan was taken aback. What transpired? How could Steward Liu resort to such an end? It seems he was aware that you had discovered his unlawful occupation of fertile land. Fearing punishment, he chose to take his own life, the servant explained. Zhang Shifan sighed deeply. Alas, my lord, it is unfortunate that my steward succumbed to his guilt. He had resolved to end Liu's life long before sending for him. knowing Lu held too many of his secrets. Now that Lu was dead, Xuancheng would have no evidence against him, allowing him to deflect all blame onto the deceased. Xuancheng regarded Zhang Shifan with a penetrating gaze, as if to say, I had anticipated this turn of events. It appeared that the prince had prepared well for today's proceedings. The official had underestimated his capabilities. Upon the arrival of the prince in Jiangzhou, his audacity and iron-fisted approach elicited admiration from this official. After Zhang Shifan's biting sarcasm, he departed with his entourage. Today, Xuancheng had dared to outmaneuver him. Just wait. He would not let this transgression go unpunished. He intended to reclaim the farmland that had been unjustly taken from him. Xuancheng cast a cold gaze at Zhang Shifan's retreating figure. Had it not been for his prior preparations, he would not have been able to swiftly suppress the unruly landlords. Anticipating disturbances when he commissioned land reclamation, he had dispatched Mo Li to investigate. The inquiry revealed that Zhang Shifan and Su Cheng were colluding with landlords to usurp the lands of the common folk. Upon uncovering this, he sent Mo Li to locate the aggrieved landowners. Initially, the landowners hesitated to expose Zhang Shifan. However, after Xuancheng assured them of their safety and vowed to dismantle the tyrannical gang led by Zhang Shifan, they found the courage to come forward, which led to the recent events. Fortunately, he had been prepared and nipped the situation in the bud. Had the landlords escalated their actions, it would have been challenging to contain them. Subsequently, Chunshi captured several landlords at the marketplace and publicly announced their crimes before executing them. The sight of these tyrants being beheaded ignited a wave of excitement among the populace, who began to praise Prince Li. Once Yang Shishuan affixed the notice, the wealthy gentry and landlords who had wrongfully seized land from the commoners, frightened by the turn of events, rushed to him to confess their transgressions. They willingly returned all the land they had appropriated to the villagers. Zhang Shifan had intended to ally with these landlords against Xuancheng, yet they now quaked in fear. Having witnessed the fate of those landlords, they dared not incite further chaos. They understood that Prince Li upheld the law with unwavering integrity, and fearing for their lives, they promptly returned the lands. As the villagers reclaimed their land, they could hardly believe their fortune. The grievances they had once had no means to voice had been resolved by Prince Li. Gratitude for his intervention welled up within the hearts of the common folk. Meanwhile, Xuancheng had dispatched individuals to excavate several ponds. At the moment he commenced digging the first pond, Zhang Shifan covertly sent word to the imperial city to report him. In the Golden Lawn Hall, Su Ming presented the urgent missive from Zhang Shifan, stating, Your Majesty, Jiangzhou Governor Zhang Shifan has a memorial to present. Proceed, replied Emperor Han Yuan coldly. Su Ming continued, Zhang Shifan's memorial alleges that upon Prince Li's arrival in Jiangzhou, his first act was not to manage floodwaters, but to order the excavation of ponds. What? I appointed Prince Li as a special envoy to assist the people with flood control, and he is digging ponds instead? What is the meaning of this? Emperor Han Yuan exclaimed, his eyes widening with fury. Su Ming added, Your Majesty, this memorial states that Prince Li is acting recklessly. He neglects the construction of levees, fixated solely on digging ponds. Meanwhile, the floods upstream in Jiangzhou are catastrophic, and the reservoir levels have surpassed safety limits. If we do not devise a solution to halt the flood, it is feared that within 7 days, once the waters rise, the entire city of Jiangzhou will be submerged. My heavens, Jiangzhou is in such peril, and Prince Li is merely digging ponds? Does he not value the lives of the hundreds of thousands residing in Jiangzhou? Geng Tian exclaimed in indignation. Your Majesty, I believe that His Highness the Li Wang is not a man devoid of discretion. His decision to send someone to excavate a pond must surely serve some purpose. Perhaps we should observe for a few more days before making any judgments, suggested Zhang Fuyin. Tian Zhang concurred, saying, Indeed, Your Majesty, rather than speculate, it would be prudent to wait a few days before reaching a conclusion. Emperor Han Yuan cast a cold glance at both Zhang Fuyin and Tian Zhang, and spoke solemnly, Very well. I shall grant him one more opportunity to reveal his true intentions. However, 2 days later, Su Ming returned with another report. Your Majesty, I have received a second memorial from Zhang Shifan, stating that after Li Wang excavated the first pond, he proceeded to dig a second and a third. Li Wang is preoccupied with pond excavation, showing no concern for the impending flood upstream. The flood is approaching Jiangzhou, and if this continues, the city will be in grave peril. Upon hearing this, Emperor Han Yuan slammed his palm onto the table in frustration. That Li Wang. I had hoped his excavation was part of a grand scheme, awaiting a favorable outcome. To my dismay, he continues to dig. What is he truly after? Chapter 1757. The wise king comes to manage resources. Neither I nor my fellow ministers understand why Li Wang neglects flood prevention strategies, inciting anger and trepidation among the citizens of Jiangzhou. His actions are indeed reckless and disregard the emperor's words, Su Ming remarked darkly. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Hunyuan felt a lingering belief that Chu Xuancheng was not a man indifferent to human life. He declared, 3 chances are sufficient. I shall grant him another opportunity. Should I receive another report of pond excavation, I will not show leniency. The following morning, he received a 3rd memorial from Zhang Shifan. This report indicated that the ministers had repeatedly implored Li Wang to devise a flood control strategy to save the people. However, Li Wang not only ignored their pleas but also exhibited arrogance, continuing his pond excavations. Now, he had dug over 10 large ponds. His actions were a waste of resources and encroached upon farmland, pushing the citizens towards rebellion. The people of Jiangzhou were on the brink of disaster. Upon reading the memorial, Emperor Hunyuan was incensed and threw it to the ground. That Chu Xuancheng, as an imperial envoy, is merely occupying his position without merit, disregarding human life. He ignores the council of officials, acting with such autocratic recklessness. Su Gonggong, draft a decree at once. Dispatch a courier with all haste to Jiangzhou. I shall summon Li Wang back and entrust the affairs of Jiangzhou to the wise king. Once Li Wang is recalled, I will personally adjudicate his punishment. Yes, your majesty, Su Gonggong replied, pride swelling within him as he hurried to draft the decree. Meanwhile, Su Ming and the others wore sinister smiles, for this time. It was not they who sought to undermine Chu Xuancheng. Rather, it was Chu Xuancheng's own folly that would lead to his downfall. Should Jiangzhou fall to flooding, his life would be forfeit. They awaited his inevitable collapse with bated breath. In Jiangzhou, Your Highness, the wise king has arrived, announced Fenger as Yun Ruoyue rested in her chamber. Quickly rising, Yun Ruoyue thought, the wise king must be here to discuss provisions and finances. Where is he? He is outside and wishes to see you, Fenger replied. Yun Ruoyue stepped outside to find the wise king standing beneath the white camellia tree, clad in flowing white garments. The virtuous prince, adorned with a jade crown and draped in flowing white garments, stood beneath the camellia tree, admiring the blossoms above. His demeanor was both ethereal and exquisite, captivating the young maidens in the corner, their cheeks flushed with excitement. Upon seeing Yun Ruoyue emerge, the prince momentarily froze, a gentle smile gracing his face. Little Moon Princess, where is your royal brother? Noting that he nearly called her Little Moon, Yun Ruoyue felt a twinge of discomfort. She quickly replied, the prince has gone to inspect the progress of the irrigation pond, Your Highness. Have you come to procure grain? The prince nodded, acknowledging her astuteness. Indeed, the famine in Qingzhou is dire. I have come to collect provisions and disaster relief funds, hoping to swiftly secure food to alleviate the people's urgent needs. Previously, he had brought insufficient grain for the relief efforts in Qingzhou, necessitating his visit to Chu Xuancheng. Yun Ruoyue nodded in understanding. Yes, my husband and I discussed this matter yesterday. He anticipated your arrival and has instructed Feng Qingyang to make the necessary preparations. You may seek him out to arrange for the grain. The mention of my husband caused the prince to flinch, pondering whether Little Moon and Chu Xuancheng's bond had become so intimate. Chapter 1758. A gift of a kitten. His expression stiffened as he responded, very well. I shall do so. During my journey from Qingzhou, I came across a small kitten swept away by the flood. Seeing it homeless and forlorn, I took it upon myself to bring it here. As a man, it is inconvenient for me to care for it, so I wish to present it to the princess, hoping you might care for it and alleviate some of your boredom. Upon finishing, Mou presented a delightful white kitten, its fur pristine and its large, dark eyes sparkling with innocence. Yun Ruoyue gazed at the creature, instantly smitten by its charm. This little kitten is utterly adorable. I adore it. Just look at how beautiful and vibrant it is, hardly resembling a stray. Mou, hearing her words, felt a pang of anxiety, reflecting, the princess is quite perceptive. Such a precious kitten could never be a stray. It is undoubtedly a carefully selected gift from our prince, who must have exerted considerable effort to procure it. After contemplating, he hurriedly added, my lady, this kitten may belong to some affluent household, which explains its exquisite appearance. Our prince is not adept at caring for small animals and fears it may perish if left alone, hence the request for your assistance. Just look at its striking blue eyes, reminiscent of a serene lake. They are truly captivating. Indeed, its eyes shine with a regal hue, akin to that of a noble princess. Since the prince lacks the time to tend to it, I shall take on the responsibility, for I genuinely adore this kitten, Ruoyue declared, cradling the tiny creature and playfully teasing it. She had never encountered such an adorable kitten before and felt a deep desire to ensure its well-being rather than let it wander alone. The princess truly possesses a kind heart, showing great affection for small animals, Ruoyue praised. At that moment, a feigned cough echoed from outside the courtyard. As Ruoyue lifted her gaze, she discovered that the one who had spoken was Li, who was pretending to cough while placing his hand before his mouth. Behind him stood the cold and imposing figure of Xuancheng, cloaked in black. "Your Highness, why have you returned?" exclaimed Feng'er, startled, her voice trembling. With a somber expression, Xuancheng entered the room, striding directly towards Ruoyue. He took the cat from her arms and handed it to the Xuanwang, stating, "I apologize, but the princess is with child and lacks the energy to care for a pet. Moreover, I fear that this little cat may scratch the princess. Please take it back." The Xuanwang cradled the small cat, gently stroking its back. "This kitten is quite well behaved. It won't scratch the princess." Xuancheng's icy gaze bore into him. No matter how well behaved it may be, it has a tendency to leap about. Should it inadvertently startle the princess and endanger her pregnancy, who will bear the responsibility? "My lord," the Xuanwang replied, "this little cat is so gentle. How could it possibly frighten me? Look how adorable it is. Both Feng'er and I adore it. It is also quite pitiable. Without care, it would perish. Please allow me to keep it for a while, as a source of comfort," Ruoyue pleaded, tugging at Xuancheng's sleeve in a display of endearment. The moment she acted coyly, Xuancheng found himself at a loss. However, this was a gift from the Xuanwang, and any gift from him was unacceptable. With a stern expression, he resolutely declined. "No, Yuer. Must you be the one to care for it in order for it to survive? There are countless unmarried maidens who would be eager to care for the Xuanwang's pet. There is no need for your assistance. Furthermore, do not be deceived by how some cats appear gentle. They often covet others' fish treats." Upon hearing this, the Xuanwang felt utterly speechless. Was Xuancheng mocking him? Ruoyue understood his implication and, feigning ignorance, responded, "I could simply buy more fish treats for it to enjoy, then it wouldn't be tempted by others. Unacceptable. You are with child, and I must ensure your safety and that of the baby. You absolutely cannot keep this pet," Xuancheng declared, his tone domineering. The Xuanwang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, interjected, "Princess, since your brother does not consent, I shall take the kitten away and find someone else to care for it. I must also attend to matters regarding grain supplies with Fengqingyang, so I shall take my leave." With that, he blushed and departed. Watching him leave, Ruoyue cast a helpless glance at Xuancheng before ignoring him and turning to enter her own chamber. This Xuancheng was truly the jealous type. Even a cat could evoke his jealousy. His controlling nature was excessive, dictating every aspect of her life. Noticing Ruoyue's displeasure, Xuancheng hastily followed her inside. Upon entering, he saw her seated in a chair, her expression downcast. He approached and gently stroked her head, asking softly, "What troubles you? Are you upset?" Ruoyue turned away, presenting her back to him. "The Xuanwang and I are merely friends. He only wished for my assistance in caring for the kitten. He harbors no ulterior motives. Why must you refuse? That little cat is so delightful, and its eyes are a lovely shade of blue. I have never encountered such an adorable cat. Why are you denying me the opportunity to care for it? You are being excessively domineering, are you not? Where? One may know a person's appearance, but not their heart. He once held you in his thoughts, and I suspect his intentions are far from innocent. Pray tell, how can a cat found on the street be so immaculate and precious?" Xuancheng remarked. Ruoyue turned in disbelief. "Are you insinuating that he deceives me? What if he merely bathed the cat? What if it was swept away by a flood or escaped from its home? Just because of your suspicions, you wish to strip me of my right to adore this cat? Moreover, I have already promised him, yet I would break my word. With so many witnesses, do you know how they perceive me? They must think I, the Princess Consort of Li, live a pitiful existence, unable even to care for a cat. They may believe I am utterly voiceless before you, that I possess no authority to make my own decisions, and that you control me as you please. Where? That is not my intention, nor have I ever thought that way," Xuancheng replied with discomfort. "He merely harbors disdain for the Chu family, including its son. Especially this virtuous prince, who has repeatedly shown interest in his wife, and thus he must be cautious. He suspects the origins of this cat are dubious. If it were indeed a valuable feline, someone would have long since claimed it for profit, leaving no opportunity for the virtuous prince. And yet, what of it? I am your wife, yet I too possess the right to cultivate friendships. The virtuous prince is a gentleman. He treats me with respect and never imposes demands. Why must you even deprive me of the right to make friends? Am I to understand that marrying you means I cannot exchange a word with other men or tend to their pets? Are you truly denying me the possession of a pet that I genuinely adore? Ruoyue raised her head, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. She truly cherished that little cat. She had just tried to act endearingly towards him, and yet he remained opposed. She rarely expressed such affection. And to fail after trying felt utterly humiliating. Chapter 1760. The terrifying desire for control. You are quite fond of that cat? Xuancheng's gaze turned icy, and a heavy pall settled upon his heart. Do you still not comprehend? It is not the cat that is the issue. It is your excessive domineering nature and your insatiable desire for control. When I cherish something, if you declare your disdain for it, I am forbidden to possess it. You claim to love me, yet I perceive no true affection, only your dreadful urge to dominate. I am only permitted to embrace what you cherish, denied my own preferences. I am merely a puppet in your hands. Ruoyue lamented. My terrifying desire for control? You err. Do you truly see me in such a light? Xuancheng stared at her in disbelief, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. Yes, you are precisely that kind of person. You have always been so. Previously, when the virtuous prince offered me a bowl of dessert you disapproved of, you had Fenger dispose of it. Now, because I cherish a cat you do not. You wish to return it. The cat is innocent. What concern is it of theirs? Does my fondness for it imply affection for the virtuous prince? Ruoyue rose to her feet, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Upon hearing Ruoyue declare him to be such a person, Xuancheng's expression darkened, a tempest brewing upon his visage. You dare to say that I do not love you? Have you never felt the depths of my affection for you? Very well. You shall wait. He was determined to make her aware of the depth of his affection for her. With that, he furiously swept his sleeve and turned to leave. He was the kind of man willing to sacrifice himself to protect her, yet she had the audacity to claim he did not love her. Watching his retreating figure, Ruoyue felt her body weaken, and in disbelief, she sank into a chair. He simply walked away without offering a single word of explanation. Where could he possibly be going? In his rage, he wouldn't dare confront the Prince of Virtue, would he? A wave of anxiety washed over her. Her earlier words, uttered in haste, had been rather harsh, and now she felt a twinge of regret, yet she hesitated to chase after him. In this moment, her heart felt cold, and weariness enveloped her. She resolved to lie down and rest. Carrying their child, she wished to avoid dwelling on sorrowful matters. She would let him be. Upon exiting the room with a stormy countenance, Xuancheng encountered Mo Li. My lord, what troubles you? Your demeanor appears quite grim. Mo Li dreaded the sight of his lord in anger. When the prince was upset, the atmosphere turned oppressive for all. Accompany me to the marketplace. I need to procure something, Xuancheng replied in a low voice. What is it, my lord? What transpired between you and the princess? Mo Li inquired. Follow me. Xuancheng commanded, leading him to a secluded spot where he recounted the earlier incident. After listening, Mo Li scratched his head thoughtfully. My lord, in my humble opinion, neither you nor the princess is at fault. From your perspective, it is entirely natural for a man to resent a rival bestowing gifts upon his beloved. The Prince of Virtue's overtures towards the princess are suspect, and I share your distaste. Conversely, from the princess's viewpoint, your refusal of her request in front of so many people left her with no dignity, making her feel unloved. Furthermore, during pregnancy, women experience heightened emotions and sensitivity. Being denied something she cherishes would understandably lead her to question your affections. Moreover, in the heat of an argument, one often loses control and utters hurtful words. My lord, you possess great magnanimity. Do not dwell on this with the princess. Am I the sort of man who quibbles with women over trifles? Xuancheng retorted angrily. I merely despise the Prince of Virtue's behavior. He lurks like a wolf, ever poised to seize the opportunity to take the princess from me. I am certain that should I and the princess part ways, he would immediately profess his love and attempt to claim her. My lord, do not be upset. The Prince of Virtue merely seeks to amuse the princess. He can present her with a pet, and we can do the same. If she adores kittens, We shall procure her a more exquisite and precious one. That will surely lift her spirits, Emily suggested. Xuancheng nodded. That is precisely my intention. Come, let us summon Ruoyue and venture to the marketplace together. Soon, Xuancheng, accompanied by Emily and Ruoyue, arrived at the bustling street. They wandered down the pet market, observing numerous shops selling rabbits, kittens, and puppies. After surveying the surroundings, Xuancheng found no cat that surpassed the beauty of the one owned by the Prince of Virtue. The rare and precious cat, unseen even in the marketplace, let alone on the streets, was undoubtedly a gift from the wise king, who feigned that it was merely found, intending for Ruoyue to accept it. Clearly, the wise king had gone to great lengths to please his beloved. My lord, look at that adorable firefox. It is so round and utterly charming. At that moment, Emily pointed towards a large tree in front of a pet shop, where a brown firefox was lounging. Xuancheng immediately turned his gaze, and there upon the tree rested a lazy, rotund firefox, gazing vacantly into the distance, its expression endearingly foolish. With its pink tongue playfully curled at the tip of its nose, and its circular tail hanging lazily down. Upon witnessing this, Xuancheng approached, only to find that the firefox suddenly startled at his presence. It quivered in fright, its round backside raised, and with a wide-open mouth of terror, it tumbled to the ground, landing clumsily on its back with all four paws in the air. After rolling about, it awkwardly regained its footing, glaring at Xuancheng with indignation, attempting to intimidate him by raising its paws. However, due to its corpulent stature, the gesture lacked any semblance of menace, instead appearing as if it were surrendering, which rendered it both silly and adorable. Such a display of ferocity was utterly laughable. Seeing its gentle and goofy demeanor, Xuancheng couldn't help but chuckle, deciding that this would indeed be the one. After purchasing the firefox, Emily, finding its clumsy adorableness irresistible, inquired, My lord, what name shall you bestow upon this charming creature? Xuancheng glanced at Emily, then at the firefox and said, It seems quite as foolish as you. So let us name it Han Han. What? My lord, how can you say I am as foolish as it? I am not foolish at all, Emily retorted, scratching her head in confusion. Nearby, Ruoyue couldn't help but tease. And you claim you are not foolish? Only a fool would compare themselves to an animal. You are indeed a big fool. Enough. We have arrived. You all wait outside while I present this gift to the princess, Xuancheng commanded, cradling the firefox in his arms as he proceeded into the chamber he shared with Ruoyue. At that moment, within the room, Ruoyue had awakened. Realizing that dusk was approaching and Xuancheng had yet to return, she anxiously peered outside, her heart racing with concern, wondering where he could be and when he would return. Just then, lost in her thoughts, she was startled by an adorably silly sound. Turning around, she saw Xuancheng entering, holding a creature that resembled a fox. The sound had indeed come from him. As he stepped in, she quickly turned away, exclaiming, You have returned. Xuancheng did not respond verbally, but approached her directly, holding the firefox in his arms. He took its right paw in his hand and waved it in front of Ruoyue. Then, adopting the tone of the little creature, he playfully said, Sister, I am a firefox, sent by my brother Xuancheng to amuse you. My elder brother named me Han Han. This year, I am 2 years old, and I delight in eating bamboo shoots, bamboo leaves, wild fruits, little birds, and eggs. I am well behaved, adorable, and not at all mischievous. I would never harm my sister. Sister, may I entertain you? As he spoke, he playfully shook the little fox's paw and winked at it. Upon hearing Xuancheng's endearingly naive tone, Ruoyue's heart softened instantly. She was surprised that he had gone out to buy her a pet, and even named it Han Han, such a peculiar name. However, recalling his previous furious departure, she felt a twinge of annoyance and replied, I'm sorry, but I only like cats. I am not fond of anything else. Xuancheng, cradling the fox, leaned towards her and blinked his large, dark eyes. Sister, how can you not like me when I am so adorable? Boo-hoo, I am so sad. As he spoke, he used the fox's paw to tickle Ruoyue's palm. He then gently added, My dear, please do not be angry. It is all my fault. May I apologize to you? The little fox, observing Xuancheng, looked at him with a bewildered expression, as if he were a lunatic. Then, it lifted its tiny leg and kicked him in the face. Oh, Xuancheng, caught off guard, received a furry kick that darkened his handsome face with irritation. How dare you kick this king? I shall drag you out and give you 20 lashes, he declared, lifting the fox to leave. Wait, Chu Xuancheng, you cannot harm it. At that moment, Ruoyue stood up and placed herself in front of him, cradling the little fox in her arms. She glanced at the frightened creature, which trembled with fear, its large, dark eyes pitifully accusing Chu Xuancheng. She quickly patted its fur to soothe it, saying, Han Han, do not be afraid. Rest assured, I am here. He wouldn't dare hurt you. If he does, I shall strike him. My dear, have you forgiven me? Seeing Ruoyue willing to hold the fox, Chu Xuancheng leaned closer. Remembering how he had been kicked by the little creature, she couldn't help but chuckle. Am I really such a petty person? By the way, this little one is so adorable. Where did you buy it? It doesn't resemble a fox at all. Why do you call it a fire fox? I purchased it in the East Market. It doesn't quite look like a fox. It resembles a giant panda a bit. However, we call it a fire fox because its fur is as red as fire, and its tail resembles that of a fox, Chu Xuancheng explained. Ruoyue promptly placed the little creature on the ground, observing it with keen interest. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that its back was reddish-brown while its front and two arms were black. It possessed a ringed tail, appearing somewhat daft and fluffy, with a round belly. She was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Xuanzai, I recognize it. In ancient times, this was known as a fire fox. However, in our region, it is called a little panda. Goodness, this little panda is a protected species in our area, exceedingly rare and utterly adorable. You actually managed to acquire one? It is beyond cute. I absolutely adore it. Ruoyue spoke as she reached out to touch the round, chubby belly of the little panda. However, the panda disdainfully retreated a few steps, extending its paw to push Ruoyue's hand away, as if to say, keep your distance. I am precious and must not be indiscriminately touched. Seeing its adorably naive demeanor, Ruoyue couldn't help but chuckle. Chu Xuancheng gazed at her tenderly. Are you no longer upset with me? Do you like this little panda? Ruoyue's cheeks flushed bright red. Yes, I do. When you mentioned that earlier, I thought you were going to do something else. But it turns out you were buying a pet. Of course, he replied. If you say that this prince does not love you and forbids you from keeping a pet, then I shall personally procure one for you. I apologize. I regretted saying that the moment it left my lips, Ruoyue confessed, feeling a pang of guilt. She knew deep down that Chu Xuancheng loved her dearly, but her temper had gotten the better of her, and now she was filled with remorse. It is my fault. If you like that little cat, you may keep it. There's no need to return it to the virtuous king. Ruoyue was taken aback by Chu Xuancheng's willingness to compromise for her sake, and she felt even more guilty. However, both of them tacitly avoided mentioning the virtuous king, as if the mere mention of him would reopen a wound that had just begun to heal. At that moment, the little panda had slowly wandered outside. Seeing this, Ruoyue hurriedly followed, asking, Chubby, where are you going? But the panda ignored her, busily searching for sweet bamboo leaves as it made its way outside. Upon exiting the courtyard, it spotted a grove of bamboo and hurried over, eagerly using its paws to pluck and devour the bamboo leaves. Observing this scene, Fenger and Emily couldn't help but chuckle, noticing the prince and princess emerging with smiles on their faces. Emily realized that the prince's gift had indeed made an impression. He immediately asked, Princess, do you like this little creature? It took the prince quite some time to find it on the street. I do. This little one has such a gentle temperament. It is both clumsy and silly, round all over, simply irresistible, Ruoyue replied, watching as the panda wiggled its rotund backside, energetically digging at the tender bamboo shoots, leaving its head covered in yellow mud. It shook itself vigorously, sending the mud flying, and continued to dig. Seeing this, Ruoyue quickly pulled up a bamboo shoot and offered it to the panda. Upon receiving the bamboo shoot, the little panda turned towards a nearby tree. Holding the shoot in its mouth, it grasped the trunk with its chubby paws, swinging its little legs gently until it ascended the tree. Perched like a ball upon the branch, it deftly bit off the outer shell of the bamboo shoot and began to savor the tender flesh within. The delightful crunching sound was utterly enticing. As it munched, the panda glanced at Ruoyue, let out a satisfied burp, scratched its round bottom, and continued to nibble on the bamboo shoot. Ruoyue couldn't help but laugh again at the sight. She entwined her arm with Chu Xuancheng's and said gently, Husband, this little creature you bought is simply adorable. I love it so much, thank you. Chapter 1764, Dong sure imitates Xiang. As long as you like it. Chu Xuancheng reached out and affectionately ruffled Ruoyue's hair, his face radiating tenderness. Meanwhile, from the second-floor room across the way, A pair of eyes observed the interaction below, misting with a hint of sorrow. Witnessing this scene, his heart ached painfully, suffocatingly, as if a net were tightening around his very innards, squeezing until it reached his heart. The following day, when Lu Rian saw the prince had gifted a small panda to the princess, she successfully appeased her. Determined to emulate this gesture, he resolved to acquire a pet for Xiao Dai, hoping to win her affection. That day, as Ruoyue held an orange while feeding Han fruit alongside Xiao Dai, Lu Rian triumphantly entered with a cage in hand. "Xiao Dai, behold what I have," he exclaimed eagerly, presenting the cage as if it were a treasure. Xiao Dai glanced up, her eyes widening in surprise as she discovered a golden-hued monkey within. You bought me a monkey?" she stammered. Lu Rian nodded vigorously. "Indeed. Look how beautiful it is. I thought of gifting it to you. Do you like it?" "But I do not like monkeys," Xiao Dai retorted. Was Lu Rian a fool? Women typically favored cats and dogs. Who would desire a monkey? Ruoyue quickly scrutinized the monkey, noting its golden fur that shimmered with a resplendent glow, exuding an air of elegance and aloofness, akin to that of a regal sovereign. "This monkey is truly exquisite. Such creatures must be rare, right?" she remarked. "Indeed, it is quite rare. The shopkeeper mentioned he has sold pets for 10 years and has only encountered one like it. I found it intriguing and decided to purchase it. I'll release it now for you to enjoy," Lu Rian said, already opening the cage. As the door swung open, the formerly dignified monkey suddenly darted like lightning towards the small panda, startling it so that it tumbled over, legs flailing in the air. The monkey seized the apple from the panda's grasp and began to gnaw on it voraciously. The panda, witnessing its apple snatched away, drooped its head in despair, sitting pitifully with tears welling up in its eyes, resembling a wronged creature. Seeing this, Xiao Dai hurried back inside to fetch another apple for Han. Lu Rian, incensed, shouted, "You wretched monkey, how dare you steal from another? Return it to Han at once." To his astonishment, the monkey leaped onto Lu Rian's head and began to rain down slaps upon him. "What are you doing? You audacious monkey, how dare you strike me? I am your master," Lu Rian exclaimed, his temper flaring as he felt the blows. He longed to seize the monkey and give it a good thrashing. But the nimble creature evaded capture, swiftly bounding up a tree and baring its teeth in a fierce display. Lu Rian, exasperated, shouted, "You come down. I swear I will stew you today." "Rian, this monkey is wild and untamable. It cannot be kept as a pet. I see you find an opportunity to return it to the forest," Ruoyue remarked. Unexpectedly, as her words faded, the monkey suddenly bared its teeth and lunged towards her. Startled, Ruoyue fell to the ground. Chapter 1765. Nostalgia. "Your Highness, be careful." Xiao Dai, who was running from a distance with an apple in hand, noticed and rushed to help Ruoyue. However, before she could reach her, a figure in white descended gracefully from the second floor across the way, securely catching Ruoyue just before she hit the ground. Not fully comprehending the situation, Ruoyue found herself enveloped in strong arms. When she looked up, she realized it was none other than the Prince of Virtue. At that moment, his dark, expressive eyes were gazing intently at her. Alarmed, she quickly rose and stepped back, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness. Are you unhurt?" the prince inquired with genuine concern. Ruoyue shook her head hastily. "I am fine. Fortunately, Your Highness intervened in time." Just then, the monkey nimbly dashed over, snatched the tangerine from Ruoyue's hand, and scampered up a tree. Once settled on a branch, it deftly peeled the tangerine and began to eat with relish. Ruoyue was taken aback. It turned out the monkey had no intention of attacking her, but merely sought to seize her tangerine. She breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Lu Rian had already leaped into the tree, capturing the monkey and confining it to a cage. He swiftly shut the door and, with a sense of remorse, said, "Your Highness, I truly apologize. This monkey has a volatile temperament and nearly harmed you. I will keep it caged, and, once the water is treated, I will find an opportunity to return it to the forest." He had not anticipated that his intention to impress Xiao Dai with the monkey would instead stir his own feelings. Fuming, Xiao Dai glared at Lu Rian. "Do you have any idea how perilous that was?" The monkey nearly pounced on the princess. If anything were to happen to her, the prince would be heartbroken. "Quickly take this monkey away. It must not harm our princess. Huan is gentle and never bullies anyone." After speaking, Xiao Dai offered another apple to Huan. Upon receiving the apple, Huan was moved to tears as it happily began to munch on it. The monkey in the cage, witnessing this, lowered its head in guilt. It had never intended to cause harm. It merely craved a tangerine. At that moment, the Prince of Virtue remarked, "Since the princess is unharmed, I shall return upstairs." "Very well, go ahead," Ruoyue responded with a grateful nod. As night fell, Xuancheng had yet to return. Ruoyue pondered the complexities of the pond excavation. He had been coming home late these past few days and would likely do the same today. Seeing him toil so hard made her heart ache for him. The moon was particularly full that night, and gazing at its roundness, Ruoyue suddenly remembered that today marked her mother's birthday, her biological mother from the modern world. Not the Huang family. The sight of the moon stirred her homesickness. She longed for home. Having been away for so long, she had not seen her parents. They had worked tirelessly to nurture her into a postdoctoral scholar, only for her to have perished in an accident. Surely, her parents must be heartbroken. Xuancheng had yet to return, leaving her alone in her chamber, gazing at the moon outside, feeling an overwhelming sense of solitude and longing for home. With this thought, she stepped outside and addressed the two attendants, Feng'er and Xiao Dai, stationed by the door. "I shall go to the courtyard to admire the moon. You may remain here." She desired a moment of tranquility. "As you wish, Your Highness," they replied in unison. Ruoyue proceeded to the courtyard, casting her eyes upon the resplendent full moon. It shone brilliantly, exuding a gentle and serene beauty, akin to a luminous lantern suspended in the heavens. Surrounding it were countless twinkling stars, each resembling a radiant pearl adorning the sapphire sky, sparkling beautifully. In this moment, she pondered whether her family, at that very hour, was also gazing at the same sky, admiring the same moon and stars. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the delightful scent of blooming flowers. Following the fragrance, Ruoyue noticed the begonia blossoms in full bloom before her. The flowers were dazzlingly vibrant, a deep crimson hue, enveloped in a celestial glow, appearing as if draped in a silken veil of silver. As she was lost in thought, a figure clad in white descended the wooden staircase across from her. To her surprise, it was the wise prince, holding a flute. She promptly nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "Has the prince not yet returned to Qingzhou? I have instructed several officials to transport grain and silver to Qingzhou. I have heard of your invention, a flood control pond, and wish to learn more about it here, so that I may assist the people of Qingzhou upon my return," the wise prince responded amicably. Ruoyue smiled lightly. "Aside from Xuancheng, no one believes that my flood control pond can manage water. They claim I am merely causing chaos. Yet, you choose to believe?" The wise prince chuckled. "If I cannot place my trust in you, little you, then whom in this world can I trust?" Feeling a bit flustered by his words, Ruoyue quickly shifted the topic. "Your Highness, do you not find the moon tonight exceptionally round and beautiful?" The wise prince lifted his gaze towards her. "Indeed, the moonlight is exquisite. However, it bears an unsettling tranquility, as though it harbors unspoken thoughts. I truly wish to know what weighs on her mind, as she appears so melancholic." Ruoyue was taken aback. Was he using the moon as a metaphor for her? Did he perceive her inner turmoil? She replied, "It is said that the moon is brightest in one's homeland, symbolizing family reunions and domestic bliss. Perhaps I am merely homesick. Indeed, we have ventured far from home, and it has been a long while since we last beheld our loved ones," he reflected. "Little you, would you mind if I played a tune titled Song of Homesickness?" The wise prince wished to play this melody to comfort her and alleviate her sense of longing. Ruoyue nodded in agreement. It is said that the prince is an exceptional flutist, crafting melodies that are pleasing to the ear and melodious. I would be fortunate to hear it. The wise prince smiled softly, knowing that his flute sound was meant solely for her. He held the flute delicately in his long, slender fingers, placing it to his lips, and began to play. A clear, distant melody resonated, its tones pure and gentle, akin to heavenly music, entrancing enough to transport one into a dreamlike state. In the distance, Feng'er and Xiao Dai, upon hearing the enchanting flute, leaned on their elbows, seated on the stone steps, unable to resist the allure of the performance. Indeed, it is the song of nostalgia. Ruoyue discerned within its melody the pure essence of longing and attachment. It evoked memories of her childhood, when her father held a kite while she, like a little sprite, dashed joyfully through the fields, the string of the kite in her hand. How blissful those moments were! In the blink of an eye, she found herself eternally separated from her family, living at the opposite end of the world. Soon, the virtuous prince concluded his performance. Once he finished, Ruoyue gently suggested, "Your Highness, it is quite late. You should return to rest. I, too, shall take my leave. As a married woman, it was prudent for her to maintain a distance from the prince to avoid inciting the ire of Xuancheng. Very well, you all should retire early. I shall return now, the prince replied before making his way to his chambers. Your Highness, we have toiled all night, and at last, we have gathered these little treasures. If the princess were to see them, she would undoubtedly be delighted, Emily exclaimed, gazing at the small sack in Xuancheng's hand with excitement. Indeed, the prince is exceptionally kind to the princess, Ruoyue added. Whenever he sees something the princess would adore, he cannot resist bringing it to her, tirelessly enduring any hardship without a word of complaint. Emily retorted, You misunderstand. This is called romance. Ruoyue, if you possessed the prince's dedication, you would have long since won the heart of a beauty, rather than remaining a solitary figure. I do not possess the prince's level of thoughtfulness. Even while supervising the mountain work, he is ever mindful of bringing joy to the princess. If I were the princess and received such a surprise, I would surely swoon with delight, Ruoyue said enviously. Regrettably, you will only be able to admire from afar. After all, while the prince is devising ways to please the princess, you are busy foraging for wild fruits. That is the difference between you and the prince, Emily said without mercy. Xuancheng glanced at the small bag he held and smiled. Very well, you must keep this a secret for me. Do not reveal it to the princess. I wish to surprise her. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed woman with heavy makeup emerged at the entrance of the Su residence. Upon noticing Xuancheng, she observed his slightly disheveled hair and torn clothing. However, his striking beauty and otherworldly demeanor rendered even his disarray regal, akin to that of a king. Your Highness, you have returned, she exclaimed. Upon seeing Xuancheng, Xuancheng recalled the incident when she had touched his chest, and he turned away in distaste. Do you require something? Xuancheng glanced around conspiratorially and proudly declared, Your Highness, I possess a secret concerning the Li princess that I wish to share with you. Might I trouble you to dismiss the others so that I may speak with you privately? The secret of the Li princess? No, thank you. I have no desire to hear it, Xuancheng replied coldly, preparing to walk away. Seeing this, Xuancheng urgently called out, Your Highness, please wait. If you do not listen, you will surely regret it. Xuancheng abruptly halted, turned, and with a chilling gaze fixed upon her, he demanded, What insidious plot do you intend against the princess? Let me make this clear. No matter how you attempt to malign her, I will not believe you. I only find women like you, who spread slander, utterly repugnant. At his words, Xuancheng felt utterly humiliated. She exclaimed with indignation, Li Wang, I initially intended to convey this to you privately to preserve your dignity, yet you refused to listen. You insisted that I reveal it publicly. So do not fault me for lacking consideration. Just now, I witnessed your esteemed consort clandestinely meeting with the Xian Wang in the courtyard. Not only were they in private conversation, but they were also engaging in poetry and music, chatting merrily. I heard the Xian Wang play a melodious tune that expressed affection. It was tender and lingering, exuding warmth from their interaction. Royal Prince, I doubt anyone has dared to inform you of this matter. Now that you are aware, what is your sentiment? Emily and the others glared furiously at Chun and I. Emily retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Our consort is a dear friend to the Xian Wang. She has saved his life. What is wrong with them conversing, composing poetry, or playing music? What business is it of yours? Indeed, you ought to return and immerse yourself in books to expand your intellect. If you provoke our royal prince, beware of dire consequences. Ruoyue added angrily. Xuancheng fixed his gaze upon Chun and I, his eyes a fiery crimson, brimming with an uncontrollable rage. Should you dare to speak again, I shall have your tongue, he threatened. Chun and I recoiled in fear, trembling at his ominous glare, which was laced with lethal intent, suggesting he meant every word. Terrified of uttering another syllable, she hastily turned and left, quaking in her steps. Chapter 1768. He is jealous. At this moment, Ruoyue reclined on her bed, cradling her belly, lost in thought. With only a little over a month until her due date, her abdomen had grown increasingly large, as if it might burst, making it difficult for her to breathe, leading to sleepless nights. She had not realized how arduous pregnancy could be, nor the myriad hardships of motherhood. The two little ones within her were quite mischievous, often stirring about. When Xuancheng was present, he would lean against her belly, listening to the movements of the little ones. Today, however, his absence left her feeling quite unsettled, adding to her insomnia. Just then, The sound of hurried footsteps and the joyful voice of Feng Er interrupted her reverie. Wang Fei, the Wang Yi has returned. Really? Upon hearing that Chu Xianchun was back, Yin Ruoyue quickly descended from her bed, donned her shoes, and exited the inner chamber. As she entered the outer room, she saw Chu Xianchun striding in, weary from travel. Mo Li, upon seeing Yin Ruoyue, offered her a respectful bow, then glanced at her with concern before asking, Wang Yi, would you like to bathe? I can have them prepare water for you. Have them prepare the water first. I shall summon you when I require it. Chu Xianchun replied coldly. Mo Li cast a sympathetic look at the Wang Fei, anxiously closed the door, and retreated. Yin Ruoyue noticed that Chu Xianchun's attire was torn and that he bore a small cut on his face. Husband, what has happened to you? How did you get hurt? She asked, her heart aching as she reached out to touch his face, only to have him brusquely push her hand away. No need for concern. I am fine, he insisted. It was then that she observed the darkness clouding his expression and the chilling intensity of his gaze, akin to the foreboding calm before a tempest. Her heart suddenly faltered as she gazed at him in confusion. What is wrong? Did something happen on the mountain? Is someone causing trouble again? Chu Xuancheng looked at her, his eyes reflecting an icy clarity. Tell me, have you experienced anything unusual tonight? Yin Ruoyue, bewildered, responded. What could possibly happen? Everything here is perfectly fine. Then, did you meet anyone behind my back? Chu Xuancheng's voice was frigid, like ancient ice. Yin Ruoyue stared at him in disbelief. Tonight, I merely exchanged a few words with the Prince of Xian. Is that why you are questioning me? Fearing his wrath. She had initially hesitated to disclose this, but his demeanor suggested he was already aware, and she chose not to conceal the truth any longer. You only spoke a few words? Nothing more transpired? Chu Xuancheng's face was clouded with jealousy as he advanced toward her step by step. Seeing the fury etched on his face, Yin Ruoyue's heart sank. Yes, we only spoke a few words. But he did play a tune called Song of Nostalgia. Feng Er and Xiao Dai were present. They witnessed it all. Do you believe I had an affair with him? Is that why you are so irate? Song of Nostalgia? Is that true? Spring and I distinctly mentioned that it is a melody expressing affection. She claimed that you and the Prince of Xian recited poetry and conversed joyfully while I was away. You are fully aware of my disdain for him. Yet you chose to meet him in my absence and appeared to enjoy his company. You know how much pain this brings me, how deeply it cuts. You were moved by it, were you not? Chu Xuancheng thundered, his eyes ablaze with fury. Chapter 1769. The terrifying possessiveness. Yin Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback. What love song? The Prince of Xian stated that it was indeed Song of Nostalgia, a tune reflecting a longing for home. He played it because he missed his homeland. And Feng Er and Xiao Dai can attest to this. Do you not trust our words, but instead believe what Spring and I have said? I care not whether it is Song of Nostalgia or a love song. Do you comprehend the agony I endure upon hearing of your harmonious interactions, your melodic exchanges? Yin Ruoyue, I have consistently urged you to distance yourself from the Prince of Xian. Why do you persist in drawing near to him? Do you harbor no regard for me? Chu Xuancheng's voice was stern. Witnessing his reaction, Yin Ruoyue trembled with anger. Chu Xuancheng, I merely spoke a few words with the Prince of Xian. Our interaction was entirely innocent and courteous. Why must you react so vehemently? I was merely outside admiring the moon when he approached me, and upon seeing my nostalgia, he played a tune. Feng Er and the others appreciated it alongside me. How does that equate to my closeness to him? You may not have intended to get close to him, but he has consistently sought to draw near to you. He covets you with ulterior motives. The depth of my love for you is matched only by the pain I feel upon hearing of your encounters. I cannot bear to envision such scenes. You are only meant to be mine, my woman, and none shall covet you. As Chu Xuancheng spoke, he stepped forward to embrace Yin Ruoyue, attempting to kiss her lips. Yin Ruoyue turned her face away in anger, disappointment etched across her features. Chu Xuancheng, why must you be so domineering and autocratic? I regard the Prince of Xian solely as a friend. Why must you overthink everything? Am I to be denied even the right to have friends? You regard him as a friend, but he is not. Why, in good spirits, does he only play the flute for you and not for others? Do you comprehend what it signifies when a man treats a woman with such kindness? Chu Xuancheng exclaimed in anger. Observing his demeanor, Yin Ruoyue, incensed, stepped forward, declaring, Your possessiveness is terrifying. I do not wish to converse with you now. Calm yourself first, then we may speak. With that, she coldly opened the door and exited. Chu Xuancheng did not pursue her. Instead, he remained at the table, gasping for breath like a fish deprived of water. Suddenly, he slammed his fist upon the table, drawing blood from his hand, yet he was oblivious to the pain. He harbored hatred for Chu Yao and his sons, despising the idea of the virtuous king approaching Ruoyue. Why could she not fathom his feelings? They were the offspring of his father's murderer, and he yearned to consume and crush them. Yet she laughed and conversed with them as if they were friends. How ironic. He did not want her to befriend them. Not even a few exchanged words, for it instilled within him a profound sense of insecurity. In this world, those who loved him were few. Having finally met her, he was determined to prevent anyone from coveting her. He cherished her like a precious gem, wishing solely to possess her. His fear of losing her was what fueled his anger. After Ruoyue fled the room, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Feng'er and Xiaodai, witnessing this, were filled with concern. "Your Highness, did the prince quarrel with you again? Are you all right?" Feng'er asked, her gaze filled with compassion. "I am fine. Please do not follow me. I need solitude." Ruoyue responded, making her way to the bamboo grove in the courtyard. Feng'er and Xiaodai trailed behind at a distance, attentively observing her actions without intruding. They exchanged glances, their expressions heavy with melancholy. Chapter 1770. The prepared surprise. Ruoyue sat upon a stone bench in front of the bamboo grove, reflecting on Xuancheng's words. Her heart ached, and her tears flowed more freely. The sense of injustice overwhelmed her, prompting her to lay her head upon the stone table and weep unabashedly. From the adjacent second-floor room, the virtuous king witnessed this scene, his hands clenched tightly into fists. He had not anticipated that Xuancheng would argue with Ruoyue again. Was it due to his mere exchange of a few words with her? He longed to descend and comfort her, to explain himself to Xuancheng. Yet he knew he could not. Given Xuancheng's temperament, his attempt to console Ruoyue would only exacerbate her anger. No matter how he explained, it would not be believed. Rather, it would only worsen the situation. He simply cherished Ruoyue, wishing to treat her kindly, eagerly anticipating the chance to exchange a few words with her or to quietly observe her. He understood she was a married woman and that his feelings were misguided. Yet he could not help but desire to draw closer to her. To avoid complicating her life, he endeavored to restrain his fantasies, to refrain from seeking her out, and to limit their conversations to mundane topics, wary of crossing any boundaries. Witnessing Ruoyue in such sorrow stirred his own heart, and he wondered how Xuancheng could bear to hurt her. Heaven knew how envious he was of Xuancheng. If it were him, he would never allow her to shed a single tear. In the room, Xuancheng, after striking the table in frustration, suddenly cast a tense glance at the doorway. It dawned on him that Ruoyue had left, and a wave of anxiety washed over him, prompting him to hastily follow her. Upon stepping outside, he found her seated on a stone bench, hunched over in distress, tears streaming down her cheeks. Witnessing her frail silhouette tugged at his heart, a tumult of regret and guilt intertwining within him. He longed to comfort her, to envelop her in his embrace. Yet, his steps felt heavy, his breath momentarily caught, rendering him unable to advance. "My lord, do not heed the words of Chun Yang. She deliberately exaggerates to provoke you. I just inquired with the other maidens in the courtyard, and they all affirmed that the virtuous king played the song of nostalgia. Moreover, he hardly exchanged a word with the princess before departing after his performance. Their interaction was quite courteous, far removed from the poetic exchanges Chun Yang described." Emoli interjected softly. "You have wronged the princess." "I am aware," Xuancheng replied gently. He had never doubted Ruoyue's affection for him. He merely wished for her not to converse with the virtuous king, even if their exchanges were purely verbal. His father and mother had already fallen victim to Chu Yao's treachery, and he could not bear the thought of losing his wife and child. "My lord, since you understand, please do not harbor anger towards the princess any longer. She is with child and is in a pitiable state," Emoli implored, her eyes reddening. "Did you not prepare a surprise for her? Shall we present it to her now?" "Indeed, I have a surprise for her." "Very well, Emoli, go and fetch it." "Assist me in unveiling it," Xuancheng commanded. With that, he approached Ruoyue. Observing this, Emoli and Lu Rian hastened to the adjacent room to retrieve the fabric pouch. Once they secured the bag, they stealthily positioned themselves beside the bamboo, poised for action. At the stone table, Ruoyue wept in sorrow. Today marked her mother's birthday. Not only was she unable to see her mother, but she also faced Xuancheng's misunderstanding. The pain in her heart was overwhelming. Amidst her distress, a hand rested gently upon her shoulder, and a hoarse voice murmured, "Yuer, I am sorry." Upon hearing this voice, Her shoulder quivered, yet she refrained from lifting her gaze, remaining bent over as her tears flowed more freely. At that moment, Xuancheng nodded to Mo Li, who then delicately opened the bag, revealing its contents. "Wow, look! It's beautiful!" exclaimed Fenger, her voice filled with awe. At the sound of her words, Ruoyue instinctively lifted her head, her vision blurred by tears. As she looked up, she beheld countless fireflies dancing amidst the bamboo grove before her. She froze, unable to believe her eyes, realizing that the fireflies were released by Mo Li and the others, and there were so many that she could hardly count them. The fireflies flitted toward her, emitting a soft yellow glow, resembling a myriad of twinkling stars or charming little lanterns. Some alighted upon her head and shoulders, prompting her to reach out, capturing one of the fireflies in her hand. Upon witnessing the tear stains adorning her face, Xuancheng was overwhelmed with a profound sense of heartache. Swiftly, he produced a black silk handkerchief to gently wipe away her tears. Ruoyue coldly turned her face away, unwilling to meet his gaze. "You error. I apologize. It was wrong of me to argue with you just now," Xuancheng lamented, filled with regret. His jealousy had clouded his judgment, leading to such a confrontation. At that moment, Mo Li interjected, "Princess, look at these fireflies. They are utterly enchanting. When we descended the mountain, the prince suddenly spotted them in the woods. He wished to lift your spirits, so he called upon us to catch fireflies with him. The thorns in the mountain were relentless. Look, they have left us resembling beggars." Ruoyue added, "Indeed, your highness. The prince's garments were torn by the thorns in his quest to catch fireflies for you. His clothes are in tatters, and he bears numerous scratches, even on his face. Yet, he seemed entirely unconcerned, insisting that you would surely adore the fireflies. Thus he was determined to gather them for you." Ruoyue was taken aback, realizing that Xuancheng had personally endeavored to catch fireflies for her. Before her, the fireflies danced in the air, shimmering like stars, creating a breathtaking spectacle. "Your Highness, look how beautiful the fireflies are. They flutter in the sky like stars, as if we are surrounded by constellations. It is so romantic," Fenger exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Even the little creature, upon seeing the fireflies, leapt up and stretched out its paws in an attempt to catch them, though it only ended up grasping at thin air. It then gazed innocently at everyone with its bright, clear eyes. Witnessing their enthusiasm, Ruoyue felt a twinge of emotion. Thank you all. These fireflies are truly lovely, and I cherish them dearly. Your Highness, there is no need for thanks. It is the prince who has prepared this delightful surprise for you," Mo Li remarked, only to realize he had misspoken. He quickly added, "Oh dear, I am rather hungry. I shall go eat first. You and the princess may take your time. I am also famished." "Little butterfly, Fenger, are there any dishes left?" Ruoyue inquired. Fenger promptly responded, "Yes. We have been saving some for you. They just need to be warmed up. Come, let us go together." With that, the group hurried off to the small kitchen, careful not to intrude upon the conversation between the prince and the princess. Once Mo Li and the others had departed, Xuancheng approached Ruoyue, taking her hand in his and gazing at her with remorse. "You err. What transpired earlier was entirely my fault. I am truly sorry. It is of no concern. As long as you do not misunderstand me or harbor anger," Ruoyue replied with a hint of sarcasm. Xuancheng observed the fireflies, realizing that even their presence would not be enough to earn her forgiveness. The hurt he had inflicted upon her was far too deep. Chapter 1772. Xuancheng triumphed. He tightened his grip on her hand and enveloped her in his embrace, letting out a soft sigh. "I apologize. My disdain for Chu Yao and Wu Jiwu led me to irrationally despise the virtuous king. I am genuinely terrified of losing you, which spurred my impulsive actions." He found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to console her. Ruoyue did not push him away. She merely remained still in his embrace. "Rest assured, I am carrying your child. What thoughts could I possibly harbor?" These words caused a moment of stillness in Xuancheng's heart. He was at a loss for a response, clinging to her tightly. At that instant, he raised an eyebrow and noticed a figure standing at the windowsill of the second floor across from them. Through the flickering candlelight, he discerned the presence of the virtuous king. Noticing the king's covetous gaze, he cast a cold, warning glance in his direction before tenderly cradling Ruoyue's delicate face. "Where? I love you," he declared, before passionately capturing her lips, fervently claiming her like a thief. Romantic fireflies danced around them, twinkling like stars in the night sky. In a room on the second floor, the virtuous king observed this scene, his fists clenched tightly. Was Xuancheng demonstrating his power, flaunting his affection, warning him? He conceded that Xuancheng had triumphed. Not wishing to witness this moment any longer, he coldly closed the window. Ruoyue did not resist the kiss. She merely stood there, lost in a daze, allowing Xuancheng to kiss her. After what felt like an eternity, he finally ended the lingering embrace. Upon withdrawing, Xuancheng studied Ruoyue's indifferent expression and quickly shifted the conversation. We have been excavating the pond for 5 days now, and it seems the reservoir is beginning to show results. Would you accompany me to inspect it tomorrow? All right, Ruoyue replied quietly, nodding in agreement. Xuancheng then enveloped her in his arms, a flicker of melancholy passing through his eyes. That night, although the two did not quarrel further, the atmosphere between them grew heavy. Ruoyue maintained a facade of politeness towards Xuancheng, yet it was tinged with a subtle distance. Early the next morning, she and Xuancheng ventured downstream to inspect the progress of the reservoirs. Upon their arrival, the workers began to murmur among themselves. Look, the Princess of Li is here. She asked the one who proposed the idea of digging the ponds. I wonder if it will actually be beneficial. Who knows? What does a woman understand? She is neither an official nor knowledgeable about water management. It's just a foolish notion to dig ponds. I heard that within 5 days, the floods from the Jiao River will reach Jiangzhou. When that happens, our homes will be submerged, and we might even drown. This woman's idea is clearly a disregard for human life, showing no concern for the common people. If Jiangzhou is flooded, the couple from Li will be the great sinners of our land. Even in death, we won't forgive them. Hearing these remarks, Ruoyue remained unfazed. She glanced around and noticed several ponds had already been excavated in the nearby fields. Close to the newly dug ponds, 3 older ponds were visible. After surveying the area, she turned to Xuancheng and said, Your Highness, the old ponds also require maintenance. We need to send workers to deepen and widen them, clearing out the silt and using it to fill the low-lying areas. There are several shallow rivers nearby, winding and convoluted. We should have workers straighten them out, deepening and widening to enhance their drainage capacity. This is vital for effective reservoir management and to mitigate the flood surge. We must also reinforce the embankments of the 2 upstream reservoirs and other areas urgently. We must fortify as much as possible within the limited time. Chapter 1773. Princess of Li, you will pay for this. Xuancheng replied, Very well, I shall dispatch people to take care of it immediately. The workers nearby were rendered utterly perplexed by those words, unable to comprehend Ruoyue's mention of straightening and regulating storage, leaving them in a state of confusion. Their lack of understanding bred skepticism towards Ruoyue, yet fearing punishment, they continued to follow orders. After surveying the pond, Ruoyue turned her gaze towards the imposing mountain across from her and inquired, Your Highness, what mountain is that? That is Mount Luoxia, the highest peak in Jiangzhou, replied Xuancheng. Could you escort me to the summit of Mount Luoxia? I wish to examine the terrain below and identify any areas in need of improvement and caution. Ruoyue requested. Only from a height can one truly discern the lay of the land. This endeavor concerning water management is of utmost importance. We must not allow even the slightest mishap, hence my need for vigilance. Very well, I shall carry you up, Xuancheng responded. There's no need for that. I can manage some climbing myself. Engaging in physical activity and ascending mountains can be beneficial for productivity, Ruoyue asserted, proving herself not to be so delicate. Then I shall assist you, he conceded. Before long, Xuancheng had helped Ruoyue ascend Mount Luoxia. Although he claimed to be merely assisting, he was overly cautious, ultimately carrying her for much of the journey. Upon reaching the summit, Ruoyue beheld a sheer cliff on the left side of Mount Luoxia, from which a magnificent waterfall cascaded. Below the precipice flowed a tumultuous river, one of the tributaries of the Jiao River. Although described as a tributary, it possessed significant water volume. Fortunately, this stream led to another city and did not affect Jiangzhou. Gazing further afield at the ponds, she noted that several had been excavated too closely together, while others were too shallow. She promptly conveyed her observations to Xuancheng, urging him to dispatch workers to rectify these issues. Your Highness, there's trouble. A pond has collapsed over there. Beneath it lies a vast hole, and many workers have fallen in, trapped below. Just then, several workers approached in a panic. What? A pond collapse? Xuancheng's expression grew grave. Indeed, Your Highness. You must go and take a look. We must rescue them. The workers implored anxiously. Ruoyue interjected. Your Highness, this is urgent. You must go save them. I still need to observe here. Very well, but take care, he instructed. Afterward, he turned to Mo Li, commanding, you must ensure the safety of the princess consort. Yes, Your Highness, Mo Li affirmed. Once Xuancheng had given his orders, he patted Ruoyue's shoulder with lingering concern. Stay here with Mo Li and the others. I shall return to escort you once I have dealt with this matter. Go swiftly, Ruoyue nodded. All right, Lu Ruyan, we must depart, Xuancheng concluded. Ruffling Ruoyue's hair affectionately and placing a soft kiss upon her forehead before hastening down the mountain. After Xuancheng left, Ruoyue surveyed her surroundings. Just then, a chilling wind swept through, accompanied by the sound of hurried, ominous footsteps. Who goes there? Mo Li, possessing keen hearing, immediately drew his sword and positioned himself protectively in front of Ruoyue. Princess Consort, prepare to meet your end. A cold voice echoed as a masked figure wielding a horned dagger emerged from the thicket before them. As a figure leapt forth, dozens of assassins clad in black emerged from all directions, brandishing their weapons and advancing menacingly towards Ruoyue. Alarmed by this sudden onslaught, Mo Li shouted, there are assassins. Everyone, protect the princess. Without hesitation, he led a handful of Xuancheng soldiers into battle against the attackers. Chapter 1774. Today marks your demise. Ruoyue had not anticipated the emergence of so many assassins in this place. Their uniform attire and disciplined demeanor suggested they were seasoned assassins who had long been tracking her. Casting a glance at her companions, she noted that only 5 or 6 Xuancheng soldiers remained by Mo Li's side, while the others had rushed to rescue others. The opposing force, however, boasted at least 20 to 30 assassins. If Xuancheng were present, the situation might have been bearable, but in his absence, their odds seemed grim. Mo Li, quickly fire the signal flare. Realizing Mo Li possessed a signal flare that could summon Xuancheng, Ruoyue urged him to act. But the leader of the assassins, wielding a horn blade, intercepted, raising his weapon to strike at Mo Li's hand, preventing him from signaling for help. The enemy's assault was relentless. Before Mo Li could retrieve the flare, he was forced to engage in combat with his sword. Old 3, hurry and inform the prince. Have him bring reinforcements to rescue the princess, he implored during the fight. Yes, Captain Mo, the soldier known as Old 3 responded promptly, darting down the mountainside to relay the message to Xuancheng. Stop him. Everyone, eliminate him, commanded the leader, and several assassins advanced toward Old 3. They were formidable fighters, and one, equipped with sharp iron claws, swiftly struck Old 3 in the abdomen. The claws tore through, dragging out his entrails. The assassins then unleashed a flurry of strikes upon him, leaving him bloodied and lifeless on the ground. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Ruoyue was paralyzed with fear and turned to flee, only to find herself pursued by several assassins who closed in around her, forcing her back toward the precipice. Meanwhile, Mo Li, distressed at the sight of Ruoyue in peril, longed to rush to her aid. Yet he was besieged by 5 or 6 skilled adversaries, leaving him unable to assist her. His body was already marred with wounds, blood trickling from his mouth, and he bore injuries that rendered him nearly incapacitated. The Xuancheng soldiers he had brought were swiftly falling victim to the assassins' blades. Panic surged within him. He was on the verge of collapse. If the prince did not arrive soon to rescue the princess, he could scarcely bear to contemplate the dire consequences. As the assassins engaged Mo Li, the leader brandishing the horn blade approached Ruoyue. Trembling with fear, she found herself cornered at the edge of the cliff, yet she feigned calmness and inquired, "Who are you? I have no enmity with you. Why do you seek to kill me?" "Because you and Princely have offended someone you should not have," the leader replied. "Ruoyue, today you and your unborn child must perish." Upon seeing him grip his sharp blade, Ruoyue hastily offered, "How much have they promised you?" "If you spare my life, I will reward you 100-fold, granting you a lifetime of untold wealth and splendor." "Enough of the pleasantries, Princess Li. We were paid to assassinate you, not to haggle. Since we have accepted the task, we shall not betray our employer. What they desire is your life and that of the child within you. Today marks your demise." Upon uttering these words, the assailant raised his blade, thrusting it towards Ruoyue's abdomen. "Watch out." At that moment, a white figure darted from the forest, moving like a tempest, swiftly brandishing a sword to parry the leader's lethal strike. "Your Highness, why have you come?" Yun Ruoyue gasped in astonishment upon recognizing the figure as the wise king. Xiaoyu, time is of the essence. I shall deal with them first, the wise king declared, engaging in combat with the leader. Upon witnessing this, the leader bellowed furiously. Does His Highness wish to meddle? Very well, do not blame us for being ruthless. Everyone, attack together, eliminate them. You seek to slay me? You are far too inexperienced. A mere rabble destined for oblivion. The wise king retorted, his sword pressing aggressively against the leaders, engaging him in fierce combat. Seeing the wise king arrive, Emily breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly turned to Yun Ruoyue, saying, Princess, hold on, I will rescue you at once. With the wise king drawing their attention, Emily seized the opportunity to ignite several signal flares. Emily, be careful, Yun Ruoyue cautioned, then glanced at the wise king. My lord, you must also take care. Rest assured, these foes are no match for me, the wise king proclaimed, unleashing a flurry of lethal sword strikes, dispatching several cloaked figures with remarkable speed and precision. At that moment, several assailants closed in on Yun Ruoyue, their eyes ablaze with determination. Fearing failure, they snarled, do not concern yourselves with the wise king. Focus on killing Princess Li. Once she is dead, our mission will be accomplished. Understood, the assassins responded, advancing towards Yun Ruoyue, who, in terror, stepped back toward the edge of the cliff. Xiaoyu, do not fear. I am coming, the wise king shouted, leaping forward. I am not afraid. But you must be cautious. Just then, the stones beneath Yun Ruoyue's feet shifted unexpectedly, causing her to slip and fall backward. With a heart-stopping cry, she plunged heavily down the cliff. Xiaoyu, the wise king screamed in panic as he witnessed her fall, not hesitating for a moment before leaping after her. Princess, Mo Li's heart raced with dread as he saw Yun Ruoyue plummet. His eyes flared with rage as he glared at the assailants before him. I will avenge the princess. He gripped his sword tightly, closing his eyes, and swung wildly at the attackers. Blood soon splattered around him, mingled with the anguished cries of the assassins. Seeing that Yun Ruoyue had fallen, the leader rushed to the cliff's edge, peering below, but could find no trace of her or the wise king. His eyes scanned the tumultuous waters at the bottom, but all he could see was the raging river, devoid of any signs of their presence. He immediately felt a surge of triumph. The Princess Li and the virtuous prince had plunged into the abyss below, a chasm of unfathomable depth, accompanied by tumultuous rapids. Should anyone fall, they would undoubtedly be shattered to pieces, their remains obliterated. Brothers, the Princess Li is surely dead. Our mission is accomplished. Let us retreat. With that, he gestured, and he and the other assassins swiftly vanished into the dense forest, hastily escaping the scene. As the cloaked figures departed, Mo Li, bloodied and battered, hurried to the edge of the precipice. He cast a glance downward, but saw no sign of the virtuous prince or the princess, only the roaring, tumultuous waters below. His heart plummeted, and in a fit of rage, he drove his sword into the ground, kneeling as he gripped the hilt tightly, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. At the farmland below, when Xuancheng and his men arrived, they indeed found evidence of a landslide in the pond, with many workers having fallen into the pit, and rescue efforts were underway. Chapter 1776. The prince spits blood. He urgently commanded, Lu Ruyan, gather the personnel to rescue them. Ensure that everyone is brought back. Not a single soul must be left behind. Just then, his eyes were drawn to the summit of Mount Luoxia, where a signal flare ascended into the sky. He glanced back at the collapsed construction site, his pupils constricting as if struck by lightning. Lu Ruyan, there is trouble on Mount Luoxia. We may have fallen into a diversionary tactic. As soon as Mo Li departed, a flare was launched, indicating peril above. What, my lord? Do you think the princess is in danger? Lu Ruyan's voice trembled at the thought. She shall be safe. I am certain of it. Quickly, gather the men and ascend the mountain with me. Xuancheng's voice quaked, fear creeping into his heart. With that, he activated his lightness skill, racing up the mountain with urgency. His heart raced, pounding fiercely, and his palms were slick with cold sweat. Though the distance from the base to the summit was not great, it felt interminably long, as if he might never reach it. Upon arriving at the peak, the first sight that met his eyes was the lifeless body of his third brother, a vision that filled him with a seething rage, his body trembling uncontrollably. In haste, he scanned for the others of the Xuanze army and several masked figures, yet he found no trace of Yun Ruoyue. Panic gripped him. Suddenly, he spotted Mo Li, blood-soaked and kneeling at the cliff's edge, his body quaking uncontrollably. "Emily, where is the princess?" At the sound of Xuancheng's voice, Emily froze, lifting his tear-streaked face in anguish. "My lord, it is my failure to protect her. The princess, she has fallen from the cliff." "What?" Xuancheng gasped, spitting a mouthful of blood, his body weakening as he nearly collapsed, only to be steadied by Ruoyue. Xuancheng could not fathom that Ruoyue had plummeted from such a height. What that truly entailed was beyond comprehension. His vision blurred with rage, his eyes reddened, and his heart sank heavily, a tempest of panic and agony overwhelming him, as more blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. "My lord, you are bleeding," Ruoyue exclaimed, hastily offering a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his lips. Xuancheng suddenly pushed him aside forcefully, then staggered towards Emily. He seized Emily by the collar and bellowed, "Emily, did I not instruct you to safeguard the princess? How could she have fallen from the cliff? Just a moment ago, she was perfectly fine, and now you tell me she has plummeted into the abyss. I refuse to believe it. You are deceiving me. Are you not?" After his furious outburst, he quickly glanced down the cliff, only to see a tumultuous torrent of water, devoid of Ruoyue's presence. His body trembled violently, his heart racing. He could not fathom that she had truly fallen. Emily hung his head in distress. "I did not deceive you, your highness." Shortly after you departed, a group of 2 to 3 dozen black-clad assassins charged at us, claiming that the prince and princess had offended someone they should not have. There were those who sought the princess's life. I was ensnared by them and could not approach the princess, who was forced to the edge of the cliff by the assassins. Just as they were about to strike her down, the virtuous king arrived, a formidable warrior who dispatched several of the assailants. Fearing failure in their mission, the remaining assassins attempted to kill the princess. As she retreated, she accidentally fell off the edge, and upon witnessing this, the virtuous king leaped after her. By the time I could attempt a rescue, it was too late. They had vanished from sight, and I suspect they plunged into the river below. Chapter 1777. Searching for the princess. What? You say the virtuous king was also present and jumped after her? Xuancheng's complexion darkened abruptly, his heart aching. Why was it not he who accompanied Ruoyue in that leap, but the virtuous king? Despite the anguish within him, he could not succumb. He had to find Ruoyue. He mustered his strength to stand. "Emily, quickly gather our men. We must search below for the princess. She will surely be safe. She must be safe." "Yes, your highness." Emily painfully rose, disregarding the wounds that throbbed in protest. At that moment, Xuancheng noticed a glimmering green object on the ground. Rushing over, he discovered it was the jade orchid hairpin he had gifted to Ruoyue. He slowly picked it up, gripping it tightly in his hand, and gazed at the towering cliff, his heart heavy as he murmured, "Emily, I wish to leap from here to see." "That is unthinkable, your highness. The cliff is steep and treacherous, slick with moisture, and below lies a raging torrent. Jumping down will be perilous. We must hurry to the base of the cliff. Perhaps the virtuous king has rescued the princess, and they are waiting for our assistance," Emily urged anxiously. At this moment, the prince could not afford further calamity. Should he falter, the Li Wangfu would face utter ruin. Is it truly possible? Can the virtuous king save the princess? Xuancheng asked in agony. Emily nodded vigorously. Indeed, the virtuous king is a masterful warrior. He will assuredly rescue the princess. Your highness, we must depart swiftly. Soon, Xuancheng, accompanied by his retinue, arrived at the base of the cliff. The accompanying military physician attended to Emily's wounds, staunching the bleeding and applying ointment before bandaging him. Xuancheng urged Emily to return and recuperate, but Emily refused, feeling responsible for the princess's safety and determined to find her. If this were to reach Emoju's ears, it would undoubtedly break her heart. He was utterly devoid of any inclination to rest. His sole desire was to swiftly locate the princess and rectify his transgressions. At the base of the cliff lay a river, deep and rapid, swollen with torrents as the water cascaded down from upstream, rushing past them without a moment's pause. Gazing upon the furious current, Xuancheng felt as though his heart were being sliced by a blade. If Ruoyue were to fall, she would be swept away in an instant. He hastened to the riverbank, commanding everyone to search for the princess along the path. If you fail to find her, I shall hold you accountable. Yes, my lord. The troops responded, quickly dispersing in search of her. With urgency, Xuancheng pressed forward, yet despite searching thoroughly, he could not find Ruoyue or the virtuous king. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a magnificent waterfall cascading from above, merging into a tributary of the river. The waterfall transformed the waters below into a vast, ominous abyss. its depths unfathomable and foreboding. The thought of Ruoyue and the virtuous king plunging into this dark pool was unbearable. Immediately, he instructed Ruoyue, "Gather a few skilled swimmers and descend into this abyss to investigate." "Yes, my lord, but be cautious. The water is both deep and frigid," Ruoyue cautioned. Without replying, Xuancheng swiftly shed his coat and, with the grace of a fish, leaped into the depths. After several exhausting laps in the pool, he still failed to find Ruoyue. Ultimately, worn out and devoid of strength, he finally made his way to the shore. Chapter 1778. Characteristics of the assassins. The guards promptly pulled him from the water, and Ruoyue emerged breathlessly. "My lord, I have scoured this abyss and found no trace of the princess or the virtuous king. Do you think they may have been swept downstream? If that is the case, we must hasten to search below," Emily interjected. Upon reaching the shore, Xuancheng sank to the ground in despair, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. Suddenly, he struck his own head in frustration, lamenting, "It is all my fault. Had I not been so careless, this would not have transpired." Ruoyue, "Swiftly lead a search downstream. You must bring back the princess. Do you understand?" "My lord, rest assured. Even if it costs me my life, I shall retrieve the princess," Ruoyue replied, choking back tears. He then departed with the team in haste. At that moment, Xuancheng cast a cold gaze towards Emily. "Do you know who dispatched those assassins?" Emily responded, "They concealed their faces and did not reveal their identities. I am currently unaware. However, my lord, I observed that their weapons varied greatly and their martial art styles were distinct. I suspect they are a group of mercenaries hired to assassinate the princess." The collapse of that pond could not have occurred at a more opportune moment, Xuancheng surmised. "I suspect someone intended to divert my attention and strike at the princess." "Emily, do you know the characteristics of those assassins? For instance, what martial art styles they employed and the nature of their weapons?" Xuancheng inquired. Emily contemplated for a moment before speaking. The leader of the assassins wielded a crescent-shaped hornblade, while one of the assassins employed iron claws. Also known as tiger claws, it was he who killed the third brother. There were also assassins with curved sabers and hidden weapons. In essence, their armaments were distinctly varied, resembling a haphazard assembly of misfits. Yet, their martial prowess was formidable, indicating that the mastermind behind this had invested considerable resources. Crescent blades? Tiger claws? Such obscure weapons are rarely found among the martial artists of the realm. Someone, hurry and investigate these individuals. We must swiftly uncover the identity of the one behind this. Whoever dares to harm the princess must face my wrath, Xuancheng bellowed. After his outburst, he rose and led his men to search for Ruoyue. However, he scoured the base of the cliff for several hours without any success, not even finding a fragment of her garment. His heart sank deeper into despair. He stumbled through the underbrush, leaving no corner unexplored, yet still found nothing. At that moment, Emily approached with a bundle of provisions. Concern etched on his face as he gazed at Xuancheng. "Your Highness, the sky has darkened, and you have been searching for a long time. Would you not take a moment to rest and replenish your strength with some food before continuing the search?" Xuancheng glanced at the provisions with indifference, shaking his head in discomfort. "I do not wish to eat. You may partake." Emily sighed. "If your Highness cannot eat, then neither can we. The thought of not having found the princess renders me unable to swallow. I feel no appetite." Though hunger gnawed at him, much like his prince, he was beset by a multitude of worries, rendering all sustenance unpalatable. Suddenly, Xuancheng rose with determination, his voice grave. "Emily, summon all the Xiansu troops. We must search urgently and tirelessly through the night. If we delay, I fear the night will bring further misfortune." "Yes, your Highness," Emily replied. Chapter 1779. The virtuous king to the rescue. At this juncture, Feng Qingyang, Meng Zhang, and Meng Xian received the news and swiftly brought the Xiansu troops. Upon reaching Xuancheng, Feng Qingyang, alarm evident on his face, inquired, "Your Highness, how could this happen to the princess?" Xuancheng clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Someone attempted to assassinate her, causing her to fall from the cliff. I have already dispatched men to investigate. You have arrived just in time. Hurry and search for the princess." "I understand. Rest assured, your Highness. As soon as I received word, I sent people downstream to search thoroughly. However, your Highness, you appear unwell. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest," Feng Qingyang said, his eyes glistening with concern for Xuancheng. Xuancheng shook his head in distress. "All I desire is to find the princess. I deeply regret our quarrel. I loathe myself for not yielding to her last night. Why did I not? As he spoke, he struck his fist against a nearby tree, causing his knuckles to bleed profusely, yet he felt no pain. Your Highness, please do not harm yourself. Inflicting pain upon yourself will only worsen your condition, and if the princess were to learn of this, it would break her heart. Feng Qingyang exclaimed, embracing Chu Xuancheng to prevent further self-harm. Chu Xuancheng stood there, engulfed in anguish, his heart bleeding, his head pounding, and his insides twisted in despair. He was once again reminded of the torment of losing a loved one. The moment he witnessed the murder of his father and mother, he felt this same unbearable sensation. Find them, Emoli, Feng Qingyang, follow me. We must locate the princess. With a furious roar, Chu Xuancheng opened his bloodshot eyes and resumed his search. In a hazy slumber, Ruoyue found herself ensnared in a nightmare. She dreamt of being pushed off a cliff, her body shattering upon impact. Terrified, she awoke with a scream, Xuancheng, save me. Xiaoye, you are awake? The virtuous prince, hearing her voice, rushed to her side. Noticing the sheen of cold sweat upon her brow and the panic etched across her features. Xiaoye, did you have a nightmare? Upon hearing the prince's voice, Ruoyue turned to him. My lord, how did you get here? Where are we? As she scanned the surroundings, she realized she was lying in a dark, damp cave, with only the virtuous prince by her side. Her inner garments were damp, and she was draped in the prince's outer robe. Seeing her confusion, the prince quickly explained, Xiaoye, this is a cave on the cliff. I came up the mountain today to consult you on how to excavate a reservoir. Unexpectedly, I spotted a group of cloaked figures ascending the mountain. Sensing something amiss, I followed them. Upon catching up, I witnessed them attempting to assassinate you. So I immediately joined the fray. When I saw you fall from the cliff, I leapt after you. I possessed lightness skills, allowing me to descend swiftly and catch you. By the time I embraced you, you had already lost consciousness. Due to our combined weight, I could only descend rapidly with you in my arms. Just when I thought we would be shattered upon impact, I managed to grasp a small tree on the cliff. At that moment, I noticed a waterfall beside the tree, and concealed within it lay a cave. The cliff was coated in moss, treacherously slippery. As I held on to you, the tree began to give way. So I used its strength to guide you into the cavern behind the waterfall, and I followed suit. Had I been even a moment later, we would have plunged into the depths, facing certain death or severe injury. As the prince recounted his harrowing tale, he suddenly clutched his right arm with his left hand. A flicker of pain crossing his visage. What? You actually jumped after me? How could you be so foolish? Ruoyue gazed at the prince in disbelief. The prince replied, fortuitously, I leapt. Otherwise, your fate would have been dire. Your garments became soaked in the waterfall. I gathered some dry twigs. Wait here. I shall kindle a fire to dry your clothes. As he bent down to ignite the flame, Ruoyue noticed his right arm hanging limply. As though it could not bend, the sleeve stained with blood. This sight filled her with alarm. My lord, what has happened to your right arm? The wise prince quickly turned to the side, using his left hand to shield his right arm. It's nothing. Really, I merely bumped it when I fell earlier. In truth, it was an injury sustained while rescuing Ruoyue, having unintentionally collided with the cliffside. A bump? This hardly resembles a mere bump. It appears to be broken. Quickly, allow me to examine it, Ruoyue exclaimed as she hastily sat up, only to feel dizzy and weak, collapsing back onto the hay. Be cautious. You were startled, and your body is frail. You mustn't move recklessly, the prince urged. Do not concern yourself with me. My hand is fine. The prince rushed over, tenderly supporting her. After rubbing her forehead in discomfort, Ruoyue suddenly grasped the prince's right arm. Upon touching it, she immediately felt that his bone was fractured. My lord, your bone is broken. Please, sit down. I shall apply medicine and immobilize your arm with a splint, she said urgently. Do you have a splint? The prince glanced at a small cloth pouch nearby. Ruoyue nodded. I do. Rest assured, I can heal your arm. The prince was momentarily taken aback. How remarkable that little you carried such supplies with her. Without delay, she reached into the cloth pouch, rummaging through it. As she searched, her consciousness stirred, transforming medicine and bandaging tools from her medical system into the pouch. Next, she used scissors to cut away the fabric from the prince's right arm, revealing a bruised and swollen limb, the skin split and oozing with blood. He must have injured himself while saving her. She had not anticipated that the prince would not only leap from the cliff for her sake, but also sustain an injury. Quickly, she cleaned the wound and secured the arm with a splint. Once stabilized, she wiped the sweat from her forehead. Now, You must be careful. Do not jostle your right arm. With 2 weeks of rest, it should heal. Thank you, little you, the prince said gratefully, gazing at her. Seeing him in such a disheveled state, with his right arm broken, brought tears to her eyes. If not for your bravery in saving me, you would not be injured. I should be the one expressing my gratitude. Little you, I acted willingly. Besides, you have saved my life thrice. I owe you far too much. A debt I fear I shall never repay. You must be weary. Please rest. I will tend to the fire for warmth, the prince said before hurriedly starting a fire. With only his left hand functional, his movements were rather cumbersome. Ruoyue longed to assist him, yet she found herself utterly drained, a chill creeping through her body. Reluctantly, she lay on the hay, closing her eyes to rest. Before long, the prince had kindled the fire. Afterward, he surveyed the cave's interior. It was not large, resembling a naturally formed sinkhole, and was obscured by a curtain-like waterfall, its torrent so powerful that he could see nothing of the outside world. He was acutely aware that they were far from the bottom of the cliff, where the incessant cascade of the waterfall rendered the rocks perpetually damp and slippery, devoid of any vegetation. Thus, he found himself unable to descend for assistance, compounded by the fact that his right arm was broken, leaving him with only one functional hand. He was trapped within this cave, unable to ascend or descend. Fortunately, the presence of Xiaoya provided him solace and alleviated his solitude. Cold. I am so cold. Came the faint groans from Ruoyue on the opposite side. Hearing this, the prince rushed over in an instant. As he approached, he noticed her trembling violently. Her complexion pale, lips devoid of color, and her forehead slick with cold perspiration. Xiaoya, what is the matter? Have you caught a chill? He asked urgently, realizing with dismay that she must have fallen ill due to sleeping in damp clothing. He had not changed her clothes earlier, both because she was a woman and due to his incapacitated hand. I am cold, my lord. I feel unwell, Ruoyue murmured. Her eyes closed in a daze. Are you cold? Very well. I shall warm you immediately, the prince responded, hastily helping her to sit up before carrying her to the fire pit. Once settled, he supported her with his left arm. Xiaoya, there is fire here. Warm yourself and dry your clothes. Thank you, she replied, yet her body continued to tremble uncontrollably. Observing her plight, the prince made a decisive choice. He embraced her within his arms, determined to share his body heat with her. In her state of cold-induced confusion, Ruoyue, oblivious to everything else, began to murmur, Husband, where are you? I miss you so dearly. Tears streamed down her cheeks. The prince felt a pang in his heart as he held her tightly, using his left hand to rub her arms in an effort to warm her. Xuancheng, I am so thirsty. I want water, she continued to mumble, shivering as she spoke. Are you thirsty? Wait here. I shall fetch you some water, he replied, first laying down a layer of dry grass before gently placing her upon it. Once she was settled, he hurried to the waterfall at the cave's entrance to gather water. Upon returning with water, he brought it to her lips, carefully feeding it to her. Ruoyue's lips were severely chapped, and her throat felt like it was on fire. As the cold water touched her lips, she eagerly tilted her head back, drinking greedily. Once was not enough. He continued to feed her until she felt satisfied and lay back upon the grass, slipping into a hazy sleep while repeatedly calling out Xuancheng's name. At that moment, the prince noticed that her face had flushed with fever. Alarmed, he reached out to touch her forehead and was startled by the heat radiating from it. Xiaoya, you are burning up. You have a high fever. Wake up. Do you have any medicine in your bag? Let me help you take some. However, Ruoyue was in a deep slumber, entirely oblivious to her words, and her body trembled as it oscillated between hot and cold. Observing this, the wise king realized that the situation was untenable. He hastily tore a corner from his outer garment and immersed the fabric in the cascading waters at the cave's entrance. After wringing out the cloth, he promptly placed it upon Ruoyue's forehead in an attempt to cool her down. Chapter 1782. Searching for a person in the cold pool. Meanwhile, until nightfall, Xuancheng continued his search, accompanied by his men wielding torches. Along the river downstream of the cliff, they had scoured the upstream area repeatedly without a trace of anyone, compelling him to pin his hopes on the downstream. Everyone presumed that Ruoyue and the wise king had been swept downstream, prompting the entire Xuanzhe army to disperse along the lower reaches of the river, persistently searching the riverbanks. Mo Li, witnessing Xuancheng's evident exhaustion as he relentlessly searched, felt a pang of concern and approached him. Your Highness, you have been in the cold pool for quite some time. It seems your body can hardly endure. Perhaps you should rest while I lead the others in the search? No, I cannot rest. If I do, the danger to the princess will only increase. Besides, what harm is there in soaking in the cold pool? I am still capable. Xuancheng replied, his complexion pale and his lips devoid of color. But, Your Highness, the waters of that cold pool are frigid and piercing. Ruoyue fell ill after her immersion. You have searched for the princess for so long without sustenance, and in your current state. Even if your body were made of iron, it would falter. Only by resting can you regain your strength to find the princess, Emily implored, her heart aching for him. Emily, enough. I am well aware of my own condition. I have endured far worse in battle. This is nothing. Come, let us descend further, Xuancheng insisted, brandishing his torch as he continued his descent down the mountain. Seeing his stubbornness, Emily could not dissuade him. Thus she followed him in the search. Within the cave, Ruoyue's condition fluctuated alarmingly. Her body felt feverish, yet she perceived an intense cold, colder than before. She shivered violently, mumbling incoherently about the chill. The wise king, noticing her distress, rushed to her side and embraced her. Little Moon, you have a high fever. Do you have any medicine? Please awaken and take your medicine. I have medicine. Just a moment. Ruoyue finally opened her eyes and pointed to her satchel. There is antipyretic medicine in my bag. Please help me find it. It is in a pink bottle. Is it this one? The wise king quickly unfastened her satchel and found a pink bottle inside. Ruoyue glanced at it and nodded eagerly, confirming, yes, that is it. Very well. Allow me to administer it to you, he said, straining to help her sit up before opening the bottle and bringing it to her lips. The appearance of this antipyretic was peculiar, differing from what other physicians prescribed, but he had no time for curiosity. After administering the medicine, he gently laid her back down on the hay. Little Moon, rest now. You must recover swiftly. I will stay by your side. Thank you, Your Highness. It is late, and you must be weary from tending to me. Please, take a moment to rest, Ruoyue weakly replied. The wise prince shook his head, assuring her that he would watch over her, urging her to rest peacefully. He draped his outer garment over her, relieved that her own attire had dried from the fire. At that moment, he could not dare to slumber, fearing that if he succumbed to sleep, serpents and insects might approach to harm Ruoyue. Soon, she drifted into slumber, and he kept vigil beside her throughout the night. As dawn broke, Ruoyue awoke to find the wise prince dozing against the rocky wall, his chin adorned with stubble, appearing quite haggard, likely from his night of vigilance. At this time, feeling parched yet reluctant to disturb his rest, she gently rose. However, as she moved, the prince stirred awake. Xiaoyu, you are awake? Are you feeling better? He inquired, hurriedly reaching to touch her forehead. Upon discovering that her fever had subsided and her complexion appeared more vibrant, he exhaled in relief. My fever has receded, and I feel much improved. Thank you for taking care of me last night, Ruoyue expressed gratefully, gazing at the prince. There is no need for such words between us. By the way, you must be hungry, right? Wait here while I step outside to see if there is anything to eat, the prince replied. With that, he swiftly approached the cave entrance. Peering outside, to his dismay, all he could see was the sheer white waterfall, obscuring his view of the world beyond. Yet he surmised that outside lay only steep cliffs, with nothing else in sight. Suddenly, through a narrow crevice, he glimpsed a wild fruit tree growing atop the cliff. The tree bore a few scattered wild fruits. He quickly picked up a branch and carefully hooked it down, gathering the green fruits. Counting them, he found only 5 wild fruits. With great care, he placed them in his pocket, washed them under the waterfall, and hurried back to Ruoyue. Xiaoyu, I found some fruits. I cannot believe there is a wild fruit tree atop this cliff. Here, have one, he said, extending a fruit to her. He then placed the remaining 4 on the hay. Ruoyue gazed at the wild fruits, her face alight with surprise. We are truly fortunate. I can hardly believe there are wild fruits in such a place. Here, you must have one too. With that, she picked up a fruit and offered it to the prince. He eyed the fruit, swallowing hard, yet waved his hand, saying, I already ate while I was outside. I am not hungry. Please enjoy these. They are all for you. With only 5 wild fruits in total, he insisted on letting her have them all, knowing she was with child. Seeing the contentment on his face, she believed he had eaten, and said, Very well, I shall eat first. With that, she took a bite of the wild fruit. To her delight, she found its flavor reminiscent of a pear, its appearance similar as well, while it was somewhat astringent. Her heart felt sweet. At this moment, the wise king remarked, Xiaoyu, I have assessed our predicament. We are ensnared within this cave, and escaping seems more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Below lies a tumultuous current and a profound pool, while the cliff face is both damp and treacherous, devoid of any foothold. Furthermore, my hand is injured, rendering me incapable of escorting you down or descending alone to summon aid. We must devise a strategy to inform Xuancheng of our location, so he may come to our rescue. This was a conclusion he reached after careful contemplation. Although he longed for solitude with Ruoyue, he feared for her safety as a pregnant woman. Prolonged exposure in this confined space could lead to calamity, thus necessitating a plan for their escape. Upon hearing Xuancheng's name, Ruoyue felt a profound ache in her heart. They had quarreled recently and had yet to reconcile, and now she found herself trapped here, uncertain of his actions. If he were to learn of her fall from the cliff, he would surely be beside himself with worry. She inquired, "Are there any vines here? Could we possibly descend using them?" Chapter 1784. Writing him a letter, the wise king shook his head. "I have already searched. There are no vines present. Moreover, we are perched quite high, perhaps over 10 zhang. Even if there were vines, it would be perilous. I have assessed our surroundings, and climbing upward is even more daunting. Our only hope lies in notifying Xuancheng of our predicament, as that may grant us a chance for rescue." The cave offered no sustenance, nor was there a water source to procure fish, and he feared they might succumb to starvation as much as to entrapment. To send him a message? Very well, I have paper and a pen, as well as a transparent glass bottle. I shall inscribe a note, place it within the bottle, and cast it down, hoping it will drift to someone who might retrieve it, Ruoyue proposed. "A glass bottle? What sort of bottle is that?" the wise king inquired. Intrigued. In an instant, Ruoyue's consciousness entered her medical system, where she beheld numerous glass bottles intended for experiments. With a flicker of her mind, she transported several into her cloth bag. She then regained her composure, retrieving a glass bottle from her bag and presenting it to the wise king. "Behold, this is a glass bottle. It is transparent and waterproof. Our letter will remain dry within. Besides the glass bottle, we could also utilize an empty medicine vial," she added. The wise king gazed at the bottle, astonished. He accepted it, caressing its surface with a look of delight. "This bottle is truly remarkable. With it, we can also fetch water. Xiaoyu, where did you acquire this? Does it exist for sale in the state of Chu?" Ruoyue hesitated before responding. "Oh, it is not sold in Chu. It was a gift from my former master." "Where did your master procure it? I have never encountered such an item in Chu. How I wish we had it available here." "This was purchased by my master during her travels in distant lands for storing medicine. However, she has since passed away, and I am unaware of where she acquired it," Ruoyue admitted, scratching her head awkwardly. "Ah, I see. Very well, Xiaoyu. Let us commence our letter. Seal it within this bottle, and allow it to drift downstream," the wise king concluded. "Agreed," Ruoyue replied as she searched the laboratory, ultimately finding only a stack of white paper, but no pen. Unable to find a pen, she reluctantly took out the paper and said, "I only found the paper in my bag, but I couldn't locate a pen. What should we do now? A brush? I have one. I originally came to the mountain to seek your guidance on how to dig a pond, so I brought a brush, paper, and a bottle of ink to record the method. It seems serendipitously useful, as you can see." The wise king, saying this, retrieved a brush, several sheets of white rice paper, and a bottle of ink from his sleeve. Ruoyue instantly beamed with joy. "How wonderful that you brought a brush. Shall we begin writing? Would you like to write, or shall I?" "You write," he replied. "I believe my royal brother would be eager to see your handwriting. Only with your writing will he believe and feel reassured." "Very well, I shall write," Ruoyue responded, spreading out the rice paper, opening the ink, and dipping the brush into the ink before she began to write. Fortunately, she had learned calligraphy from her grandfather when she was young, thus her brushwork was quite commendable. She wrote slowly, "Xuancheng, upon receiving this letter, please rest assured, we are unharmed. We are trapped beneath the waterfall at the cliffs of Luoxia Mountain, where there is a cave. Below the waterfall lies a deep pool. The cliff is slippery and covered in moss, with no foothold, preventing us from ascending or descending. The cave lacks food, and it is damp and cold. We hope for your swift rescue." She signed it as you were. After completing the letter, she folded the paper and inscribed the words for the esteemed Li Wang on the back. Xuancheng recognized her handwriting, seeing it would surely prompt him to come to her aid. The wise king was taken aback by the beauty of Ruoyue's script. Her calligraphy was clean, elegant, and graceful, reminiscent of floating jade, exuding a subtle fragrance. He rarely encountered a woman's handwriting so exquisite, and he couldn't help but admire her. Once Yunru neatly folded the rice paper, she placed the letter into the bottle, tightened the cap, and handed it to the wise king. Your Highness, I have finished writing. Please lower the bottle. All right, Xiaoya. The wise king nodded and prepared to step outside. Suddenly, a small rectangular jade box slipped from his possession and fell to the ground, shattering open to reveal a small rolled-up piece of drawing paper. The paper quickly rolled to Ruoyue's feet, and upon seeing this, the wise king's expression turned anxious as he reached to retrieve it. However, Ruoyue's hand was quicker. She had already picked up the drawing paper. Your Highness, is this a painting of yours? How intriguing that you carry a scroll with you. May I see what it depicts? She thought to herself that the wise king must possess remarkable artistic skills, and she was eager to appreciate his work. The wise king's expression stiffened as he softly replied, Very well, take a look. Thank you. I've heard you are skilled in poetry and painting. So your artistry must be exceptional. A painting you carry with you must hold great significance. I am keen to witness it. As Ruoyue spoke, she unfurled the painting. Upon seeing the vividly depicted figure of a graceful woman in white, she was momentarily stunned. How could this be her? The portrait carried by the wise king was indeed of her, and she could scarcely believe it. In shock, she hurriedly returned the portrait to him, her face flustered. I apologize, I should not have seen your painting. Do not worry, it is of little consequence, the prince spoke softly. In truth, he had intentionally let the portrait fall, hoping she would discover it. He sought to test her feelings, to reveal his own heart to her. Ruoyue quickly thrust the painting into his hands, proclaiming, I have already seen the painting. Please keep it safe. If we manage to escape, I sincerely wish for you to encounter a girl you favor. Someone you can marry and with whom you can raise a family, living a life of happiness. No, Xiaoya, I shall marry no one but you. I would rather remain unwed for eternity than take a woman I do not love. The prince gazed earnestly at Ruoyue. She looked at him in disbelief. My lord, surely you jest? I am already married, and my husband and I are expecting a child. It is impossible for us. Moreover, I do not believe I possess any qualities deserving of such devotion. There are countless women in this world far superior to me. If you were to look more closely, you would undoubtedly find someone you admire. No matter how remarkable they may be, they pale in comparison to you, even to the slightest degree. Xiaoya, you are my savior, the most benevolent woman in my life, the only one who stirs my heart. I understand your marital status. Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives. I am merely pained to see how your royal brother treats you. I wish to protect and care for you. The prince spoke with evident distress. Ruoyue regarded him with astonishment. My lord, have you truly believed that he has treated me poorly all this time? The prince looked at her resolutely. Indeed. Each time I see him, he appears to bully you. During my last visit to the prince's residence, not only was he entangled with Su Yuyao, but his demeanor towards you was also unkind. That day, when I brought you the cat, he aggressively refused to let you keep something you cherished. Just the previous night, when I played Homeward Song for you, he made you cry. Xiaoya, I cannot bear to witness him treating you this way. If you find no joy in his company, you may seek a divorce. I will take you away and care for you and your child for a lifetime. Chapter 1786. A misunderstanding. Ruoyue was taken aback by his words. She hastily replied, My lord, you have misunderstood. During my last visit to the prince's residence, Xuancheng was under the influence of a heart-severing poison, which caused his behavior. As for Su Yuyao, she orchestrated that situation to ruin my relationship with Xuancheng. He has since apologized regarding the cat. Concerning Homeward Song, he was misled by Chun Yang, believing you were playing a love song. In essence, it was all a misunderstanding. His reaction stemmed from his deep concern for me. Please believe me, he treats me well, he loves me, and I love him. I cannot accept this, Xiaoya. If he truly cared for you, why did you cry on the stone table the other night? Do you know how much it pained my heart to see your weeping silhouette? I longed to take you into my arms, to cherish and love you properly. The prince exclaimed passionately. Ruoyue responded, My lord, what you observed was merely the surface. Just as once, the entire world believed he loved Nangong Ro and not me. That is not the case at all. In matters of marriage, like drinking water, one knows best their own warmth or chill. What I feel is that he loves me deeply. In his relentless pursuit to save me, he disregarded his own safety, plunging into the blazing carriage to shield me from the searing beams of fire. After succumbing to the poison of the heartbreak pill, he would rather inflict pain upon himself than harm me. When I was abducted by Nangong Ro, He was willing to sacrifice his very life for my rescue. Each time I found myself in peril, he appeared like a timely rain, ready to protect and rescue me at any cost. Is it truly so? The benevolent prince gazed at Ruoyue in disbelief, his voice trembling with emotion. It was astonishing to realize the depth of their experiences of life and death. Ruoyue nodded affirmatively, assuring him of the truth of her words. During my time away from home, he was inconsolable, unable to eat or sleep, suffering from palpitations due to his heartache. When others slandered me, he stood unwaveringly in my defense, believing and protecting me. Our journey together has been fraught with trials, and I am certain of his genuine affection for me, just as I hold sincere feelings for him. I willingly choose to be with him. It is not coercion or force. My lord, love is palpable. I can sense whether I reside in his heart. Therefore, I implore you to cease misunderstanding him. Ruoyue felt compelled to clarify the prince's misconceptions to prevent future misunderstandings. Upon hearing her words, the prince's heart sank suddenly, as if pierced by a knife. Anguish clouded his gaze. He had not anticipated the depth of Xuancheng's love for Ruoyue, nor her profound affection for him in return. With a desolate look, he gazed at her, his complexion ashen, lips devoid of color. Why, dear you, did I meet you so late? How splendid it would have been had I encountered you before Xuancheng. Sighing, Ruoyue replied, My lord, encounters are often a matter of fate. Perhaps it took many lifetimes for us to come together. I believe the one destined for you is also waiting for you to find her. You need not speak such words to comfort me. Thank you. Aside from you, I have yet to meet anyone who stirs my heart. I fear I may never encounter such a person in this lifetime. The prince chuckled sadly, though his heart was heavy with melancholy. Observing his despondence, Ruoyue chose to change the subject. My lord, though I consumed 2 wild fruits earlier, I still feel quite famished. Shall we explore the cave further to see if there is any food available? Chapter 1787. All for her with her pregnancy. Ruoyue required substantial nourishment. From yesterday to today, she had only consumed 2 small wild fruits, insufficient to quell her hunger, leaving her feeling quite miserable. The prince shook his head sorrowfully, declaring, Dear you, there is no need to search. I explored yesterday, and the cave is damp and high. No animals would choose to dwell here. Even if there were, we likely scared them away. There should be fish in the deep pool below, but my hand is injured, and the cliff is too slippery for me to descend. Are there any wild fruits left on the trees outside? If there are no other provisions, those fruits could sustain us for a few days, Ruoyue inquired. None remain. There were only 5 wild fruits in total, all of which I have picked, the prince sighed. What? Only 5 wild fruits? And yet you have given them all to me. I had thought you had already consumed them. It appears you were deceiving me. Here, I shall divide 2 for you, so you may also fill your stomach, Ruoyue said, offering 2 wild fruits to the prince. However, the prince hastily waved his hand, declaring, I do not want them. I do not particularly enjoy such fruits. They are too astringent. You should eat them instead. I am not hungry. I can endure for several more days. I do not believe that. It is not that you dislike them, but rather that you wish to give them to me. My lord, why are you so foolish? Please eat without worry. If there truly is no food, I possess some enteral nutrition solution that can be ingested. After consuming the solution, we can sustain our lives for at least several days. Those with good physical health may even last a month or 2, albeit feeling weak and lacking energy. Ruoyue explained. Her medical system contained the nutrition solution, though its taste was quite unpleasant. She would not drink it unless absolutely necessary. Nourishment solution? What is that? Xiaoya. I have never even heard of such things. You are truly remarkable, possessing such treasures. The prince gazed at Ruoyue with admiration. He believed they had reached a dead end, yet she had opened a new path. This is a rehydration solution given to me by my master. Let us not dwell on that for now. Please eat a fruit first, Ruoyue urged. The prince shook his head, refusing. No, Xiaoya, since there is a rehydration solution, I shall simply consume that. These fruits are all for you. He sensed that the solution would surely be less palatable than the wild fruits. Thus he wished to leave the fruits entirely for Ruoyue. Seeing his unwavering resolve, she refrained from further persuasion. After all, 2 fruits would not significantly benefit him. Starving as she was, she consumed another wild fruit. After finishing, she approached the mouth of the cave, where she found the entrance concealed by a curtain of cascading water. Peering below, she could not discern anything, but looking up through the gap above, she spotted the barren fruit tree still standing there. The cliff was entirely covered in moss. devoid of any other attachments, making the ascent quite challenging. The prince was skilled in martial arts. Had his hand not been injured, he might have fought his way out. But alas, his right hand was wounded. Therefore, she could only say, "My lord, if no one comes to rescue us, it would be best to minimize our movements and rest more to conserve our strength. When hunger becomes unbearable, we shall resort to the nutrition solution." Saying this, she laid some dry grass against the cave wall, leaned back, and closed her eyes to rest. The prince glanced around once more, realizing there was truly no food, before sitting opposite Ruoyue and also resting. Thus, they leaned against the cave wall for an entire day. Chapter 1788. Unable to endure throughout the day, they suffered from hunger and the biting cold. The cave contained scarcely any dry twigs, and once the previous twigs had burned out, the prince could find no more to keep warm. Fortunately, it was not winter, but summer. Yet even in summer, the cave felt exceptionally chilly, reminiscent of late autumn, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Without food, both soon found themselves ravenous and lethargic. Ruoyue quickly retrieved the nutrition solution from her space, handing a bottle to the prince, and they both began to drink. After consuming the nutritional solution as prescribed, the condition of the two individuals did not improve. Rather, it deteriorated further. Ruoyue was aware that they would not starve to death in the short term due to the nourishment, yet the physical chill and psychological anxiety weighed heavily upon her, creating a dual burden. In this moment, she longed for Xuancheng, yearning for his gentle gaze and soothing words, reminiscing about his care, affection, and concern for her. Regrettably, she found herself lamenting their previous quarrel, her mind now solely occupied with memories of his kindness, conveniently forgetting all else. Subsequently, the two of them leaned against the cliff for an entire day, writing several letters which they sent down in glass bottles. By now, they had spent 3 days in the cave. After enduring hunger for 3 to 4 days, Ruoyue lay weakly on the straw, her vision blurred from hunger, her body frail and devoid of strength. Her lips were chapped and devoid of color. The Prince of Virtue sat opposite her, his condition only marginally better. After dozing off for a while, Ruoyue was awakened by the cold. Upon opening her eyes, she saw the prince, pale-faced and with closed eyes, sitting there in a state of weakness, his condition equally dire. He had offered her his coat, while he himself wore only a thin inner garment, leaving him shivering with purple lips and a pale complexion. Summoning her strength, she sat up, her cracked lips trembling as she gazed at him in distress. "My lord, wake up, how are you?" Hearing Ruoyue's voice, the prince struggled to open his eyes. "Xiaoya, I am well enough. What about you? Are you unwell? I am so hungry, so cold, and in such distress. Are we nearing death? Why has Xuancheng not come to find me after all these days? Did he not see our bottles? Did we write too little in our letters? I am truly terrified of never seeing him again. I am so afraid." Tears fell from Ruoyue's eyes. The prince hurriedly moved toward her with great effort, finally reaching her side. He gently patted her shoulder. "Xiaoya, do not be afraid. Did you not say that this nutritional solution could sustain us for a long time? Rest assured, as long as we persevere and wait, he will surely come to rescue us. I am really frightened. I fear that I will be forever separated from him. I am afraid I cannot hold on much longer, that I may perish here and never see him again. My lord, I must write him a letter. I fear that if I do not write again, I may lose my chance." Ruoyue sobbed. In recent days, she sensed her condition worsening, and the movements of the child within her had diminished. She was deeply worried for them. Her frail body, despite having consumed the nutritional solution, was likely unable to endure much longer. Thus, she needed to hasten the writing of a letter to Xuancheng. "Very well, I will fetch you paper and a brush for you to write to him." Upon witnessing Ruoyue's state, the prince's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He quickly moved, retrieving the brush and rice paper, placing them on a stone, and looked at her with deep concern. Seeing the paper and brush, Ruoyue mustered her strength to sit up, and the prince swiftly assisted her. Struggling with her large belly, it took considerable effort for her to rise. She then dipped her brush into the ink, her right hand trembling as she wrote, "Husband, by the time you read this letter, I and the children may no longer be in this world. Meeting you and falling in love with you has been the greatest joy of my life. The days spent in the King of Li's residence have been the happiest moments of my existence. Thank you for loving me so deeply and providing me with warmth, making me no longer feel alone. However, I sense that I can no longer endure. These past 2 days, the babies seem to have ceased their movements. They no longer kick me or disturb me, and I truly worry for them. I miss you dearly, long to see you, yearn to hear your voice, and desire to see your smile directed at me." As she wrote this, tears streamed down Ruoyue's face, soaking the letter with her sorrow. The King of Virtue, witnessing her heart-wrenching words, felt as though his heart were being cleaved in two. With tears in her eyes, Ruoyue continued, "Husband, if we should tragically meet our demise here, I hope you will not mourn for me, nor grieve, nor act foolishly on my behalf. Should I never return, I wish for the moon to accompany you. I hope you will forget me and live a good life anew, as if you had never known me, as if I had not perished but simply returned to my homeland. I hope you can take another wife, and together, may you harmoniously share a life of joy, growing old together in happiness. In the days ahead, devoid of my presence, I wish for your future to be bright, for your health to be robust, and for your family to be filled with joy and abundance. I have never regretted knowing you. Having experienced your love is enough for me." At this point, her tears cascaded down like pearls released from a broken string. Seeing her heartfelt words, the King of Virtue felt as though his heart were bleeding. Noticing Ruoyue's lips turning purple from the cold and her body trembling, he quickly took her in his arms and rubbed her arms, saying, "Little moon, do not utter such ominous words. Good people have their fates protected by heaven. I believe you will be fine. Xuancheng loves you so much. He will surely come to rescue you. Your Highness, I have finished writing the letter. Could you please place it in a bottle and throw it down?" Ruoyue said. Finally unable to hold on any longer, her body collapsing into the king's embrace. "Little moon." The King of Virtue held her tightly. "I will do as you ask. Do not worry. Thank you. Thank you." Yunru murmured before closing her eyes in distress, drifting into unconsciousness. The King of Virtue, witnessing her condition, felt a pang of anguish tearing through him. He gently laid Ruoyue on the hay, struggling to place the letter into the bottle before making his way to the cave entrance. As before, he cast the bottle into the tumultuous waters below, praying fervently that Xuancheng would see it and come to save Little Moon. He hurried back, only to find Ruoyue had fainted again, his heart aching with a mix of panic and worry, fearing she might truly not endure. He quickly drew a dagger from his side and inflicted a cut on his left arm, allowing his blood to flow. He then hastily fed the warm blood into Ruoyue's mouth. Chapter 1790. The prince falls from the mountain. She is now severely dehydrated and exceedingly frail. Doubting the efficacy of the rehydration solution, he resorts to nourishing her with his own blood. After feeding her, he hastily wipes the blood from the corner of Ruoyue's mouth. Suddenly, she begins to murmur in distress, "Husband, where are you? Why haven't you come to find me? Do you not want me and the child anymore? Have you truly forgotten us? I miss you so dearly." Hearing such disjointed utterances, the usually steadfast prince, Xian Wang, finds his eyes brimming with tears, his heart aching profoundly. For the past few days, Xuancheng has tirelessly scoured the area, searching for Ruoyue without rest. He has been combing the lower reaches of the river, neglecting even the basic necessities of food and sleep. Whenever hunger strikes, he hastily consumes some dry rations. When thirsty, he quenches his thirst with spring water. Like a relentless automaton, he continues his search, refusing to yield even when beset by illness and fever. After 3 fruitless days, his heart grows heavier, more frantic, and increasingly pained. The toll of his quest is evident. His visage is haggard, his frame has grown gaunt, and his chin is adorned with stubble. On that afternoon, a light rain begins to fall, rendering the mountain path slick and treacherous. When Mo sees Xuancheng intent on ascending the slope, he implores, "Your Highness, it is raining, and the path is perilous. You have also been running a high fever. Perhaps you should rest while we search?" "Nay," Xuancheng declares resolutely. "I have scoured the lower reaches in vain. I fear she may have been abducted by ill-intentioned individuals. I must traverse these mountains to find her." "I understand. But Your Highness, you have gone 3 days without rest or sleep. We can assist in the search. If you collapse, who will seek the princess?" Mo watches Xuancheng with concern, having witnessed his relentless pursuit over the past few days. Despite suffering from a cold and fever, the prince pushes on, and Mo's heart aches for him. "I am fine. You need not concern yourself with me. We must continue our ascent. Perhaps the princess is trapped somewhere, awaiting my rescue," Xuancheng replies in a grave tone. The weariness he feels pales in comparison to his anxiety over her uncertain fate. He cannot bear to contemplate her suffering, nor can he face the horrifying possibilities that may await him. Lost in his troubling thoughts, he suddenly feels a wave of dizziness wash over him. Darkness envelopes his vision, and he tumbles down the mountainside. Your Highness, upon witnessing Xuancheng's fall, Mo Li is struck with panic, shouting, "The prince has fallen. Quick, we must save him." Before Mo Li's words can fully escape his lips, Lu Rian and Feng Qiang leap into action, swiftly descending to catch Xuancheng as he rolls down the slope. Mo Li, it's bad news. The prince has lost consciousness. Feng Qiang exclaims, realizing the gravity of the situation as he grasps Xuancheng. Lu Ruoyue gently touched Xuanchen's forehead and remarked, "The prince is burning with fever. His condition is becoming increasingly dire." It had begun the previous afternoon when the prince intermittently suffered from high fever. Everyone had urged him to return and seek treatment, but he stubbornly insisted on continuing his search for the princess, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and fainting. Chapter 1791. Overwhelming grief. Mo Li hurried over. Did the prince sustain any injuries from the fall? No, he merely fainted, Feng Qiang replied. Quickly, assist him back to rest. The rest of you, continue searching for the princess, Mo Li instructed. Before long, Mo Li carried Xuancheng back to the residence. Feng Er, Jiu Er, Xiao Dai, and Aunt Bing had been anxiously waiting at the door for news of the princess. Instead of the awaited news, they were met with the sight of Mo Li carrying Xuancheng into the courtyard. They quickly surrounded him, and Feng Er anxiously inquired, Mo Li, what has happened to the prince? While searching for the princess, he accidentally fell from the mountain. Quickly, summon Dr. Lin to attend to him, Mo Li urged, his voice filled with urgency. All right, I will fetch Dr. Lin immediately, Feng Er replied, her brow furrowed with worry. Soon, Feng Er returned with Dr. Lin and several other physicians who had been summoned to assist with the princess's delivery. Upon entering the chamber, the doctors found Xuancheng unconscious and drenched in cold sweat. Dr. Lin promptly exclaimed, Mo Xiao Wei, the prince's garments are completely soaked. Quickly, send someone to change him into dry clothes. Yes, attendants, swiftly change the prince's attire, Mo Li commanded. In no time, the attendants had changed Xuancheng into clean garments, allowing Dr. Lin to approach and check his forehead. Upon contact, he recoiled. He is burning with fever. Feng Er, do you have any of the antipyretic medicine the princess left behind? Please administer it to the prince at once. Having witnessed the efficacy of this medicine before, Dr. Lin had complete faith in its power. The princess's peculiar remedies are far more effective than my own. Yes, I will fetch it right away, Feng Er assured. Fortunately, the princess had prepared some medicine for emergencies. Otherwise, they would have been at a loss. Soon, Feng Er returned with the antipyretic, which Dr. Lin hurriedly administered to Xuancheng. Afterward, he assessed. The prince's complexion is ashen, his tongue coated, and he appears lethargic. This is a result of a wind-cold infection, exacerbated by overexertion and lack of nourishment. I will prepare a remedy for him immediately. Feng Er, prepare some millet porridge for the prince to consume shortly. Understood, Dr. Lin, Feng Er replied. Once the doctors had exited, Feng Er and Mo Li gazed tearfully at the unconscious Xuancheng. The prince had been unable to eat for days and had overexerted himself, leading to his rapid weight loss and frailty, culminating in his fainting. Meanwhile, the princess remained unaccounted for, deepening their concern and sorrow. Feng Er could not help but voice, Mo Li, where could the princess possibly be? I miss her dearly and worry for her safety. Mo Li, overwhelmed with guilt, lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion. It is all my fault. Had I protected the princess better, she would not have fallen from the cliff. We have searched that mountain thoroughly, yet we have still not found her. Uncertain of her whereabouts, I ponder whether she is still alive. The empress must be safe. She must still be living. However, with her pregnancy and her growing belly, I find myself deeply concerned for her well-being. I cannot help but worry whether she is enduring hunger, cold, or illness. Feng Er, with tearful eyes, lamented. Beside her, Xiao Dai expressed her guilt, lamenting, it is my fault for not accompanying her up the mountain that day. I thought with the prince present, the princess would be secure. Who could have anticipated that someone would employ a ruse to lure the prince away? If I discover who harmed the princess, I shall ensure they meet a dreadful fate. Chapter 1792. A Disturbing Dream. Aunt Bing interjected, Xiao Dai, you were unwell that day, and it was wise of the princess to allow you to rest. This is not your fault. The blame lies with the assassins, not you. Our priority now is to continue our search for the princess and ensure the prince regains his health. Only when the prince is restored can the princess be saved. That day, Xiao Dai had been afflicted with severe pain, which led the princess to permit her to stay behind, resulting in the calamity that followed. Xiao Dai sighed. Even in discomfort, I should have been by the princess's side. My duty is to protect her, and now I have lost her. Yet, the great sage king remains elusive. What could possibly be transpiring? Feng'er remarked, the sage king is exceptionally skilled. He should be able to rescue the princess. Yet both of them have vanished. Since their disappearance, we have not caught a glimpse of them. Do you suppose he is so infatuated with the princess that he has taken her away to hide her? Surely not. The sage king is not that sort of person. No matter how much he cherishes the princess, she is a married woman and with child. It cannot be so. Xiao Dai countered. I too hope that is not the case. I miss the princess dearly and long to see her. 3 days have already passed, and if we cannot locate her soon, I truly fear for her safety. Feng'er lamented, breaking into tears. The others, upon hearing her words, were consumed by anguish, unable to fathom the dire consequences should anything happen to the princess. For days, they had been attempting to numb their worries, assuring one another that the princess would be fine. Yet, their hearts had begun to grow cold, fearful of the ominous news that might come. In the dead of night, Xuancheng experienced a long, troubling dream. He searched fervently for Ruoyue, only to suddenly discover her clad in a fiery red wedding gown, preparing to wed another man. He stood nearby, calling out to her, yet she would not turn back. Upon closer inspection, he realized the groom was none other than the sage king, sending him into a panic as he shook his head in distress, murmuring, no, do not marry him, please. Hearing Xuancheng's murmurs, Feng'er and Jior, who had been dozing at his bedside, were startled awake. My lord, what troubles you? Are you experiencing a nightmare? Feng'er hurriedly approached him. Yet, Xuancheng remained unresponsive. His eyes tightly shut, drenched in sweat as he continued to murmur. Suddenly, his body began to tremble, the cold sweat pouring forth. Feng'er and Jior exchanged anxious glances. With Feng'er urgently instructing, Jior, go fetch Dr. Lin, quickly. Yes, I shall go at once. Dr. Lin resided in the adjacent chamber, prompting Jior to hastily make her exit. At that moment, a shift occurred in Xuancheng's dream. The scene of his wedding vanished, replaced by a harrowing vision atop a precipice. Upon receiving a distress signal, he rushed towards the mountain, only to arrive and witness Ruoyue plummeting downwards. Without hesitation, he leaped after her, only to find her shattered and lifeless upon impact. Where? Xuancheng's anguished cry erupted from his lips as he violently spat forth blood. My lord, you are bleeding. Feng'er exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing the sight. Feng'er, I dreamt something dreadful has befallen the princess. She fell from the cliff, her body broken beyond repair. I am so frightened, terrified that it may be true. Blood trickled from the corner of Xuancheng's mouth as he clutched his chest, tears welling in his eyes, his body trembling in agony. Chapter 1793. The return of heart palpitations. Feng'er, seeing his distress, was engulfed in worry, tears streaming down her cheeks. My lord, do not despair. Dreams often reveal the opposite. If you dreamt of misfortune befalling the princess, it surely means she is alive and unharmed. This is the second time you have bled for her. Jior, has Dr. Lin arrived? Yes, Feng'er, Dr. Lin is here. How is the lord? Came Jior's anxious voice from outside. As Jior entered, leading Dr. Lin, Feng'er was as restless as an ant on a hot skillet. Dr. Lin, the lord has bled again. You must examine him at once. Dr. Lin quickly assessed the situation. Finding Xuancheng drenched in cold sweat, lying on the bed with blood at his lips, his body quaking. Alarmed, he exclaimed, Oh no. The lord is suffering from heart palpitations again. And this time, it is worse than before, causing him to bleed. What? Another episode of heart palpitations? Feng'er asked, urgency lacing her voice. Jior, summon Mo Li and the others immediately. Soon, everyone gathered in the room. Witnessing Xuancheng spitting blood, his pallor indicating profound sorrow, their hearts twisted in anguish. Upon seeing the blood at the corner of Xuancheng's mouth, Mo Li, filled with urgency, inquired, Dr. Lin, how has the lord succumbed to heart palpitations yet again? What should we do now? Is his health in jeopardy? As he spoke, he stepped forward, retrieving a cloth to dab the blood from Xuancheng's lips. Alas, the princess's misfortune has left the lord in profound grief, leading to this unbearable heartache and inevitable heart palpitations. During the first incident, upon hearing of the princess's fall, he bled as well, It marked the onset of his condition. Fortunately, his robust constitution prevented it from escalating into a grave illness. However, this latest bout has drained his vitality significantly, endangering his life, Dr. Lin lamented with a sigh. What? A single instance of bleeding could result in such severity. Dr. Lin, please save the Lord. Hurry. Mo Li implored, shaking Dr. Lin's shoulders, his eyes filled with anguish. Dr. Lin reassured him, rest assured, I shall save the Lord. I anticipated this ailment, and thus I have already prepared the medicine. Assist the Lord to sit up. I will administer it to him now. As he spoke, his apprentice entered with the prepared potion. Mo Li quickly helped Xuancheng to sit, while Dr. Lin hastily began to feed him the medicine. At this moment, a sudden clamor of sharp footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by the sound of weapons scraping against armor. Simultaneously, the voice of Zhang Shifan reached them. Master Feng, where is Prince Li? I have heard that Prince Li, in his quest to find Princess Li, unfortunately fell from the mountain and sustained severe injuries. I have brought the officials to pay him a visit. Upon hearing Zhang Shifan's voice, Mo Li's face contorted with rage, his hands clenching into tight fists. He hastily turned to the young apothecary beside him and instructed, support the prince. I shall step outside to assess the situation. Yes, Captain Mo, replied the apothecary, promptly taking Mo Li's place to steady Xuancheng. Upon hearing Zhang Shifan's voice, Xuancheng's crimson eyes suddenly chilled, a tempest of murderous intent flashing within them. He yearned to confront Zhang Shifan, yet his strength had abandoned him, leaving him to lean feebly against the headboard. At that moment, his heart ached profoundly, as if it were being ruthlessly torn asunder. His fury surged, directed at Zhang Shifan and his entourage outside. As Mo Li stepped outside, he beheld Zhang Shifan, flanked by numerous civil and military officials from Jiangzhou, brandishing torches and standing there with an imposing presence. Chapter 1794, Zhang Shifan's Coercion. He immediately exclaimed, Lord Zhang, what is your purpose in disturbing the prince at such an hour with so many people? Zhang Shifan scoffed coldly, Captain Mo, we have heard that Prince Li has been gravely injured and lies in a coma. Naturally, we have come to inquire about his well-being. Please allow us entry to ascertain his condition. Mo Li brandished his sword with fierce determination, blocking the entrance to the chamber. The prince is well. He is currently resting inside. Without his command, none shall disturb him. Lord Zhang, I implore you to return for now. Once the prince has recuperated, he will summon you. Zhang Shifan, stroking the stubble on his chin with arrogance, retorted, we come in numbers to visit the prince, yet he refuses to see us? Captain Mo, be honest, has something happened to the prince? If he is indeed unwell and unable to lead us in flood control efforts, then I must request that he relinquish his authority to me. After all, this matter of flood management is urgent and cannot be delayed. Nearby, Chun-Shi chimed in ominously. Indeed, Captain Mo, if the prince is injured and incapable of guiding us through the floods, he should bestow his authority upon Lord Zhang. With Lord Zhang at the helm, we believe he can accomplish the flood relief mission. Upon hearing these words, Mo Li understood that Zhang Shifan was attempting to coerce the prince into relinquishing power. The management of flood relief held numerous advantages and vested interests, including control over disaster relief funds and resources, as well as the authority to compel the populace to excavate ponds. There was considerable profit to be gained, and Zhang Shifan certainly coveted such power. Moreover, seizing this authority would allow him to obscure his own corrupt deeds and obliterate evidence of his malfeasance. Standing timidly on the sidelines, Xuancheng trembled. He had initially intended to align himself with Zhang Shifan in pressuring Xuancheng to concede power. However, recalling Ruoyue's words, he now resolved to engage solely in virtuous deeds, avoiding any misdeeds. Coercing Prince Li into surrendering authority would be an act of wrongdoing, and he could not partake in such matters, lest he invoke malevolent spirits and suffer from maladies that would rob him of restful sleep. In this clash of titans, it was prudent for him, a mere spirit, to refrain from intervening. He quietly concealed himself behind the crowd, remaining silent. At that moment, Mo Li spoke in a grave tone. The prince is unharmed. He merely had an unfortunate fall. He is quite well now. It would be prudent for you all to refrain from unfounded speculations, lest we jeopardize the crucial matter of flood control. Presently, it is imperative that Zhang Shifan and his ilk remain oblivious to the prince's ailment. Should they become aware, they would undoubtedly pressure the prince to relinquish power. And even worse, they might seize the opportunity to assassinate him. Ah, If the prince is indeed well, then let him step forth for us to see. Alternatively, you may allow us to enter and see him, Zhang Shifan arrogantly declared. That is out of the question, Master Zhang. The prince holds a distinguished status, without his consent. It is not within your purview to seek an audience with him. Should you wish to see the prince, kindly await his summons, and only then may you return. Mo Li retorted through clenched teeth. Mo Xiaowei, you have been evasive and obstructive in preventing me from entering. Are you concealing something on behalf of Prince Li? Could it be that Prince Li is indeed in grave peril? I must insist on entering, Zhang Shifan exclaimed, forcefully pushing past Mo Li in an attempt to storm into the room. Impudent. At that moment, the door swung open with a cold creak, revealing a powerful voice emanating from within. The crowd quickly lifted their gazes to behold Chu Xuancheng, clad in an opulent black robe, emerging with an imposing demeanor and a serious countenance. Chapter 1795. The commanding presence of the prince, his aura was commanding, as if he were a sovereign upon the throne. His eyes, filled with a murderous intent, exuded a palpable bloodlust and sharpness that deterred any who dared approach. At the sight of him, the onlookers instinctively recoiled, bowing in reverence to the prince. Zhang Shifan, witnessing Chu Xuancheng's arrogant and domineering entrance, wore an expression of disbelief. Prince, were you not gravely injured and unconscious? How is it that you appear unscathed? Master Zhang, do you seem to harbor a desire for my misfortune? Chu Xuancheng questioned in a deep voice. I mean no such thing. If the prince is unharmed, I can rest easy, Zhang Shifan replied, his demeanor begrudging. I have just heard that you seek the authority to manage flood control, Master Zhang. Regrettably, as I am in good health, that power cannot be relinquished to you. I kindly ask that you and the officials depart and refrain from disturbing my rest, Chu Xuancheng asserted with a firm tone. Zhang Shifan scrutinized Chu Xuancheng, noting his pallor and bloodless lips, and narrowed his eyes in suspicion. He suspected that Chu Xuancheng was indeed injured, but merely putting on a brave face. To provoke him further, he feigned concern. Prince, I have heard that the Princess Li was ambushed on the mountains, accidentally plummeting off a cliff and going missing. I am deeply worried. It is said that you have been searching for her tirelessly these past few days, neglecting food and sleep. You must take care of your health. Chu Xuancheng regarded Zhang Shifan with a cold and disdainful gaze. Rest assured, I will find her soon enough. There is no need for your concern. That is not how it appears, Your Highness. A fall from such a height is a near-fatal ordeal. You have sought the Princess Li for so long without success, and I too have enlisted help in the search, yet we remain empty-handed. The Princess Li, as beautiful as a celestial being, possesses exceptional medical skills and is now with child, carrying a pair of twins. Yet, she is nowhere to be found, neither alive nor dead, which is indeed pitiable. My lord, death is irreversible. I implore you to mourn with moderation and refrain from excessive sorrow. Zhang Shifan feigned sympathy, yet his eyes glimmered with unmistakable delight and mockery. Rest assured, Master Zhang, even in death, the Princess Li shall not perish, Chu Xuancheng declared, suddenly striking the railing before him with a resounding slap. The railing shattered with a loud crash, causing everyone to recoil in alarm. Zhang Shifan, unable to believe his eyes, had assumed Chu Xuancheng was gravely injured, only to be astonished that he could effortlessly destroy the railing with a mere gesture. It appeared that Chu Xuancheng's strength remained intact. He was still the formidable warrior of renown. Realizing he was outnumbered and it would be unwise to confront Chu Xuancheng directly, Zhang Shifan's demeanor softened. My lord, please do not take offense. I did not mean it that way. I too wish for the Princess Li's safety. She will surely return unscathed. Surely, the princess has the heavens on her side and will be just fine. If you have no further matters, you may take your leave. I require rest. Chu Xuancheng bit out coldly, his gaze fixed with bloodthirsty intensity upon Zhang Shifan. Zhang Shifan was momentarily daunted by the murderous intent in his eyes. After a brief pause, he hastily replied, Very well, my lord, I shall not disturb your rest. We shall take our leave. He gestured to the officials and led them away. Though he departed, his eyes remained shifty. Uncertainty lingered. Had Chu Xuancheng truly sustained injuries? While he had shattered the railing, it was difficult to discern the truth behind the faade. He had heard whispers that Chu Xuancheng possessed evidence of his embezzlement and land seizures, and was even investigating the assassination of the Princess Li. If Chu Xuancheng were to uncover that he was the mastermind behind it all, it would spell disaster for him. Thus, he resolved to take preemptive action. He must eliminate Xuancheng first to eradicate any future threats. He decided to bide his time, waiting until he could ascertain the extent of Xuancheng's condition before making his move. Once all had exited, Xuancheng staggered slightly, blood suddenly spilling from the corner of his mouth. He weakened and began to collapse to the ground. "My lord," Emily exclaimed, rushing to support him alongside Feng Qingyang. They quickly assisted him back inside and onto the bed. "My lord, why have you coughed up blood once more?" Emily choked out, wiping the blood from Xuancheng's lips. Dr. Lin interjected, "Lieutenant Emo, the lord was evidently in a weakened state just now, unable to stand. Yet, in order to intimidate Zhang Shifan, he forced himself to rise, which strained his internal organs, causing the blood. What? Quickly, prepare medicine for the lord. He must not succumb." Emily urged anxiously. "Understood, I shall go at once. However, the lord has had little appetite these past days, hardly consuming enough nourishment. Merely taking medicine will not suffice. He needs sustenance to recover swiftly. Please, Lieutenant Emo, encourage the lord to eat more nutritious foods," Dr. Lin advised. "Very well, I shall do so," Emily replied. "Is there any porridge available?" As Emily was lost in thought, she suddenly heard the faint voice of Prince Xuancheng. "Ah, Your Highness, would you like some porridge?" "I have it ready. Fenger has been preparing it all along," she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Fenger, equally elated, added, "Your Highness, please wait a moment. I will fetch the porridge from the kitchen right away." With that, she dashed out to retrieve it. Xuancheng, recalling Zhang Shifan's earlier arrogant demeanor, clenched his fists tightly. His eyes filled with a terrifying killing intent, alongside an unwavering ambition and fighting spirit. The more Zhang Shifan flaunted his arrogance and sought to suppress him, the stronger Xuancheng vowed to become. He could not allow himself to be defeated. For Ruoyue's sake, he must stand firm. Thus, when Fenger brought in the porridge, he instructed, "Emily, help me sit up." "Of course, Your Highness," she replied eagerly, noticing the resurgence of his fighting spirit. As he propped himself up, Xuancheng took the bowl and began to consume the porridge himself, refusing Emily's attempt to feed him. With thoughts of Ruoyue's uncertain fate and her need for his rescue, he resolutely forced himself to eat. Both Emily and Fenger watched this scene, their eyes brimming with tears. After finishing the porridge, Xuancheng felt considerably better. After a while, he took the medicine brewed by Dr. Lin, then lay down, closed his eyes, and compelled himself to enter a state of rest. Only with his body restored could he save Ruoyue. The next morning, Fenger noticed that the prince's complexion had improved significantly. Although his face remained as pale as snow, he appeared much more spirited compared to the previous night's lethargy, likely due to the food and rest. Xuancheng slept soundly until noon. Upon awakening, he coldly opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. "Your Highness, you're awake. Would you like to rest a bit longer?" Emily hurriedly inquired. "No need. Is there food available? Bring me something to eat. I have matters to attend to." Xuancheng replied in a deep voice. "Yes, Fenger has everything prepared. Please wait a moment. I will have her bring it in," Emily said, delighted that Xuancheng had regained his authoritative demeanor. "Wonderful. The prince appears to have improved greatly. Truly a man of iron will. After such weakness last night, he has remarkably transformed into a vigorous and formidable presence after just one night of rest." Soon, Fenger brought in the carefully prepared meal. After swiftly finishing his food, Xuancheng instructed Emily, "Go and have someone prepare several long, sturdy ropes. I will need them shortly." "Ropes? Your Highness, what do you intend to do with them?" Emily asked, perplexed. "Do not concern yourself with that. Just ensure they are prepared. Once ready, take a team and accompany me to Mount Luoxia," Xuancheng commanded. "To Mount Luoxia? But why, Your Highness?" "We have thoroughly searched that mountain and found no trace of the princess," Emily replied, then added, "Your Highness, do you intend to use the ropes to descend the cliff in search of the princess? But that cliff is wet and slippery and incredibly steep. There are no footholds, and it would be exceedingly dangerous to descend. Moreover, we have thoroughly searched below, yet there is no sign of the princess. The prince is placing himself in peril. Emily, when did you become so tiresome? If you are unwilling to prepare for me, then summon Lu Ruoyue." Xuancheng spoke coldly. He had searched everywhere for Ruoyue and was intent on descending the cliff, as it was his last glimmer of hope. Emily quickly responded, imploring the prince to calm his wrath, assuring him that he would make the necessary preparations at once. Soon, Emily had gathered ropes and other supplies. Upon seeing this, Chu Xuancheng led his entourage to begin the ascent of Luoxia Mountain. Although his health had improved significantly, his internal organs were still not fully restored, and his palpitations had yet to subside. Most would have been unable to rise, but with a formidable belief and hope propelling him, he not only stood but held himself upright with determination. Before long, they reached the summit of Luoxia Mountain. As soon as they arrived, Chu Xuancheng hurried to the edge of the cliff, his gaze intensely fixed on the rushing river below, the turbulent waterfall, and the swirling gray mist enveloping the mountains. Emoli, tie one end of the rope to that large tree, Chu Xuancheng directed. Your Highness, are you truly intent on descending? This cliff is dozens of zhang high, and the river below is perilously swift. You cannot risk going down, Emoli urgently advised. If you cannot hold on, you may fall. Nearby, Feng Qingyang echoed this concern. Indeed, Your Highness, we have scoured the area below and found no trace of the princess. You exerted yourself last night, injuring your internal organs, and your palpitations remain unhealed. To descend so recklessly could lead to disaster if your body fails. The cliff was exceedingly steep, and the river below offered no foothold. Even Feng Qingyang, a master of lightness skill, would not dare to descend carelessly. Yet, Chu Xuancheng's gaze remained coldly fixed on the river below. No, the princess awaits me there. I must go down. What? The princess is waiting for you below. Your Highness, did you see her? Emoli suddenly realized that the prince's calmness was unnaturally eerie. I have seen her. The princess is waiting for me to rescue her. I must descend immediately. If I delay, she may be in danger, Chu Xuancheng pronounced with chilling resolve. Chapter 1798, A Descent into Madness? Emoli and Feng Qingyang exchanged incredulous glances upon hearing this. They had not seen the princess below, yet the prince spoke as if he were certain. Could it be that he was so consumed by longing for her that he had succumbed to delusions, his mind clouded and unfocused? Trembling, Emoli approached Chu Xuancheng, his voice gentle yet firm. Your Highness, the princess is not below. Are you certain of this? Indeed, she must be. She fell from here and is undoubtedly below. Our hearts are connected, and I can feel her presence. She is alive and waiting for me to save her, Chu Xuancheng asserted with unwavering conviction. His eyes held a fierce belief, glimmering with light and hope. He was resolute that Ruoyue awaited him below, and he would not yield. He was convinced she still lived. Emoli, hearing this, fell once more into a stunned silence. He trembled as he spoke. Your Highness, the princess is not down there. We did not see her at all. You cannot go down. It is perilous below, and you must not put yourself in danger. Feng Qingyang urged, Your Highness, I hesitate to speak, but I deeply wish for the princess's safety. However, we have searched for her tirelessly these past few days without a trace. I am filled with fear, fearful that the princess may have met with misfortune. If that is indeed the case, you must refrain from risking yourself. Should she be alive, she would never wish for you to endanger yourself. She would certainly want you to live well for her sake and would not want you to act recklessly. For your own well-being and for your grand aspirations, you must not act impulsively. Feng Qingyang, what nonsense are you spouting? I believe the princess is safe. The Taoist Qingfeng foretold that she possesses the fate of a phoenix, destined for great wealth and honor. A person so blessed would not easily come to harm. I share a profound connection with her. I sense that she is unharmed. She has faced countless dangers alongside me in the past, each time emerging unscathed. This time shall be no different. At this point, Chu Xuancheng suddenly pointed towards the edge of the cliff, exclaiming, Do you see? The princess is down there, waiting for me. She is smiling at me, beckoning me to come down and take her home. A premonition surged within him, as if someone were guiding him to descend and find you where. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang quickly turned to Chu Xuancheng, noticing his dazed expression and vacant gaze. The current prince appeared calm, yet a strong undercurrent of madness lurked beneath. When a highly intelligent and composed individual suddenly exhibits such irrational behavior, does it not suggest a descent into madness? Nearby, several onlookers exchanged incredulous whispers. There is clearly no Princess Li down there, yet the prince insists there is. Do you think he has lost his mind from missing her so deeply that he has succumbed to delusion? It is quite possible. Listen to him rambling. His mind truly seems unhinged. Yet, Chu Xuancheng paid no heed to their murmurs. He gazed down the cliff, memories of his time with Ruoyue flashing before him. He recalled her first act of saving him, her selfless sacrifice of her own blood to brew an antidote for him, her struggles during pregnancy while he prepared a cake for her birthday, her every smile and movement, her enchanting demeanor. These thoughts brought a faint smile to his lips. Chapter 1799. Finding Yuer suddenly, he cast a cold glance at the crowd, his voice resolute and unwavering. Emoli, Feng Qingyang, you stay here. I shall descend at once. Everyone claimed he was acting on impulse, that he had gone mad. For Yuer, what harm is there in acting on impulse just this once? Hearing his words, Emoli and Feng Qingyang felt tears welling in their eyes. Emoli choked back a sob, exclaiming, Your Highness, you cannot go down. It is not permissible. Shall we return instead? Let us not proceed any further, shall we? Feng Qingyang also wiped his nose, visibly distressed. However, Xuancheng paid no heed to them. Upon observing the guards fastening the ropes, he took hold of the other end and secured it around his own body. Once he ensured himself was tightly bound, he employed his lightness skill, tugging at the rope as he gradually descended towards the precipice below. My lord, please be cautious. I shall follow you down, Emoli exclaimed, hastily fastening another rope and accompanying him. Seeing this, Feng Qingyang promptly summoned 2 guards to descend as well, while he remained vigilant by the ropes to prevent any disturbances. As Xuancheng descended, he swiftly glided towards the bottom of the cliff. The cliff proved to be both steep and slippery. Fortunately, the rope secured around him prevented a rapid fall. Suddenly, midway through his descent, he noticed what appeared to be a cave behind the waterfall. He quickly tightened his grip on the rope, halting his descent. Upon catching sight of the cave, his expression shifted with sudden intensity. Startled, he drew his treasured sword and thrust it into the cliffside. With a firm grip on the hilt, he exerted himself to leap through the waterfall and into the cave. Upon entering the cave, he discovered the lighting was dim, cloaked in shadows. Suddenly, he spotted a half-burned bonfire on the ground, alongside several fruit pits crawling with ants, and peculiar medicinal packages inscribed with words such as nutrient solution. The sight of these unusual packages startled him. They must belong to Yuer, as only she possessed such strange remedies. A surge of joy filled his heart. He hurried deeper into the cave, where he noticed a frail figure weakly leaning against the cave wall, seemingly asleep. Upon seeing her, an overwhelming surge of joy erupted within his chest. He rushed over, grasping Ruoyue's hand. His eyes reddened with urgency as he called out, Yuer, can you hear me? I have come to bring you home. Ruoyue, groggy and disoriented, suddenly heard a familiar voice. Struggling to open her eyes, she beheld Xuancheng's pale, anxious face. She shook her head in disbelief, staring at him. Am I dreaming? My husband, how did you come here? Surely this is a dream? No, Yuer, this is not a dream, it is real. I sensed you were waiting for me below, and I descended, never expecting to truly find you. Yuer, are you injured? Do you feel unwell? Xuancheng anxiously examined her body for any signs of harm. However, Ruoyue's mind was clouded. She could hardly believe this was reality. She continued to shake her head, weakly murmuring, I must be dreaming. My husband, I must miss you so dearly that this dream has manifested. What a beautiful dream it is. I truly wish it would never end. I do not want to awaken. I want to continue sleeping, to keep dreaming, to always dream of you. As she spoke, she succumbed to slumber once more. Chapter 1800. Is she dreaming? Xuancheng watched this scene unfold, his eyes filled with anguish and concern. Yuer, do not sleep. This is not a dream, it is real. I am Xuancheng, your husband, and I have come to rescue you. Please awaken. Xuancheng, my husband? Ruoyue could hardly believe her eyes as she opened them to see the worried face of Xuancheng. Glancing around, she suddenly inquired, Where is the virtuous king? He was sitting opposite me. How can he have vanished and turned into you? You must be deceiving me. This has to be a dream. Princess, we have been searching for you. At that moment, Emoli emerged from the waterfall. As he entered, he hurried towards the two, his face alight with joy. Upon seeing Emoli, Ruoyue shook her head vigorously, biting her lip to confirm her reality, feeling the sharp pain. Tears streamed down her face as she gazed at Xuancheng, realizing that she was not dreaming. This was indeed real. My lord, you truly have come to rescue me. Did you receive my letter, knowing our whereabouts, and thus came to save me? The letter? What letter? I have not seen your missive. I merely had a premonition that you were at the cliff's edge, which compelled me to seek you, Xuancheng replied. At that moment, Ruoyue suddenly asked, What of the virtuous king? Where has he gone? Have you seen him? Xuancheng shook his head. When I entered, I only saw you here. He was nowhere to be found. Have you been together these past few days? Do you know his whereabouts? Yun Ruoyue quickly shook her head. I have been in a deep slumber today, completely unaware of his location. You must send someone to find him. I fear for his safety. Very well, Emoli. I trust you will lead the search for the virtuous king, Xuancheng commanded. Yes, my lord. Emoli responded before hastily departing the cave. Once Emoli left, Yun Ruoyue, concerned that Xuancheng might misunderstand her relationship with the virtuous king, hurriedly explained, the day I was attacked, the virtuous king arrived just in time. When I accidentally fell from the cliff, he jumped after me, grasping a tree outside the cave. However, the tree suddenly gave way. Fearing for my life, he managed to bring me into the cave through the waterfall, but he also climbed up. This cave is cold and damp, devoid of any sustenance. In his effort to save me, he injured his right arm, rendering him incapable of seeking help. We have been trapped here without food, surviving solely on that nutrient solution. Rest assured, there is nothing between him and me. Hearing Yun Ruoyue's explanation, Xuancheng felt a pang of sorrow. He quickly embraced her, holding her tightly, resting his chin on her head, stroking it as one would treasure. I am sorry you are. I should not have been angry with you or quarreled that day. I know you share no sentiments with him. My anger stemmed from fear of losing you. I should have placed my trust in you. I deeply regret my actions, and I am grateful you are safe. Otherwise, I would be consumed by guilt. Let us leave the past behind. I have long since forgotten it. While I was here with the virtuous king, I made my feelings clear. I told him that aside from you, my heart belongs to no one else. Chapter 1801. Rescued. Seeing her in a state of acute anxiety, fearful of his lack of trust, Xuancheng felt a deep pang of heartache. He embraced her tightly, murmuring, You need not say anything. I know, I understand, I believe in you. At that moment, a sudden crash interrupted them, the sound of a bottle shattering upon the ground. Both turned in alarm to find the Prince of Virtue standing there, drenched and battered, with a fallen glass bottle at his feet. Within the bottle swam several tiny crucian carp. The prince stood there in silence, his heart heavy with unspoken pain. Emoli and the two guards stood aside, awkwardly touching their noses, unsure of what to say. Your Highness, where have you been? Why are you wet and covered in wounds? What has transpired? Yun Ruoyue exclaimed. Noting the torn fabric of his clothing and the bruises that marred his face, concern etched across her features. The prince hastily picked up the bottle from the ground and, in a weakened voice, explained, I saw you were ravenous this morning, so I ventured into the cave to search for food. I did not hold much hope, but unexpectedly, I discovered a small pool behind a gnarled tree, teeming with wild crucian carp. I hurried to catch some fish to fill your stomach. However, it seems it is no longer necessary. With that, he awkwardly clutched the bottle, a look of despondency on his face. Ah, so you went to catch fish for me. Thank you. Now that Xuancheng and the others have arrived, we are saved. Yun Ruoyue exclaimed. Indeed, we are saved, the prince replied softly. He had just witnessed how, upon Xuancheng's arrival, Yun Ruoyue's once dull gray eyes sparkled with brilliance, radiating a light he had never before seen. He realized then that her eyes shone so brightly only in Xuancheng's presence, while they had appeared so dim and devoid of hope when she was with him. It dawned on him that he had been deluding himself. Her heart truly belonged to Xuancheng. After locating Yun Ruoyue and the prince, Xuancheng hurriedly ordered his men to bring them up. He personally secured a safety rope around Yun Ruoyue, cradling her in his arms as he slowly ascended. The treacherous wet cliffs demanded immense effort, and by the time he finally brought her to safety, he was left breathless and utterly drained. The prince, too, was rescued by Emoli and his men. When Feng Qingtang and the workers witnessed Xuancheng successfully bringing Yun Ruoyue to safety, they were incredulous. They had thought him to be speaking nonsense, but he had indeed found the princess, an astonishing miracle. Rushing forward, Feng Qingtang exclaimed, Princess, are you all right? This is wonderful. The prince has finally found you. He insisted you were below, and we could hardly believe it, but it truly is a miracle. Yun Ruoyue, feeling faint, glanced weakly at Feng Qingtang, saying, Thank you. I'm fine, just a bit hungry. The baby inside me is also quite hungry and hasn't moved much. I would like something to eat. Before she could finish her sentence, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. Where? Xuancheng hurriedly picked her up, his eyes bloodshot. Urgently addressing the crowd, everyone quickly returned to the manor. When Fenger and Zhou'er saw Xuancheng carrying Yun Ruoyue back to the manor, they were incredulous and rushed forward, each overwhelmed with emotion and tears of joy. Chapter 1802. Personally feeding her porridge, Fenger exclaimed, Your Highness, you have finally found the princess. How wonderful that she is unharmed. Blessed by the deities. I knew the princess was destined for greatness. She would never come to harm, and indeed it is so. Aunt Bing wiped her tears with her sleeve, saying, "This is splendid. The princess has been rescued by His Highness, and now I can rest easy. I will follow the princess closely from now on. Even if I were on the brink of death, I would remain by her side to ensure her safety." Xiao Dai said with lingering fear, "Now that the princess has returned, surely His Highness's health will improve swiftly." Feng'er added, "The princess has been hungry for so many days. She must be yearning for food. Let us hasten to prepare a meal for her." Aunt Bing quickly interjected, "Joer, the princess has gone too long without food. She should avoid spicy and greasy dishes for now. Her stomach is very weak. Prepare some porridge for her to start." "Yes, Aunt," Joer replied. After Xuancheng gently laid Ruoyue down in the room, he promptly summoned Dr. Lin. "Dr. Lin, please examine the princess. What caused her to faint? Was it from hunger?" Dr. Lin rushed forward to check Ruoyue's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, then took her pulse, stepping back 2 paces to report. "The princess's pulse is stable. She merely appears weak, likely due to prolonged fasting and nutritional deficiency leading to her fainting. Rest assured, Your Highness, the princess is not in serious danger, and the child within her is also unharmed. I shall administer acupuncture to help her regain consciousness." However, Dr. Lin was puzzled. Hearing that the princess had not eaten for 3 or 4 days, he thought that an ordinary person might have perished by now from such deprivation. Yet, the princess's pulse remained steady, with no significant issues apart from her weakness. He could not fathom the reason. Perhaps the princess possesses extraordinary medical skills for self-rescue. He dared not dwell on it, and quickly began the acupuncture, inserting silver needles into her Baihui, Shinting, and Xuancheng points. Gradually, Ruoyue awakened. Dazed, she opened her eyes to see the familiar bed curtains and canopy, along with the comforting faces of her companions. At that moment, Xuancheng, Feng'er, Aunt Bing, Xiao Dai, and Mo Li were all gathered at her bedside, their eyes filled with concern. Seeing them all together brought a smile to her face. "It is so wonderful to see you all again. You are awake. Do you feel like eating something?" Xuancheng approached joyfully, grasping her hand. "Yes, I would like some porridge," Ruoyue replied softly. At this moment, porridge was all she could manage. "All right, someone, quickly bring the porridge for the princess," Xuancheng commanded. As he spoke, he carefully propped Ruoyue up, allowing her to lean against the pillow. "Your Highness, the porridge has arrived. I have prepared fish, meat, and milk porridge for the princess, soft, nutritious, and delicious," Joer announced, entering with a bowl of porridge. "Bring the porridge to me. I shall personally feed the princess," declared Xuancheng as he took the bowl. He then added, "By the way, Joer, please send a portion of this porridge to the esteemed king opposite." "Yes, my lord," Joer replied. Everyone assumed the prince despised the esteemed king, yet here he was, showing concern for him. At that moment, Xuancheng noticed the porridge was rather hot, so he gently blew on it until it cooled. "Come, Yuer, allow me to feed you." Seeing several pairs of eyes fixed upon them, Ruoyue felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied, "No, it's all right. I can manage on my own." "Nonsense, you are currently weak. How can you do it by yourself? Open your mouth. I shall feed you," Xuancheng coaxed, urging Ruoyue to comply. Reluctantly, she opened her mouth and swallowed, then shyly remarked, "Last time, you were like a 3-year-old, insisting I feed you. Now it seems I am the one awaiting your care, like a 3-year-old myself." "3-year-old?" A question mark appeared above Xuancheng's head. Ruoyue chuckled softly. "Yes, that time you behaved like a little child, demanding I feed you. Enough of this. Please feed me the porridge. I am quite hungry," she said, feeling flustered and quickly bowing her head to drink the porridge. Upon hearing this, Xuancheng quickly turned to Feng'er and the others, saying, "Feng'er, Mo Li, you may leave. I can take care of this." He was, after all, a dignified man. How could he allow them to hear the words 3-year-old? Once they departed and only the two remained, Xuancheng swiftly asserted, "Yuer, what nonsense about 3-year-olds. I am a proper man. My request for you to feed me is merely a playful intimacy between spouses. I am not a 3-year-old. Should you dare speak of this again, I shall demand you feed me every day." Hearing his words, Ruoyue's face flushed crimson. All right. Let us not dwell on this topic. It is quite embarrassing." "Fool, were you not the one to bring it up?" Xuancheng replied with a haughty arch of his brow. Outside, Mo Li and the others exchanged glances and discreetly began gossiping. Mo Li rubbed her head and said, "The princess actually referred to the prince as a 3-year-old. Besides being called a big pig's foot and a jealous king by the princess, he has now acquired yet another nickname." Ruoyue whispered, "Hush, let me tell you something. When concubine Ro was still around, I overheard gossip about the prince. They said he was a pitiful man with 2 beautiful wives, but had only consummated with one of them once, which is why he yearns to climb into the princess's bed every day." What? Laughter erupted among the group. Ruoyue mischievously added, "The prince, feeling unloved by the princess, even doubts himself, calling himself the ugliest man in the kingdom, believing he has no charm. He even learned to meow like a cat for the princess and pouted, asking her to feed him. I never knew our aloof prince could be so playful, clingy, and shy in front of the princess, pretending to be pitiful and ill to garner sympathy. He truly is a passionate, humorous, and devoted man before her. However, when he cannot win an argument against the princess, he resorts to acting spoiled and forcibly kisses her. Ah, just thinking about it is unbearable." Mo Li gazed with admiration at Feng Er, his heart filled with longing. If only he could share such tender moments with Feng Er, he would awaken from dreams with a smile. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Er was oblivious to his gaze, stifling her laughter with her hand as she reveled in the antics of the prince, renowned for his doting affection towards his wife. It was amusing how, while most women sought affection, the prince tirelessly devised ways to curry favor with the princess, resembling a child yearning for sweets. Xuancheng chuckled, suggesting, "Indeed. Let us envision the princess as the emperor and the prince as the empress." The thought of the prince employing various tricks to capture the princess's attention is simply delightful. What should we do about it? Ha. Yes, the prince's relentless efforts to win the princess's love are both childish and charming. Feng Er laughed. Chapter 1804. A visit to the wise king. He was an expert in losing arguments and a master of petty tricks, often playfully teasing the princess, eliciting hearty laughter from Mo Li. "What are you laughing at?" A cold voice interrupted, silencing their mirth. Mo Li turned to see Xuancheng advancing with evident anger, prompting him to quickly respond, "Your Highness, we were praising you." "Oh, in what manner?" Xuancheng stood there with an air of indifference. Mo Li awkwardly scratched his head. "We were just discussing how you often tease the princess, or rather, how you exude coolness. Your presence commands respect. We all admire you." "Teasing?" Xuancheng narrowed his eyes coldly. Seeing Mo Li's blunder, Feng Qingyang hastily interjected, "Your Highness, do not mind Mo Li. We were extolling your prowess, noting how you and the princess share a deep connection and how you rescued her. We are all elated by her safe return. That is more like it, Mo Li. Come with me to see the wise king. Feng Er, please stay with the princess and ensure she rests well. If anything arises, inform me at once," Xuancheng instructed. "Yes, Your Highness," both replied. Soon, Xuancheng led Mo Li upstairs to the 2nd floor, arriving at the wise king's chamber. The wise king had just finished a nourishing porridge of fish, meat, and milk, feeling significantly improved. Upon raising his gaze, he was surprised to see Xuancheng enter. "Brother, you have not yet retired?" "Not yet. I came to check on you. I heard that in your attempt to save Yu'er, you recklessly jumped down, injuring your arm. Here, I have a vial of ice crystal jade dew ointment, effective for treating falls and bone injuries. Please use it," Xuancheng said, placing the ointment on the table. "Thank you, brother. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. I owe you my gratitude for saving Yu'er. She is fortunate to have escaped harm," the wise king responded. Xuancheng's gaze deepened as he looked at the wise king. It was evident how deeply the wise king loved Yu'er, making him a formidable rival, one to be reckoned with. Nonetheless, this time, he was sincerely grateful to the wise king. Without him, Yu'er might have met a tragic fate at the bottom of the cliff. The virtuous prince hastily waved his hand, deliberately avoiding any misunderstanding, saying, "Your Highness need not express gratitude. My sister-in-law has saved my life thrice. She is my savior, and it is only right that I come to her aid. This time, it was a fortunate accident. While I was on my way to Loxia Mountain to seek my sister-in-law's guidance on excavating a reservoir, I happened to be at the foot of the mountain when I spotted a group of masked assailants clad in black, stealthily making their way up the slope. Sensing danger, I quickly followed them. Upon reaching the summit, I discovered they had already attacked, killing several members of the Xuancheng army, and were about to harm my sister-in-law and Mo Li. I acted without hesitation, Unfortunately, my sister-in-law was forced to the edge of a cliff, and as she stepped on a loose stone, she fell. In that moment of desperation, I leaped after her to save her. I owe my sister-in-law so much. Without her, I would likely have perished long ago. I am deeply grateful for her life-saving grace, which compelled me to jump in after her. What audacious assassins dare to target the consort of the Li Prince? Xuancheng inquired. Do you know who they are? What distinguishing features did they possess? The virtuous prince reflected briefly before responding. I am uncertain of their affiliations, but judging by their weapons and martial skills, they appear to be a band of martial artists from the rivers and lakes. Jiangzhou is not vast, and there are only a few factions. It should be quite easy to investigate. Xuancheng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with a terrifying murderous intent. How dare they lay hands on the Li consort? Once I uncover their identities, I shall ensure they suffer a fate worse than death. The virtuous prince's eyes also harbored a chilling resolve. To orchestrate such an assassination in broad daylight, there must be someone orchestrating it from the shadows. I wonder who possesses such audacity to attempt to assassinate a prince's consort. Rest assured, I have already dispatched people to investigate. News should arrive shortly, Xuancheng assured him. This time, you have saved my wife, and regardless of the circumstances, I owe you a life debt. Should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall do all within my power to repay your kindness. The virtuous prince immediately rose and said, Your Highness, we are all family. There is no need for such formalities. I remember when the princess consort treated my ailment, you steadfastly stood guard at the door, allowing her to focus on my recovery. I am also grateful for your protective presence. It is only right for me to rescue my sister-in-law, and I seek no reward. So please do not take it to heart. Seeing his earnestness, Xuancheng produced a piece of paper from his sleeve and placed it on the table, stating, I know you have long sought a solution for water management to alleviate the flooding in Qingzhou. I have instructed someone to document the method for excavating a reservoir on this paper. Simply follow the instructions. Your health is currently fragile, so I shall not impose further. Please rest well. After speaking, Xuancheng departed. The virtuous prince gazed at the paper filled with writing, sighing inwardly. With this document from Xuancheng, he now had no reason to seek out Xiaoyu. Ruoyue, after having consumed some porridge, slept soundly throughout the night, only awakening the following noon. As her eyes fluttered open, she beheld Xuancheng seated at the foot of her bed, his exquisitely beautiful peach blossom eyes fixed intently upon her. However, his complexion appeared overly pale, as if he were unwell. You are awake. Are you hungry? I have already prepared the meal. If you find yourself feeling hungry, you may wash up and join me for dinner, Xuancheng said tenderly, holding Ruoyue's small hand. Thank you. I am indeed a bit hungry, but I can't help but notice your pallid complexion and bloodless lips. Are you unwell? Ruoyue asked anxiously, gazing at Xuancheng. Xuancheng's eyes flickered slightly. I am not seriously ill. I merely caught a chill while searching for you in the mountains, which accounts for my current state. Do not worry. I shall recover after a few days of rest. Please wash up quickly. I will accompany you for dinner. Very well, Ruoyue said, casting a doubtful glance at Xuancheng, sensing that he was concealing something from her. After their meal, Xuancheng retreated to the next room to attend to official matters. Ruoyue promptly summoned Fenger, her expression grave. Fenger, the prince appears quite unwell and has lost significant weight. Please tell me the truth. Has he been ill during my absence? Fenger's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Princess, the prince is concerned you might worry, and thus he forbade us from revealing his condition to you. However, I am exceedingly worried about him. What has happened to him? Fenger, please tell me. Ruoyue asked urgently, a foreboding feeling swelling within her. Princess, the day the prince learned you had fallen off the cliff, he spat blood on the spot and nearly fainted. He was in great distress, tormented by heartache, neglecting food and sleep in his relentless search for you, to the point of exhausting himself. Later, despite running a high fever, he ventured out in the rain to find you without pause, until he suddenly blacked out and fell. Fortunately, Mo Li and the others rescued him and brought him back, but he subsequently suffered from heart palpitations due to excessive grief. During a nightmare, he spat blood again. That night, Zhang Shifan, believing the prince was injured, pressured him to relinquish control over flood management. In a bid to intimidate him, the prince forcefully exerted himself and injured his internal organs. After scaring Zhang Shifan away, he spat blood once more, resulting in further damage to his health. Fenger explained, her face etched with worry. What? The prince has experienced heart palpitations again. Spat blood 3 times and injured his internal organs? Feng'er, why did you not tell me sooner? I must see him immediately, Ruoyue declared, grasping her medicine box and heading towards the adjoining room. Feng'er hurriedly followed. Your Highness, it was the prince's concern for you that led him to prevent us from informing you. Thankfully, Dr. Lin is present. He prepared medicine for him, and after taking it, he has improved significantly, thus regaining the strength to rescue you. Ruoyue felt deeply moved by Feng'er's words. While in the cave, she had thought Xuancheng did not care for her as much as she had feared. To her astonishment, he was more concerned for her than she had imagined. The image of him spitting blood made her heart ache. She quickly pushed open the door to the room and stepped inside. Xuancheng was engrossed in official documents when he suddenly saw Ruoyue enter. He promptly set down the papers and rose to greet her. Ruoyue, what brings you here? Should you not be resting? Ruoyue, with teary eyes, rushed toward him, burying her head in his embrace as tears streamed down her face. Xuancheng looked bewildered, swiftly cradling her face and asking with concern, Ruoyue, what is the matter? Is someone bullying you? Are you feeling wronged? Ruoyue shook her head in distress. No? With you here, who would dare to bully me? Feng'er has already informed me of your blood loss. You are so foolish. You have clearly sustained internal injuries. Why did you not tell me? As a doctor, I can treat you. Xuancheng glanced helplessly at Feng'er at the door, reached out to ruffle Ruoyue's hair, and wiped away her tears. Fool, I am fine. You are currently weak. You must pay attention to your rest. How can you overexert yourself for my sake? What if you tire yourself or harm our child? It will not happen. I am merely assisting you in your treatment. I am well. Please sit down and allow me to examine you. As she spoke, Ruoyue retrieved a stethoscope from the medicinal box. She placed the stethoscope on Xuancheng's chest and listened intently. After a while, she examined his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, finally feeling reassured. Fortunately, your constitution is strong. Losing this much blood has not harmed you. Your body is not gravely injured. It is only the result of blood loss and the strain of forcibly channeling energy that has affected your organs. You must now rest and take herbal medicine to restore your health. Xuancheng pointed to a bowl of medicine on the table. Look, this is the medicine prescribed by Dr. Lin. Is it suitable? Ruoyue quickly took the medicine, sniffed it, and examined it before nodding. It is appropriate, Dr. Lin's prescription is excellent. In addition to taking herbal medicine, it is crucial for you to avoid worry and maintain a cheerful disposition. As long as you do not dwell in sadness, you will gradually recover. All right, Ruoyue, seeing you puts my heart at ease. When you are not here, I cannot find joy in anything. With you by my side, I shall not be sorrowful or distressed. Therefore, you must promise never to leave me, all right? Xuancheng said with a hint of concern. He understood that Ruoyue was from a future world, and he felt anxious, fearing that one day she might depart and return to her homeland. Seeing his worried expression, Ruoyue nodded firmly. Rest assured, as long as you do not leave me, I shall never leave you. Chapter 1807. A grand scene of truth and revelation. Do you mean that if I leave you, you will also depart from me? Xuancheng's expression fell with disappointment. Ruoyue raised an eyebrow. Of course, if you choose to abandon me, I would certainly no longer wish for you. As a modern woman of the new century, she was unafraid to love fiercely and hate resolutely. If he loved her, she would love him in return. If he no longer did, she would gracefully withdraw without looking back. This was the first time Xuancheng had heard such words. The first time a woman dared to express such sentiments to him. He immediately replied, Ruoyue, how could I ever leave you? Rest assured, I shall never abandon you. Now and forever. Then so shall I, Ruoyue replied with a playful smile. At this juncture, her curiosity piqued. She asked, by the way, you mentioned you did not see the letter I wrote to you. How then did you know I was in that cave? Xuancheng pondered for a moment before responding. I am not certain. I was in a daze, somewhat lost in my thoughts. I searched everywhere for you, and when I could not find you, despair enveloped me, and it was unbearable. I found myself pondering your disappearance at the cliff. Surely, you would be waiting for me there. I felt compelled to descend and see if you were below. To my astonishment, you truly were there, a divine blessing bestowed upon me. Ruoyue sighed, remarking how fortunate we are, as fate has smiled upon us this time, and I am unharmed, thanks to the benevolence of the wise king. By the way, has he recovered? He possesses martial prowess, and after consuming some food and resting for a night, he has improved considerably. replied Xuancheng. That is reassuring. I can now rest easy. At that moment, Xuancheng suddenly grasped Ruoyue's hand in fear, exclaiming, "You error! I had 2 terrifying dreams the night before last. I dreamed you were donned in bridal attire, set to marry the wise king. My heart ached with sorrow in that dream. Subsequently, I dreamt you fell and were gravely injured, unconscious. I was jolted awake and immediately sought you out. Thankfully, you are safe. Heaven must indeed pity me for my loneliness, thus sparing you to remain by my side eternally." Ruoyue hurried to comfort him, saying, "Rest assured, dreams are mere illusions and not to be taken seriously. Have I not always been by your side? I shall never leave you." At that moment, Xuancheng chuckled lightly, expressing his joy and gratitude at not having lost her. "Reflecting on the time after your fall into the water makes me smile. You were so peculiar then, lacking martial skills yet exhibiting such audacity. Not only did you show no fear of me, but you also dared to oppose me. When I commanded you to go east, you stubbornly went west. Like a fierce little wildcat. You even had the audacity to poke me with a needle, playfully teasing me while disregarding my presence, which I found utterly captivating. I had never encountered a woman like you before. Your mind brimmed with curious ideas, and your ability to drink and compose poetry left me utterly astounded. At that time, you mused, are you suggesting you were intrigued by me even then? Yet I recall someone once stating." Ruoyue mimicked Xuancheng's tone, saying, "I never considered taking you as my wife. Had you not persistently pursued me, how could I have possibly married you? This fellow, who once spoke such resolutely harsh words, now finds himself in this predicament. Could this be considered a grand moment of ironic revelation?" Chapter 1808. Upon seeing her letter, Xuancheng feigned ignorance, scratching his head and asking, "What? When did I ever utter such nonsense? I cannot recall. You may pretend all you wish. You even requested that I attend to you and your concubine," she retorted. "In short, you were quite excessive back then. I did not harbor any affection for you. Where? I apologize. I was blinded by hatred and harbored such animosity towards you. However, you were formidable, rallying me on, leading to my lingering shadows whenever I encountered Nangong Ro." Xuancheng remarked, exasperated. Recalling that incident made Ruoyue unable to suppress a laugh. "Well, those matters are behind us now. Fear not, I am not a petty person. I have long since forgotten. All I know now is that both I and the little one within me deeply need you and rely on you." Xuancheng gazed at her tenderly, expressing that he was initially astounded by her medical skills and admired her talent, which drew him to her intelligence and courage. He also recognized her kind heart and subsequently fell deeply in love with her. He felt fortunate to have encountered her, believing that such a meeting rendered his life without regrets. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. It was the voice of Emily, announcing that villagers had found several bottles by the river and wished to deliver them to him. "Bottles? What bottles?" Xuancheng inquired, taken aback. "They must be the ones I used to contain my letters," Ruoyue replied, hastily rising to open the door, revealing Emily holding a few glass bottles. Her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Yes, these are the bottles. I placed my letters within them. I had instructed the virtuous prince to cast them into the river in hopes of conveying my messages to you, but it took so long for someone to find them. Emily, please bring the bottles inside," Xuancheng said, his curiosity piqued. Emily promptly entered and placed the bottles down before stepping back outside. Once Emily departed, Xuancheng picked up the bottles, examining them closely. To his surprise, they were transparent, reminiscent of the containers he had seen the virtuous prince use for fish. Similar to the transparent tubes Ruoyue had previously used for medicine. "Where did your master leave these for you?" he inquired. Ruoyue was momentarily startled but quickly nodded. "Indeed, these peculiar items were all entrusted to me by my enigmatic and formidable master. Please open them and see the letters I wrote for you." She swiftly redirected the conversation, not wishing for Xuancheng to discover her secret regarding the medical space she possessed, deeming it too mysterious to reveal. Xuancheng eagerly opened the bottles and retrieved the letters within. As he slowly unfolded the paper, he was captivated by Ruoyue's graceful handwriting. He read through 4 or 5 letters, noting the locations where she and the virtuous prince had been, alongside her hopes for him. His heart was profoundly moved, as he gleaned the emotional journey she had endured while trapped. From her initial calmness to her rising anxiety, fear, and unease, each emotion conveyed the urgency of her circumstances. Fortuitously, she was blessed with resilience, preventing him from losing her. Upon reaching the final letter, his fingers trembled slightly, and tears welled in his eyes. He gazed at Ruoyue in disbelief, embracing her tightly. "Ruoyue, how could you be so foolish? How could you write such a letter? You asked me to forget you and to remarry and start anew. How is that even conceivable? Without you, I lack the courage to live, let alone seek another woman. I will never treat you that way. If you do not return, I shall wait for you endlessly, and I will not marry again." As he spoke, he gently caressed the slightly damp letter, each word imbued with profound affection, deeply moving him. It was in that moment he realized that her love for him exceeded his own expectations. Ruoyue gazed at him softly, explaining, at that time, "I believed I was destined to perish. I did not wish for you to grieve for me, which is why I made such remarks. Fortunately, I am unharmed. I can once again behold your smile and hear your voice, no longer tormented by thoughts in that dark place. How wonderful it is. Foolish one. Those who survive great tribulations are destined for future blessings. Henceforth, you shall surely be a person of fortune, and perhaps I shall bask in your radiance." Xuancheng remarked with a smile. As he spoke, he approached the table and retrieved a dark green brocade box. "Ruoyue, can you guess what lies within?" Ruoyue stared at the brocade box, momentarily puzzled. "What is this?" "Please close your eyes first," Xuancheng gently instructed. "All right." Ruoyue complied, softly shutting her eyes. Seeing her eyes closed, Xuancheng opened the brocade box and delicately took out a jade orchid hairpin, gently placing it into her hair. He then brought over a bronze mirror to face her, saying, "All right, you may open your eyes now." As Ruoyue opened her eyes, she beheld the glistening green orchid hairpin adorning her hair, her face instantly lighting up with joy. "I thought I had lost this hairpin. To find it here is truly wonderful. I discovered it atop a cliff. It must have fallen from you in a moment of panic. That I could retrieve it signifies our deep bond, just as I was able to find you." Xuancheng embraced Ruoyue, affirming their connection. Ruoyue nodded, touched. "Yes, we shall never part again. We will be together forever." Just then, a voice from outside interrupted, "Your Highness, the Emperor has dispatched a courier and eunuch Su with a decree for you." "At last it has arrived?" Xuancheng's eyes narrowed coldly. A day prior, he had received confidential news from Mo Zhu, alerting him that Zhang Shifan had conspired with Su Ming to accuse him, prompting the Honyuan Emperor to issue a decree. Thus, he was mentally prepared for this moment. Ruoyue gasped. "The decree? What is this about? What has the Emperor decreed for you?" Xuancheng replied, "A few days ago, Zhang Shifan reported to the Emperor, claiming that I dispatched people to excavate the reservoir, acting recklessly and disregarding human life. The Emperor was greatly enraged, believing that I only dig ponds without seeking solutions for flood control. Therefore, Eunuch Su was instructed to draft a decree summoning me back to the capital to face the Emperor's justice. What? Zhang Shifan is truly insidious. While we toil tirelessly for flood control, he secretly slanders us. They do not trust my methods and have reported me to the Emperor. Now that the decree has been issued, what shall we do?" Ruoyue exclaimed in frustration. "Do not worry. Let us step outside and assess the situation," Xuancheng said, taking Ruoyue's hand and opening the door to step out. Upon exiting the chamber, Xuancheng saw Eunuch Su, holding a bright yellow imperial decree, leading a contingent of imperial guards into the courtyard. Upon spotting Xuancheng, a glimmer of triumph flashed in Eunuch Su's eyes as he proclaimed loudly, "The decree has arrived. His Royal Highness, the Prince of Li, please accept the decree." "I accept the decree," Xuancheng replied, kneeling with the others. Eunuch Su raised his head and declared, "By the will of heaven, the Emperor proclaims, Prince Xuancheng, as an appointed envoy, has squandered his position, disregarding human lives. He has ignored the council of officials, shown negligence in flood control, and acted unilaterally, causing chaos in Jiangzhou by recklessly destroying farmland and excavating ponds. This act is of grave consequence, damaging my people's trust and inciting resentment among the officials and the populace. I have entrusted the task of flood control to the wise king and commanded him to return to the capital forthwith for review." Upon finishing, Eunuch Su cast a haughty glance at Xuancheng, saying, "Prince Li, why do you not hasten to accept the decree? Return with me to the capital immediately to receive your punishment." "Your Majesty, there is trouble." "My lord, the flood has arrived. The waters from the upper reaches of the Jiao River have breached their banks." At that moment, Su Cheng's voice echoed from outside, accompanied by several officials who rushed in with urgency. Upon hearing the news of the flood, a fleeting calm washed over Xuancheng. He had anticipated this moment. For earlier that morning, Feng Qingyang had informed him that their scouts had detected the floodwaters nearing Jiangzhou. Calculating the timing, he realized that the flood would coincide with eunuch Su's arrival, hence his unruffled demeanor. "I accept the decree," he declared. After taking the imperial edict, he stood and addressed eunuch Su. "I regret to inform you that due to the flood, I cannot return with you to the capital at this moment. Furthermore, the flood obstructs your path. It appears you shall also be delayed." "What? The flood has come? Will Jiangzhou be submerged? What shall we do? We must return to the capital to report," eunuch Su exclaimed in distress. With a cold laugh, Xuancheng replied, "It seems there is no other option, eunuch Su. If you do not mind, you may reside with me at the governor's mansion until the waters recede, at which point I shall accompany you back to the capital." Seeing the anxious officials around him, eunuch Su sighed. "Very well, we are left with no choice. My lord, the flood has arrived, and the situation is dire. What shall we do?" Su Cheng hastily approached Xuancheng, panic evident in his demeanor. At that moment, thunder roared suddenly from the heavens, followed by flashes of lightning and a fierce gust of wind. The thunder rolled ominously, and torrential raindrops began to plummet from the sky. In an instant, the downpour was relentless, the fierce winds wreaking havoc, bending the trees in the courtyard. Seeing this, the others were terrified and had already rushed into Xuancheng's reception room. "Oh no, my lord, now there is a torrential downpour. With the floodwaters surging and this heavy rain, Jiangzhou City is in grave danger," Xucheng said, his face stricken with urgency. The other officials were equally agitated, moving about like ants on a hot pan. Xuancheng, however, remained composed, stating, "There is no need for alarm, esteemed officials. I previously dispatched individuals to excavate retention ponds. Now that the flood has arrived and the heavens have unleashed their fury, it is the moment to assess our efforts. With these retention ponds in place, I am confident that Jiangzhou City will not be submerged. There is no cause for concern." "No cause for concern? Prince Li, do you truly believe that those ponds you excavated can withstand the deluge? If Jiangzhou is inundated due to your negligence, and the homes of the people are destroyed because of you, I shall hold you accountable." At that moment, Zhang Shifan, clad in military garb and wearing a straw hat, entered, accompanied by numerous officials, all drenched as though they had been caught in a downpour. As they rushed in, hastily wiping away the water from their clothes, Xuancheng realized that Zhang Shifan must have come upon news of the flood and the imperial edict, seeking to confront him. He replied coldly, "The results are yet to be determined. Why the haste, Master Zhang?" "The Prince of Glass, I have previously submitted 3 memorials to His Majesty, accusing you of dereliction of duty and flagrant misconduct. In his wrath, the Emperor has issued a decree summoning you back to the capital to face justice." Eunuch Su has already arrived with the imperial edict. "Even when death looms near, you still dare to remain obstinate. I fear that the day you return to the capital will also mark your demise." Zhang Shifan triumphantly waved his hand. Chun Shi stepped forward, his demeanor sinister, declaring, "Indeed, the Emperor entrusted the Prince of Glass with the task of managing the flood, yet he treats the lives of the common people as mere trifles, disregarding their plight. Now that the flood has arrived, Jiangzhou City will soon be submerged. Our citizens have been endangered by the Prince of Glass. Furthermore, instead of fortifying the levees against the flood, he has recklessly believed in the methods of the Princess of Glass and squandered resources digging ponds. With the flood upon us, everyone is at risk of drowning. This couple, the Prince and Princess of Glass, are nothing short of harbingers of disaster. They are the scourge of Jiangzhou. The entire populace of Jiangzhou City will not let them escape justice." Several officials echoed in agreement.